Is this thing live? We just did it. I think I'm like 1 minute late. But it is noon on Saturday, February 18th. We are here for the first ever, and maybe only, depending on how I survive this. We'll see. And I have 4 viewers already. Wow, love you guys. And Carly's already here with the comments. Subathon. That's right. We are here for the 24-hour subathon. I'm sitting in the seat. I will be in the seat until noon tomorrow, which means I've got my coffee ready. I'm going to have like very few moments where I'll run off screen just to either grab something from the fridge, maybe an energy drink, maybe some DoorDash at the front door just to get some food. But I'm well equipped, well ready, and I actually have some guests coming on very soon because our first hour is just going to be kind of building the subathon, or telling you what the subathon is going to be, telling you how to get involved, what your donations mean, what sub tiers mean in terms of what we unlock with each subscription, or so on and so forth. But I will have some hosts popping on in this first hour, and one of them's already here. We already got Mr. Matt Chapman of Frame Wreck fame.
Hello.
That too, he says subathon. Okay, everyone's happy about the subathon. And Matt's kid is in the back as well. That is so fun.
Yes,
Matt,
my kid.
What's up? Are you excited, dude? We're doing this.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I have so much work to do today just for this. Like, I haven't gotten my Twilight notes done yet, and I haven't written the cold open. That's a fun thing about this subathon, is that like people are going to get to see the behind the scenes of some of this.
Like, us having to.
They're going to get to. Yeah, they're going to get to watch what happens when you haven't seen the cold open yet, and we are trying to work it out. Yeah, it's all
the fun thing with the cold opens is that your cold opens are so great, but like I have to read everything on the spot, which I think is kind of a flex as an actor to be able to do it on the spot. But then there are points where I'll just forget to say a line and we'll have to restart it. So I'm excited to see when that comes, especially when I'm delirious from sitting in this chair for 12 plus hours to see how that goes. Yes, we have a Mattman sighting. Yes, Josh or JD. I'll call you Josh because that's what it says right there. Dan's also here. Dan Skip Allen. Hello, guys. Dan will be on very shortly for Picture This, and he'll be on tomorrow morning for some Oscars talk. And Carly, finish those Twilight notes. Very important. That is correct.
I will. I am notorious. You can ask any teacher that I've ever been a student under. I am just bad at taking notes in general. It's just not something I'm very good at. And so like I have a notes section for each of the Twilight movies as I was watching them, but each of them have like 2 lines on them, and now I'm like, oh god, I have to go in and now compile my thoughts on them just from the very bad notes I have. So
well, what's going to be nice about the subathon is that everything is timed out, which means if we're running behind, we can just keep moving forward. Doesn't matter. We don't need to dwell on stuff. That's going to be the fun of this, but also kind of the challenge of this is scheduling so many things in such a tight schedule. Chad, how you doing this afternoon? Are you excited for today?
Oh, dude, yes. I'm doing great. You're almost 5 minutes in to a 24-hour stream, and I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited. Hopefully you get a lot of love and support and some great subscribers from this.
Yeah,
I'm excited for a lot of the activities today. It's going to be really fun. We're going to have a really fun Picture This later that we're going to do. I got my blazer right here. All set for it. Draft day is going to be huge. Harry Potter, I've been studying like a madman for that damn thing. I got my shirt on already.
Yeah.
So
well, let me open with this, guys, because the Harry Potter exhibition match, I put it at midnight because that gives us 12 hours. I wanted to make that something the audience had to earn, you know, like, so, like Saving Private Ryan, Chad's favorite scene, earn this. That's a joke if you've watched Picture This 1998. Nice little inside joke. But that 15 subscriber, that first 15 will get us that Harry Potter match. And we're starting it at 480. So we're at 480 now. So when we hit, I believe, 495, that'll unlock that Harry Potter match. I did want to bring up, just so people can see what we can unlock today. I do have another border here. That's the YouTube link if you want to sub to it, people. This is the Venmo link. That is completely optional, completely voluntary. The Venmo, how it'll work, I'll just kind of briefly tell y'all. I know I already said it before here, but I'll say it again just for anyone tuning in for the first time. If you donate $1, I will shout out your name on air during the subathon. I'll give you like a little shout out, give you your spotlight. If you donate $5, I have 3 cool fancy Blu-rays that I'm going to give out, and you will be entered into a raffle for them. 3 brand new, well, not brand new movies. They're old at this point, but they're going to be talked about for the next few weeks. At least they're all Oscar nominated. Top Gun, Maverick, Everything Everywhere All at Once, and the Batman not Best nominated, but still an Oscar nominee. You'll be entered into a Blu-ray for that for $5. If you have $10, if you donate $10, your name will be kind of put on every video I do for the rest of the year as an official Dill Pickle Movie Network sponsor. I'll basically like shout you out at the end of basically every video I do to the end of the year. $50, I will make an audio podcast of your choosing. I'll literally podcast about anything. And $100, I'll literally make a video of anything. 100, that's the video, because the video takes a lot more time than the podcast. But still, whatever you want to do, I will do that for you. Oh, Jake is bringing up the fact that I started at $4.79 and he subbed right after. So we are actually starting at $4.79, not $4.80. So thank you, Jake. You're the first subscriber of the day. That is awesome, Jake Tato. Yes, that's exciting. JD is also excited for Tato. Josh also wants to know what's Twilight. Well, you'll find out. Yeah, Carly, like I just said, $100 gets you a video of your choosing. The Venmo is up there, DP Movie Network. DP stands for Dill Pickle, not double penetration, like so many people have laughed at me about. They're like, what is that handle? I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, because I changed my handle for this, and some of my friends on Venmo are like, what is that? Yeah, so that'll unlock certain things, but that is all voluntary. As for the subs, like I said, 15 subs gets you the Harry Potter match on the subathon. 50 subs, me and Matt will do a Troll 2 commentary for you next month. 75 subs.
Yes.
75
I
subs.
really want to do that. I really want to do that. So please subscribe.
Yes, please subscribe. Zach and I at 75 subs will do a chopped cook-off. We'll basically be given a basket of random ingredients, and we'll have to cook off with whatever we get. It'll be very fun. And that'll be in person. We'll do it at a kitchen and have judges and all that stuff. It'll be fun. 100 subs. That won't be today, though. All this stuff won't be today, except for Harry Potter. 100 subs is going to be a Marvel free-for-all this summer. So if you're a Marvel rookie and you want to have a title shot and don't want to wait all year to have your first match, sub to the channel, get your friends to sub to this channel, because then you will be a guaranteed a match this summer, a free-for-all. 250 subs, I'll do a little pre-show musical concert at the Pickle Awards in a few weeks. I actually have a date for the Pickle Awards, which I'll announce when I announce the nominees. 500 subs, I will wear an embarrassing clothing item for an entire month on the channel. And by embarrassing, I'm not saying anything super revealing or like profane and problematic. I'm saying, like, if you want me to wear a Red Sox hat for a whole month on the channel, I will do it for 500 subs. And I never thought I'd have to do that. And then 1,000 subs, these guys along with Kelsey and Zach will roast me. We'll have a whole special where you guys will basically plan kind of like a Comedy Central roast for me, which is going to be absolutely nuts. But that's only if we get 1,000 subs, and that's a far reach. But if it happens, it happens. So nothing slutty. Sorry, no, Carly, nothing slutty. Nothing slutty.
I was thinking that I would suggest you wear a Braves hat, and then you said Red Sox. Like as soon as I was thinking that you said Red Sox, I was like, that makes more sense. But when I was coming up, I was a Braves fan, and oh boy, did I hate the Yankees. And so I was like, make him wear a Braves hat.
I feel like everyone who's not a Yankee fan hates the Yankees, but ever since the Astros started cheating, I think everyone has now kind of picked one big team to rally against, and we're kind of like off the radar a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
People.
I don't hate the Yankees anymore, mostly because I just don't watch baseball. But like just back then, it was back in the 90s. They were the bane of the Braves' existence, and so
I have two things to mention just because I want to keep honoring what I just said. We did get our first tip donation, and it is from JD. JD is so kind. So I'm giving you your shout out, JD, and you are now entered into that Blu-ray giveaway, JD, and you are now a sponsor on the channel. And because you donated at a certain tier, I will be making a podcast ranking all the Jurassic franchise films for you.
Of course,
that is your request. So thank you, JD, for being the first tipper of the day. Jake, thank you for being the first subscriber of the day. JD, I will in the next few weeks or months, I need to sit down and rewatch them, but I will bring a podcast, and it's going to be released in public. It's not just for you. Like I will publicly produce a Jurassic franchise ranking podcast.
Dylan, I already know what your number one and your least ranked one is. So, all right.
Yeah. I mean,
As
I feel like it's a lot of people similar. I guess.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Dominion yet, and that's just because I like to watch those with my wife, and we just haven't had a chance yet. But with the exception of Fallen Kingdom, I'm actually a big fan of all of the Jurassic movies. Fallen Kingdom is the only one I don't like, and I haven't seen Dominion, so I'm really excited about that.
I keep thinking this is a cursor, and I'm trying to move it, and then I realize it's part of the graphic. I'm like,
also,
oh, no.
I just realized that when you said you had a date for the Pickle Awards, you meant a date on the calendar, not that you were going to be bringing someone with you to the Pickle Awards.
Yes, because all hosts bring dates to their award. Well, I guess they do. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel's probably bringing his wife to the Oscars this year, right? I don't know. So Carly says, I have to decide if I want a podcast or a video. As I said, Carly, everything is optional. You do not have to tip. And all these videos are for you, Carly, because you're such a fan of the show and the channel. This is it. I mean, I can't believe we're doing this. Like, I'm already 10 minutes in. I'm like clearing my throat, realizing that I have to talk for another 24 hours. But Chad and I are doing. Why don't I talk about the schedule now that we're here? So right now we're doing some host hangout. Once we get a few more hosts on, maybe we'll play some games, just kill time for a little while. And then at 1, Kelsey and I are going to be giving you a Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania review that just came out. We saw it Thursday night, and we're here to give you our thoughts. I don't know her thoughts. We were very good about leaving the theater and not talking. So we left the theater, and our friend Landon, who was with us, was like giving us his thoughts, and we were all just like, and he's like, well, what about you? We're like,
How did Landon feel?
He loved it. He was excited going into it. He was excited leaving it. I think he loved it. I got the impression that he did.
I haven't heard too many people like loving it, but it's either like mixed, like it was all right, it was fun, or I hated that thing. So it'll be interesting to see where you and Kelsey fall.
It will. So that's from 1 to 2, and then to 2, Chad's coming back here with Dan Skip Allen, who I believe popped up earlier. They will be here for 1974 Picture This, talking about Chinatown, talking about The Conversation, The Godfather Part II, both Coppola movies, and Lenny from Bob Fosse, and then The Towering Inferno, which I thought was a volcano movie until I realized it was literally about a tower on fire. Yeah. I just saw Inferno and I thought of a volcano. I don't know why. Fred Astaire's in that though. Then at 4:45, we're doing a Paddington 2 watch along. When I planned this subathon, it was available on streaming, and now it's sadly not. But I'm hoping if you have, a lot of people own it, so if you have it, try to share it around. I will try my best, even if you don't have it, to kind of tell you what's going on. That was like an oversight on my part, but
if you have a Movies Anywhere, it does have a sharing link, Screen Pass.
Yes. Yeah. So if you want a Screen Pass or something, maybe reach out to some friends. We'll figure it out. But that'll be fun, even if that's just like people's break periods too. It's in the middle of the day, dinner time. So 6:30 though. We have a marvelous trivia match, and here's my disclaimer for the day that I'm gonna let you guys into some behind the scenes stuff. We pre-taped the 2 Marvel matches because I wanted to put the graphics on with the scores and everything like that. StreamYard, I don't know if it was my fault, their fault. Not gonna point fingers, but those videos got deleted. And sadly, those matches will never be seen because there's no way to recover them. I talked to the CEO of StreamYard. I was like, is there any way to like find a tech wizard to go through the coding and find them? And he's like, no, they're scrapped completely from our servers. So I was like, okay. So what we're going to do is Chris and Kevin are going to be so gracious as to re-record their match live at 6:30. And as for Brian and Tato, who were supposed to do their match tomorrow at 7 a.m., their match was going to air then because it got deleted. But Brian is out of town. They will not be able to do another rematch. So we had Chad come in last night and basically record a match with Tato that will be released at 7 a.m. So that's the only pre-tape thing we got for Marvel, but Chris and Kevin's match will be live, actually, so that will not be pre-taped anymore. And 7 o'clock, we are just going to be back here kind of just playing some games, maybe catching up if we're falling behind a little on schedule. Oh, Tato's got the challenge here. He's saying, bring it on, Chad. We'll see who wins that match. I'm very excited. And then at 7:30, we got kind of like the centerpiece event of this subathon, which is the draft day, which is an epic task We are each drafting 25 items. Usually the draft board will have 25 things, and we each have 5 things. No, this time we each have 25. We're going to go A through Z. X, Y, Z is its own letter. We're combining them, and then we're going to also have a number category. So everyone will have 25 movies on their overall draft boards, and then you guys can vote live, or we'll just put up a poll right afterwards. I'm not going to have time to make graphics for each one by the time the subathon's over, but I will in the next few days. That'll be basically from 7:30 until we finish it, as long as we finish it before midnight, because then I have to switch the streams because of the YouTube rules of having over 12 hours. So at midnight, we will switch a stream. I have it ready to go, so I'll pop it in there, and we'll start it off. Assuming we get 15 subscribers, which I really hope we do, we will do our Harry Potter exhibition match with all the hosts of the channel, co-hosted by Stacy and I. Stacy, another great friend of the channel. At 1 o'clock, this guy here and I will be doing a frame wreck episode for all 5 movies of the Twilight saga. I mean, I guess they're episodic in a way. And we may have some debates to settle too, because I know Chad has some thoughts. I know Kelsey has some thoughts. I know there's thoughts in general about these movies. Very strong thoughts from everyone. So whether that's good or bad, we'll find out. Then at 3 a.m., a very special guest all the way from down under. Dr. Nova will be on from the Gatekeepers. Some of us know him as Daniel, but Dr. Nova will be talking with me about some hidden gems, because he's always really good with bringing the lesser-known titles to my attention. So he's going to come on and just talk about some underseen movies. We're going to kind of do if you like this, check out this type thing, where I'm going to give him some popular movies. He'll tell me some movies I should check out, or you should all check out. At 4 o'clock, we're going to be doing another watch-along. I know it's in the middle of the night for a lot of people, but we're actually going to decide that once a few more hosts are on. We're going to kind of like pick the movies that everyone's going to vote on for the watch along, and you guys watching will get to vote on what the watch along will be, which will be from 4 to 6, so around a 2-hour movie, give or take. 6 o'clock, I'm going to be recording my Sight and Sound podcast, where we're talking about Parasite, a great movie. If you guys don't want to wake up that early to talk about it, I get it. Leave your questions and comments now, and I will get to them later. 7 a.m., like I said, that match between Tato and Chad. Brian will get a rematch soon, I promise. 7:30 a.m., I am announcing my nominations for the Pickle Awards 2022. I will be announcing what movies will be competing in just a few weeks for those, because I realize the Oscars are earlier this year, so I have to do the Pickle Awards earlier too. So I'm like, I got to get a head start on this. So the Pickle Awards will be happening probably, I think, 2 weeks from today, or 2 weeks from tomorrow. Oscar talk at 8 a.m. with Dan Skip Allen. He was willing to get up early for it. Very grateful for him. We're going to just talk about the Oscar race. Again, just as we kind of wake up and settle, or everyone else wakes up, I will still be up. And then 9 o'clock, Zach is coming on to talk about Big Brother on Recipe for Reality. We're going to be ranking every season of Big Brother, because we're big mega fans. And then at 11 a.m., some of these guys can come back on, and we'll kind of round it out with some more games, announce the giveaway winners. Right now, JD's the only one up for the giveaway, so maybe he'll single-handedly take it. But it'll be really fun to wrap it all up 24 hours from now. I can't believe we're talking that far in advance. Yeah, it seems so fun to get so far away. That's our schedule, though. So, yeah, and if you want to check out the schedule, again, I did post screenshots of the schedule on my Twitter, Dylan_Indazzo. I posted the whole schedule, explaining it on a video that I posted earlier this week. So if you are ever confused about the schedule, either look at what's happening on screen, that's what's happening, and if you want to know what's coming up next, check out the screenshots or anything like that. Carly's very excited for Twilight. I feel like that is her cup of tea. I'm staying up past my bedtime for Twilight talk. Thank you, Carly. We appreciate that.
There have been threats made by Carly about how I present the Twilight movies and what I talk about and how I feel about them. So I'm going to be honest, but it might be with a bit of fear.
Okay. She might just curse you if you're not
she
kind.
might.
Yeah.
I'm excited about you guys picture this. Francis Ford Coppola, man. Like, what a freaking year for that guy. Two of the greatest movies of all time. The same year.
Well, I got to ask you, Matt, since Chad and I will talk. We got another subscriber. Thanks, guys. So we're at 2. So we're 13 away from the Harry Potter match. Subscribe, people. But Matt, since you're not going to be on Picture This, I would like to hear your thoughts. Like, do you have any thoughts on what your best picture of 1974 would be, and maybe your favorite? Chad and I will not tip our caps. Chad doesn't even have a cap right now.
For me, Godfather Part II maybe the most perfect movie ever made. So
okay,
I
cool.
think Godfather Part 1 is also one of the most perfect movies ever made. Just Godfather Part 2, even though I prefer watching Godfather Part 1, there's something about the craft of Godfather Part 2 that just puts I don't know. It's when I think about perfect movies, which I don't think a perfect movie exists, but if I were to call movies perfect, I would say Godfather Part 2 is about as perfect as you can get.
There you go. A lot of people
and
share that sentiment. So
yeah.
sentiment. I said sediment again. And that is
So
not a
for
rock.
me, that's always going to be number one. But when you got something like The Conversation, as you know, competing against it, like that's a good movie.
What about the other three? Have you seen any of the other three or no?
What were the other ones? I have not seen Towering Inferno, but I do know about it.
Lenny and Chinatown.
Okay. I'm a big fan of Lenny Bruce, the comedian.
Oh, cool.
And so I have not seen that movie. But I do have it like saved on my Amazon watch list because I do need to watch it. So I'll have to put it in to check it out. But cool. I love Lenny Bruce. I have a weird thing about old comedians listening to just kind of what was funny and edgy at a certain time period.
Are you a Miss Maisel fan? I think you'd like it.
I do. I love Miss Maisel. I love Andy Kaufman, which is not related to this, except
I was a big fan of Lenny Kravitz. Does that count?
I love Andy Kaufman, who's, you know, when I talk about loving old comedians, like I wasn't around for his heyday, but when I look back at his career and the stuff, like there's so much about him that I just absolutely love. The fact that he's probably dead, but we don't really know because it would be so in his nature to not be dead right now and to be living the bit because that's what he did. There's things about old comedians I love. So I love Lenny Bruce. Chinatown is one that I have not seen in so long and I need to revisit. And so I cannot give good opinions right now just because I was like a teenager when I watched it, and that was a long time ago for me.
Well, Dan, Chad, and I have some thoughts, I'm sure. So I'm very excited to talk about that. And I did get a message from Carly here that says, "Check your Venmo, Dyl." So I'm gonna go check it. It's like opening a package on Christmas morning, or what do they call it? Gifts, presents. That's what I was looking for. I'm like a little nervous. Wow, Carly, thank you so much. So Carly, I'm giving you your shout out now, Carly. And yes, Carly, you will be entered for that Blu-ray giveaway. You will also be entered. You will also be a sponsor on the channel. And I'm going to be making you a video. I'm going to be making you a video, Carly, of an entire ranking of James Gunn's filmography, including Peacemaker. So that'll be coming in a few months because I have to watch Peacemaker because, you know, series take a lot longer. But I got to watch that. I got to watch a few other ones like Slither and rewatch some stuff like Super. But I will be giving you, Carly, and the world, like I said, it's not just personalized. It's personalized, but it's for the whole world to see, a ranking of James Gunn's filmography. I love that idea, especially with James Gunn being such a prominent name in the news. And thank you, Carly, for helping this channel grow.
And it completely tracks.
Greatest supporters.
Carly loves James Gunn, but that if you have to watch all of them, that means you got to watch like his trauma stuff, like his old like. I'm
down.
That's exciting. If you need a co-host on that episode, I would be happy to do that.
Well, how about this? You guys can send like a little short clip of you rattling off your rankings, and I'll put them in at the end. Why not? We'll make this a network experience. Hold on, James Gunn. It says here. Officially 20 films credited for directing.
Wow.
That includes some like trauma, short stuff. And if Carly wants me to watch that stuff, I will. So let me know, Carly. Or if you just want me to kind of cover his feature films like Guardians 2. Sorry, I was looking at actor. No, his director credits is only 11. So that also includes movie 43 though. So I will have to watch that.
Oh no!
Does it get like a segment?
Oh, that's true. It may line up perfectly with Guardians 3. Maybe, Carly, I'll wait till Guardians 3 comes out so I can rank it with Guardians 3, because that'll probably be the last big movie he directs until he goes to DC. So that's a good idea. So that includes, Guardians 2, Guardians 3, Guardians Holiday Special, Suicide Squad, Slither, Super, Movie 43, Hamster PSA, which is only 3 minutes. I can find that somewhere. Sparky and Michaela, also 10 minutes from 2008, and Humanize, which I think is another short. So I'll see if I can track.
Wait, is Tromeo and Juliet not on there?
That was not.
Maybe he just wrote that. Maybe
unless it's like a TV thing, and then they didn't account it.
Oh, it was a trauma movie, but I don't know. maybe he just wrote Romeo and Juliet. He wrote a lot of stuff back.
Yeah, Tato has some thoughts on Andy Kaufman. Andy Kaufman crying bongos is some of the funniest shiz I've ever seen. That dude would have been great on Twitter. He would have. That movie, Man on the Moon, is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh, I love that movie so much.
I love it so much. 1999. If that year is already such a stacked Best Picture slate, but if I could choose 5 other nominees, I probably could. Like, there are some years where there's so many good movies where you could put 5 different movies in the lineup and I wouldn't complain. 74 is another one where you could definitely do that for.
We might be talking 99 at some point this year. We'll see.
We may have another guest for that one, maybe closely related to you, Chad. We're gonna have Chad's newborn child guest on Picture This. Just kidding. We're gonna have his wife Carrie on Picture This in October. There we go. Subscriptions bring news, people. I announced it now. Why not? And Matt will be on sometime soon. I think next year, maybe for 89. Right?
Yeah,
that's the year you want on. Yeah,
89. Yeah. That's gonna be fun
another good year. It's interesting because 89, I feel like, is making a comeback this year. Little Mermaid coming back this year. Michael Keaton's Batman coming back this year. Those are the only 2 examples I had, but still, it's weird that it happened twice.
The Dead Poet that we're getting.
Oh yes, where they bring back CGI Robin Williams and hate on all the fans. Well, I feel like there's another thing. Is there another Beverly Hills Cop coming out? Maybe.
Yes.
The Dead
Poet. Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop 4 has been announced. I don't know when it is coming out this year.
The Dead Poets remake. Ethan Hawke's going to be the teacher this time.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Chad, I need you to shut your whore mouth about that nonsense.
Yep. 94 and 99 are thicker than Snickers. Yes, 94 we already did. Chad and I.
We started with 94 because we knew it was such a perfect year.
Yeah, we basically had a 3-way tie at number 1 because it was Chad's favorite movie, Shawshank. One of my favorite movies, Forrest Gump, and then one of our favorite movies, Pulp Fiction. Like literally 3 of our favorite movies of all time going at.
And I love Forrest Gump too. I believe I had that 3rd.
Yeah, so Shawshank was my 3rd, your 1. Forrest Gump was my 1, your 3, and we both had Pulp at 2. So like it was a 3-way tie basically. Each film got 4 points. So it was a 3-way tie for first, which was nuts. And then we ended up going with a coin toss, and Shawshank won that. Shout out anytime Chalupa Batman Webb shows up.
That is a reference to The League on FX.
How did you find out the name, Tato?
Yeah, so thank you guys who have donated so far. That is just so humbling and amazing. Like I said, we don't need to have tips, but I figured it would be an option, and I'm so pleased already.
Can I throw subscriptions? A couple suggestions for the 4 to 6 watch along?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do that now because I don't know when Kelsey's gonna get out of her shower, and I don't know when Zach's gonna be here.
So I have one that's shorter than 2 hours, and I have one that's longer. So that I guess that probably wouldn't work if it's like super strict.
Yeah, but give or take.
But I was gonna say Jennifer's Body could be really fun because I know that's a really fun one that a lot of people probably haven't revisited since it first came out. It got all the negative attention, because of all the negative stuff about Megan Fox that people just like couldn't get out of their heads. And then I think the conversation could be steered differently while watching along and talking about it because I think it's a brilliant movie.
Yeah, so I will jot that down. That's a good idea. And it's on HBO Max. I need to just make sure all these are streaming because I feel bad about Paddington too.
The other one I was briefly thinking about was Glass Onion, but I think that might be a little too long.
I was going to say, how long is Glass Onion?
It's like 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Is it really?
That's what Google says.
No, you're probably right. It doesn't feel that long, which I guess is a good testament to the writing and editing in that movie.
It is, yeah.
Wow, yeah, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we could watch it at 1.75 speed or something. No, I'm kidding. I hate how Netflix does that. Like, I get it. Like, some people want to binge stuff and binge everything, and that's the quickest way to do it. But I'm like, the whole movies are paced for reasons. I don't know. I for some reason I accidentally put it on my TV by accident. I don't know how. I was watching All Quiet on the Western Front, and they literally gave English dubs, and it was sped up. So it was like they were moving really fast, and they were like talking in English. I was like, this is jarring. Talk about anti-war. This is making me anti-cinema. Like,
I was surprised that Netflix did defaulted to English dub on that because I wasn't sure at first because a lot of the international movies this year and the past couple years have had English speaking sections of them. So like I was at first I was not sure. Yeah, like RRR. And and then I realized that it wasn't matching, and I was like, "Oh crap! This is I hate this. I hate this."
Yeah.
And so
I have a question. Do you guys hear dogs barking? Because I just want to make sure it's not too loud. It's me. I hear it. I just want to make sure you guys can't hear it because they decided today of all days the building that I'm in would have an open house. I love that for all the apartments that are empty that they're trying to sell, which is fun. Great. Can't wait for new neighbors, but also it's a pet friendly building, which I'm also a fan of. That's awesome. I love cats, love dogs. I don't like the unwelcome pets, the ones that decide they want to be pets, like the mice that I had to get rid of months ago. But yeah, no, I don't know why. But they all brought their dogs for this open house, probably to just see if they were fit in the space, maybe. But all I hear are dogs, just like all throughout the halls. So Carly doesn't hear it either. Oh, that's good. But it's just funny because I just hear dogs, and I'm like, it's just an open house of dogs. It's hotel for dogs. Maybe that could be the watch along. Hotel for.
So you're telling me I can move in right next to Dylan right now if I wanted to?
You could if you wanted to. And Carly, I'll tell a story. No, I did not kill the mice. What we did is we had holes.
We kindly asked them to leave.
No, the guys. Well, the guy who lived here before us, we think he passed away. And because he had this apartment for like at least 30, 40 years, the landlord said. Because all the appliances had to basically be redone before we moved in. So my thought was that this man lived here like for the rest of his life and like never got new appliances. We didn't even have a cord to put the Wi-Fi in. We didn't even have a Wi-Fi cable. Dan, the Venmo is in the top right corner there. DP Movie Network. But the we figured because they had to figure all the appliances, get all these new appliances. We were like, there's got to be some holes. They must not have patched up everything because we saw some mice and we were like, all right, they're getting in somehow. And then we noticed that like in a lot of the new appliances, there were like holes in the walls, and we're like, all right, we need to get them patched up. And they patched them up and everything was good. No mice were killed. Then a few months later, when it got cold, the radiators, they turned it on, and the second they turned on the heat that day, we saw mice running again. So we found there was another hole under the radiator. So it must have been so hot that it scared the mice and they ran out, and we were like, oh great, so there's more holes. So we finally got that patched up. But luckily we didn't kill any mice, which was nice. They all we scanned the apartment to make sure there weren't any before we sealed up the holes, because the worst thing to happen would have been if we trapped one inside with us. But yeah, I don't like the whole traps thing, especially the glue traps. I hate that.
Oh yeah, that's bad. We have like humane traps where they walk into a thing and they have a little hotel for a little while until you let them out.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Well, it's funny because Kelsey and I have a story, and she'll tell it when she gets on, I'm sure. But it's just the funniest story where they caught a mouse, but then they felt bad. They didn't want to kill it. It was in a glue trap, though, so they wanted to set it free, and they didn't know how to do it. So they poured olive oil on the glue trap because that helps release the glue. So the mouse was able to get away, but they did it on the street and basically sent this mouse. He got off the glue trap, but they basically sent a mouse doused in olive oil out into the world, where the birds probably smelled that olive oil and had at it. So like,
yeah, they just made it more delicious.
I know it's kind of sad. It's like you freed.
They salted him too. It was weird.
It was like you freed this mouse, but at the same time you literally covered him in something that made him smell good for all the predators in the wild to have him. So it's kind of like the sad, like that reminds me of like a really sad like South Park or some kind of sketch like that, where it's like, oh, you saved this mouse, and then immediately Hawk swoops in. It's awful. It's awful to think about. I hate that, even though mice make me a little skeeved out. But
can we address Dan Skip Allen's recent comment here?
I was gonna say, yeah, because this is a little bit of a hot take, and Matt and I are not allowed to comment really because
we're not gonna comment yet. I do, Dan, need you to join us, like not come on the show, but like watch along and comment while we are doing Frame Rec later, because that is, and I don't want to show my hand, but an insane take. That
and that's the thing with Twilight. I feel like so many people are passionate about different things. My favorite Twilight movie is not everyone's favorite, but we'll see. That's a very interesting take. And thank you, Dan. We got a donation. So Dan, Speaking of, we are going to make you a sponsor of the channel. You are getting a shout out right here, and you're going to be entered for that Blu-ray giveaway. And Dan, let me know, because of your donation, what podcast you want me to do. I'll make any podcast you want. Just let me know, Dan. Either on the Venmo itself, you can comment on, or just comment here what video or sorry, what podcast you would like me to make, because that's what that tip gets you. So thank you, Dan, so much. I mean, I'm so humbled. That's amazing. Cool. So okay, so Carly says the first Twilight is a masterpiece. I love this. The Twilight is really popular amongst the viewers. Maybe we should have just made this whole 24 hours Twilight talk. I'm kidding. Yeah, guys, we're doing this. We're a half hour in. Only how many more half hours to go? 47 half hours to go, aka 23 and a half hours. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna get there. Let's get a subscriber check. I don't think we've done anymore. Oh, Carrie, the baseball scene. Oh, there's an emoji there, isn't there? I have to look on YouTube to see what that emoji is. I'll tell you all.
It's this.
Oh, it's my favorite. I love this one. I use this emoji.
I know you do.
I use it all the time. Carrie, oh, thank you.
As soon as Edward tells Charlie, I'm gonna take her to play baseball with my family, I'm like, yes. And then the Muse needle drop, dude.
Yeah, but oh my god, I love that emoji so much. That's like my Sopranos blood kicking, and I'm like, oh yeah, I love it. I don't know why. Well, I do know why.
You're Italian.
Yes. We're talking about the Godfather 74 later. Yeah. Yeah. Sopranos. I know a lot of people have been asking me when that podcast is coming. It's funny because as soon as I announced it, my roommate, who was a mega Sopranos fan, was like, "Dude, I want to collab. I want to do it with you." I'm like, "Yeah, awesome," because he's an actor, so he's like very good about like being outgoing. Like he's very good on camera. Well, this is going to be a podcast, but he's very well versed in that stuff. He actually was on a few podcasts with his friend. They have like an improv musical podcast where they like improv a full musical like on the spot, because he plays guitar. He's like a master guitarist. But I just thought it was so funny because he's like, dude, I want to do it with you. So I'm waiting until he comes back in town. He's touring right now, but so that's going to be on hold a little longer because we want to actually do that together, which is going to be fun because we've watched the series together a bunch of times. So when he's back in town, we're going to record that, but there's plenty of other stuff still in the meantime. So I hope people aren't itching too much for it. But I'm excited to finally get to that.
Anticipation is real.
Yeah, and then once we finish The Sopranos, because we're going to be, ranking every season, I want to go into some more shows like Breaking Bad, finally get back into Buffy, because I watched Buffy a while ago, and then I kind of trailed off just because it's just so busy, and there's so many episodes of that show, and that's also a show where I'm like, I'm not, I don't have to catch up to it like I was for like other shows.
Yeah.
Like Sopranos, I re-binged for Many Saints of New York. I was like, I need to get this done. Whereas Buffy, I'm like taking my time still, but I'm still in season 2.
There's a lot of episodes with Buffy.
You're not only in season 2, but you're in season 2 right before like things happen.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
I know. I have to get back into it. Hey, maybe at at 4 a.m. our watch along, we could do some Buffy episodes. Maybe
I'd wake up for that.
So, yeah. Well, that's another thing too. We got to think about like who's going to be watching at that hour. It's probably going to be like a lot of international folks or Pacific Coast folks who are like,
maybe do an international film.
Maybe. Well, that's why I put Parasite at 6 a.m. because I was like, that'll be good for anyone across the seas who loves Parasite. Yeah, I'm wondering. But Jennifer's Body's a good suggestion. Any other? If we have no more suggestions, then Jennifer's Body it'll be. But I'll eventually, once we kind of come up with the options, I'll put a poll. Baby Driver, that's a good one too. Yeah.
Oh man, Baby Driver is a great movie that has, unfortunately, due to its cast, aged poorly.
Yeah.
I argue that the things that happen to those people in the movie though are a little bit cathartic. It's kind of like you don't wish harm on anyone, obviously, but it's like I'd rather see, if I'm gonna see one of those people in a movie, I'd rather it be the character that gets run over by a car. You know what I mean?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I would just worry about being a cast member of Baby Driver, thinking, "Oh God, they're dropping like flies."
Yeah, true. Well, also,
am I next?
Now I like Bug's Life better because he gets fed to the birds at the end. You know what I mean? So,
God.
And I know I don't wish harm on anyone, but he's also a grasshopper in that movie, so it's like it's different. But I'm also like, fine, cool. Like, hey, if that's gonna be your legacy, is being fed to grasshoppers and getting run over by a car.
I have a potential suggestion. Unless we would just
Yeah.
want to keep chattering. Do we want to play a quick chain game?
Sure, let's play a quick chain game. Chad, do you
that?
want to explain the chain game?
So basically, it was one person. One person will start out with. Sorry.
No, it was just a great dramatic take. I love it. It's like
One
out of
person will
Twilight.
start out with an actor or a movie, and then the next person will say. So if we start out with an actor, the next person will say a movie that actor was in, and then the next person will have to say a different actor from that movie, and then we'll just keep going: movie, actor, movie, actor, movie, actor, until someone can't think of something.
Cool. I like that. Does it work out? Oh, and there's only 3 of us, so it'll work out where we're not doing the same thing every time. So it'll be like
Yeah.
actor, movie, actor, movie, actor.
Jake
Cool.
Gyllenhaal, go Matt.
End of watch.
Michael Pena.
Crash.
Sandra Bullock.
The Blind Side.
The Blind Side.
This one could lead to some traps.
This could. Oh shit. She's like the only like really, really famous person in that movie, I think, except for the country guy, but I can't remember his name. So I might be done here.
He's also not
I-
in many other movies, so that would.
But
Is it-
I've got one, so it's
Is it Tim McGraw?
Yeah,
It is Tim
nice
McGraw,
job.
who
Matt.
was also in Friday Night Lights.
The movie.
Yes.
I only know the show.
know
Is
the
Kyle
show?
Chandler in that?
No.
No,
I'm just gonna guess. Well, I'm gonna try to. Well, I guess I'm out. So I take the first. So I guess we'll get a point if we lose.
Yeah, but then
And
it'll
most
skip.
points, it'll be like golf.
It'll skip to me if there's someone I know from that. So I'll say Billy Bob Thornton.
All right. So I've got 1 point for losses. We'll just keep that.
All right. Keep a running tally in your notes just in
Of
case.
how many times you end the chain. Yeah.
Just in case people want to keep playing this later in the stream.
True. All right. So Chad, what did you say, Billy Bob?
Billy Bob.
Matt.
Bandits.
What the fuck is that?
I know one.
All right. I'm taking a second L, so I'm at 2 now. I'm losing
Bruce
this call.
Willis.
Die Hard.
Alan Rickman.
Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban.
Daniel Radcliffe.
Weird the Al Yankovic story.
Yorma Tacone.
Damn it.
Pop star. Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Andy Samberg. I didn't know if you knew who that was, Matt. I didn't.
Are you kidding? I
I
am a
no
connoisseur. I am a connoisseur of comedy musicians.
I
Yeah.
might know the face, but yeah, I said Andy Samberg.
Palm Springs.
Oh my God, what's her name? Oh, I don't care. J.K. Simmons.
You mean the
Whiplash.
mother from How I Met Your Mother?
Whiplash. Kristen Milioti, love her.
I knew Milioti. I was trying to think of her first name.
Let me go. All right, you said Whiplash. Let me go Miles Teller.
Top Gun Maverick.
Glenn Powell.
The best movie of the year, Matt? Glenn Powell.
No.
Who the fuck is Glenn Powell?
He's I don't know his call
You're
sign.
gonna-
He's like the bad boy. He's like the
I don't know what else he's
Hangman
in,
is his
so
business.
I'm
he's
gonna.
a, he's a can I give
Hangman.
it?
Is he in that movie Devotion?
Yes.
Yes.
Him and someone else.
Jonathan Majors.
I believe he was also in Everybody Wants Some, right? I think he's in
Ooh, I
Linklater.
love that
Ooh.
movie. Love Linklater.
What did you say, Matt? Who did you say?
Jonathan Majors.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Catherine Newton.
Freaky.
Vince Vaughn.
Swingers.
John Favreau.
Elf. He plays the doctor. He's
James-
good.
James Caan.
Godfather Part 1. Or Godfather.
Tal-
Godfather.
Talia Shire.
Dahlia Shire. Is she in Bad Boys?
I don't
Maybe.
think so.
Let me look. No, she might be.
Maybe.
Oh my-
I mean, you're thinking of Tay Leone.
Yeah, that's it.
No.
I don't know who she is.
All
So,
right,
I get
Chad
it
gets
now.
lost.
Chad gets one. Matt, you can keep going with Talia Shire.
Rocky.
Oh yeah, is she Adrian?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You could have also said Godfather too, Chad.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh wait,
No,
I'm blanking on
he
other
thought
people.
it was someone else.
I'm blanking on other people. Oh, Rocky. Burt Young, who plays Paulie, her brother. He's in a picture of this movie, Chad.
I like how you didn't go with the obvious.
Because I'm trying to win this game.
I don't know if he
I love it.
dies in Rocky, but I'm just gonna guess Rocky 2.
Yeah, he is. He's in Rocky 2. He's also the guy that Jack Nicholson helps out in the very first scene of Chinatown.
Gotcha.
That comes back later to help him with the getaway car. He's also
You said
Bobby
Rocky
Bacala's
2.
dad in Sopranos.
Yep.
So Carl Weathers.
Happy Gilmore.
Excellent.
Okay.
Jobs.
Let me see. Who do I want to do? I'll just go Adam Sandler.
Okay. Spanglish.
The one I haven't seen. I'm gonna guess a Spanish actress, but I don't want to be problematic if I guess.
You're not problematic.
Penelope Cruz.
No,
Is she in that?
I don't think so. I don't.
Wait. No. Yes, I think she is the one.
She is?
I think so.
I'm looking up Spanglish now. If she's not in it, I'll take that L. No, I don't think she's in it. Wait.
I'm problematic too.
No, she's not in it. Damn it. All right, so I'm taking a third L. I don't know. So you have Spanglish.
You knew a Hispanic actress. I don't know another one from that. Do you want me to do another movie? Another actor?
I can. Well, if I can just round this out real quick. Tay Leone, who you thought was Tyler Shire earlier, is in Spanglish.
All right, so Chad will get another point, and we'll keep going with Tay Leone. I'll go Jurassic Park 3.
Excellent.
Park 3. Oh, oh fuck! Hold on. What's the motherfucker's name? I can't think of his name.
Do we want to put a timer on this, or?
They're 24 hours, Matt.
Technically, you have another show in 13 minutes.
What is his name? Holy shit!
I can give you a TV show.
Let's see your hands.
Oh no, he's fine. I can see his hands. It's covered by the border, but I can see his hands. He's good.
Just tell me who I'm thinking of because it's killing me.
Are you thinking of William H. Macy?
No.
Oh, you're thinking of the main guy?
Yeah.
Sam Neill?
No.
Oh.
Thinking of Earth Girls Are Easy guy.
You're thinking of Jeff Goldblum?
Yes, that's the guy I was trying to think of.
Okay, he's not in Jurassic Park 3.
He's not? I thought he was in all of them. All right.
No, he's not in Jurassic Park 3.
Isn't he in like one scene of it?
In Jurassic Park 3? No.
I clearly haven't seen these movies in a while, but JD's going to make me watch them because I am going to make a podcast for him. All right, let's just go back to Matt. You can keep going with Jurassic Park 3. Yeah.
Alessandro Nivolo.
Ooh, good one. The Many Saints of Newark.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
He's the lead of that. He's very good in that. I don't like that movie, but he's very good in it.
You didn't like that movie? Interesting. I didn't really either. And I
didn't see it.
I don't know little baby Tony. I don't know his name. And I can't remember many of the actors from that show. Oh, wait. Oh, shit.
Since it's not a movie, I can tip you a hint. There's an actor from Hamilton in it.
Chad has fought tooth and nail about that Hamilton is a movie. But
I'm just gonna guess David Diggs since you said that.
No, do you know the name, Matt?
I don't know who is in Hamilton.
It's Leslie Odom Jr. is in.
Okay,
right. Shit.
But his part is his storyline's weird too. It's not a good movie.
Michael Gandolfini, is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh shoot. Okay, wait. There's only one other movie I've seen him in. It was a Sundance movie. I'm just trying to remember which.
I love that Matt's having so much fun with it.
I'm trying to remember which. Oh. Okay, he's at the end of. Does this count? It hasn't come out yet, but it was at Sundance. He's at the end. He comes in at the very end of Cat Person. a Sundance film I watched.
Ooh,
Chad still
no,
knows a star from that. So I think
Amelia Jones.
Okay, good. We're good. Okay, cool.
Amelia
I think I'm at 4
Jones.
losses, by the way. I'm at 4.
That name should sound familiar to you.
It does. My cat.
I could really screw Chad after this though, because
Coda.
I'm not gonna screw Chad. I could have said a name that I don't think has been in many other movies.
I know what you would have said.
But I'm gonna go Marley Matlin.
That's
That's
still
a little
hard.
that's still hard, but at least there's other titles.
You didn't go
whereas
Troy
I don't,
Peltzer.
Yeah, no, you
You're
could.
going
I don't
to.
think anyone could pull the Troy Kotzer movies. I love him, but I don't think he's been in them. Either, too.
I can't pull anything else with Marley Matlin, unfortunately, which is sad. I need to watch more of her movies.
Children of a Lesser God.
Yeah, that's the only other one that I could think of. I don't know anyone else from that movie, so I'll take the 5th L there. Can I go back to?
I got like a bunch as well.
Yeah, let's. You want to just restart?
Sure.
Isn't
Coda, right?
Wasn't
Matt, do you have anyone else from Children of a Lesser God?
I'm trying to think. Wasn't freaking.
I've never seen it.
My
so
God, what's his name?
Answer.
William Hurt, I think. Was he in it? Was William Hurt in the Children of a Lesser God? I'm not sure.
We'll find out. We'll find out right now. We have time. Children.
We got 9 minutes.
Sir. Yeah, you're right. William Hurt, Marley Matlin. All right, cool. So William
we can
Hurt.
keep going.
I'll kind of get us back on track. Something easy. Captain America: Civil War.
Okay. Paul Rudd.
Clueless.
Really quick, Carly, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania review at 1 with Kelsey, or whenever she gets out of the shower. If she's late, the review is going to be shorter, so that's on her. Kelsey, you hear that? Just kidding. No, she's coming soon. What did you say, Matt? Again, Clueless.
Clueless.
I just watched that for the first time a few weeks ago.
Oh, really? I love that movie.
Wallace Shawn.
Nice.
Okay. The Incredibles.
Okay. Craig T. Nelson.
Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
That's the only other Craig T. Nelson I knew.
Oh my God! I don't think I know anybody else from this movie. Like just their name.
I'll be honest, I don't either. That's why I said it.
If only you could go director, that would be interesting.
Well, we could open that up.
Yeah, I'm fine with opening up to director.
But that may stir a debate on who actually directed that movie.
That's right. Was it Toby Hooper?
Yeah. Well, some will say no, but yes.
Some will say it wasn't, but yeah. Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
See, I don't know a star though. Yeah! The director's already taken. All right, I'm taking my 6th L. Do you know any stars, Matt?
Well, I cheated, so that's
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I guess we'll have to go back to Incredibles. Samuel L. Jackson. I'll just start there.
Samuel Jackson, the other guys.
The Rock.
Ugh. Sorry, no, that wasn't at The Rock. That was at me thinking of the movie that popped in my head. That was not at The Rock. It's just in my brain.
And I bet it's
Black Adam, and I went, ugh.
too.
But I'll go Black Adam because it's the first thing that popped in my mind. But I went, ugh.
Oh yeah.
Henry Cavill.
Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Alicia Vikander, my
Yes.
favorite actress.
Ex Machina.
Domhnall Gleeson.
Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1. Is that the one he's in?
He's in a few of them. Yeah, he's in that one.
Is he in part? Yes, because there's a wedding.
He's getting married in that one.
Yeah, that's right. I was like, I know he's in part 2.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Carly. I am also happy that I got my girl.
I'm just
Back
trying
off
to
fast,
figure out
Peter.
who to go with. Part 1, Ivana Lynch.
Oh,
Good one.
I guess you
well,
can still stay within a franchise, right?
Yeah, you can. I'm gonna have to. She was on a few things that I have seen besides that, but they're TV shows. So I am gonna go with Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix.
I was about to say a name, but I don't know if he's still alive in this one. I think so. Gary Oldman? That's the one he dies in, right?
He dies now.
Yes.
All right, so he's in it.
He
Okay, cool.
sadly dies in.
Gary Oldman.
Darkest Hour.
Oh God.
I got this one.
Oh God. Oh, I think you may have.
I'm not looking up an answer. I'm literally just telling Kelsey that the link is.
Who else is in Darkest Hour? God, I can't remember that movie at all, except for that Gary Oldman is in it.
I got one. I didn't look it up.
I'm gonna have to take a point. It's my first point. I'm very sad.
Kristen Scott Thomas is in that one.
All the fucking movies I could have chose.
But now Chad kind of fell on his own sword because now he's got to name another Kristen Scott Thomas movie.
Kristen Scott Thomas?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that is. So yeah, I'd take an L.
Matt?
I know who that is, and I'm trying to think of.
She's good in Darkest Hour. She's his wife, I think. She's good.
Scott, God, I know who it is, and I cannot think of another movie with her. Although she's been in a lot.
I need someone to relate this to another movie.
I will.
God damn it.
Whatever's happening in the background's cute.
That'll be you soon.
It's my 3-year-old. Oh man. Oh God. I'm gonna be so mad at myself. Go ahead.
4 Weddings and a Funeral. She's my
God
favorite
damn
in that
it.
movie.
That's right. That's right.
Wait, who does she play in that one?
She is the I need to find the name of the character.
Not his best friend because she passed away.
I think it is his. It's like the one that. Hold on.
The actress who played his best friend passed away. So I don't think she would have been in the Darkest Hour.
Then it is. Oh no, she's
One of his love interests.
she's this. Kristen Scott Thomas. She's this one.
Oh, okay, yeah, one of his love
And
interests.
she's Kelsey, let me in. Kelsey, I sent you the link.
She's in,
Kelsey, the link is in the Discord.
Let me
Look at the
throw
link.
out Andy
she's in the
McDowell.
English Patient. That's the thing that I was trying to pull.
Yes,
that
the
I
English
couldn't
Patient
pull.
is her big. Is the one that did she win the Oscar for that?
I know. I don't.
That's
I don't remember if she won that.
Andy McDowell's in it, right?
In
She's
4
the-
Weddings, yeah.
Yeah.
I clicked.
Wait,
the
is
link.
it? I might have been wrong from the start. I think is it Kristen? Because I can't find her on Letterboxd now.
It's Kristen Scott Thomas. What did
Kelsey,
you say?
I'm not seeing you here. I'll send you the link again, Kelsey. Give me a sec. Apparently, Kelsey's locked out. Give me 1 sec, guys.
All right. So just remember, if we're stopping the game, the last word was Andy McDowell, and then you can use her.
She was nominated for the English Patient, by the way. I just got that info.
Groundhog Day. Just
Okay.
Oh, there she is. Hey, Kels.
Hey, Kelsey.
Hi.
You're I was gonna say you're hiding behind the border there. You're
So I'm an idiot, as we all know. But I clicked on the link in Discord and it just took me to a picture of StreamYard. So I'm literally sitting there staring at the picture, being like, okay, I guess Jill has to let me in now. It's just a picture. It wasn't the link at all.
Oh.
You clicked the picture, not the link.
Yeah, I clicked the picture and not the
You're
link.
staring at the little duck.
That's on me. That's on
Yep.
me.
How about now? You're in. Which
my
actually is,
wow, the comments come up. That's so funny. Wait, how are you doing that?
it's a live stream. If Kelsey, look on the right of your screen. There should be something that says comments. Are you able to see that?
No.
Or is it just me?
Where it
No,
says,
I
I can
see
see it. Where it says private chat and comments, click where it says comments.
I can't bring it up, but
Oh.
I can't bring them on screen. But
Yeah, you can't bring them
Oh.
on, but you can see all the comments. These are all the comments coming in. Carly has not seen Darkest Hour, nor does she think she ever will. Poor Harry.
it's very dull.
Are we talking about Order of
I
the
s-
Phoenix?
I see the
JD?
comments now.
Poor Harry.
I
Yeah,
look
all
like
right.
a wet dog. I just got out of the shower.
It's okay, Kels. We love you
Wonderful.
either way. All right. Well,
I
it is
can't
1
hear
o'clock.
you, so
any,
if you're
any...
talking to me, I can't
It's
hear
okay,
you.
Kels. I need to talk to Matt and Chad. No, I need to close things with Matt and Chad because I'm not going to see them for a little while. Chad, I'll see in about an hour, but Matt, I'm not going to see till tonight. So I just need to, guys, thank you for kicking this off with such fervor. Is that the word? I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure. And
remember how many points you guys have, because
I have like 6 or 7. I did terrible at that.
I got a lot too.
Yeah, for Kristen Scott Thomas, R.I.P. No, she didn't die. She's still alive.
And the last word was Groundhog Day.
Yeah, I say Groundhog Day. So if we continue this, it's still starting.
Wait. Can we do one more, because that'll segue us to the next thing? Bill Murray. So
there you
Bill
go.
Murray's in Groundhog Day.
There we
Kelsey,
go.
name another movie that Bill Murray was in.
Lost in Translation.
No, Kelsey.
You saw it last night.
Kelsey, we're supposed to. That was a segue to Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. It's okay.
Ant-Man and the Wasp in Quantumania.
Thank you. In Quantumania. I love it. So Chad and Matt, I will see you later. Thank you for popping on here.
Good
awesome.
luck with the rest of the live stream, including the ones that I will be on, and I can't wait for it. And I can't wait to hear your thoughts on Quantumania.
Yeah,
guys.
And have fun at your game night until you come back later. I know you're going off to play some games, so we'll see you very soon. My mom is playing the Bill Murray game. She says, "Thanks, Mom."
Hi, Becky.
Cackling at Kelsey that way. Yep. That's great. But yeah, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Chad. I'll see you guys later. I'm just gonna pop you guys out just so Kelsey and I can get to the first official segment of the show. Kelsey, welcome to the Subathon.
Hey, thanks for having me, Dyl.
Of course. So everyone, before we get into Quantum and the Wasp, Quantumania review, before we get into the Quantumania review, I just want to remind you all that tips are completely optional, but we've gotten some great ones so far. And the Venmo is DP Movie Network. If you do want to give a tip, if you want to subscribe, that is what we're really looking for. 15 subscriptions gets us a Harry Potter exhibition match. We're only a few subscriptions in, but we have 12 hours to hit 15. So I'm hoping we at least do that. We're at 481 now. We're still trekking along. And then we'll keep unlocking things as it goes. The big thing for Kelsey is if we hit 1,000 subs, she will host a roast of Dyl.
And I get a 10% cut of all these tips, right, Dyl?
Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, just for the sake of letting people into the behind the scenes, I'm going to kind of pull up our Marvelous Movie Mondays background and kind of get that started. Oh, no, I need to change the color. We're on trivia right now.
No, not the trivia colors.
Not the trivia colors.
Dyl, this is live. How
could
you mess this up for me?
But yeah, we're here at the Subathon, and this is going to be our review of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. I'm gonna.
My roommate.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just gonna make a little ticker tape on the bottom. Venmo at DP Movie Network. Oh, no, that's a banner. I need that to be a ticker tape. Hold on. There we go. Ticker tape. Is it going? There it is. There it is. So the Venmo link is down there. Again, if you want to see. Yes, thank you, Carly. Ooh, colors. I love it too. I only have an hour to stay, but I'm excited to hear you guys' thoughts. Great. So we are going to do our Quantumania review now until 2, and then 2, picture this starts. So let's get right to it. I'm going to play the opening, the theme song. This is just kind of giving you an insight behind the scenes of what it's like to film our show, which is going to be super fun. But we are doing an Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania review starting in literally 2 seconds. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Marvelous Movie Mondays. If you've been watching, thank you, because this is part of the 24-hour subathon on the channel. How exciting, Kelsey. Kelsey just popped on. We had some great chats with some of the hosts earlier, but this is our segment devoted strictly and solely to our show, Marvelous Movie Mondays, which you can catch every single Monday. Today, you're seeing it on Saturday, because that's when we normally record it, right, Kels?
Yeah.
And we are going to be giving you our review for a brand new film that just hit theaters Thursday night, and that is Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Now, I know because this is live streamed, we don't want to just bombard you with spoilers right away. So we will put up a banner that says spoilers later on, in which you guys can tune out if you haven't seen the movie. But by now, if you're really a Marvel diehard, you've probably seen the movie, or at least kind of know what to expect. So we're going to kind of talk about it. Yes, Josh or JD, Quantumania. Yes, we're here. We're going to talk about it as openly as we can without spoilers. And then later on, if we need to dive into specific spoilers, we will. What's up, Kelsey? You look just
JD's name is Joshua?
Yes, it is.
I didn't know that.
I mean, all initials stand for something, don't they?
What a fun fact to learn.
That's a fun fact about the subathon. You learn so much. We were learning so much. Kelsey, you want to just get into this review?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's do it, Dyl.
Yeah, Jake says this was a movie. It was.
Jake wasn't impressed. I'll go on record right now and say, Dyl, I enjoyed my time watching Ant-Man and Wasp: Quantumania. I had a good time.
I think the first thing you have to acknowledge is like the fact that it hasn't been getting great reviews and like what that means. And it's really interesting reading some of those reviews because a lot of them are pointed at the filmmaking, the visuals, because there's been a lot of slack or that the visual effects department has been getting at Marvel. So like people haven't been biggest fans of how they're treated and all that. And and a lot of it has shown in some of their quality. Things seem rushed. Things seem thrown together. People don't love the idea that everything kind of looks fake nowadays. It doesn't really look realistic like the old days of Iron Man or Captain America, where everything looked tangible and like it lived in our universe. But this isn't that type of movie either. This is Quantum Realm. I mean, it's going to feel a little bit different, but then you have the other side, which doesn't like it for like the story elements and the fact that it is merely setting up things to come and not really existing as its own movie. And I do hear some of those criticisms. I am in the camp of I'm mixed on it, but the things I expected to dislike aren't the things I disliked about it. The things I expected to dislike, I actually was a little bit more pleasantly surprised by, which I think is nice. I think when you go into a film, as soon as it gets that Rotten Tomatoes rotten rating, you're like, all right, so I know I'm going into something that's not great. But I think that honestly helped because it kind of like lowered my expectations to where I was a little bit more pleasantly surprised. Kind of like Eternals. Like I went into that being like, this is the first rotten movie. Like, damn. And I watched it. I was like, I love this. So I think there's a lot to say about expectations and fan expectations. Also because it is if you want to call it an episodic thing, the season premiere of phase 5, this is kind of like introducing us to the main villain for the rest of the next 2 phases and kind of just saying like, this is where we're going. And it feels like we at least have now an idea of where it's going. And yeah, JD brings up a good point. I mean, it does have an 84 audience score, which means people in the audience are liking it a lot more than the critics are. But again, the critics are looking at it from a deeper lens than purely enjoyability and looking at it in the grand scheme of a franchise. They're looking at it as its own movie and looking at a lot of the technicals, a lot of the actual structural makeup of the film. But Kels, let's talk about some of the things you did like, first of all, before we get into maybe some of our negatives. What was like the main thing that you enjoyed the most? Because I have a very clear like favorite part about this movie. And I think I have not made it a secret, but I'm very curious to hear your thoughts.
Well, Dyl, I was interested to hear you say like the things that you expected not to like you were pleasantly surprised, and the things that you didn't like were things that you didn't expect to not like, because I feel exactly the same way. Like, I guess we'll get into our dislikes later, but the things that I did like were definitely like the whole world building of the quantum realm. I thought that was super cool, like this introduction to all these different characters and creatures, and like I just thought that was like, it was just like so immersive. Like you were just like we were in it, and there was like no question that like any part of this wasn't like fully developed. Like it definitely didn't feel like a half-baked, like half-developed world. You know what I mean?
They really tried
are like felt like overwhelmed by that and thought that they were trying to do too much. But I thought that it was like, I was like, well, if we're gonna do it, if we're gonna be in the quantum realm, like let's do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I definitely think it has like a very distinct look, and I like all the little creatures and all that stuff. It reminded me of the Disney movie that came out recently, Strange World, where it's like trying really hard to just make something unique and distinct. Because at the end of the day, these are comic book movies, and I feel like the MCU goes in one of two directions. It goes full-fledged realism, kind of like the Captain America and Iron Man movies, where it like feels like something that would happen in your universe. Everything's very like technology based, but to the point where it's not really going into that fantasy realm. And then you have stuff like this, stuff like Ant-Man, stuff like Shang-Chi, or this is Ant-Man, stuff like Doctor Strange, where it like really goes into like the whole like this is a comic book, this is not real life. And this felt very much like that.
Yeah.
Because the quantum realm itself, and that was one of the things I was pleasantly surprised by, was how inventive the world seemed. I do think the visuals are hit or miss in this fact that I always thought it was fake. Like, it never really convinced me that this was a real place. Like, it looked a little cartoonish at times, but I still don't love like the flat kind of like brown aesthetic, muddy aesthetic. Like, I think they could have brightened it up a bit, but I do think a lot of the concepts of the creatures and just the different worlds and the size and scope was really cool. One of my main worries going into this film was that the beauty of the Ant-Man films, and I'm not a huge fan of the first Ant-Man, I like the second Ant-Man a lot, but the beauty of it, I think, is the idea that you're seeing him big and small within a familiar landscape. Like, you are used to seeing your world the way it is, and you're seeing him with these Thomas the Tank Engine trains. Like, I love how they play with scope. Here, I was worried. I was like, if they're all going to the quantum realm, they're all going to be the same size. Like, that's going to lose the whole point of what Ant-Man has been, which is the fact that he's this small guy in this big world, or this big guy in the small world. That being said, I think they do a good job in still giving us great shrinking and growing effects in the quantum realm, which I was surprised by. I really did like how they still played around with that. Like, they did decide to like play with the scope and size and scale of him as a person, which is something I didn't think they would do. I thought everything was just going to be the same size, because in the trailer you see the main marquee fight is him versus Kang, kind of boxing it out, basically like fist fight. And I'm like, the whole charm is that he gets bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller. Like, it's just going to be a fist fight because they're both the same size now. But I did like how a lot of action was him growing, him shrinking, all that. So like, I was pleasantly surprised by that. Like, I do like how Ant-Man uses the idea of him being small and big to their advantage.
Yeah. And another thing that I liked that carried over through this film that like is, you know, prevalent in the first two Ant-Man films is that there's so much heart in these movies. You know, like all Scott Lang wants to do is protect his daughter and like be a family man. Like, that has been his goal since we saw him get out of prison in Ant-Man 1. You know what I mean? Like, he's just always wanted to be there for his daughter, and like just family, and like his father-daughter relationship that he has, like, is always at the core of these movies. And that was another thing that I really, really, really liked about this film, is that it's still a very prevalent theme. Even we're in this fantastical, whimsical, crazy world, like, still at the core of this movie, like, it's still about like him protecting his daughter and being there for Cassie, which was sweet, you know?
Yeah. So I want to kind of get into just like some of our favorite set pieces while we're still on the visuals. I think one of the most astounding visual effects parts was I call it the Ralph breaks the internet moment, where there's just a million Ant-Mans, and he's like, it was in the trailer, so I'm able to talk about it, but like, it's like a
really, Dyl, you liked this part? Where he was like multiplying?
In terms of visuals, yeah, I thought it was so cool. Like, it looked really interesting. The sea of people, like, I like that effect where it's like people on top of people. I like that. And I thought this was really well done, where he gets like big and then he kind of like spirals out of control. It's like almost like your mind is twisting, all this stuff. I really like that sequence. It added probably my favorite comedic bit, which I won't spoil here. That was my favorite comedic bit in the movie, because it was like that was fun. That felt like Ant-Man to me. I really like that set piece, and I do like all the big like slugs and big monsters and all that stuff. Landon turned to me. Landon, my one of our best friends, was at the movie with us and kind of leaned to me during some of the moments and said, "That looks like Star Wars." And at first, I heard people comparing this to Star Wars, and I was like, "Star Wars and MCU? What?" And then I watched it, and it makes a lot of sense. It feels kind of like you're kind of outskirts, wasteland, different planets with all these different creatures. It felt very Star Wars-esque in that sense, like kind of like the old desert of like all these misfit alien things. Like, it felt very similar. I think it's a different tone than Star Wars still, and I think some of the fights themselves are a little more overblown than Star Wars. But I think in terms of the world building and creatures, there were some similarities, which I liked. Kelsey, did you have any like standout action moments or like visual moments while we're still on the visuals and aesthetic of it all?
You know, you just reminded me of that, and I the bit where he's like multiplying, I felt like went on a little bit too long. I was like, I definitely, I thought that it was funny and cool, and like, there's a bunch of Paul Rudds that are all looking at each other like, what do we do? I
Mhm.
thought that it was a touch too long. Like, I wish
Yeah,
that he
that's
figured it
fair.
out a little bit better.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite like visual moments I'd have to say was when Hope, Hank, and Janet are going to the bar, and or like, and Hank tries to like order the drink. He's like, do you have anything that could get me drunk? And then they're drinking those drinks, and they have those cute little like squid guys in them. And
You
then
thought it was cute?
yeah, I thought it
They're like
was so
slurping them down.
cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
know. That was
I did share,
tragic.
Kelsey, before you got onto the subathon, I did share everyone my incident with rodents, and I shared your story about the olive oil.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that was
And it kind of
traumatic.
reminded me of that, like, oh, this poor little thing, just like,
Yeah.
yeah,
And then Bill Murray just ate it. It was
yeah. Well,
tragic.
I think we can get now into kind of like the comedy and the performances in a way, like, because I think the comedy, that is the one element where Ant-Man has always been like comedy films, but I think this film is trying so hard to set up a scary villain and really needs the villain to be scary. And when the film is trying to commit to that, I think it's really strong. But I do think the humor at times, and this has been a qualm I've had with some films, including Eternals, which I love, the humor sometimes got in the way. And I think that's just because Ant-Man is such a funny character, but
Mhm.
Kang is such a serious figure, and the universe needs to set him up as such a scary figure that does not blend very well. And I think that was my biggest qualm with the film. And
Yeah.
that was, like I
Yeah.
said, the things I expected to be great weren't. The humor I expected to be great because it was an Ant-Man film. But the more I thought about it, I was like, the film they're trying to set up, I think with any other hero, it would have been a lot more serious, and it would have kind of posed a bigger threat to the universe. But because you kind of have this Paul Rudd kind of nonchalantness, I mean, the opening of the film, it's the welcome back Cotter, it's like him kind of strolling down the street, and it kind of ends that way too. And it's like, I
Yeah.
just don't know if that tone is what it needed, is what the MCU needed to set up its big villain. And
Yeah.
we'll talk about this as a purely set up movie in a bit, but I do feel like Kang, spoiler alert, was my favorite part of the movie. So that when the comedy kind of interjected at times, I was a little like, oh, just let it be. Like, let them talk. Let it be serious if you're gonna go
Yeah.
that route. Because we've
Yeah.
seen with like stuff like Thor, it's kind of done the opposite. It was so serious and they kind of lightened Thor up. Here, it feels disjointed from the first two Ant-Mans and how serious it's trying to be, but they
Right.
still try to keep, it's like they try to keep the best of both worlds. Keep it funny for Ant-Man, but also keep it serious for Kang. And sometimes that doesn't blend really well for me. And I think there are some examples that are more spoiler heavy, but again, like I don't know if that always worked for me.
Yeah. No, I agree, Dale. That was one of my complaints about this movie, is that because I feel like with the first two Ant-Man movies, I feel like they're both comedies first and
Hmm.
then action movies and then a
Right.
superhero movie. And I think that's the great thing about the Ant-Man movies, is that they tonally, like, they are completely their own thing, separate from the rest of the MCU movies. And where this one, it kind of fell into a trap of like tonally matching the rest of the MCU movies, but I think that it worked as a disadvantage. It was kind of did a
Hmm.
disservice to the Ant-Man movies, because it, like, the comedy really takes a backseat in this movie. And when
Yeah.
they try to include it, you're right, it doesn't feel
Yeah.
natural. It doesn't feel like it works super well.
And the problem is I want to see Paul Rudd be funny. I
Yeah.
do. Like I don't want to
That's what
see
we
him
love
be
about
like,
it.
yeah, and I think that's the problem, is that in this movie you needed your hero to be a little bit more serious. And in terms of like the father-daughter thing, like you were saying, I like it, but it's also like I've seen so many films now where it's about like the father-daughter, father-son, or mother-daughter, whatever relationship, where I felt like they needed something else.
Yeah.
It almost felt like kind of like a bit of the same of what we've seen in other movies, like kind of this, parent child thing. And that being like kind of the only story for them, really. Because this is essentially, I think this is a lot of people's qualms, and one of my qualms. This is essentially setting up the big bad in MCU Phase 5. It's setting up Kang. And in order
Yeah.
to do that, I feel like a lot of other characters' storylines were kind of minimalized for that. I think Janet had a
Yeah.
lot to do in this movie because she's integral, but I think
Yeah.
Ant-Man was just there because they needed to put Kang somewhere to escape from or whatever, and Ant-Man, that made sense to go in the quantum realm. But I really feel like his actual arc with Cassie, it didn't really change for me. It was like he loved her and wanted to protect her at the beginning with the prison stuff. He was always like, dad, like stop, I got it. And he's like, no, like, don't go to prison, don't get in trouble. And at the end, it's kind of a similar thing. It's like, Dad, you got to trust me. And he's like, all right, yeah, I trust you. I love you. I got to protect you. Like, it didn't really change for me. Maybe
Yeah.
he's a little bit more
Well,
trusting in Cassie's abilities at the end, but it still feels like it's the same story the whole way through. Whereas I feel like Janet got a lot of growth, and I feel like obviously
Sure.
Kang had a lot of arc in his story, but and even Hank, I'll admit, not the biggest Michael Douglas fan. This was my favorite Hank Pym we've seen so far. I liked
Really?
his moments in this film a lot, but I do think Scott's story and Cassie's story, while prominent and nice, didn't feel like anything out of the ordinary, or didn't feel like anything, or where am I trying to say? Didn't feel like anything new. Felt kind of ordinary, kind of like where I expected the film to go, and it didn't go to like another degree. I feel like the relationship was kind of stagnant. And I haven't even brought up the other titular character, which we will in a sec, because that's my biggest
Right.
qualm.
Oh, she was in this movie?
No, and that's my biggest qualm in the movie is you're gonna call this movie Ant-Man and the Wasp, and then the Wasp, unless they're referring to the Wasp as Janet, then fine. But like, that's not what they're doing. It's
Yeah,
literally,
no.
oh, the last movie was Ant-Man and the Wasp, so we have to keep that title. They should have called this Ant-Man Quantumania or Quantumania. Like, don't even call it and
Yeah.
the Wasp, because that's a disservice to that character. And I know the actress problematic. We're not going to get into that, but it's still the titular character, and you're giving her
Right.
nothing to where
Well,
there's a moment where there's like this beautiful romantic moment, but it means nothing because we didn't even see them interact for the whole freaking film.
yeah. Yeah, we'll get there in a second, but what I have to say about Scott and Cassie's relationship, Dill, is that I don't think that it was about their relationship changing necessarily. What I like gathered from like their time together in this film and the arc they were trying to, from point A to point B was that like Cassie the entire time is like, you're a superhero, you should be doing more, you should be helping people, like all these people are displaced. She starts the movie at like a protest, and advocating for people who are displaced from the blip, like, and she's just constantly trying to like basically like shake her father Scott and be like, no, like you have this like incredible like these powers and this gift, like you should absolutely be doing more. And I felt like that was kind of like the message that was, it was more about Scott growing than their relationship, if that makes
Right.
sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally see that. And Carly brought up a good suggestion. It would have been better if the first half was that kind of full-fledged comedy, and then as soon as Kang shows up, boom, it's a tonal shift. I actually kind of
Right.
would have liked that. And they kind
Right.
of go for that, but then they still try to pepper in these jokes and stuff, especially with what we'll talk about soon, MODOK, which JD loved. We had thoughts of MODOK, and I didn't hide those feelings when we left the theater because Kelsey and I try not to talk about the movie right after theater, but
we
I do have
sit
thoughts.
in the train in silence, like
Yeah.
nothing.
Well,
gets
luckily we had Landon there
discussed.
to just tell us his thoughts because I think he
Right.
really liked it. But
Yeah.
another thing, while we're just on the topic of it, the Wasp useless in this movie, and I don't think that's necessarily her fault. I'm not going to defend Evangeline Lilly's personal beliefs, but I do think if I'm an actor and I see that movie has my name in the title and I see this movie, I'd be upset if I was her.
Right.
It sucks because it really is not a Wasp movie, and there are moments where they try at the end to like really hammer home this romance, and it's like if you hadn't seen, I told Landon this too. I was like, if you hadn't seen a movie in the MCU and this was your first one, you would not even know they were together until the
Yeah.
end. You would have been like,
Yeah.
oh, they're together, and that shouldn't be a thing. I mean, this is your central titular romance. Like this is the titular. This is the only romance that is next to WandaVision where they're both in the title together.
Right. Well, I never thought that their romance was like really a like pivotal point of like any of
No,
the
but
Ant-Man.
at
Like
least
I feel like it's always been about him and like his daughter and like his family.
well, that's
you
the
know?
thing. But at least the last one, they at least tried to make it about the partnership. Like it was
Right.
called Ant-Man and the Wasp, and they
No,
really did
100%.
hammer home on that.
No, I'm
but
not trying to say
yeah.
that they like I'm not defending like
yeah.
the use of her in this movie at all because there
Awful.
was none.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like
Well,
but
I was gonna say, do you want to talk about like some of the new characters?
yeah, sure. Well, I feel like we talked about all the things that we liked and we barely talked about Kang. And
Well, that's what I'm
he
getting
was
to. The new characters.
obviously like one of the better moments.
Yeah, so there's
if
two
not
characters.
the best.
Two characters we've
part of
seen
this
before,
movie.
but in other instances. We have Darren Cross, who we saw as a Yellow Jacket, but now he's MODOK, which we knew from the trailers. We saw his face. It looked weird in the trailers. It still looks weird here. We'll talk about it in a sec. Kang, though, we saw an iteration of him in Loki Season 1. Now we're seeing him again here. That was what I was building this review up to, because I wanted to kind of get the negative out of the way first, because the positive is Kang. Kang is awesome. Kang is my favorite villain in the MCU, bar none. I would take that back. One of my favorites. Like he's has a potential to be the best. I really do love him as a villain, as a character. They find a way to still give him humanity, which is weird because he has none really, but they still give something. And that's where I think Janet's storyline is the best in the film, next to Kang's, because I really like how they kind of showed their relationship. The only thing is that this movie is so Kang forward that the others kind of pale in comparison, and it almost feels like other people said, it almost feels like an advertisement for future stuff rather than its own film. Like it almost feels like this is a sneak peek on how dangerous Kang's going to be for when it actually matters later on. Because in this film, we'll talk about spoilers, but like it doesn't really go much. It doesn't really go there. It's hard to talk about without spoilers. But what were your thoughts on Kang? What were your thoughts on?
Well, I think that Jonathan Majors is like, I feel like he's gotten such a gift, just like solely as like an actor's point of view right now. Like he is such like a gift right now with this role as Kang, because he just gets to play so many different versions of the same dude. And I find that so cool, and I'm so jealous. And honestly, like he's already killing it. We've only seen him in 2 projects so far as this character, Loki and this movie. And like he's just like so captivating on screen. Like and he's just so powerful. Like it's so, I'm just so excited for this. Like this is one of the projects, Dyl, where it feels like, yes, it's setting up future things, but at least the future things that it's setting up, like you're excited for. Like all of phase 4 seemed to be setting up something future ? But we never really even truly knew what it was setting up. Like the multiverse ? Like we didn't know ever at a certain point like what exactly it was setting up. Or at least this one, like yes, it's a setup movie, but at least it's for something so good and so rewarding that like, fine, yeah, give me the setup movie. I'm good. If this is what I'm gonna get later on, so be it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I totally agree with that. But yeah, Kang, I love him as a character in terms of villain. I think he does pose an actual threatening presence. And I have something along that note in spoilers, which we'll talk about soon, in like 5-10 minutes. Just because I think there's a specific what they do with Kang in terms of the resolution. I'm a little mixed on, because I think we'll talk about it. We'll talk
like
about it. Jonathan Majors is excellent. Yeah, kind of the ending, not the post credits, but like the ending.
Well,
but then going into the post credits.
I don't want to talk on behalf of the whole fandom, but I just felt personally like we were all, or like I at least was a little nervous, like coming off of Thanos and like Endgame. I was like, who's gonna be worse than this? Like who is gonna be able to match like this unbeatable, unstoppable force that's like literally a threat to like the entire universe? And I feel like they fucking did it.
Yeah,
they found him.
Yeah.
Like this is worse than Thanos. Like Kang versus Thanos. Oh my god.
So and Carly brings up a good point too. Like he's having a year. I mean, he's going to be in this movie Magazine Dreams that was at Sundance that did really well, and he's going to be the villain in Creed 3. So we're going to get to see him and Michael B. Jordan literally punching the shit out of each other, and that's going to be amazing. And I like. And this is in the trailer, so I'll talk about it. I like how they didn't just show him with lasers and with the force, like beating people up. They showed him actually just punching Scott.
Right.
And that alone, too, shows the power. It's like when Thanos just like starts punching people. It's like, no, he can also just fight hand to hand. It doesn't have to.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to have all the stones. He's just as strong as it. Last thing we'll talk about really quick before we get into spoilers. Bill Murray, thoughts?
Who?
Kelsey doesn't like Bill Murray.
Not only that, it's just like I just thought he was completely unnecessary, completely useless.
I do too. I think you get
like, what?
That scene strictly seemed to be there for exposition, solely for Janet to tell the rest of the people what was going on. But I feel like that they could have done that either way. Janet could have just said, "Hey guys, here's what's going on." Not had Bill Murray sipping his tea or his squid drink and being like, "You guys don't know what Janet did. Oh, well, I gotta tell you before we slept together." And I'm like,
and he doesn't even like say much. He's just like, "Oh, and now I'm gonna have to take you to him." And then it's like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Weird. Oh yeah, and then we have to talk about MODOK because I think for people who really couldn't wait to see MODOK because they were comic book fans, they were probably really upset, or most of them that I've talked to have been upset because it's like they make him into a joke in this thing. And I think another problem is also, like we said, the second half, in order to get what they want accomplished, they need to make it serious. And I think MODOK undercuts a lot of the seriousness with humor that it seemed a little childish. But then you have someone like JD here talking about how much he loved MODOK and he wanted more of MODOK. And I think I agree in the sense that I want more of MODOK as the villain. And I think we got too much of MODOK as the cheap kind of punching bag joke device to undercut the serious moments. And I don't think we needed to undercut the serious moments. I think they could have kept him more serious. Make him as evil as he is, or as he could be. And then, like, if you want to get into humor stuff, do a Ragnarok or Love and Thunder later, and then make him a joke in the next one or something. You know, like, I feel like it was just too little time, and they tried to give him this full arc. And also Darren Cross, a character no one really cared to see again, and they just kind of felt like they forced that into, like, oh, here's how we're going to get Darren Cross back in. It didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
So, Dyl, as you know, when we walked out of the theater, because this was something I did reveal to you, was that this was a surprise for me because when, you know, we don't watch the trailers too many times. Like, I watch them maybe max twice just so I can, like, you know, write down some talking points so we can talk about them on the pod. But I really when trailers come out like so far in advance and then we talk about them and then we move on, I forget a lot of what like was shown to me, especially when it comes to, like, you know, like the third Ant-Man movie. Like, I'm not over analyzing that trailer because like that's not the project that I'm most excited for. You know what I mean? So when this happened, I was like, oh my God, Darren Cross is in this film. What bothered me about the MODOK reveal is that they literally set him up, because that was Bill Murray's job in this film, was to set up MODOK, right? He was like, oh, he sent the most dangerous thing in the quantum realm for you. It's a mechanism only designed for killing. Like, it's going to be so bad. And he's like literally like not scary or like threatening at all.
Well, I think that's one of the examples of, in a comic book, that looks a lot scarier, but live action, it's always going to look stupid. It reminded me of JJ the Jet Plane. Do you remember that when we were a kid? With like the little airplanes, and it would just be these like big baby faces with the airplanes. That's what that reminded me of. It looks so goofy and so dumb that I'm like, I don't.
Yeah,
know.
The design could have been executed a little bit better
for a movie where you're not introducing the big bad that is going to destroy every universe ever. It works. It's an Ant-Man movie. It can be silly, but when you're trying, like I said, to make it so serious and make this terrifying presence, I just don't think it works. So we will see. Yes, JD knows JJ. Yep. So now let's just get into spoilers, because I feel like this is kind of where we need to like talk a little bit more in depth into like.
I feel like overall. This is where we're gonna lose Chris if we haven't lost him already.
Yeah. So Chris,
and I just feel bad because he was like, "Should I still even go see it tomorrow?" And yes, you should.
Yes, you should, because I think everyone should still get their own opinion on it. Chris, I personally.
I think you'll have a better time than you think you're going to have.
I think it's still enjoyable from an entertainment standpoint. It's just, I don't know if it's the best movie. And we'll talk about it now, because we're going to get into spoilers. So if you have not seen Quantumania, or you don't want to know what happens, or if you forget it, because a lot of people have been saying that too. It's like, I forgot I even watched it because it's like such a nothing movie. I disagree with that. I still think
crazy.
It leaves an impact.
Did you guys watch Thor: Love and Thunder? This was exponentially better than that film.
I agree with that. But here's the thing, and I'll get into the spoilers right now. Kang as a presence is so scary and stuff.
Yeah.
But they made it out to be that this is the one, like they said, that they exiled. He's supposed to be the most dangerous of all the Kangs, yet Ant-Man beat him. And that's kind of where I'm like, if they really want to set him up as the most terrifying presence, and JD says right here, I'm not sure Kang had the ending you think, Dyl. maybe he is still out there, that version of Kang. But, and Carly, yes, Kang is sexy.
Kang is sexy. That's true. That's accurate.
But I don't know if killing him, even if he's not dead, it could have been a Wanda Maximoff thing where, is he dead? Is he not? I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Doing that, though, makes it seem like he's beatable. And if your whole goal in the movie is to show that this is an unstoppable presence, you don't kill him off. If anything, maybe you push him into open up another portal and shove him in there and close it really fast. And then it's like, where did he go? Oh no.
Yeah.
And then it's like the audience is like, oh no, Kang's out there. He's scared. But then to see the heroes just beat him and him blow up, it's like, great. That's awesome for Ant-Man. But it's like you had literally the tiny guy, the ant guy. And I guess that's the point. Like the little guy, don't count out the little guy.
Look out for the little guy.
But when you have him beat what is supposedly going to be the most threatening villain of the MCU ever, and I get the whole point with the post-credits, there's going to be variants of him that are going to come to play. But if this is the scariest version of Kang that they needed to exile because he's the most dangerous, this should be the one that we follow through the MCU. And I feel like to kill him, or at least give the audience impression that he's gone, I understand the thought of like Scott goes home and he's still thinking about it. It's leaving him traumatized. And then in the post-credit scene, we see Loki also have this traumatized look on his face. But it's like, I wish they had kept that version alive to give the audience that sense of fear of, oh shit, we're in for something. Because now it's like all these other variants. We've seen a nicer variant of Kang. Like, are they all... They could be all as destructive as him, but are they all going to be as like out of control, scary as him? You know, like this should have been, like Carly said, I wanted this to be our Kang, and I get the whole point is to introduce all these variants, but it felt like they were trying to give us that satisfying heroes ending while also them being like, but he's still out there in other variants and forms. But it's like, then what did I watch this film for? Merely, like, why did I watch this film? Because at the end of the day, Ant-Man and the Wasp are still together. They didn't grow. Ant-Man and Cassie are still together. They didn't really... I mean, Cassie learned how to fight, I guess. MODOK is dead now. Kang's dead, so we're going to get another Kang, but that's going to be another Kang we have to reintroduce. Janet, nothing really happens to Janet. Janet gets home fine. I mean, I guess she gets closure. I mean, I think it would have made a bigger statement. I don't want to see anyone die, but like, if you had killed off Hank or Janet just to give some stakes, I just feel like at the end of the film, what am I going to take away? That was my biggest problem with the film. But I'd like to get your thoughts on this.
Well, Dyl, I went into this movie fully anticipating on Ant-Man losing. Right. Because I was like, well, Kang Dynasty is like the next Avengers film. You know what I mean? So I think
that's also a problem too.
Yeah. Kang has to come out on top in this film.
And that's a problem too, is when you tell us the next Avengers movie is going to be about Kang, when he dies at the end, you know that there's, like, as soon as it ended, I looked at Lane and I went, wait, he can't be dead. They're making an Avengers movie where Kang is the villain, which meant, they have to either introduce another Kang, which we knew was going to happen, or he's truly not dead. It's like, when you show us so far in advance what's going to happen, it makes this death mean nothing. But
yeah, they should have introduced us to a different version of Kang and not like the big bad. I'm the exiled one because I was going from multiverse to multiverse and killing people.
You want to know what would have been epic? If after the post-credit scene, that's when they said, coming next year, Avengers, the Kang Dynasty. Because then we would have been like, oh shit. But now, because we know it's going to be the Kang Dynasty, his death means nothing. And that's where I think the whole interconnectivity of the franchise is its biggest weakness at the end of the day, is the fact that we are thinking so far in ahead of what's going to happen later that it ruins what's happening in the moment.
I'm thinking like tonally, I wonder if the version of Kang that we met in Loki would have worked and fit better in this movie. Like, you know, like the very whimsical, like I'm jumping on the desk and I'm saying things like version of Kang. You know what I mean? Like he definitely wouldn't have been as scary. But
yeah, and then you have the evil or Kang come in at the end and be like, I'm gonna finish this, and then show him like doing his
just like annihilating fucking 30 people in one laser zap.
Yeah. I know the whole thing is like, we want everyone to feel the way Scott did, and the fact that he won, but he can't stop thinking about Kang, and he's like, what's gonna happen next? But then they immediately undercut that with a joke where he's like, it's okay, and then he keeps walking. It's like, I don't know. I just think Ant-Man was not the right way to introduce such a scary presence. You know what I mean? But Michael Douglas had some great moments. Like I said, I loved his Ant Army thing. Like I think that was
Yeah.
fun, where he kind of had the badass thing with the
Okay.
hearing aid. It reminded me of Carl Fredricksen from Up, where he's like kicking ass with this hearing aid. Like he still got it, even though he's an old man. Like this was the coolest Hank Pym I've seen. I love this Hank Pym.
Yeah, Dyl, I felt like sometimes this movie thought we were a little dumb. And like I
Yeah.
get it, like a lot of time has passed between Ant-Man, the first one where we met Darren, and now this one where he comes back as MODOK. But it was just like these little moments of like montage where they like montaged us back to like Darren's moments in Ant-Man. Though I was like, no, you could have just shown me his face and all of them said, Darren, what the hell happened to you? And I would have gotten it. You know what I mean? And then this was another moment with the Ant Army. I just remembered this. Like I saw, Hank throughout the film, like his earpiece was like going off and he was like, hearing the ants. And I was like, the ants are in the quantum realm. I just know it. They're there with them. They're going to be there, like whatever. I felt that. And I knew that as an audience member. But then like when we get introduced to the Ant Army, the movie once again flashbacks to like literally an hour earlier when Hank Pym was like, oh, I can hear the ants. I was like, no, I picked that up earlier. Like, you don't need to show me. You don't need to remind me again. Like, this is, I don't know. I just felt like, I was like, are you calling me dumb, movie?
No, I agree.
I'm smarter than this, I think.
But
that was very fun.
Yeah.
And I liked how they kind of like took on their own personality of like just being really smart and being able to like build things and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and another thing, like I said, Janet's storyline was so strong. Hope's was not, and Cassie's. I think we also have to talk about the casting, which we didn't talk about, but that has been a point of controversy because obviously they recast the girl who played Cassie. The girl who played her in Endgame, they basically recast her with Catherine Newton. Catherine Newton, a bit of a bigger star. She was in Detective Pikachu, Big Little Lies, Freaky. She was in what's the movie? Blockers, which is really, really good. I love Blockers. But like, did we need a new Cassie? Because in this movie, I'll be honest, the weak link for me, and I love her as an actress, was Catherine Newton. And I think it's
really
also, I think there's a problem with just the way it was filmed and all the green screen. There were times where she almost looked like she wasn't looking at the person she was talking to. Like when she would be like, Dad, she had that like line delivery and it looked like she was almost acting against nothing.
Sure.
I don't know.
And she probably was acting against nothing,
right,
but she wasn't good at hiding the fact that she was acting against nothing.
I like her as a presence, but I don't think they did anything unique to where like we're now getting to the point where all the young people in the MCU are like these really smart scientists, like Shuri, and Peter Parker, Riri Williams. And it's like, what makes Cassie any different than them? Like they all have something else to them, whereas Cassie, it feels like she was there, but like I didn't feel like any sort of individuality for her character.
I mean, like I said before, Dyl, I think that she has really just taken on this like advocate role in the MCU where like even if she doesn't have like all the brains or like fancy gadgets or whatever, even though she like low-key kind of does, she has this like heart in her that like, wants, like she's willing to like go out and like help people regardless. Like I even wrote down like one of the first things was like loved Cassie being a little like rebel / advocate, like going to protests and shrinking the cop car and like doing all that fun stuff. I mean, I didn't walk away from this movie like thinking negatively about her performance. I mean, did I think that she like blew me away at all? Like, no. Like I thought that she was, just fine at being Cassie Lang, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and JD brings up a good point. That they're really building up this Young Avengers thing with, having Kate Bishop for Hawkeye, having Yelena as the new Black Widow, like all these younger people kind of coming in. Wanda's 2 kids, who I'm assuming will come back at some point. Like,
if they get recast, I'm gonna be so butthurt because I love Julian Hillard, who plays Billy. The one who, does magic. Tommy is the fast one, and his name is Jet Klein, I believe.
Wow. So those are 2 questions you'll never get in trivia now, Kelsey. Yeah, like I like the idea of setting up Young Avengers, but again, that's the thing. It seems like they're setting up so much stuff to where what is this movie on its own? And I think on its own, it's like a fun adventure in the quantum realm, and then this big bad. But again, when you kill off the big bad, and at the end it's like, oh no, the other big bads are going to come in for this other big bad. It's just like, I just don't know what the main takeaway from this movie specifically was, aside from stuff that's going to be developed later on. That's my biggest qualm. And I see why people are leaving it frustrated, why it wasn't its own unique movie. I still think it was an enjoyable ride, and I don't know if I lean positively on it, but I'm definitely in the middle. I'm like at a 5-6 range out of 10, just because it was like, I did enjoy it, but it's like, as a movie, it's got some serious issues. I think I really do. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else worth bringing up. I mean, David Dastmalchian, great to have him back. I knew Luis and Kurt were going to be on it, but he played Vep. Yeah,
Veb.
The little Vep, right?
It's either VEB, Veb.
Veb, gotcha.
Oh, you know who I missed? Who only got a little tiny little shot? Jimmy Woo.
Yeah. Jimmy Woo was in one shot of this thing. Like, didn't even talk.
Also, someone who I deeply miss, which is why I think tonally this movie was off. Luis. Yeah. His friend. Well, where was the montage of him telling a story? Those are pivotal Ant-Man moments.
Well, and that's the thing, is I think this movie, it's not an Ant-Man film in the fact that it wants to be a like kind of this preview to the Avengers film, but they're using the Ant-Man movie as a way to do it. You know, like kind of like how I'm trying to think of like another example in the MCU that did something similar, like kind of like Doctor Strange. Like they used him to do this big Wanda story when really it's Wanda's movie, not his.
Right.
But yeah, like no Jimmy Woo. I mean, he was there, but very little.
He literally was just in that one shot where he did
one
the
shot where he did the magic. Yeah. But David Dastmalchian's so great, and I love how they still used him again. Funny how his character in Suicide Squad is Polka Dot Man, and in this movie he's all about holes. Just something interesting.
I have holes.
Yeah, and I know some people didn't love that joke, because I think some of the joke is a little childish. It feels like Ant-Man humor, which is the thing. It feels like Ant-Man humor. It's just done. It's presented in a film that is taking itself way more seriously than a regular Ant-Man.
Oh, Dyl, I have to
JD
ask.
makes a good point. Age of Ultron. This is similar, where you're using. Yeah. Go ahead.
I have to ask you about the dick moment between MODOK and Cassie, where she's like, just don't be a dick, and he's like, but look at me, it's too late, I'm a huge dick. Because Landon turned to me, our friend Landon, he was sitting in between us, and he turned to me and was like, Dill's gonna hate that, I can just feel it, like Dyl hated that.
I didn't hate it. It was just like, I think MODOK in general was such a disappointment for me. I don't know. I just, everything that came out of his mouth, I was like Emil Blonsky, they turned into a joke in She-Hulk, but it's because that was the tone of that show. It was kind of like the sitcom nonchalant thing.
Jake apparently loved that moment.
Yeah, Tato loved that one. Biggest laugh of the day, or the flick. And Carly loved the holes joke. So there we go.
But another moment that you actually found funny was the Baskin Robbins guy.
I did.
In the
let me really quickly talk about the MODOK stuff.
Sure. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's just, it's kind of the Emil Blonsky thing. If Emil Blonsky was turned into a joke in Avengers Infinity War, you know, like what I mean? Like it just feels like you could have made MODOK silly and funny in a different context, but when he's supposed to be like this huge, scary presence, and when he's fighting, it is. Which is why it's so tonally mismatched with the cracking the humor, and because Darren Cross was just kind of a pathetic character, and I get that's the whole point, but like,
right,
I don't want to see him again. I don't care enough. Like they didn't make him a convincing enough or captivating enough presence earlier. His best performance, I still stand by it, is in the Sopranos movie where he plays Uncle Junior as a kid or as a young guy. Like he's really good in that. I think he's a good actor, but in this universe, I never really loved his character. But yeah, Baskin Robbins. I loved the Baskin Robbins Paul Rudd. It didn't make sense with the scene because the whole thing is that they are multiplying. So why would Baskin Robbins Paul Rudd be there?
Well, I think they said that it was like all possibilities. So I guess that was a possibility where he like never became Ant-Man.
But then why is it one is different than all the rest? Like
so
then they should have put other Ant-Mans. I don't know.
I'm a crazy
but I still love
person.
it because it was a funny moment. I laughed out loud.
I'm like crazy because in that moment, I went, wow, that is the one in like 14,600,000 fucking whatever the number Doctor Strange says.
Ooh, that's a trivia
Chance.
you don't know.
I will learn it by the end of this stream. Don't you worry. By the end of this 24-hour subathon, you can ask me the number. I'll know it.
What is the two brothers thing? I don't. JD, explain that in a sec.
Kelsey, that
No,
scene
we'll
of
get to that in a
MODOK.
sec.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Kelsey, keep going. I'm gonna have JD explain what he meant there in two brothers.
Was alligator Ant-Man? Oh, like alligator Loki?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like Loki really fully explored the idea of all these different Lokis, whereas Ant-Man, it was trying to do the same thing. But that's not taken away. Like, this scene was probably my favorite like action piece. Like, I loved the multiplying Ant-Man. It was very Ralph Breaks the Internet of them mounting on one another and little Baskin-Robbins Scott Lang, like, and then when he's at the top of the mountain and like Scott offers him that hand, the Baskin-Robbins Scott, like, I thought that was fun, and I'm a big pro Baskin-Robbins guy. I know Kelsey's not, so that might have also hurt.
Dyl, I have a few questions that I want to touch upon.
Yeah.
So I thought that there was a major plot hole in this movie.
Okay.
That people may have been pointing out since Endgame, but when Scott Lang is in the quantum realm for 5 years, he says that for him, it felt like 5 hours. And then Janet Van Dyne is in the quantum realm for 30 years. So you think that, like, oh, I'm just going to do some simple math right now and say that to her, then shouldn't it have felt like 30 hours in the quantum realm? So a little bit more than a day. And then we're watching her time in the quantum realm where she has all these friends. They go to the bar together. They all know who she is. She's the Janet Van Dyne. And then she like works with Kang on his ship to help him escape. I'm like, you did all of this in a little bit more than a day. But I think that this is just like a huge plot hole that they didn't really think about.
No, that's a good point. That because time passes different. I'm wondering if there are different areas of the quantum realm where like time moves faster, because like maybe Scott was in some sort of limbo and wasn't fully in the quantum realm. He was like because he was kind of like floating around, whereas Janet was like there. I don't know though. Yeah, like Jake says, there might be different chunks.
Okay. I figured that there'd be some like
but again, they didn't fully explain it. Like, if they're gonna go so big in concept, like, explain it. Like, you can do a longer than 2-hour movie. I mean, this was only 2 hours. There have been 3-hour movies, you know, like, why not?
Eternals is 2.5.
Right. Like, take the time to explain it. And that's why I like Eternals so much, is it doesn't over explain, but it explains just enough to where we care about the situations and all that stuff. Yeah, they mention time storms or whatever, but like, again, it's like kind of nonchalant.
Right.
But JD is explaining the two brothers. When MODOK dies, he calls Scott a brother. Rick and Morty joke. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, I would have loved to see like a MODOK Ant-Man team up, and maybe there will be variants of MODOK. And I think that's also a trap the MCU has put itself in, is like, you can bring back any character really, because there's so many different multiverses and dimensions to where no deaths really stick. I mean, we thought, how possibly did Darren Cross die? Darren Chris, not Blaine from Glee.
Darren Chris. No, we don't want Darren Chris to die.
How did Darren Cross die in the first? How did he survive in the first one? Like, how did he possibly survive that? Because he got
he was like all, you know.
Well, I know, but that's the whole thing, is like, they can really bring back any character, which kind of gives a sense of like nonchalantness for the MCU, where it's like, does any death really matter? And I know Guardians 3, they're advertising it as like this final farewell, and we know a lot of the actors won't come back, but we know even if we lose Drax or Rocket, there's still other ones in the multiverse, where it's like, that's the one thing that I think the MCU has set themselves into a trap for, where I'm like, nothing will ever feel permanent like it did way back when in phase 1 or 2, when we would lose these big figures. Even Bucky, when we lose him in First Avenger, he comes back in the very next phase in Winter Soldier. It's like, and I know some stuff in the comics, you can point that out, like, oh, that was in the comics, but still, it's like, I feel like the more permanent, the better. Even Logan, which is not MCU, they're bringing him back in Deadpool 3. It's like, nothing can ever rest.
Right.
Nothing can ever rest. And that's just, I think, the problem with franchising in general, is they're finding too many ways to bring back people. Whereas Avatar: The Way of Water did a similar thing and bring back actors, but brought them back as new characters in very creative ways. Whereas I feel like the creativity here is just, oh, we opened up another portal and this person existed in that portal, so he's back. Or this person, you know, we built him robotic legs, he's back. And it's like, I want a little bit more creativity. I don't know.
Yeah. And so, Dyl, going off of all this, do you really think that this version of Kang that we watched die in this movie is actually gone?
I can't feel that way because the MCU has told me nothing's ever dead. So no, I don't think he's gone. And even if he is, there's other variants, and that's the thing. Like I don't feel like that ending sticks as well because of that too. That's a good point. Carly brings up too is Janet's secrecy. She's very secret. She kept the quantum realm a secret, but if it's such a
Right.
threat that opening up the quantum realm and having Kang possibly escape it is going to lead to human destruction, then
Yeah.
Janet probably would have said something to her family, and
Yeah.
that's the whole
But
thing.
I
It's like why didn't she tell anyone? Like Cassie opens up, or at least tell Hank, to where Hank can then tell
like,
Cassie, you should
hey,
not
don't
open
go
up this
fucking
portal."
around and making satellites to access the
Yeah,
quantum realm.
all she has to
Just
say is,
if
I don't
you're
want to talk. I
thinking
don't
about
want to
it.
talk about it, but please do not engage with the quantum realm again. That's all she had to say
Right.
to her granddaughter. Another
Hey,
thing,
that's
she's
fair.
not
But then there's
really
no movie.
another plot hole I picked up on. She's not really her granddaughter, right? She's Hope's.
Uh,
They're Hope's parents, and you know what I found weird is that the Cassie calls Hope, but calls Hank and Janet grandma and grandpa. Did you notice that? That was a little weird to me. I'm like, it's fine. No, it's not weird to call them grandparents because like now Hope and Scott are together, but it's like you're gonna call them grandpa and grandma, but then you're not gonna call Hope mom. I just thought that was
huh.
weird, right?
That's interesting, Dill. I didn't pick
Because it's
up
not
on
like she
that
spent
until
any
right
extra
now.
time with them. If anything, she didn't have any time with the three of them. They were all blipped.
Speaking of Hope, I just wanted to get this one last
Yeah.
thought about her. Obviously, we're very disappointed in like what happened. I don't think I'm willing to bet that they
True,
had a
she does have a mom. True, but also, I mean, she still calls Hope's parents the grandparents. So it was just a weird choice. Like, why
right,
wouldn't
because
she
they're
just call
not
them Hank and Janet? Yeah.
because they're not married.
Mm.
Maybe she doesn't like Hope. Maybe like Cassie's like
Maybe they should have had a plot line where they explored that. That would have been a great way to get Wasp involved in this movie.
right. So speaking of that, I'm willing to bet that there was maybe a different version of this movie where Hope did more, and then Evangeline Lilly just is Evangeline Lilly, so they had to rewrite a
Maybe.
bunch of shit.
Maybe. But then don't call it. Then they should just call it Ant-Man Quantumania. You know,
No,
like
100%. Well,
yeah.
anyway, but that's neither here nor there. What I think the movie should have been it should have so they all get sucked into the quantum realm, right? And so like Janet and Hank are like the first to go, and that's when Hope is like, oh, gotta go. Like I think like Hank, Janet go, and then like Cassie go, and then like Scott and Hope exchange a look that's like, well, fuck, we gotta go now too, because like everyone we love just like went in. Like it so then they could have went in together. They could have both crash landed wherever Cassie was, and then it could have been the three of them, and then just Janet and Hank together. And I think that the two, like, I think that if she was just more involved in that storyline, and then we could have explored a storyline where Cassie doesn't really like Hope, and then through this journey in the quantum realm, they rekindle their relationship, and they,
and then they have an arc.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's what this movie should have been. That's all I wanted to say.
That's a good idea.
Dill,
We do have to wrap this up, but
did you give this movie a rating out of 10?
I was about to say, yeah, so I'm going to get rid of the spoilers here and just give our last blanket thoughts. I think Kang is awesome, but I think it's too much setting up the future, not enough focusing on the now, and I think the arcs for the characters that we already had were kind of weak, especially Wasp. But I gave this a solid 5 out of 10 because I still don't think it's bad. But I don't think it's great. I think it's like right in the middle, entertaining, but not amazing. So I'm leaning 5 right now, but we'll see. And yeah, Carly says a good point. What if they had stayed in the quantum realm? What if someone gets trapped
that's
in
what
there?
I thought was going to happen.
But then we might retread into Ant-Man and the Wasp where they were trying to get Janet, and it would have just been kind of recycling the same plot points over and over. But again, they keep bringing people back from the dead. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm at a 5 out of 10. What do you say, Kelsey?
I'm embarrassed to say now.
You went lower or higher?
No. I gave this movie a 6 out of 10.
Okay, yeah, that's right on par. Cool. So we're like right in the middle on it, but I definitely don't think it's the worst MCU movie, and it's definitely not worthy of being one of the only 2 rotten ones with Eternals. I think there are far worse movies than both of those.
Yeah, I can't really listen to anything the critics say because they always dislike the movies I love. So
that's true.
Fuck them.
So that was Marvelous Movie Mondays, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to kind of do this outro, and then I'm going to transition to the next thing. Kelsey, stay on for just a sec. But here
Sure.
is our outro. Thanks, guys, for watching, and we'll be back in just a minute with Picture This. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that as soon as I clicked
Excuse
switch
me.
back to the subathon. You're good, Kels. I didn't realize that switching right back to the subathon would get rid of the theme song midway through. But we're back at the subathon, and now it's 2:00, which means it's time to start our episode of Picture This. Thank you, Kels, so much. We'll see you at 6:30 for the Marvel trivia match, right?
Hey, yeah, I'll be
Cool.
there.
Cool. Thanks, Kels.
Okay, so I should just leave?
Yeah, you can leave, or you can hang out and watch Picture This. I mean, you can watch.
No,
it
I'm
either
gonna
way.
watch, but like, should I leave the studio?
Yes, I'll remove you. You can go about it. But everyone, we're gonna now bring Chad. Wait, what, Kels?
I didn't even get to say bye.
Oh, bye, Kel. I mean, we're gonna see you quite a bit more on the subathon, but
Okay, I'll see you later.
see you later. For Picture This, just because we have only such a small time constraint, we are going to save all like questions and comments and donations and shout outs and everything to the end. Thank you, Carly. This was fun. And yeah, 7.5, 7 out of 10. That's also great to see. But it's time now for Picture This. So without further ado, let's get this theme song going, and let's get Chad and Dan in here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Picture This. If you've been watching the 24-hour subathon, welcome back. If you went and took a 2-minute bathroom break during that enormously long intro, but I will never shorten it because I love it. But this is Chad Webb. Chad, we also saw him earlier, but Chad, how are you doing? Are you ready to talk about 1974 as we continue our Godfather series?
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was a pretty good year. I say there's one movie I didn't really love, but the rest I really dug. So
yeah,
yeah.
I have something to say about the slate as a whole, but I'll wait till our guest comes on to say my thoughts, because I don't think I have a hot take, but I have a very firm statement to say about these 5 films. But speaking of firm statements, we loved him ever since he had his stance on Ordinary People and Raging Bull. We had him back on last month to talk about The Godfather, and we have him on again to talk about The Godfather Part II. It wouldn't be fitting to do one part without the other with this fella. It is Dan Skip Allen. He is back. Let me get rid of that little border there and put you at top so they can see your credentials. Film critic from thefourthrow.com. Dan, welcome back. We're glad to have you on here on the subathon for all these people watching live. How you doing? You excited?
Yeah, when I did this last month, all I could think about is, when are we going to do the next one? That is everything I've been thinking. I had these movies watched so fast. It was, I was telling Chad, because you guys have been on Gone with the Wind with me, and I said, Chad, dang, Towering Inferno hasn't come in the mail yet. I got it. Finally, it came in the mail. So as soon as I had that movie come in the mail, I was like, damn, I'm watching it, because I had all the other ones watched already by that time, So yeah. This is what my whole month, besides Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, I've been looking forward to.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, and this slate, now that we're all here, I might as well say what the slate is, because I always forget to do that off the bat. But the slate for 1974, and get ready, it's a doozy. We got Chinatown, The Conversation, The Godfather Part II, Lenny, and as Dan said, The Towering Inferno. And I'll say my blanket statement right here. Whenever I do watch all these movies, I give Letterboxd ratings, and a half a star is worth like a point out of 10 for me. So if it gets 5 stars, it's 10 out of 10, 4 stars, 8 out of 10. And what I do is I put into an Excel doc, I kind of average my totals to just see which years have the highest averages. And after looking through this is tied with 1970 the very next year, as my highest rated year ever. I adore this year of movies. I think any of these movies, I really do think any of these movies could be the number one movie of a given year, depending on the competition. Like, I really do think it's a good slate. So I'm very excited to talk about these movies. And I know, Chad, you just said you're a fan of most of them. And Dan, I'm assuming you're a fan of most of these too?
Yeah, I've seen a few of them quite a bit. One of them I hadn't seen until now. So, but I'm very impressed by some elements of this particular movie, but I'm not going to say anything right now because I want to kind of save that stuff for when we get into talking about that movie. So, yeah, a few of them I have seen a lot, and then other ones I hadn't seen as much.
Gotcha. Yeah, and coming off of last month, I was like, oh yeah, like that was such a stacked slate. But now watching this, I'm like, this is even better. Like I just really, I think I have a love for 70s cinema in general, but this one is really strong. But how the show works, we go through the year and talk about the history of the year and why the year was important. Just to kind of give some historical context, because it's always important to understand what was going on in the world at the time these movies are made. It really helps influence a lot of the creative decisions that some of these filmmakers are taking. And then we will talk about the ceremony, and starting with the cutting room floor of Oscar nomination morning of what doesn't make it. We'll talk about the snubs. We'll talk about some films that we would have maybe nominated as well. Then we'll talk about the ceremony itself, some of the precursors, and then we'll get into talking about each of the movies individually. At the end, we will all pick a best actor and best actress from these 5 movies. Doesn't have to be a nominated actor or actress. It could be. In most of our cases, it probably will be, because there were some great nominated actors this year. And then we will tease next month after we compile our number one between the 3 of us, best picture of 1974, which I think is going to be a tough task because there's a lot of good ones. But Chad, you always like to kick things off with giving us a little history, including some births, deaths, and albums of 1974. So why don't you take us into setting the scene of 1974? I know what Dan might be saying when we get to a specific birth that we have to mention. Is that what you're going to say, Dan?
Yes, I was actually.
I read your mind.
Let's do it at the end of the birth section. So, all right, the history of 1974. It was the end of a 5-month oil embargo by most OPEC nations against the U.S., Japan, and Europe, which had caused the 1973 oil crisis. Democracy was restored in Portugal. Tornadoes terrorized central U.S., and a violent earthquake terrorizes China. The Dublin and Monaghan bombings are carried out during the Troubles in Ireland. Richard Nixon resigns due to the Watergate scandal. Vice President Gerald Ford is sworn in. The World's Tourism Organization is established. The International Energy Agency is founded, and the Rubik's Cube was invented. One of my favorite inventions. So there you go. Births. What? We're good?
Okay. I thought that would have been later, though. It doesn't seem like that Rubik's Cube would have been later, though.
Because it feels like an 80s thing, but I think it was invented in 1974 and maybe popularized in the 80s kind of deal. Births: Kate Moss, Ed Helms, Christian Bale, Olivia Colman, Seth Green of Buffy fame, Elizabeth Banks, Robbie Williams, Jerry O'Connell of Stand By Me and Scream 2 fame, Mahershala Ali, James Blunt, Allison Hannigan of Buffy fame, Edgar Wright, Penelope Cruz, Breckin Meyer, Matt Berry, Fairuza Balk, Sean Gunn, Jewel, Alanis Morissette, Steve-O, Derek Jeter, Joel Edgerton, Katherine Hahn, Hilary Swank, Michael Shannon, Amy Adams, Misha Collins of Supernatural fame, Ray Park, Exhibit, Jimmy Fallon, John Bernthal, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Joaquin Phoenix, Nelly, Ryan Adams, Leonardo DiCaprio, Chad Kroger, Chloe Sevigny, Stephen Merchant, Sarah Paulson, Giovanni Ribisi, Ryan Seacrest, and maybe one more.
Me! It's me! I'm born in
it's
1974. I'm 49. Man, there's a lot of 49-year-olds out there.
Yeah.
There's a great football team named after 49ers too. We're glad to celebrate you, Dan, not just as a guest, but also as a birthday representative of the year. Obviously you didn't see any of these in theaters, unless you did. Did you? No.
No.
I was gonna say, I don't know if they even let infants into theaters at that age. Maybe. Especially for these films, probably not.
6
I think
years
it would
old
traumatize. Yeah.
My brain started to realize about movies when I was about 6. 1980. We've already been through this.
Nice.
Yeah, hitting all
Yes,
the benchmarks.
we're doing Dan's year this month, and maybe later this year we might do my birth year. All right, deaths. Actually, maybe I didn't finish this one. Bud Abbott of Abbott and Costello fame, Charles Lindbergh, Ed Sullivan, Nick Drake, and Jack Benny. And I have 11 great albums, and I have just 3 on vinyl, actually. We have Court and Spark by Joni Mitchell.
Nice.
We have Diamond Dogs by David Bowie. Oh! And then we have Red by King Crimson. And then we have The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway by Genesis, back when it had Peter Gabriel. On the Beach by Neil Young. Crime of the Century by Supertramp. Rock Bottom by Robert Wyatt. Sheer Heart Attack by Queen. Here Come the Warm Jets by Brian Eno. Queen 2 by Queen. And Kimono My House by Sparks. Check out that great Edgar Wright documentary.
Very good, Doc.
There you go. So the history of 1974, the stage is set. Keep the Watergate thing in mind, because that's definitely going to come to play in this episode. But yes, looking at the actual ceremony itself, before we get to the ceremony, they have to nominate all the films, and then they announce all the nominations, and there's only 5 that get Best Picture nominations, and there's a laundry list, especially for this year, of films that did not get nominated. So it's time to give our homages to the films that did not make the cut, including what I believe to be some of the genre-defining films of their respective genres. Just at first glance, what I noticed, I mean, some of the most influential horror films came out in 1974, Black Christmas and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You had great films from up-and-coming filmmakers like Sugarland Express for Steven Spielberg, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. You kind of got the tail end of great filmmakers' runs like F for Fake with Orson Welles. And then what I believe to be one of the greatest 1-2 punches of any director in a single year, Mel Brooks giving us Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein the same year. I thought that was incredible. And then also a favorite film of mine being a New Yorker, The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. That was my list of the ones I absolutely had to bring up. But Chad, do you have any other ones to bring up? Any other 1974 films worth mentioning?
I'll just spread off my list, even if I repeat some. Here are my notables, and I have 2 Best Picture worthy, maybe. Ali, Fear Eats the Soul. Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. Black Christmas. Foxy Brown. Pam Grier, the great Pam Grier, is in that. Great Expectations. Harry and Tonto. It's Alive. The Longest Yard. Gone in 60 Seconds. The Man with the Golden Gun. The Mask of Zorro. Murder on the Orient Express. Phantom of the Paradise. Scent of a Woman. The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. A Woman Under the Influence. And the 2 Best Picture worthy, I did pick Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein. Mel Brooks is great.
And it's funny because he's not the only director to give us 2 films in the same year at that caliber, because we will talk about 2 films from the same director in this slate. Dan, what are some of your favorite movies from 1974 that didn't make the cut? Even if we mentioned them already, I'd love to hear you talk about some.
Yeah, I mean, what a great year. You got 2 Coppola films. You got a Scorsese film. You got a Spielberg film. You got what's his face? Damn it, now I can't think of it. Mel Brooks has got 2 films. You know, what a great year for films. I mean, so like you said, I mean, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I mean, a James Bond film in there, and I'd argue maybe one of the films in this slate should have got kicked out for one of those Mel Brooks films. But I mean,
probably agree with you there, Dan. But do we agree on the same one? I don't know.
And the other thing is, I just got the Kino Lorber of Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. Well, fantastic! First time I ever saw that movie. Very good. I've seen the new one with John Travolta, but that one was really good. I mean, Walter Matthau was fantastic. Just seeing New York and see how the mass transit system works. I'm a big proponent of mass transit system. If you don't know anything about that, Dylan, I'm sure you use the mass transit a lot.
I used it about an hour ago to get here.
I mean, I could go on for hours about that. We don't have time for that. But yeah, a lot of death. Longest Yard with the producer of the first Godfather said, you know what? I don't want to produce the second Godfather. I want to produce this movie about a football player in prison and all this. The Longest Yard. Don't give me that. You're going to learn a lot more about that in The Offer, which you got to watch The Offer, guys. I'm telling you. Death Wish, though. How about Death Wish? Charles Bronson got that in a couple weeks ago. Watch that. I hadn't seen Death Wish in so long, but I'm such a big fan of Charles Bronson, you know. But yeah, what a crazy amount of great films out. Scenes from a Marriage, which they made a miniseries of a couple last year. That's I mean, there's so many amazing films. How could they have made it? How did they narrowed it down to 5 that year? That's crazy.
Right. And it's one of those years where I could see 4 of the films we mentioned being in that slate over 4 other films. And I still would have thought it was probably one of the best slates ever. You know, like it's one of those things where the ones we got were all pretty good. I think I don't know if we're all talking about the same film, but there's like one I might substitute out. But 4 of them I think are very worthy Best Picture nominations. And I'd go as far as to say if 5 of these were your Best Picture nominations, I'd also think those are worthy. So just what a great slate. As for the Oscars themselves, I mean, looking at the 5 Best Picture films, there's not much to say since the PGA and Critics' Choice didn't exist yet. And the BAFTA, they were on their own little wavelength back then. They didn't nominate Conversation, Godfather, Lenny, or Towering Inferno. They only nominated Chinatown, but didn't award it the win. And then Golden Globes, same thing. They didn't really pay much attention to Fosse or the Towering Inferno. Instead, they nominated the other 3, all in drama, and Chinatown ended up winning. But at that point, it was really hard to gauge the Oscar frontrunner based on precursors. But I guess if you had to pick a precursor favorite, I guess Chinatown would be the favorite going into it, though I think a lot of people had their eyes on The Godfather Part II, given the first film's success, and probably thought that was probably the front runner, as it ended up being. And as for the ceremony itself, it's actually not as notable as the last one. I know the last one we had a lot to talk about with Marlon Brando denying his award and all that jazz, but this Oscar ceremony was kind of straightforward. I think the only big news comes from the awards that it was nominated for and won, which is The Godfather Part II. It won twice as many Oscars as the first Godfather won, which was pretty notable considering it was a sequel. And it was the last time ever, still to this day, that they've had 3 actors in a single category up against each other. Nowadays, we have 2 Everything Everywhere All at Once ladies. We have 2 Banshees boys. And is there another? No, we almost had 2 Fabelmans guys. That was the one I was thinking of in the same category. A few years ago, we had Judas and the Black Messiah, 3 Billboards. Like, we've had double nominees, but triple nominees, this was the last time we ever saw it, with 3 nominations in supporting actor for Godfather Part II. And it's funny because between Francis Ford Coppola and his father, Carmine Coppola, who did the score for Godfather Part II, between the 2 of them, they won 4 awards, which I believe is the most of a single familial duo in the same year to win, even though I don't think familial duos win a lot together anyway. I guess the Coen brothers is the only other one I could think of, familial duo that's been nominated together. And the only last cool fun fact is that this is the only time, or the last time, that a single category had all 5 nominees for films released by the same studio, and that was Best Costume Design. All 5 of the Best Costume Design nominations all came from Paramount. It was Chinatown, Daisy Miller, The Godfather Part II, Murder on the Orient Express, and the winner, The Great Gatsby. Those were the 5 films nominated for Best Costume Design. It is the last time ever that all 5 films of a single studio were up against one another. I think the only other time we could ever see that again is maybe like animated feature, if Disney has all 5. Or like Best Song, because I really don't think we'll ever see a scenario where all 5 nominees come from the same studio again, unless we continue along the monopolization of one studio just having ownership of all of them. But we'll cross that bridge someday if we ever get there. But without further ado, let's dive into these 5 nominations. Where should we go on the map first? Let's see. Maybe Little Italy. No, let's go west or east a little. You know what? Let's go to Chinatown. Why don't we? Let's go to Chinatown. Chad, tell us about Chinatown.
All right, Chinatown, directed by Roman Polanski, written by Robert Towne, cinematography by John A. Alonso, music by the great Jerry Goldsmith, starring Jack Nicholson, Faye Dunaway, John Hillerman, Perry Lopez, Burt Young, and John Huston. Synopsis: a noir mystery surrounding a drought and a murder.
Ooh, yes, and thank you for not spoiling too much in that synopsis, because it is one of those films where I feel like it's best to go in as blind as possible, even though I think a lot of people have seen the images and have heard the famous line, "Forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown," but they don't really know what that means until they watch the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about noir, talking about Polanski. Last time we had Dan on, we were talking about a Polanski film, Test,
Yeah.
for 1980. So, Dan, you are the guest, so I'm going to turn it over to you first, Dan. What are your thoughts on Chinatown? Is this a first watch, a second watch, a fourth watch? What was this?
This is not a first watch. You kidding me? I've watched this a dozen times. I love Chinatown. This movie is so good. I was watching Marlowe the other day, and all I could think about is, oh, I got to go watch The Big Sleep. I mean, I am such a sucker for film noir, and this is one of the best film noirs ever. I mean, I love Jack Nicholson is at the top of his game in there as Jake Geddes. And I'll tell you what, I almost dressed up as Jake Geddes one time, and I put the little bandage on my nose. Because I mean, if you're gonna be Jake Geddes, you got to put the bandage on your nose from Polanski. Hey, whatever. What does he say? Hey, something. He comes up to him and says, "Hey, sweetheart," or like something, honey, or something, and then slices his nose up. I mean, it's like, whoa. You didn't expect that. And then people drowned it in a reservoir. Then this Faye Dunaway is a femme fatale. I mean, how can you not love Chinatown? The clothes, the cars, and then James Hong. That's the one thing I kind of am annoyed at. But after him talking to Dylan off air about it, it kind of makes sense that they have. James Hong now, then this is 50 years ago almost. So it makes sense if he was a newer actor trying to break in, he plays the help. I mean, I kind of understand it, but that's my only little nitpick with Chinatown. Other than that, is it John Ford or John Huston? John Huston, right? Yeah. John Huston is great in it. I mean, what a great movie. I mean, and water. We're talking about water. This whole thing is about. It's like crazy, right?
Right. You read the bio, you're like, the California water wars. All right, because like if you're in California, like that's like a very big topic. That's like something that hits really close to home. But you don't hear a lot of people talking about it other places of the world. And then you're like, no, I guess I'll watch this, and you're like, oh, okay, so I get it now. I get why water is a big deal. Chad, is this your first watch of Chinatown?
Yeah, it actually is.
All right, tell us, what was your experience like?
Yeah, just like noir in general, I haven't seen like a ton. Like I've seen like Maltese Falcon, Double Indemnity. We talked really highly about on this show because we love that movie. So yeah, I'm kind of a burgeoning Dan Skip Allen big noir fan myself. But I just hasn't seen as many as he has. This was a first watch for me, but I was very excited about it because I was like, I kind of know like the what do you call it? The reception of this film, like the very popular one, like it makes a lot of like best of lists and stuff like that. So, but I didn't know like much about the story. I just kind of knew it was about noir. I thought it was about Chinatown a lot. I knew Jack Nicholson was in it. That's really all I knew about it. And then to see like what this was about, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about it to give much away because I do agree with Dylan that it's kind of like such a good mystery that you don't really want it to unfold here, us telling you what it's about, but I did like how it unfolded. Dan described a lot of the really great parts, that like the shocking stuff. There's like some even more shocking stuff that happens after that I think is just really interesting, especially from a filmmaker like Roman Polanski, who is problematic in his own way. It's just a very interesting to see, what happens in this film with the director and just like think about all that together. Yeah. And then, I love Jack Nicholson in this. I love Faye Dunaway in this. The cutting of the nose and stuff like that, like was like, holy shit. Okay. Like do you know, Dan, did they actually cut him? Cause it looks so real.
No, they did not cut him.
I'm like sitting there thinking, I'm like, I don't know. Like, did Jack Nicholson decide to go like real method with this? It's like, cut me. So because it looks, that's how good it looks, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So,
If there was an actor to do that though, it's Jack. It's like, you know, if there's an actor that would commit to the bit like that, it's the guy who did The Shining and
Yeah.
Cuckoo's Nest for sure.
True.
But this came before both of those, which I think is very interesting because you're kind of seeing kind of this pre-star Nicholson. Like, he's famous, but he's not Nicholson as like we know him now. You know, this is pre, like I said, Shining, pre Cuckoo's Nest, pre Batman. Like, we really are seeing the first emergence of him as the movie star, not just a star or a actor or a leading man. And that's one of the best things to watch about this movie is seeing his performance and how dialed in he is, kind of playing into the stereotype of like the hard-boiled detective, but also kind of being his own unconventional presentation of it. Same as Faye Dunaway. She's not the traditional femme fatale. She's kind of a little bit of a skewed version of it. And I like that, how it plays with kind of the classic noir tropes, but also tries to be something kind of new at the same time. And it's really funny because I haven't had much of an experience like this since Parasite, where I'm watching a movie, not really knowing what it is and being like, oh, okay, cool. So it's about this guy who's trying to see if this lady's husband's cheating on her. And it's going to be about how he's trying to sneak around. He's going to get caught or something. And you know, 20 minutes in, you kind of get the resolution of that. It's like, oh, okay, he found the photos. He's returning it to the lady. Okay, fine, whatever. And then you see the lady, and then she walks out of the office, and you're like, wait, that's not the same Faye. And I know Faye Dunaway. I'm not a huge mega fan, but I know her face. I know, and I'm like, wait, that's Faye Dunaway. That's not the lady he was talking to earlier on. And then you realize, oh, this is what it's about. It's like that Parasite thing of, oh, you thought this was about this family infiltrating this other family, and like, ha ha ha, aren't we so funny and clever? We can get away with this. No, it's about a whole another layer of things that doesn't even get introduced till later on. And that's what I love about this film. It shows exactly enough to where you can follow it, but it does not show you at all what's to come, and it lets you keep guessing as Jack Nicholson's guessing. You're kind of in his headspace the whole time, kind of discovering things as he is. You're never one step ahead of it. If anything, the screenplay is 2 or 3 steps ahead of you, and I love when a screenplay can do that because it's not confusing either. It's you're still able to follow it, which is so amazing. You know, you're still able to follow it even though it is a little convoluted, even though there's identity theft in terms of, is this lady the real one, or is that the real one, or where is this one? And then there's also a murder on top of that, and all the stuff with the water, which is kind of its own thing, which ends up being the inciting incident behind the motive for the murder. But it's, again, this whole other element that at first glance you think is merely there to just set the scene and say, oh, we're just giving you a sense of what California was like at the time and kind of the issues everyone was going through on a day-to-day basis to kind of get in the mindset of the time. But then you realize it's a really huge plot point later on. Like, I just think it's so brilliant how and when information is unfolded in this film. I think Robert Towne has created maybe the greatest screenplay I've ever read, because I did read the screenplay after this, and I think I'm just gonna say Casablanca is my favorite screenplay. I think after reading this may be like the cake. Like, I really do think this is the greatest screenplay I've ever read. I think it's absolutely masterful. And again, like, I'm not a Polanski fan because of who he is, but there's no denying the craft here is really great. And a lot of the love I have for this film is because of the script from Robert Towne, not Polanski. So I feel even better championing this film and being like, I adore this film, because I'm more adoring the script and the performances. And the direction's great, but it's like I can praise other things that aren't directly tied to Polanski. I can praise the other stuff about it that I love so much. So, yeah, there it is.
Oh, hell yeah. I kind of want to read this now. You guys are like championing the screenplay. I totally want to read this and start getting into just reading screenplays more often anyway. So that's a great recommendation, Dylan. You know, the thing about it, like, I'm always a big like proponent of, you know, kind of not defending like problematic artists, but just saying that, you know, just separating it if you can. If you can't, that's perfectly fine. A lot of people can't, you know, because if you know like what Roman Polanski did, then you're probably just gonna be like, I don't want to watch anything that person was involved with, and that's totally fine. Yep. But you know, for me and a lot of other people too, I think, you know, you see that it's just, you know, there's one creator, And yet there's so many other people who've worked on the project, like Dylan just said, that it makes it easier to champion something, even though the initial like director, creator, or whatever, maybe the biggest like name on the thing is very problematic. But also, like I was talking about, I think it's kind of interesting sometimes to look at it in the mindset of this is from a problematic creator, and looking at the stuff inside the movie to see if like there's kind of stuff that you go, okay, this is I see like why this was created by this guy.
Well, and it dives into people in power being problematic and kind of having a hold over things. And when you look at the end line, I mean, we'll dissect it. Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown. Like, means nothing out of context. And then you see it in context. You're like, oh shit. Like, I get chills because it's like Chinatown isn't a big part of this film in its presentation. It's a big part of Jake's mindset, though. It's all his troubles. Everything comes back to Chinatown. That's where his horrible past was. So when he's there, and of course, as soon as they get to Chinatown, which is hopefully the end of his problems, that's where he gets more problems, and that's where everything turns to shit. And at the end, it's just like, forget it. It's Chinatown, Jake. It's okay. It's not your problem. And he's like, but it always has been Chinatown. That's always been the problem. And I think there's kind of an interesting irony to the fact that Roman Polanski gets to live a free man, not in America. He doesn't get to come back to America, but he is living free in Paris. No problems in the world. All he has to do is just not come to America, and he's free to live about his life. And I think there's a bit of unfairness in that. And I think that's kind of interesting parallel to see when you look at this film, that it's unfair. I mean, the fact that the last frame, I'm not going to spoil it, but the fact that one of the characters, a younger woman character in this film, is seen basically being carried off by someone who should not be, the guardian to this child, says all it needs to about how bleak of an ending this is, and how terrible of an ending it is. The fact that this is the guy who's going to take this little girl away, and you're like, oh, your heart breaks because you know who he is in context to their relationship, and also just who he is in general and how much of a jerk he is, So it's sad. It's sad.
Very well said, Dyl. And if you want to see Roman Polanski, post everything or whatever, going to Paris and being kind of stuck there, watch the piece of shit movie called Rush Hour 3. He's in that. He makes a cameo.
There you go.
When they go to Paris.
and the other thing too is, I mean, look, you guys are all baseball fans, and I'm a huge baseball fan, and I always attribute Roman Polanski to Pete Rose. And look, you cannot take away all those hits that Pete Rose had. You can't say that what he did on the field as a player isn't one of the greatest, if not one of the greatest players, which is, in my opinion, should be eligible for the Baseball Hall of Fame. What he did as a manager is completely separate than what he did as a player. And the same thing with Roman Polanski to me. You have to be able to separate the art from the man. And that's what I do with Chinatown and Rosemary's Baby and Tess. I separate the art from the man. There's hundreds of people involved in a production of a movie. And there's hundreds of people that were involved in making Chinatown besides Roman Polanski. And you can't chastise all of those people because you don't like what one person did. Yes, what he did was wrong. There's no doubt about that. But the movie Chinatown is a masterpiece. Right, wrong, or indifferent, it's a masterpiece of filmmaking, writing, acting, whatever, how you ever want to sugarcoat it or whatever. And that book that I just showed you has been acquired by Ben Affleck, and Ben Affleck is, quote unquote, supposed to be turning it into a movie. So we're going to see, hopefully someday, the behind the scenes, all this stuff, like we did.
Artist.
yeah, it's like we're getting now movies and TV shows, about the making of the movies we're talking about now. Like Godfather has the offer. This is gonna be a show too. It's crazy just to see how ingrained this has become in society as a film. And I know people don't talk about everything in this film beat for beat specifically. They more just talk about the film in general. But like, I think there are great moments in this that I'm gonna always remember. Just like the little details throughout too, like the fact that he takes all those business cards and you're like, why is he doing that? And then you see that that's him. He says, oh yeah, I'm this guy. Here's my card. And he's just using it as a way to get through the gate. And you don't put that together. And you're like, oh, that was such a great detail. Same as Burt Young's character. I mean, we know him as the guy from Rocky, but it's like back then, this was before Rocky, he was probably just like another supporting actor. But you know, when I'm watching this, I'm like, what is this guy's purpose? Oh, he's not in the movie anymore. Oh, fine. And then you find out he's the guy that helps him with the getaway at the end. And it's like, you use what you have. And I think Robert Towne uses what he has so well. He's like, why introduce a new character when I could just recycle one from earlier before it, which gives even more of an arc to both Jake and this character now, because now you have full arcs for this supporting character, and he can do so much more. It's just so really brilliant in how he uses every little ounce of this thing. Nothing feels wasted. Everything feels intentional, but not necessarily obvious, which I like. Like, it's always kind of shroud in mystery, and then later on it looks obvious, and I can't wait to watch this again. I wish I had a time to watch this again, and maybe if there's dead time at the end of the subathon, maybe I'll just put it on again and do a watch along, because I love this movie and I want to watch it again for all.
Well, one of the things, Dylan, I wanted to mention real quick, because I haven't had a chance, is the cops. I mean, the cops are so, like, they think they know what they're doing. They think they got the answers, and they don't got the answers. And I love how bad these cops are. Jake Geddes is always one step ahead of the cops all the time, you know? I love that. And the other thing is, if you remember even like Aaron Brockovich and just movies where they kind of use things as like pieces of information, and they go down to these archives, or they go to this library, or they go to this whatever. And I love how he uses, there's so many little things that you use and he finds information about. And let me rip that page out of that. How many times have you seen that in movies, you know? And how many since then, you know, they take this item from this and that becomes something that they need later on, you know? And it's, like you said, there's just so many little things in it. And I can't help but wonder what this, and it's a good looking movie, don't get me wrong, but what if this is a black and white, boy? I'm just imagining Chinatown as a black and white movie, and how good could Polanski have pulled that off or not? But it's still a beautiful movie in color, so I don't have any problems with that, you know?
Yeah, like, I love how those nighttime shots are filmed with him at the water and you know, all that stuff, and you can kind of see the sun rising to get the feeling that he's been there all night watching this guy who's just been standing there all night waiting for the water. Like, I think they do a good job showing the passing of time in this as well.
Yeah, I like to actually see a noir in color sometimes. I think it does separate it a little bit from like kind of the usual of noir, but it would be cool to see a black and white version. I do agree with that. And yeah, for Dylan's kind of like, you know, the way he watched that, read the screenplay, and then wants to watch it again. That's exactly what I want to do now, is read the screenplay, watch it again, and then just, you know, love it even more, because I already love it and I haven't like gone to that level yet. So very much so looking forward to this being like one of my future like favorite films potentially of all time. And I did want to piggyback of one more thing before we close this one out, that Dan was saying when he was talking about Roman Polanski, is because like that's one of the big things that I like to say, is that, you know, when you take a person who's done terrible things, for me, I'm like, a person is not just 100% a terrible piece of shit human being. Even if they've done terrible things, they're not the embodiment of all of their terrible actions. Sometimes they have done positive things, like Chinatown, like the stuff we've mentioned. And like, I always like to kind of champion the positive things that have come out of it, because if not, then I'm like, what else do we do? You know, that's I just like to take the positives from it, and so that's why I'm very excited for this to be one of my favorite films going forward.
There you go. Yeah, and another thing too is, chat, like, even if you don't read the screenplay, like, it's still very obvious. Like, the dialogue is still very good. You can get that just by watching it too, and just the plotting of the film is so good. Like, even if you don't read all the ins and outs of the screenplay, like, just a film is like this is just so well plotted, where like I'm always on the edge of my seat watching it. Like,
definitely,
I knew even before I read the screenplay that this was an all timer, and reading it back, I'm like, wow, like, this is. There's just such a cynical, like, hopelessness in 70s cinema that, like, usually I don't like gravitating toward, because I'm like Chad, like, I love the positivity and kind of like a hopeful, happy ending. But something about the 70s, the way the films are made, the solemn, kind of hopeless, cynical endings just work so well for me. I don't know why. Like, I think because they all have to say something about the world, and oddly, they are all kind of relevant still. Like, the idea that, like, like Dan was saying, the cops, they don't know shit in this movie. Like, and they actually add fuel to the fire at the end. And you see that Jake is one step ahead of everyone, but at the end, it doesn't matter because it's Chinatown. Like, it does not matter. Life sucks anyway, and you're always going to end up at the bottom of the barrel. And that's kind of a sad thing to say, but also, like, I think it's a realer thing to say than your traditional 50s, 60s, happy ending. You know, I think we kind of saw that switch from the 60s to 70s. And I think that's why this film works so well, and why a lot of other films that we'll talk about very soon all end in a kind of similar way. You know, it's this kind of idea, is something in the air of the 70s, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think, you know, it's kind of something we needed to hear, or they needed to hear. I wasn't alive, but they needed to hear back then. Dan was. He was born this year, 1974. They needed to hear, you know, that life can't always get, you know, we can't always get the things we want. And
it's my favorite decade. This is Dylan. There's a reason why it's my favorite decade. It's just has the movies that have come out in this decade. You can't compare the movies that came out in the 70s to any other decade. You can try, but there just isn't any comparison. And I know friends of ours will say, well, the 80s was the greatest. I think the 70s is the greatest era of film. It's just not because I was born in 1974. If you just go back through history and just look at the films, it's just, there's something about the filmmakers, the actors, the films. I mean, that's why I keep saying this decade, the one we're in now, is going to be a sad decade, because a lot of my favorites are up there in age. I'm telling you, we got 7 years left of this decade. I'm worried. I'm worried about a lot of bad things happen to a lot of great people in this decade.
Yeah. Well, and what you talked about is like cinema as a whole. I mean, look at when the Oscars started in the 20s. 50 years later, we're in the 70s. 50 years later, we're in 2020s. You know, like, this is exactly the middle point between the start of the Oscars and where we are now. And the 70s is kind of that middle where I think we see a lot of the change from the golden age classic. Everyone's smiling. You get a lot of your Singing in the Rains, Happy Dancing, Mary Poppins, Sound of Music. These are all musicals, but I'm just thinking of happier stuff. And then to see this transition in the 70s to then get your 80s and 90s of your Scorseses and your Lynches and these more cynical, kind of grittier, artsier filmmakers. And I think the 70s is a branching off point because it also influenced so many of the filmmakers we're seeing today. You know, like the Safdies and Paul Thomas Anderson, you know, all the people who are still like thriving. So I think this era and this film, especially because it's also borrowing from older stuff like noir, which is mostly seen in the 30s, 40s. And now you're kind of bringing back to a more modern lens. And it feels like one of the last great noirs, because everything since kind of feels almost like neo-noir, or like kind of a newly inspired version of it, like a Blade Runner, where it's like there's similarities, but it's in a more retro or futuristic way, you know.
And I recommend go see Marlowe, guys, if you have a chance, because you're like, damn it, I just saw Chinatown. Now I'm looking at Marlowe, and you're like, dang it, man. Marlowe, Liam Neeson channels Philip Marlowe, but Philip Marlowe is a lot. Jake Gittes is a lot like Philip Marlowe. So you're like, that's Philip Marlowe, you know what I mean? In a lot of ways, you know.
And even some of the great films post 1970s are still hearkening back to the 70s. You know, with your Linklaters and your Dazed and Confused and your what is it? Licorice Pizzas.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like 70s is to us like the 30s and 20s were for the 70s. It's like so weird to just look at things in perspective. And kind of what Chad brought up with the history, like Watergate is still such a big thing. So like scandals and government power and all that, that's something we'll see in a lot of these films, if not all these films, because like I think that's just such a topical thing, and why the 70s in general are so cynical. But I think that's why it's important to look at as a historical landmark as well.
You couldn't get away with the 70s. You couldn't get away with stuff anymore after the 70s. There was always people watching and keeping an eye on and checking and calling you out for stuff. After the 70s was the beginning of that, where nope, don't think so, Richard Nixon. Nope, don't think so, this one. Don't think so, that one, whatever, you know.
Yeah. But John Huston plays that guy in this movie, but is very much probably a good guy in real life. I mean, he gave us Angelica Houston, so can't complain. But yeah.
Were you talking about like there's like some sort of like rise of surveillance that we might end up talking about?
I don't know. Surveillance. I don't know. I better get through the awards Chinatown
Yeah.
one because I feel like we might be bugged. They might be listening. I don't know. We'll get there in one sec. Chinatown wins one award. It's nominated for 11, but it only wins one. But I think it is the most fitting one. That's Robert Towne for Best Original Screenplay. It is nominated for Best Picture, for Best Director for Roman Polanski, Best Actor for Jack Nicholson, Best Actress for Faye Dunaway, Best Original Dramatic Score, Best Costume Design, Best Sound, Best Art Direction, Best Cinematography, and Best Film Editing. I swear, I feel like we're being bugged. I feel like we're being listened to. I feel like they're listening to our conversation. Chad, why don't you tell us about the conversation?
The Conversation, directed and written by Francis Ford Coppola. Cinematography by Bill Butler. Music by David Shire. Starring Gene Hackman, John Cazale, Alan Garfield, Cindy Williams, and Frederick Forrest. Synopsis. A surveillance expert agonizes over a recording that could lead to a potential murder.
Great. All right. So, Chad, I'll start with you. Had you seen this film before, and what do you think of this film?
No, I've never seen this movie. I didn't know really what it was about. I guess a conversation, but I thought it was going to be more so like a conversation between like people, like main characters or something like that. I didn't know it was about a thing that was a conversation that some dude is going to listen to over and over and over throughout the entire film, basically, trying to, you know, figure this thing out and, you know, see if there's something he could stop, like something from his past he's afraid that's going to come back again if he were to give this conversation to someone else that could use it to do something terrible. And, you know, just that mixed with this whole, you know, paranoia. He's afraid that's going to come from his past. He's afraid that's going to come. He's afraid that's going to come.
Sorry, I just needed to listen to my my surveillance tape footage of you. That was my segue bit that I was gonna plan, but then I forgot to do it, so I had to do it while you were talking about your thoughts.
You're recording me right now?
I'm sorry, Chad. I was recording.
Oh wait, yeah, I see it. I see it right over there. It's recording. Yeah, no, but yeah, this guy is basically, you know, he's like uber religious, but like very like paranoid about, you know, stuff because he's a surveillance expert. Why wouldn't you then also be paranoid that people might be bugging you and might be listening to you because you're doing it? Why wouldn't other people do it to you as well? And I feel like this movie like gets into that like paranoia like very well. Like don't watch this high or something. Like if that's kind of a thing, you might get really paranoid because, you know, I got paranoid just watching this movie, you know, sober. So yeah, and just great performances all around. Very simple movie, but yeah.
I mean, simple. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, when you look at a director making two movies that are Best Picture nominees in the same year, you got to compare them. I mean, it just that's what comes to your brain. And you look at Godfather Part II, which is an epic, and then you look at this film, which is quiet. It's you know, it takes place in very minimal locations, 1, 2, 3 locations max. It's, you know, about this guy who just sits and listens to a tape over and over. Like it's a very small film in comparison, but I think it gets just as many emotions and, you know, like you said, the paranoia feeling. Like you can still feel things from this film that you can feel from an epic film like The Godfather Part II. There's just different things you feel. And I agree with you. Like the sense of paranoia and the idea that himself is making himself paranoid by the way he's going about trying to, you know, get what he needs and deliver on this promise. But then also when it's time to even hand in the footage, he's afraid that it's going to get in the wrong hands and he's going to be guilty. And, you know, it never goes that extreme mile of making things too unrealistic to where things spiral out of control. It's still very contained, but I think because it's contained, it feels more realistic. And in that sense, by being more realistic, it feels all the much more emotional for the audience member because it's a much more relatable experience. And that to me is terrifying. And Gene Hackman, I think, plays that so well, but also just the way it's shot, filmed, executed. They really get into that headspace really well of that internalized kind of boxed in kind of feeling, which I like, but also don't like as someone who gets very anxious watching movies like this.
Yeah, two other quick things. One, I forgot to mention Harrison Ford is in this.
Yeah, pre-Star Wars and year after American Graffiti, right? Year after 73? Yeah. So
yes,
year after.
Yes. Yeah. And the other thing is like even like when they keep playing the recording, a lot of the times it's kind of like, you know, he's trying to like mess with the I guess like how it sounds, so it sounds all
back again. If you
Sorry.
Don't do that to me.
That's so crazy, man.
So sometimes it like sounds all warped and stuff like that, and I just thought
Mhm.
it was like really cool how they did that with the sound
Yeah.
recording.
I said in my review on Letterboxd, it's the best use of sound as a character in the film that
Yeah.
I've seen since Sound of Metal, which I know Sound of Metal came
Well,
out years after, but it feels
yeah,
like
you've
you know,
seen some sound of
that I've seen since Sound of Metal, where like I feel like the sound is an integral part, not just to the movie, but to the plot, to the story, and to the overall effect of it too. But Dan, had you seen this one? I'm assuming you had.
Oh yeah, I saw this. I've seen this a few times. I'm a huge Gene Hackman fan, and obviously Francis Ford Coppola and John Cazale. So this is a must see for me.
Is that how you
But,
say it?
say that again.
I said, is that how you say it? Kazale?
Cazale, yeah,
not
John Cazale, Cazale. Some people, there's a lot. I just say John Cazale. But Gene Hackman, by the way, guys, looks identical to my father in this point in his life. I mean, identical. Think of Gene Hackman. That's what my father looks like. But no, even when the guy's trying to enjoy himself, he can't enjoy himself. You know, he's at a party, but all he can think about, and these guys are gonna kind of needle in him about this and that, and it's just annoying. And then when Cazale's messing around over, tinkering over there, and he's like, "Will you shut up? Will you stop doing that? I'm trying to figure this out." And the thing is, you think to yourself, what is there something that you may have done in your life? Did you wrong somebody? Is somebody out to get you? It makes you think. This film makes you think, do I have to look over my shoulder all the time? You know, is somebody surveilling me? Is this piece of device, am I being tracked right now by this piece of device?
Probably.
And what we're talking on this computer right here, do I have people outside my door ready to get me if I do something wrong? I mean, this is the beginning of it, because we were dealing with Watergate. We were dealing with corruption. And you're like, oh, now this is what we got going on in society. You know what I mean? And they really bring that into the forefront. This is a little movie. It didn't cost a lot of money. He did this in between the Godfather movies. I guess it just happened to release in the year of 1974. I think it was supposed to come out in 73. That's weird that it came out in 74. But it makes you really paranoid about the world around you and everything, every decision you make and whatnot. And I'll tell you right now, how do you get Art Carney and Albert Finney in Best Actor, and you don't get Gene Hackman? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that Best Actor category, just seeing who won. I've never seen Harry and Tonto, and I don't know, Dan, if you ever watched it.
Yeah, I did.
Trying to get your hands on it.
I thought I saw it.
I mean, I'm reading the synopsis. It seems very sweet. It actually seems like Chad's cup of tea. It's a guy and his cat, but it's like, I just don't. Yeah, but I just don't, like, you look at this slate, there are so many like all-time great performances, and not just great actors like Gene Hackman, Jack Nicholson, Al Pacino, but like I would argue that these are maybe the best of their careers, every single one of them.
Yeah.
And then there's another one we'll talk about next, but you know, that's another story. But yeah, like it's crazy to me that, and not crazy because I haven't seen the movie, so I can't say that, but it's just wild to me that this wasn't even nominated. It just goes to show how stacked that slate was, or that they were just not for it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it touched a little too close to home for people at that time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, and that was a good point with Watergate. I mean, Chad brought it up. Like, that is the thing right now that everyone's going crazy over. And I think there's a reason it was released this year and not the year before. Maybe they wanted to kind of wait till it was even more topical. I mean, it reminds me of when Spielberg had, like, I think he had just finished or was about to finish Ready Player One, and then he just throws the post out there, and it happens to be like super timely and topical. And you're like, oh, you just made this in like a few weeks or few months. Like, some of these directors are just so good that they, you know, by doing little to nothing in terms of showmanship and presentation, are still leagues better than any other director's best. Like, Coppola's reining it in is still better than most directors at their hardest trying, you know, like,
Well,
and I'm not saying he's reining it in, but compared to The Godfather, where he's clearly putting most of his attention, this seems very much like his back burner project of like, I'm writing this novel, I'm about to write another novel, let me just write this really nice poem that I'm going to put in this newspaper.
It's
a really good poem, you know?
It's a little art house film that he said, you know what, I want to take a break from the pressure of The Godfather. I'm just going to do this little thing that I got. He knew about what was going on with Watergate and all that stuff. So, yeah, let me put this out there and whatever. And then, you know, it just turned into this really hot button thing that sometimes those are the films that get nominated. And there's a thing about I don't know if this is a think piece or there's a book on this or what, but there's a theory that the films that get nominated for Best Picture are a lot of times get nominated for a reason. And it's sometimes the year that they're in that they get nominated. Like the opposite, like Nomadland got nominated that year and won that year, or Parasite that year, or blah, 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 going all the way back. You know what I mean? And there was a reason why The Conversation got nominated for Best Picture this year, you know?
Yeah, and it's amazing that the Academy didn't hold it against him that he made two great films in the same year. Like, because you can't, because he was just firing on all cylinders. Even though this is a totally different type of film, he still made a really good one. Like, this is, I know I said reining it in, and that was the wrong phrase to use, but this is very much, he's very much putting less resources into this. This very much feels like, you know, it's like if you have a Major League Baseball player playing in a minor league field, you know, maybe in that sense, even the home run makes a lot more of an impact on a minor league field, because it's like, wow, like you were able to do this while you're also hitting home runs in the big leagues. I mean, I can't wait to talk about The Godfather Part II, because it's so different than what Coppola did here, but I can't wait to talk about it because it's like, just how did he come up with two films that have also endured legacy? Like, people still talk about this film, and I see shades of it in stuff like, you know, Sopranos. It deals in a lot of I mean, that's an older show now, but I just watched it for the first time a few years ago. But like, it's stuff like that where it's very heavily influenced by surveillance and trying to like catch the mob, and even in Breaking Bad, the idea that he has to like hide things in his walls and doesn't want people to catch him. I mean, you know, there's a lot of shades of this type of movie in a lot of the TV and films we're seeing nowadays, that kind of paranoia thriller. This one is just a little bit more, The Wire as well. I haven't seen it, but it's called The Wire, so yeah. But it's really interesting, and I don't think this film could be made today. And if it did, it kind of would come off probably a little cheap, because it's going to have to deal into phones and laptops, and like I think there's something even more special about the fact that it's not technology. It's literally him looking for a microphone, which is why in that last scene when he rips apart the walls in his apartment, like, it's just like, whoa. And then at that point, he just has to kind of give up and start playing his clarinet anyway, or his saxophone anyway. And you're like, whoa, so this man's just going to constantly live in this cycle of hell. And I'm like, wow, that's so crazy. It's, again, that cynicism that I talked about with Chinatown. It's like, it ends on this like horrible note of like, the world is just always going to be unfair to you because of what you do in your profession. And I'm like, geez, these heroes in these films, in literally every single one of these films, has it tough. I mean, like, to be a detective in Chinatown, to be a surveillance guy at the time of Watergate, to be the head of a mafia crew, to be a comedian on the trying to fight for free speech, and then to be a firefighter when people are trying to build buildings however the fuck they want. Like, it's crazy how all these films have a very similar thing to say about professions at the time, but also kind of today.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think the movie could be made today, but I do totally agree that it would be very different, and it would just be a different kind of way. In fact, the movie kind of has been remade a little bit. I don't know if Dan is thinking of the same thing I'm thinking of.
I think it's a sequel. Don't quote me on that. I think it might be like a what's that word? How do you a something sequel in a way, where you have Gene Hackman in The Conversation 30 years prior, and then Enemy of the State comes out 30 years later, where he's in a freaking warehouse, and he's got like all these traps, and he's got gates, and he's got everything all around him. Nobody can get to him, and he's stuck in there by himself. And he's Brill, and he's got people are saying that's kind of like a I don't know what the word is.
Spiritual sequel.
Spiritual
maybe?
sequel.
Yeah.
A spiritual sequel of The Conversation.
Mm.
And that's
Chad, what was the one you were
happened
thinking of?
30-something years later of what he had become.
I gotta check that out. We're not on the same wavelength,
Okay.
actually.
Okay.
I was thinking of, because it's great that Dylan brought up Breaking Bad, because I was thinking of, and I'm trying not to spoil this, because I was thinking of Better Call Saul.
Oh,
Because I know Dylan hasn't seen it, and I don't know about Dan.
I've seen a few seasons.
There is a specific character who goes through something like Gene Hackman's character does, but in a different way.
When does it take place, though, Chad? When does it take place?
Better Call Saul?
Yeah, like does it take place modern day, like 2020s, or?
Well, it's like
That's a period
Breaking Bad,
piece to
so-
Breaking Bad, so probably
Right.
the 90s.
Yeah, my point was that I don't think you can make it as effective with modern technology. I think the charm of it is that everything is so
There's
like
flip phones.
old fashioned.
and-
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's a good example then. Yeah,
Maybe early
because like
2000s.
I think about like Punch Drunk Love. Like, could you make that with cell phones? I think the charm is the fact that all the phones have cords in that film. Like, it makes it so much funnier, like darkly comedic. Like, I just think there's a charm about the tangibility.
You're
of all this stuff.
absolutely
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to say that you're not correct. That
No,
this-
I know. Yeah, I got you.
This movie isn't uniquely 70s. I think it totally is. I just think like if they made it, just like you said before, like it would just have to be totally different.
Right.
But like you could totally make a Paranoia film today, like just like
Sure.
in the same vein, but it would just be a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I would
definitely
love to
check
see
out-
some modern.
Definitely check out Enemy of the State, guys. You'd be like, oh, okay, now I see. Yeah.
I feel like if you remade it today with like modern technology, you have to go full like supernatural or full like fantasy, where like the house, like all the devices are like in on it together, like it's almost like an AI type thing, and like the cameras in the building are watching you, and like you can't. I don't know. I think it'd be cool.
Like Smart House?
Kind of, I guess, or even like Megan in a way, like that she's always watching, always listening. I mean,
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
1984.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's a very interesting premise, even though it feels so minuscule in comparison in scope and style. But I don't think that's a bad thing either. Like, I think that's a good thing. It shows that there's versatility for Coppola, and that not everything has to be like this giant epic. Because when I think of Coppola, I think of Godfather Part II, and Apocalypse Now. But I forget that there were also littler films there, like The Outsiders, another film I love of his. Like these smaller films that are just really well contained, just really good stories. Like, it doesn't have to be these big blockbusters. Not everyone's a Jim Cameron, and that's fine too. You can be a Jim Cameron, and even Jim Cameron has taken a few.
Yeah,
smaller-
I was just about to say. I mean, like, True Lies is like a big action movie, but it's like nothing compared to like Avatar and Titanic on the level of scale and stuff. So even Jim Cameron can. The Terminator's a very small movie made for $6 million. Compared to,
or you have like a Spielberg who says, I'm going to drop Jurassic Park and Schindler's List in the same year, and it's like, all right, Schindler's List is not the same in terms of blockbuster, but it is still one of the most monumental films of that time.
That's how
time,
you have a true like auteur who can just like do anything, big movies, small movies, whatever. Yeah,
yeah, just a visionary. Well, The Conversation, sadly not up for as many Oscars as The Godfather Part II or as any of these other films. It's only up for 3, and it doesn't win any. It's nominated for Best Picture, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Sound, but that's okay because it is still a great film.
I can't wait to talk about The Godfather Part II.
Wait, what?
I can't wait to talk about The Godfather Part II.
I accidentally recorded myself talking earlier. Well, I apparently can't wait for it, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about
right now.
I don't know, but according to Gene Hackman, who has apparently been surveilling me, I want to talk about The Godfather Part II. So let's talk about it, Chad. Let's talk about The Godfather Part II. I want to say this is my best episode of Segways, but I've still got 2 left, so I will not say that yet.
All right, we're not talking about The Cat Father. We're talking about The Godfather Part II, directed by Francis Ford Coppola, written
Who's that?
by Francis Ford Coppola and Mario Puzo, a cinematography by Gordon Willis, and music by Nino Rota. Starring Al Pacino, Robert Duvall, Diane Keaton, Robert De Niro, Talia Shire, Morgana King, John Cazale, Mariana Hill, and Lee Strasberg. Synopsis: Michael protects the family business as we see his father, Vito Corleone's rise to power. Based on The Godfather by Mario Puzo.
Yeah. And we talked about how much we love The Godfather, so we don't need to preface that. That was all of our favorite movie of the last month. But I'm interested to talk because I know we've all seen this movie before, obviously, but I know for Chad, it's only like a second or third watch.
This
For
is my
me,
second watch. Yes.
For me, it's also my second watch, and I'll be honest, the first time I watched this was a long time ago, to where like a lot of it felt new. And Dan, who I'm sure have seen this a lot of times, so I want to start with you, Dan, because you are a guest, and this is like the movie you came to talk about. So I want to know, Dan, what are your thoughts on this film, having seen it a bunch of times, and like where do you fall? I guess we also have to talk about the whole, do you like the first one better? Do you like this one better? Or do they exist totally separately and they shouldn't be compared because they're both great? Let me know.
I knew it was you, Fredo.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you right now.
I'm gonna cry.
John Cazale, he's in 2 movies that are nominated for Best Picture this year, and 72 and 78. The guy, and Dog Day Afternoon, which you guys
75.
already put that up. 75.
Yeah, very next year.
But the thing about this, look, my favorite actor of all time is Robert De Niro. And I don't think I've ever seen Robert De Niro play a character so nuanced and so subtle in his entire career. He wins an Oscar for playing young Vito Corleone, and it's like hand gestures and little things, and like how he maneuvers the boss, and then gets him, and he turns around, and he shoots him and stuff, and then all of a sudden the people are like, oh, you don't pay for this, and here's some fruit, and like he becomes like the savior of the neighborhood. You know what I mean? And then juxtapose that to this guy who has gone into hell, and like he sets senators up in saunas, and he kills his own brother. But once his mother died of natural causes, he waits till she dies to go kill his own brother, because he can't forgive his brother for going against the family. You never go against the family, Dylan. What the heck is wrong with you? You never go against the family.
You don't have to tell me. I was not the one last episode who wanted to be in that family. That was very much you, Dad, who wanted to be a part of the curling.
Hey, that's why you don't go against the family. You don't want this to happen to you. But and then you just see the wife. What's her name again? Diane Keaton. Just, you look at her eyes, and it's just like her eyes have become black, and it's like they're in like a pit. She's just nothing on her face. She's just like, and when she gives that news about that thing that happened, and you see his face just go like, and then, I don't condone hitting women, but I don't know if any of us could have held back at that moment. What she told him: I would never bring a child of yours into this world ever again. And this guy over here, Dylan, Chad, he's about to have a child, and he's like, dang it, man, this is cannot be easy for you guys to watch this. But also, like I said, the 2 sides of it are completely different, but they're beautiful and amazing in their own way. And this is an absolute epic masterpiece of filmmaking. I never thought he could recapture the magic all over again, but he does it. They do it again 2 years later, and it's like, how could this possibly be happening? And like I said on the last episode, put these 2 films together, watch them from beginning to end, and you got an epic like I don't think you've ever seen before, because that cut of The Godfather and The Godfather 2 together, it's got, Kill Bill, Volume 2 together, or whatever. No, you really got to see these 2 films tied together. And I guess you could do it on TV. You couldn't probably do it in the theater that way, but that's how I saw it. I saw it on TV. But
I've seen it a few times where they play the Godfather epic, where they start with him as a kid into Robert De Niro, and then they go into the first Godfather, and then they finish with the Pacino stuff in this one. Like, you can kind of see it in chronological order. I've always said I think it's very interesting that the only other film to kind of like nail this technique of being a prequel and sequel all at the same time is Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again, where you see how she met the 3 dads, and you also see the future of it. I think it's a really good device. I think it's an interesting way to tell a story but it doesn't merely exist just to be like, oh, let's show the background. It like actually serves a point in the narrative to show Vito, who goes from nothing to building himself to something and ends on a high, happy ending, to Pacino's, to Michael Corleone, where he's thrown into it. He's given everything. He starts with everything on a silver platter. He doesn't really have to do much. He starts with all this stuff. He, you know, his family set up for him, and to see how he kind of rises and to see their rises simultaneously, back and forth, cutting back and forth, to see where they both end up, where Vito is at the top. And then Michael is also at the top, but at what cost? And I think the cost for Michael is so much worse. And that's why it's so crazy to see these different time periods to show just how you think, because Vito starts at the worst beginnings. I mean, his father's killed. He's sent to America by himself. You think it's going to be nothing but trouble for him, but it's the opposite. Whereas Michael, you think, oh, things can't get worse. He's on top. But they go the opposite way. It's so crazy how they go in polar opposites from one another, to where you end the film in totally different places, where now Michael's in shit and Vito's at the top. I just think that's always been such a great story device for this film, to frame those two storylines next to one another. I always admit I'm a little bit more intrigued by the Michael stuff than the Vito stuff. Every time it goes to the Vito stuff, I still love it, but I'm just so invested in Michael's story, because we all talked about last episode how much of an amazing character Michael is and how well written he is and his great arc. I think his story here is even more layered and complex, because in the first one, he's just this innocent guy who's kind of tormented by the mob, but now he's fully there, and now it kind of shows all the complications that he must take on himself, that he was always trying to protect his father from. Now he's the guy. Now he's the one who's getting the assassination attempts. Now he's the one who has to literally make that choice to spare Fredo or not. And it's kind of that thing where the first one, it's like, don't go against the family. But now it's this one, it's like, well, what happens when you do and you're in the family? And it's like, oh, crap, what's going to happen? And that whole reveal where Fredo is like, oh, nice to meet you. And then later on at the party, he's talking as if he knows the guy. And then Michael puts two and two together, like, oh, shit, Fredo knows who he is. That sucks. And the guy he knows is also Junior Soprano from The Sopranos, so that's pretty fun to see. Dominic Cini's in a very small role, but that moment is heartbreaking, because in the scene it's festive, it's a party or whatever, and then he comes up to him, he's like, I knew it was you, Fredo. Give him the kiss on the face, and it's like there's a happiness around him, but in the center it's this horrible thing, because you know it's never going to end well for Fredo.
And then Fredo trying to get away, and he says, Fredo, come here, I'll help you out.
The only thing saving his life is the fact that his mother's still alive, and he would not kill him while his mother's alive. But that's merely buying time. That does not mean anything, because as soon as she's gone, boom, Fredo's gone. And that's so, and I'm going to spoil it, obviously, because people have seen it. I mean, like,
this is a 50-year-old
we're going to talk about spoil. Yeah, exactly. Like, and this is a film where I feel like a lot of people know it as the one where Fredo betrays Michael. But there's so much more to it. But I want to hear from you, Chad, too, because I know this is only your second watch of it. What do you think of this film? Because I know how much of a fan we all are of the first one.
Yeah, I'll show my hand here. I don't think this one is nearly as good as the first movie is. I think the first movie is like this 3-hour like masterpiece of like one like singular arc that like is just paid off so well at the end. And I don't think this movie does that well. Like I'm one who I wonder what the two stories would have been like as their own kind of movies, because it feels a little weird. And I'm actually the opposite of you, Dylan, a little bit, where I actually find the Vito stuff a little bit more interesting than Michael stuff, because I like, the Michael's story ending kind of at the end of the first movie. And then I don't really care about his story all that much after that, because all he does is just be a jerk the entire movie, and I just don't care to watch that much. I do agree with Dan, though. I thought that the stuff between him and his wife was very interesting, and I don't necessarily agree that like it's that any person might have hit her or anything like that, no. Because that's I understand like where it's coming from, because it's like
the 70s, Chad. You forget. Trust me. I have an abusive family. I had abusive family. This happened a lot in the 70s.
I understand.
It seems warranted in the context of like it makes sense why Michael would do it, because that is who Michael is. But yeah. I know Chad, you're speaking as Chad. Chad would never do it, and I wouldn't either. Like I think even if I was pushed to that point, like I can totally see why she's doing that too. I'm like,
Yeah.
she is validated, because would I want to bring a baby into that world with that type of father? Probably not. No.
Yeah, there's so many parallels between her and Skylar White from Breaking Bad. It's like, almost trying to kill yourself, and just you don't want to bring a baby into this world. I totally agree with that. And then I do see it from his side. Like, how would you feel if your wife did that without even saying anything to you or consulting you at all? Like, ultimately it is her choice because it's her body, but at the end of the day, it's also his child. So like, but this is a whole mob story, so it's very different. It's a whole thing. But and no, I'm not trying to say that I don't like this movie. I think this movie is great. I think the Michael stuff is great with Fredo. That is like the crux of that story that I think is really great. And Dylan and Dan both really hit it on the nose, all the great parts of that story. The Vito stuff, I don't know. I'm just very interested in, like, look at what Vito became, and then look at where he started and look at how he became. And I just think Robert De Niro is just fantastic in that role, so that I'm just like very interested. And for me, I think the film kind of, it feels a little uneven at times for me, because like I'm watching, I see a lot of the Vito stuff, the Michael's, because it starts with Vito, then it goes to Michael, and back to Vito, and then it's with Michael and Fredo and stuff for like a very long time before it finally goes back to Vito. And I'm like, why can't you have given me more Vito so it feels a little bit more even? So I don't know if on future watches maybe I'll see the things that you guys have said and seen, like it kind of marries like really well, and like the mirrors of both and stuff. But it just feels like I just wanted more Vito at some point. But that's kind of really where I fall with this one. So I don't know, because I know a lot of people put both of these like right side by side, and people are like, why didn't Godfather Part 2 end up on the Sight and Sound list and stuff? And I'm like, I kind of get it, to be honest. Like I would definitely put The Godfather, I'm sorry, I know it's sacrilege, I would put The Godfather on there for sure, but The Godfather Part 2 I think is just a cut underneath.
Well, and also like when you're picking, like, because they're compiling top 10 lists too, it's like, are you really going to waste 2 spots on a top 10 list for the same franchise? It's like, that's probably why none of the Star Wars films made it on either, because half of the people are probably putting Star Wars, half are putting Empire. If all those people settled on one movie, that would probably make the list. And I think that's what happened this year, is they all picked Godfather, and that's how they made it on the list, and Godfather 2 didn't. Even though they did release the top 250 recently, and Godfather Part 2 was like 135 or something, so it was like very close to the top 100, but it didn't make the official 100. But like just on the point of the hitting thing, like I agree. Like I think in that moment, I've always saw it more from Diane Keaton as the more empathetic person always. Like I've always taken her side through pretty much every moment of these 2 films, and so I'm always in support of that decision in that moment. But I can also see why Michael reacts the way he does. I don't condone it, but I also, in that context of what's happening, I see, especially because of what type of family this is. I mean, like, this is really crazy, and kind of having just come off of the scene where Vito has his kids and he's holding little Michael, and like, I think that's why it works having both of them in the same movies, because you can kind of see how, yes, Vito was doing all this criminal stuff, but his life was just getting better and better and better, and Michael's is just getting worse and worse and worse. And I think that is really interesting to see, though I do see what you mean, Chad, in terms of how long they take with each segment, maybe cut a little bit more back and forth, so it feels almost back and forth rather than like, I see what you mean. But I definitely see what you mean. I do prefer the first one, because I just think Michael's innocence to darkness is much more interesting than his darkness to Breaking Bad. Like, this feels like the last season of Breaking Bad, where it's like we've seen Walter descend, and now he's fully at his evil nature, and it's like more of like, now what? Now how does he get away with it? And we see, I won't spoil that show, but like, and this show, it's in this film, it's kind of like, now what? And there's still another one to go too, which I think is interesting, which I've never seen. I've never seen the third Godfather, so I don't know.
Well, I just have a couple more things I want to touch on, Dylan.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, what I like is, the cinematography, we talked about it for the first film, and it's just this gorgeous. It has this grain. It just has this look about it. But if you look at the Vito stuff, that similar vibe in the cinematography was there for the Vito stuff. And then Michael's stuff, it had a different kind of cinematography.
Yeah.
So it would look distinctly different. And
Yeah,
then
the Vito has like that yellow hue over it, almost like your Denis
Yeah.
Villeneuve enemy type vibe. Like it's kind of all
Yeah.
this yellow gold coating. Yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, just God, I love the cinematography.
It is beautiful.
in the
Yeah.
Godfather. And then the other thing is too is we forget this is the beginning of women's lib. This is the beginning of women taking control of their lives and saying, "I am something. I am worth something. I am somebody." And the thing where Kay, she had no control over nothing. The one thing she had control over was the one thing. I'm never going to bring a demon child of yours into this world ever again, Michael, and blah, 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 blah. And so in the context of women's lib and controlling yourself in a family that you have no control over whatsoever, you took control. And that in the 70s was a really big thing for her to do in that movie, in that movie. And the other thing too is it's like, you're dealing with are you all right, Dylan?
Yeah, I dropped my phone. I'm preparing the next segue, and I dropped my phone because Karma's trying to tell me to just focus on the movie at hand and not prepare what you're going to segue to Lenny with.
Oh, okay.
It's my bad.
And, we're dealing with we dealt with a little bit with the Irishman, and we deal with Nixon and Watergate. And you have it's like the Senate and all these hearings. I don't know. Oh, you're a Yankees fan, Dylan, so you're going to go and you're going to get into a hearing. How dare you be a Yankees fan or blah, blah. I'm like, they were doing hearings
I
left
like
and
to
right. It's
win.
like all these hearings because he's supposed they were criminals and this and that and the other. And then this guy's a turncoat. And it's like, and then Lee Strasberg is considered one of the greatest acting coaches of all time, and he's like this Jew who's trying to take everything away from Michael. He's hiding in Israel, and they're in Cuba. There's just so much going on in this movie, but it's like two movies in one. That's what makes it so great. How he was able to cram two great movies into one great movie. Then you still have The Godfather, which isn't a great movie. So you got, in a way, three movies in two movies, and it's like Godfather galore.
Yeah. No, I agree. I do think, you can't get too much Godfather, even if you prefer one over the other. Yeah, there was another thing I was going to bring up, but I forget. Oh, the scene at the end where they go back in time again, and you see them at dinner where Vito's about to come home for his birthday.
Added on. Love that scene.
Is that
That
added
wasn't
on?
in the original cut.
Oh,
That is not in the original. They added that on.
Scene, though.
Where did you watch this on? Paramount Plus or?
No, I watched this on Chad and I both have the Coppola restoration Blu-rays from 5-10 years ago. Yeah,
they added that on.
I'm glad they added it on because I love
Wasn't
that
that
scene
amazing?
because it's a heartbreaker because you get James Caan back, which is great. You get a little Sonny action, which I always love Sonny. But you also see that even when Michael wasn't involved with the family in terms of the family crime, he wanted to go off in the army or whatever. Everyone gave him shit. Who was the one guy who supported him? Fredo. And that's like a big FU to Michael. And I get what Chad said. Like, he's unlikable in this film, but I think there's almost like a sadness. I think having watched the first one, there's more of a sadness of like, like he was so good. Like, what happened to him? Whereas I think, if you start the film at this point and only see this film, I think it's worse. But I think because of the context of the first. But again, a film should stand on its own. And I do think he's very unlikable in this one. But I mean, just that whole last scene, the added scene where Fredo's like the one who's like, I'm supportive of you, Michael. I think that's great. Like, just so sad because it's like
I know Chad wants to say something, but real quick, I'm glad you brought that up, Dylan, because if you notice, one by one, they all get around the table. What's his face? Tessio brings in the cake, and then one by one, they all disappear, and he's there all alone, sitting at the table. And so that was meant to be. Michael is now all alone. He has nobody he can trust, nobody that he cares about. Nothing matters to him. He started out as this young, innocent guy with this whole family, this beautiful wife, this whole 9 yards. And then one by one, they all disappeared in his life. And he's in that hole all by himself. I know,
Yeah,
Chad,
like
you wanna say-
he's by himself then, and then at the end he's by himself again. Like there's no way he doesn't end up alone, and that's why I think losing K is one of those things he'll regret. I haven't seen the third one, so I'm interested to see what they'll do with
Same.
all that stuff. So, Chad, what else did you have to say?
Well, no, same. I'm very excited to see the third one now, and then maybe rewatch all of them in kind of like some sort of order or whatever.
The epic, the Godfather epic, watching
Yeah,
in chronological order.
potentially.
Yeah.
Very
All
excited.
27 hours.
I love that you brought up that end scene because all of this discussion is recontextualizing the movie for me a lot because I love how they added that. Breaking Bad, I know we keep making references, but it's heavily influenced by this trilogy. So at least especially these first two movies. And Breaking Bad has a lot of these scenes where you'll see who Walter White has become, and then they'll go back and showing his like kind of hope for the future and stuff like that. And then you see like his house and his hope for that house. He's like, oh, it's a starter house. And then you see like what he and the house has become, and just all the parallels. I just think is brilliant, and I love. I think it was a great addition of this scene, just like you said at the end, because I do think it recontextualizes the movie and kind of explains that the movie a little bit better. So it's interesting that they didn't have that in the original cut, because I think that's a really great addition to what it is to help explain stuff a little bit more.
When Coppola he has a archivist that oversaw all the restorations. He specifically wanted that in there that he couldn't do back then, that he wanted people to see this and get a whole new kind of idea of what Michael was going through, because he felt like that you didn't really understand what Michael was really going through at the end of The Godfather Part II. But now with that added in, you kind of do understand what he was going through, because one by one, they're all gone and he's all alone in hell by himself.
Yeah. I've always heard people complain about George Lucas adding stuff to the Star Wars movies with every new technological advancement. And I've always been like, yeah, no, like a director should just leave a film be, unless there's a director's cut, like leave it be, unless it's a whole other cut. But then I'm like, I watch this film and I'm like, my favorite scene is when they add it in later. So I don't know. And does that make the film itself worse because of it? Probably not. But I mean, it's without that scene, I don't even know if I love it as much as I do already.
It is a little bit different to tag something great onto the end of a film than just to throw weird CGI characters that take up the entire frame.
But imagine a giant wampa in the middle of Sicily, though. I don't know. The Godfather Part II. Oh yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I have a couple more things real quick.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, because there are later season Walter White kind of homage in the first Godfather. Because there's certain things where picking off people one by one when you're at the top and you're just waiting for things to happen. And then also actually talking about the film here, Diane Keaton is even more sympathetic when she loses. And she also loses. She doesn't get the kids, and then they slam the door in her face.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the slamming the door of the face. But instead, last time it was kind of, we were seeing it from Diane's perspective, or from Kay's perspective, where we're watching her and we watch the door close. Now we're seeing Michael slam it, and then we see it go on. Like, we're no longer with Kay, we're with Michael fully, and it's like, it's hard.
Like, he can't even be in the same room with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and that scene is so powerful too, where he just walks up and closes the door. I mean, there's so many great scenes, and I do agree with Chad. It's a little long, but I also think like the scenes that are great are like so good.
It's a film of considerable length, as Scorsese would say.
Considerable, yes. But let's consider this: 6 for 11 Oscars. That's a lot. What it doesn't win, it wins 6 of 11. What it doesn't win, actor for Al Pacino, he does not win. Still does not win. Supporting actor, like I said, there were 3. One of them won, but the 2 that lost are Lee Strasberg and Michael Vigazzo. And then supporting actress Talia Shire, which is interesting because she was also in the first one, but she gets the nomination for the second one here, and she'll go on to get one for Rocky as well. Costume design, and then the ones it wins Best Picture, obviously. It wins Best Director for Francis Ford Coppola. He finally won that battle against Bob Fosse. Supporting actor for Robert De Niro. He is the one of the 3 that won, and it was his first before he would win again for Raging Bull, which we've also talked about. The 3 of us have talked about. It wins adapted screenplay. It wins original dramatic score and art direction. Man, this film, I mean, Michael Corleone, he sure is one big sucker, right? Sorry, that was my transition to Lenny. That was my preparation for the Lenny transition. It wasn't good. But imagine I said the word that cannot be said in Lenny when I was talking about Michael Corleone. Chad, tell us about Lenny, who is a big old sucker as well.
Sure. Lenny, directed by Bob Fosse, written by Julian Barry, cinematography by Bruce Surtees, music by Ralph Burns, starring Dustin Hoffman, Valerie Perrin, Jan Miner, Stanley Beck, and Gary Morton. Synopsis: Lenny Bruce pushes the boundaries of comedy obscenity laws as he struggles with a near God complex and self-destruction. Based on Lenny by Julian Barry.
Yeah. Dan, you look like you have something to say. Go ahead.
No, I figured you were going to say, Danny, had you seen this before?
Oh, yes. Had you seen it? Was this your first watch?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so this is the one. Yeah, so we were all watching this for the first time.
Yeah, I'm a huge Dustin Hoffman fan. And once again, unapologetically, I am a Dustin Hoffman. Say whatever the hell you want to say. I think this guy's one of the greatest actors to ever walk the earth. And Lenny was the one blank spot on my kind of filmography of Dustin Hoffman that I hadn't seen. And I'll tell you what, wow, does he just own this character? You know, and I'm familiar with Lenny Bruce because I'm a big fan of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Yeah. So I kind of have an idea of what this person was. This really threw me for a loop, though, because he really was a nasty character, but he just didn't care about people. He didn't care about life. He didn't care about what you thought. He was just going to say whatever vomit was going to come out of his mouth, and he didn't care. But a lot of times it was right. The stuff was the funniest stuff. It's stuff like, hey, that's stuff that you think common sense stuff that someone's saying, but he couldn't say MF and had the cops, and how many times he had to go to jail and all this stuff. And Valerie Perrin, or whatever, Perrin, she was fantastic in this. I'll tell you what, Dustin Hoffman, because I mean, I was like a massive fan of The Graduate going into this, and Serpico. No, that's Al Pacino. My bad. Rain Man. And Marathon Man is what I meant to say. Marathon Man and some of these films, and All the President's Men. But I hadn't seen this enough. Like, dang it, why haven't I watched this? And if it wasn't for this, I probably wouldn't have watched it. But now I'm just glad I did, because Hoffman just kind of does something that he's never done in his entire career, you know? And that's what I'm glad to see. He went there to that like crazy level. And of course he gets nominated for Best Actor for this, but and the black and white, I love the black and white in there, you know. And hey, I love Bob Fosse, I love Cabaret, but Bob, he didn't deserve to win this time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, he won the first one, so I don't think they were going to give him a second one over Coppola. But Chad, this was your first watch. Where do you come from in terms of Lenny Bruce knowledge? Are you a Bruce fan, or not a Bruce Springsteen fan, a Lenny Bruce fan? Do you know anything about?
I'm a big like stand-up comedy fan. There's so many comedians that I adore, and there's some that I don't. I think Lenny Bruce, like if I were to have listened to his comedy outside of this movie, I probably wouldn't have been a fan, just because like my style of comedy is not necessarily the shock humor, I'm going to say what, that, like, I respect that, but it's not like my style. Like, I don't like Lewis Black. I don't like, trying to like think of all the ones like that
Dice.
are like
Dice.
Sure, yeah, I don't like that comedian really either. What Chappelle?
Yeah.
I love Chappelle.
Okay.
But like a lot of the ones that are like cursing is the big thing. But I will say, I really dug this movie just because I like that he was kind of like a pioneer of facing these big obscenity laws and what you can and can't say. And you have people in comedy today facing stuff like this, not the exact same thing, but they're facing the whole feared cancellation if you say something against a certain class of people, against a certain thing. But it's like look, you may not agree with what I say in this comedy special, but this is the format. This is the, like, really one of the only times that I can say whatever I want, and it should be just okay. It's like a Comedy Central roast. It's like the certain things where this is the platform, this is the the little box where I can say whatever I want, and it's comedy. I'm not always truthful. I'm not always saying the things that are as politically correct or whatever, but it's truthful. Now there are exceptions, because you have Kramer from Seinfeld. That was not okay what he did. So you have exceptions where there's certain things you can't just berate an audience yelling a slur at them. And Lenny Bruce did do that in this movie. And in real life, I'm sure.
Yes.
But where it's different is he started out that way and he turned it into the bit, and he got people on his side. Like, no, stay with me. This is where I was going with it. I still didn't like that bit, and I didn't really like any of his bits. I didn't think any of his comedy was funny personally. Like, I was like, this all also seems kind of like old style comedy that really wouldn't fly with me. Like, even if Bill Cosby had not had all the stuff happen with Bill Cosby come out, I still would probably not have been a big stand-up comedy Bill Cosby fan. There are exceptions. I like Jerry Seinfeld. I like, certain stuff like that, where it's a little bit more minimalist comedy, and people who are like, kind of like a one-liner comedy, like Stephen Wright and stuff like that. But despite my personal taste on comedy, even though I don't think like a lot of that stuff is funny that he was saying specifically, I love that this movie was like, this is a man who pushed the boundaries, kind of won, but then kind of lost, and his life didn't go great, but he did a lot for comedy and for people, free speech, and people being able to say whatever they want to say, like on a platform like that. And a lot of comedians today have benefited from that, and I think that's pretty great. And I agree with Dan that Dustin Hoffman was fantastic in the movie. Yes.
We forget this took place in the 60s. He was doing this in the 60s, where we hadn't gotten to the 70s. Yeah, the movie came out in the 70s, but we hadn't gotten to the 70s yet. This kind of stuff was no bueno in the 60s.
True.
70s, he probably could have got away with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, and that's one thing also, is just like when this movie came out, it already probably felt dated, because by then it's like people can say whatever. Like watching it now, you're like, I'll just say it. I bleeped it out earlier, but saying cocksucker is not a big deal nowadays. Like you can say cocksucker all you want. I mean, Donald Sutherland delivers a great one in what's the show with Nicole Kidman and Hugh Grant? The not the fall, something.
Oh,
I'm forgetting the name of it, but he has a great monologue where he ends it with saying like, I'm an old fashioned cocksucker, and it's like this great little like line delivery. I'm like, and back then that doesn't fly. Which is so yes. I think. Wait,
I mean, right? He said MFer a lot. You can,
you
couldn't say MFer nowadays. You look at any movie now, and they're dealing with certain rating systems and stuff, Dylan. You can have a certain amount of swear words in a movie.
The Undoing is the show I was looking for.
That's it. Yeah.
And I mean, have you? Real quick. Have any of you guys seen The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this was. I haven't talked yet about Lenny Bruce, but yes, I was introduced to Lenny Bruce from that, seeing him as like not a mentor figure to Maisel, but like or Midge, but like kind of like a comrade, like another person who was on the rise. Because that whole show deals with a woman who is trying her best to kind of bring reality, and like, why should comedy have to stray from how we actually talk and how we actually interact? And her whole thing was that she brought her real life marital problems, and she would just talk about them. She wasn't even planning jokes. She would just literally talk about her marital problems, and because she's a funny person, everyone else ate it up. And this is kind of a similar deal where he's bringing his real life to the stage. And I haven't really talked about this movie yet, but this is what Fosse does so freaking well, is that he knows how to bring a person's real life onto the stage and bring the stage into the real life, and how they're a lot more similar than we are led to believe. We are led to believe that what happens on stage happens on stage, what happens in real life happens on real life. But Fosse, the artist, knows that a lot of stuff in your real life translates to stage, just like a lot of stuff from your showbiz life can translate to the person you are in real life. It's exactly what he said about Cabaret. And is he kind of retreading the same thing, except instead of singing, it's comedy? Yes, but do I care because it's so freaking well done and so masterfully edited and put together? Not at all. And I think that's what's so brilliant.
And the fact that it's also about, just like Cabaret, about pushing the boundaries and kind of like, doing the thing that like is taboo, is not the thing that people would normally expect. And yet he's saying this is okay, which I think is great.
And I actually went back and watched some Lenny Bruce stuff, and this was my one thing too, Chad, is I agreed. I was like, this isn't funny. Like, I think the whole point of the movie is to show that he wasn't really that funny. He was just known and remembered because he was volatile. And I think Fosse's much more interested in his life and who he was as a person rather than how he was as a comedian. But the one thing I'll ding the film for is that watching his actual comedy, he is so much funnier than this film leads you to believe. And I've actually heard, now watching this as a film, I love the film. But as an actual depiction of how Lenny Bruce was as a comedian, I think this film is not very good in showing exactly how he was as a comedian. But I don't think the film is trying to be that, so I think it's okay. Like, the film is not trying to show an exact replication of how he sounded. This isn't Bohemian Rhapsody where we want to give you exactly what Freddie Mercury sounded like. It's like, no, this is to show more than just who he is. This is more to show how his life came to the stage and how it overwhelmed him and how he went into his own spiraling, similar to how Bob Fosse himself did. I mean, the fact that literally he's, as he's doing this, some background here, as he's making this movie, he's also choreographing the original Chicago on Broadway. And right after he does both this and Chicago on Broadway, he has a heart attack and almost dies. And he does survive that heart attack, but this is the project that literally led him to his heart attack. Now, also part of that reason is that he was having his own marital issues. He was also a chain smoker, and he was a big drug addict. And that is also kind of where Lenny Bruce is, too. Coincidence? I think not. And another thing on top of that is that he is also, working with Dustin Hoffman, who, like kind of Dan alluded to, you love him or hate him, you love him as an actor. Everyone loves Dustin Hoffman as an actor, but as a person, I've not heard a single person who has worked on a film with Dustin Hoffman say they had a positive experience. Not because of any like inappropriate stuff, and I'm sure there has been, but like just because he's a pain in the ass to work with, kind of like what we talked about with Marlon Brando. I heard he's the absolute hardest to work with, to where like famous directors have famously Ivan Reitman, who has sadly passed away, but when he was doing the film Draft Day, just kind of throwaway dad flick about sports, was doing Draft Day, he had the opportunity to get Dustin Hoffman for one of the roles, and he turned it down because he just was like, life's too short to work with Dustin Hoffman.
It's like Bruce
and I really think it's one of those cases where working on a film about a polarizing figure, trying to make the audience very aware that they are a polarizing figure, while also being a polarizing director and choreographing a show on Broadway about polarizing figures, Chicago, while also dealing with a polarizing actor, that is a recipe for disaster. And I can totally see why Fosse himself had a heart attack after this, because he's taking on so much and trying to say so much, and it seems like this is kind of his whole crazy persona personified on stage. I think I'm watching more Fosse than I'm watching Lenny Bruce. And I think that's a good thing. I think for cinema, it doesn't have to be an ideal representation of who the artist is. Now, watching back some Lenny Bruce comedy, I'm like, wow, Dustin Hoffman, I think it's a great performance, but is it a great Lenny Bruce impersonation or like a great Lenny Bruce? I don't think he's doing a great Lenny Bruce. I think he's just doing a good performance as a struggling comedian. I think he's doing a bad Lenny Bruce in the fact that I don't think the jokes land, but I don't think they're necessarily supposed to. I think it's supposed to be, in the context of this film, very different than what it is in real life. And I've listened to a lot of comedians specifically talk about this film, and they hate it because they think Dustin Hoffman is terrible at the comedy of it. But I think this film is a drama. It's not a comedy. If this was about, oh my God, how funny is Lenny Bruce, they would have probably gotten a different actor, because a lot of the comedians have said that the thing they don't like is that after Dustin Hoffman will deliver a joke, he kind of gives a little smile, like kind of like winking at the audience. That's something Lenny Bruce never did. Lenny Bruce was very much like your Norm Macdonald. He never really went to the audience to look and see if they were laughing. He would just kind of say it, and if it didn't work, he'd move on to the next one. He didn't give a shit. And I think that's the difference here, is that Dustin Hoffman's playing it a little bit more, I don't know the word for it, but he's a little bit more kind of giddy in a way Lenny Bruce wasn't. But I think for this film, that works a lot, because it's not about how good he is as a comedian. It's about the things he said and how that kind of destructed his own life. And we haven't even talked about Valerie Perrine yet, who is Lex Luthor's sidekick in Superman, who is just amazing here. And I can't believe she got pigeonholed to just be kind of like the ditzy sidekick after so many years. I love her in the Superman movie, so it was exciting to see her in this. But I think that stuff is also so helpful framing it as this documentary and having her talk about it, you get a lot of the drama there because you realize how destructive Lenny was, even in trying so hard to do something that inherently feels right, freedom of speech, but doing it in a way that he pushed himself to literally death. I mean, the final shot, we're going to the cynicism again of Gene Hackman sitting in his apartment in The Conversation in Chinatown, like the bleak ending of him lying on the bathroom floor dead. Like that is what Lenny did. But I think the film really wants to show the destruction of the artist. And I think Fosse himself is so interested in telling that downfall of the artist. And All That Jazz is about Fosse making Lenny. So I'm very interested to watch All That Jazz to see Roy Scheider play a version of Fosse doing this. Like it's very interesting because it kind of covers this point in Fosse's life. Because this was a very stressful part of Fosse's life, and you can see it. Like this film is stressful, but I think it's a good type of stressful where I'm always leaning in. And I think whoever he has, I forget what name you said, Chad, but whoever he had to edit those films for him, Alan Heim just killed it because he also won the Academy Award for editing All That Jazz. I think Alan Heim deserves a lot of credit of how he edits everything from the stage to the real life stuff. It's like Cabaret. He seamlessly bounces back and forth so well. I'm obsessed with Fosse's direction. He's one of my favorite filmmakers to watch. I'm just obsessed. I'm obsessed.
Well, what's his face too, Dylan, is a method actor. I wanted to tell you that Dustin Hoffman,
yeah.
So notoriously method actors are hard to work with.
Yeah.
So not excusing any behavior on set, but method actors, we all know. We've seen the clip of Christian Bale. So Joaquin Phoenix is kind of not the best guy to work with. So you have to kind of preface that when you say he's going to become these people, he's going to act like these people off screen. So if Lenny Bruce wasn't necessarily the nicest guy, so maybe
that's why I think it works so well. Yeah.
Off scene or whatever. I don't know, but and the other thing is, is it radio that they call them shock jocks, or is that a kind of a parallel to shock comedians? What's the word with these comedians? Like what was the guy who used to yell, scream all the time? Long hair,
Sam Kinison.
Sam Kinison. He's kind of like shocking comedians.
Shock humor. Yeah,
shock humor. Which they paralleled that into shock jocks, where you're radio personalities, but you say the most obnoxious thing like Howard Stern or something that's going to get a lot of, and sometimes people get fired. The one guy said something about a girls' basketball team. They had blah 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 hair, and boom, next day he was gone. So these guys, this spawned that shock humor. Comedian over the years after that, and there was a lot of them that cropped up in the 80s after that. So 70s and 80s. Rodney Dangerfield, maybe he was a little bit less, but he could really, he could needle you pretty good, but Richard Pryor is another one.
Yeah.
So if you look at these films, just, this is another one that kind of, you think, oh, okay, Lenny Bruce, he was a forerunner of this or that or the other. Now that we see, that seems like an obvious thing now, the Howard Sterns and the Don Imuses and the Kinnisons and people like that. But that's why he had the cops on the corners of the stage every time somebody said one of those curse words or one of those derogatory comments or something.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Dan. You actually kind of remind me of something here. It's like, Lenny Bruce as a comedian, maybe getting the cops mad at him, maybe getting, the crowd mad at him and stuff like that. That's a legitimate form of comedy, even though it might skirt the line of like being problematic and stuff. But if you look at like, even over in rock music, someone like, Iggy Pop, who used to like literally just go and just like antagonize the audience and like spit on them and stuff like that. And you're like, that's fucking like crazy like, rock music right there. But you look at how hardcore something like that is, and then you look at like something like Green Day, which they're great in their own right, but you're like, it's nowhere near the level of like the Stooges and stuff like that. So I look at that like comedy and that it's like kind of like, an evolving thing where some people are like, little cleaner, and then some people are like really like they'll antagonize the audience, which I think is like really crazy. But like some people might love that type of show and want to go see that type of comedy, or even when it just kind of like attacks you, like, you know, and you're not even expecting it, you know. Maybe you might love it, maybe you might not hate it, but maybe you might hate it, but you will still, it's still a legitimate art form that, you know, it pushes the boundaries and like pushes comedy itself forward. And then
Andy Kaufman. Remember Andy Kaufman, guys? We all saw Man on the Moon. Andy Kaufman's another one that just like.
When we cover 1999, I want to elect to substitute the Best Picture winner for Man on the Moon, so we can just talk about Man on the Moon because I love it so much.
Sorry,
I disagree here. I think.
All right, Chad. But
talking because you mentioned Andy Kaufman, like that's another like kind of like avant-garde, like, you know, is he joking? I don't know. Is he joking?
He's
like
wrestling people. Yeah.
The stuff between him and that wrestler guy on the talk show, and you're like, he's just like,
I love it.
It's just a giant bit, but like at the time, you're like, who is this guy? What is he doing? And it's just like, and then now you have people like Tim Heidecker who's doing like very similar stuff, and you're like, I don't even know if they're joking, but they're comedian. I don't know. And it's just like a whole kind of like, you know, out
even
of
like the Eyeless Schlesinger. These women are just picking out guys in the you're a fat slob, and they're these like gorgeous blonde women. It's like, dang it, man, they got a trashy mouth, these women. But they're a spawn. They're spawned off of all that shock comedian thing, you know.
And another big shock comedian, like newer, that I want to mention is Anthony Jeselnik.
Yes, I love him.
He's one of my favorite comedians of all time.
Shark Party, baby.
Shark Party. Because he's a nice guy in real life, but like his persona, he acts like he's the greatest comedian of all time, that he's smarter than you are, and he just like says the most horrendous, crazy jokes that you've ever heard, but about everyone. It's just about anyone and everyone, and that's why it's kind of like South Park in a way, where it's like, no, we're gonna make fun of everyone, so nothing is off the table, and you know that's how it is. I did also want to touch on stuff that Dylan was saying about, you know, Bob Fosse and just how special it is that Bob himself created this movie, that no one else could have made this movie because he put so much of himself in it. I think is fantastic. And I think that's might be why a legitimate like Lenny Bruce stan who goes like, that's not my Lenny Bruce, hashtag not my Lenny Bruce. You know, they'll look into it and they won't see the guy that they know and loved. But Bob putting himself in this movie, I could see why the character would kind of get like blended a little bit, where it's a little bit of Bob, a little bit of Lenny Bruce, a little bit of Dustin Hoffman, and it just becomes a character and not Lenny Bruce himself. But the themes of the film are still intact. Yeah. I think that Dylan put that really great too. So I just wanted to second that. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think Fosse is at all interested in the comedy. I think he's solely interested in the person, and I think it shows. And I honestly think if they were to get someone like a real comedian who actually could perform the Lenny Bruce comedy correctly and like actually make it as funny as it actually was, I think it would take away from the message of the film. I think people would leave it being like, wow, he was a funny son of a gun, not, oh my God, what a tragic figure. What a like, wow, that is someone's life. That is deep shit. And I think you get the, oh shit, that's deep shit stuff because the comedy itself isn't as distracting. You know, even though Cabaret, the songs are really amazing and we still get the point. But again, like, I don't think the comedy has to be 100% accurate. And I think it's almost more fitting for the narrative to have someone who is not inherently a comedian trying and really embodying the person of Lenny Bruce, but not necessarily embodying the comedic stage point, because it kind of makes it a little fictional. It kind of gives it a little bit of a fictional sheen over it, which I kind of like. I like that. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. And now that you've agreed with me about like the comedy in the movie not being really that funny, I thought maybe it was just me, and it's like, well, that's not my style of comedy. No. But now I kind of want to check out more Lenny Bruce, because like I said, you said Lenny Bruce is funny, and you also love Anthony Jeselnik. I think maybe Lenny Bruce could be my thing, just not in the movie.
Yeah.
Outside
Well,
of the movie, maybe.
and I don't think that takes away from Dustin's performance either. I mean, I think
Definitely not.
if he's going for an exact replication, I think he did a bad job, but he's not. He's going for his own version, and I think it works. I don't think he's very funny, but this Lenny is not, which I think is just so interesting.
Because it could also
yeah.
just be about like, you know, timing. Like timing is a huge
Right.
part of comedy. Like maybe Lenny just had that just his delivery, and just Dustin couldn't like get that. But yeah, like you said, it doesn't really matter. It's not.
And Fosse himself is not a comedian, so he doesn't know how to direct that either. He is only
Right.
knows how to direct the tragic artist, and that's exactly what he does here. He doesn't know how to direct perfect comedy because he didn't know Lenny personally, I don't think. So like he's solely here because he's interested in the downfall of an artist first and foremost, and it shows.
I agree with you, except I still think Two Ladies is very, very funny. So
Right.
True.
True. Yeah, but that could be Joel Grey being a good comedian more so than
True,
I mean,
very
who
true.
knows? Who really knows? So Lenny also doesn't win an Oscar. Nominated for 6 of them though. It's nominated for Best Picture, Best Director for Bob Fosse, who loses to Coppola in the rematch, and they will rematch again when they compete for Apocalypse Now versus All That Jazz.
Oh,
Shit. Another time. Best Actor for Dustin Hoffman, Best Actress for Valerie Perrine, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Cinematography. And I wanted to say, because Chad kind of alluded to roasts earlier, if we hit 1,000 subscriptions on this channel, on this subathon, there will be a Roast of Dyl hosted by Kelsey Kilpatrick of Marvelous Movie Mondays, and her and all the hosts will be roasting me, and I cannot wait for it. I already have Zach and Matt are already very excited about it. I'm sure Chad's very excited about it too.
At the bit they are.
Yeah. Speaking of roasts, let's talk about a tower on fire. Let's talk.
I knew you were going there.
I know. I had to. I had to. And it wasn't even planned. I had so many other segues planned, but that I was going to say like, oh, Fosse's such a towering persona. No, this was a better one. So speaking of roast, let's talk about Towering Inferno. Chad, tell us about it.
Yeah, sure. The Towering Inferno, directed by John Guillermin, written by Sterling Silliphant, cinematography by Fred J. Cohenkamp, and music by, I know this one, the great John Williams, starring Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, William Holden, Faye Dunaway, Fred Astaire, Susan Blakely, Richard Chamberlain, Jennifer Jones, O.J. Simpson, Robert Vaughn, and Robert Wagner. Synopsis: a disaster film about a burning building and the people trapped inside, based on The Tower by Richard Martin Stern and The Glass Inferno by Thomas N. Scordia and Frank M. Robinson.
Wow, they literally just combined the titles there.
Yeah, right?
So this was also a first watch for me and Chad. Dan, was this a first watch for you or no?
Yeah, well, I think I'd seen this when I was a lot younger, and I just don't remember seeing it. I do remember seeing it, but I don't remember seeing it. You know, because when you're a little kid, things just go out of your mind. You know, 50 years later, it's hard. You know.
Also, this film, I feel like, you know, you've seen Die Hard, you've seen kind of a better version of it. You know, you've seen Titanic, you've seen this on a ship, you've seen The Poseidon Adventure, you've seen this on a boat. You know, like it's a disaster film. You know, like you've seen this film. It's just maybe not this film. But yeah.
You know, my thing is this, Dylan. Look, you live in a big city. You used to being in big buildings.
Yes.
I have vertigo, so these scenes when they're looking these buildings like. That's Chicago. I don't know if you guys have been to Chicago or not.
Yes.
No.
They had that building where you sit on that glass, whatever the hell that deck. I literally would die if I had to go out on that deck. I mean, I wouldn't even think about going out on that deck because I would literally feel like I'm going to die. This building, you're like, okay, look, you got these apartments, you got this thing, you got this party going on, you got all this stuff. And then you're like, these guys are taking shortcuts on the wiring, and they weren't putting the right coating around the wires. So then the wires get caught and they put chemical. I was like, come on, this day and age, this reminds me of shoddy gangster construction companies and all this kind of like, oh, we're on strike. So the guys are sitting on the tractor. Oh, it ain't moving because we're on strike. Oh, they settled the strike. All right, get back to work. You know, and this, it's like, come on, man. I mean, this is just like ridiculous. This day and age, you couldn't get away with this stuff nowadays. I mean, every building would be falling down. You know, look, I know this is a movie, so they had to find a way to kind of have the building get on fire, and then just the stuff like I don't know who it was, Robert Wagner. He's in the apartment having sex with his secretary, and then he's like, "All right, I'm gonna make a run for it. I'll put a towel on me," and and he gets burnt on fire, and she's like, "What the hell am I? I'll just jump out the window and I'm dead." You know, the deaths, and there's craziness. But the people that have a conscience, Paul Newman and Steve McQueen, they're like, what the hell is wrong with these people? And they're doing everything they can to try to save this building. And it's just like the stairs fall down and they're stuck in the thing. It's like, come on, Billy, come on down here. I forget what the Brady Bunch kid. Come on, get over here. I'm afraid. I mean, oh my God. Then Fred Astaire's in there. His old lady's stuck in
what a random, like when I saw his name on the thing, I was like, wait, Fred Astaire? And I was like, oh, they better have him dance. And he does for like 20 seconons. He does a little dance when they're in the party. Him and Jennifer Jones, famously my best actress for 1944, I think, the same year as Double Indemnity for Since You Went Away. She's the one who runs after the train like an airplane. She's the original one who did that, where she's running after the train. One thing
real quick, Dylan, but I know I want to give you guys your turns, but when they say, hey, there's a fire in this room, we need to get the fire company here. Oh, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. You freaking moron. You complete idiot. There's a fire in your building. Get the fire company there. Get it over there. I mean, how stupid can these people be?
I agree. And I think your enjoyment of this film goes as far as how much you're willing to forgive the fact that it is inherently very stupid, in the fact that like all these characters are making all the wrong decisions. The only one who's making the right one is Steve McQueen. Even Paul Newman has his questionable times, but he eventually gets the light of day. But you know, I think if you're willing to kind of accept that this is a ridiculous premise, like the fact that anyone would immediately not run crazy when there's a fire, you know, but I think it, as a PSA, it kind of works because it's like showing how not to behave in that circumstance. To where I bet if you're watching this in like an elementary school, you will never ever think twice when it comes to fires. You know what I mean? And maybe it's effective. I think just as us as grown adults who have common sense, we're looking at this like they can't be that dumb. But some corporate people are that, you know, blinded by money and fame and the beauty of having this lush party that maybe there are people who would just say, we're on a higher floor. It won't get us. It won't get us. And I know in a post 9/11 world too, it's hard to imagine anyone thinking that. But I mean, it's a very different time. Like you said, with the 70s, like it's a very different time. And I think this is a very interesting look at how society looked at certain things that we, I think nowadays, look at completely differently. But Chad, what were your thoughts on this one, Towering Inferno?
I didn't really like this movie at all. However, I kind of want to rewatch this movie with the Dan Skip Allen commentary if I can, because that would be a delight and hilarious. Absolutely.
These people are dumb, Chad. They're stupid.
Yeah,
it's McQueen. You're like, what is wrong with these people, right, Chad? It's like Steve McQueen's the only one with a freaking. Paul Newman's trying to tell him there's a mistake. He goes after the son-in-law, like, you fucking idiot. Why'd you redesign my designs? Why didn't you put the coating over the wires and not all this stuff? It's like, God, idiots.
Yeah. To cut costs, because money is what controls everything. And I think that's a valuable thing to say, even though it's very clearly exaggerated, let's say.
Go ahead. Sorry, Chad. I apologize.
That's okay, man. I mean, and then it's just funny because like Dylan's down there trying to save it, like, hey, it's kind of a PSA, like against what not to do. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't see, like, especially we started this whole episode out with like, look at all the great films in this year that could have been nominated. Like Blazing Saddles, like, is just like one of the like greatest comedies of all time, arguably. That could have been something like for like comedy and stuff. And like, I understand because I love a good disaster film when it's good. And I'm not even saying like this is one of the first ones, but it's not the first one. Like there was a better one that came out 2 years before, The Poseidon Adventure.
Same director, same writer, almost everybody. And I apologize, Chad. I'm not trying to do this perfect. But did you watch all the special features on this thing?
Not yet.
I watched all of them. Oh my God. Amazing special features on the making and how they got to the various scenes and then the screenwriter and all. Wow, that Blu-ray is packed with a whole laundry list of special features. It really gives you a new kind of appreciation for the movie and what they did. And Irwin Allen, my namesake, Allen. So go back, Chad. I apologize.
Sure. I mean, and I will say, like, this movie is not like trash. I'm not trying to say that. There's craft there. It's a big disaster movie about a burning building, a lot of people, and stuff like that. Sure. I just wouldn't put it as like a best picture material personally. And like Dylan said it perfectly when we started talking about this movie, is that you've seen this movie way better in other things. Like this got nominated. Why the hell didn't Die Hard? That's one of the greatest movies ever made, in my opinion. Right. That should have gotten nominated there. And I looked and I was like, that slate's not even as good as this one. So,
and I'll tell you why, because Bruce Willis is not the Bruce Willis we know today. Alan Rickman, not a name. Here, you've got Paul Newman and you got Fred Astaire, Jennifer Jones, like all these old like classic faces. And it reminds me of, and I know you love this film, Chad, but it reminds me of like a Don't Look Up, where it's like, if it was a different group, if it was all unknown actors, would this be getting nominated? Would it? And I know you love the film, but is it a top 10 movie of the year if Leo, Meryl Streep, Jennifer Lawrence, if they're not in it? I don't know. It might be for some. It still might make it, but I think having a star-studded cast really goes a long way in a film like this, whereas like Blazing Saddles, you have like some famous stars, but like this one is just laden with them. But I don't think that's an excuse to get nominated. I also wouldn't have nominated this. This is also the one of the crop, and I know tipping my ranking, but this is the one of the crop that I was not a mega fan of, but I still think when I average them all out, it's still my highest ranking year. Like I still ranked it high enough to where like because in my mind, I was able to kind of separate the seriousness of it and kind of just like enjoy it as this kind of like silly disaster movie. And honestly, at times I was watching this, like when I prepare for a movie with Framerec with Matt Chapman, I look at a movie a certain way where I'm looking for funny, corny dialogue. I'm looking for ridiculousness things. In this film, there were points where I felt like I was preparing for an episode of Framerec because I was looking at some of the dialogue because it's so cheesy, it's so hokey. Some of the banter does not feel real in the way they talk to one another. But I think when I'm looking at it as like I'm looking at this as a cheesy camp disaster film, I'm enjoying it more than if I was looking at it as a prestige picture like Titanic, where like it's supposed to be this epic film, this glorious art piece, which is also a disaster film. Here, I was just kind of like, I'm going to turn off my brain. That being said, if it's going to be a film like that, it needs to be 90 minutes tops, get in and out. You know, it does not need to be 3 hours.
It's so long. I mean, it's like 2 hours, 40 minutes, but still I could see. I mean, look, Titanic's long as fuck, but it earns it.
Yeah.
Here it doesn't, because it's just like the same shit over and over, and you don't really care about any of the people. You're kind of making fun of them, like you were saying, like Dan was saying. Maybe if you watch, because I didn't watch this as fun disaster movie. I watched the Poseidon Adventure as that, because that wasn't nominated. So. Which I actually think that could have been a great nomination, because I actually think there's some deep stuff in the Poseidon Adventure that's with great character moments and character stuff.
Once you put it on this pedestal of Best Picture, you're looking at it in a different lens. Like they would never nominate a camp film in Best Picture.
Like I would have if someone said, Chad, this did not get nominated, The Towering Inferno, for anything. But check this out. This is a really fun little disaster movie that kind of inspired other things. Because you do see like little bits of stuff, like the building. It's not on fire really in Die Hard, but it's like a building and people are trapped in it and they're trying, So you do see a lot of stuff. And then like with the whole women and children on the elevator, I'm like Titanic.
Yeah. It even reminded me a little of Spider-Man with the trolley car when they're dangling over. It's kind of like setting that groundwork. Yeah, but
and it's
I
just
agree
like
with
you see little elements that are in movies that you love way more than you would ever probably love The Towering Inferno. But yeah, it's just for me, I think it sucks that this one got in, other than like something like Blazing Saddles or Young Frankenstein or the other great ones that you guys mentioned that I haven't seen, like the one of the first Scorsese movies or whatever. Like, it just wasn't like at the Scorsese we know today. So,
Alice Doesn't Live Here is fantastic. I'm telling you right now. You ever watch?
I can't wait to see it.
You ever watch?
She won Best Actress,
Alice?
right? Ellen Burstyn.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
You ever watch Alice? The sitcom Alice? That's what it was based on. Alice Doesn't Live Here anymore.
Oh,
Is it a comedy?
Mel's Diner. Remember Mel's? Yeah, it's a comedy. It's Mel's Diner, and Alice worked in Mel's Diner, and the guy in Mel's Diner is in there, and it's not going off. I'm sorry, going off on that, but yeah. Oh, Alice Doesn't Live Here anymore. It's fantastic. Young Jodie Foster, very young Jodie Foster. She almost looks like a boy in there. But no, I wanted to something that people look at today. Okay, this movie should be nominated for Best Picture because it's going to get in Best Sound, Best Editing, Best Cinematography, Best Score, this blah blah. So that should qualify it for Best Picture. Well, my thing is this: maybe The Towering Inferno got in here for Best Picture because it had all those other prerequisites of Best Editing, Best Visual Effects, Best this, Best that.
Because the craft is good. The actual effects look really good. Yeah.
So it had a bunch of below the line things, and that was like, it's in here, it's in there, it's in there. So let's boom. There's 6 of those nominations. Boom, you're in now Best Picture because all those craft types of things. And maybe this is how this stuff started happening as years gone by, Chad. I don't know. I'm just
saying, because now we're kind of mirroring this. We might get in the same conversation when we discuss Avatar: The Way of Water coming up, because it's the big technical movie, but the discussion would then be, I know Dylan has his thoughts. The discussion would then be, does the story match that? And I can't wait to rewatch that movie just to see if it does for me. But it's one of those things where it's like The Towering Inferno. I could see exactly what Dan's saying right now, back in the 70s, playing out 50 years later again, maybe.
Top Gun too, but that's another whole.
I don't know about that. It's not screenplay nomination.
Top Gun's visual effects are way more like unnoticeable, though. It feels more practical than like Avatar, which is very obviously. But that's another discussion for another time. This one, though, I see what you mean, Dan. Like, it's going to get all those technical nominations for all the effects, and maybe they just saw this as an achievement, story aside. But again, like when you're looking at this picture, though, you have to encompass everything. Like, I think the strongest parts of Chinatown and Lenny, well, not Lenny, but Chinatown Conversation is probably its screenplays. But I still think the other elements bring it to life really well. Lenny, the best stuff is the direction, but it doesn't mean the story's not great. Here, it's like the story's not great, the direction and like design is. It's just like they seem to prioritize one over the other. But I still think, because I'm definitely the highest on it of the three of us, like I still enjoyed myself watching this. I think when it's working, it's really working. Like I think like a lot of the action set pieces are really cool, like the elevator when they have to kind of like zip line the back and forth individually, like that stuff is cool. That reminded me of Spider-Man, Die Hard stuff. It's just like as a whole, like it's just too long, and I do think some of the stars not underutilized, but I definitely think they were there to be stars. Like, do we care as much about Fred Astaire and Jennifer Jones if they're not Fred Astaire and Jennifer Jones? I don't know. And Fred Astaire is the one who gets nominated for this, and he wins, I think, I want to say Golden Globe and BAFTA for this, for supporting actor. Like, he was winning over Robert De Niro for a lot of awards. Wow. And I think it's because he's this veteran that people love. And, seeing the OG Hollywood song and dance, man, it's like Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire. Like, those are your two. And, like, it'd be like seeing Gene Kelly in a movie like this, where you're like, oh my God, that's my favorite star from when I was a kid. He's now like this old man who loves this older woman, and at the end he's getting this cat. And I figured Chad would like that moment where Jennifer Jones's cat finally, and he has a little moment with him. I'm like, oh, that's cute.
The cat for five, amazing.
Yes, I think that moment. Maybe everyone is Chad, and they were watching this movie and they were like, oh, but Fred Astaire and the cat. Because I don't think he's the highlight of this movie. I think the highlight is the Steve McQueen, because he's doing Steve McQueen. He's the action hero kind of coming and doing the thing. Looks really cool doing it. Paul Newman looks really cool doing it. Like those two, I think because they're solid, I think the movie is sturdy enough.
He should have jumped a motorcycle over something at some point.
Oh
Well,
my
the
God,
budget,
imagine.
guys.
That I would have thrown 5 stars at.
The thing
That's
is, you
Fast
gotta
and Furious.
you gotta justify this budget. So, you get all these. If you look at these big films with like 10 actors in them, you're like, oh my God, it's this one's in it, that one's in it, this one's in it. Well, how do you get? You get these big name actors because that's going to draw people to come to your movie, and then that's going to justify that big budget, which that thing had to have a huge, massive budget for the time. I don't know what the budget was for the time, but I'm sure it was a lot for the 70s. But you get these big names, that's going to get the people to come through it. You got the name, the Towering Inferno, and then the commercials and the trailers and stuff. It's a whole game that they were playing, It's just, and maybe it was just at that time, it was just kind of like a giant, like bigger than life situation type of thing, like a Jaws type of situation, where it was people were lined up around the block and it's just, this burning building and people running for their lives and
well, it's a much more crowd please. Like if you're gonna put these 5 movies in theaters, I guarantee this one sells the most money. If Godfather 1 doesn't exist, like Godfather being as successful as it was, I can see why people were buying tickets to the second one. But let's say the other 4 films, if you put the words Chinatown, Lenny, Conversation, Towering Inferno on a marquee, people are probably going to pick the one about the burning building just because it's the more appealing one, and maybe that's why. I don't know.
Look at the budget. Somebody look up that budget. Tell me that the budget and then how much it made. I'll put money on it that it probably made more.
$14 million made $203 million.
See?
So, yeah, crazy. Really made over 10 times his budget, which is nuts. Any words on OJ? We haven't talked about him.
He's actually good in the movie.
I didn't think he was the worst part.
Type of character.
I almost forgot. I saw his name in the opening credits, and Chad had told me ahead of time that he was in it. Because I didn't know anything about this film. I saw Inferno, and I thought this was about a volcano.
Yeah.
And so when I was watching this, I was like, oh, it's about a building. And then I forgot about OJ. And then when I was like, oh, wait, who's this guy? He's really good. And I was like, oh, wait, that's OJ. Yeah, no comment. Anything else?
I mean, the OJ thing, it's just one of those when he pops up in like, Naked Guns and stuff like that. And you're just like, yeah, he used to be like a legitimate actor. But then you just kind of like roll your eyes and go, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, very, very interesting figures. We're talking about, Lenny Bruce. We're talking about Roman Polanski. We're talking about OJ. I mean, this is a deep episode. Towering Inferno, though, like Dan said, up for a lot of text. It's nominated for 8 Oscars, which is more than Lenny, which is more than The Conversation. So it's third to Godfather and Chinatown, which both have 11, but it's nominated for 8. It wins 3. So it actually wins more than Chinatown. It wins more than the others, except for Godfather Part II. It wins for Best Original Song, We May Never Love Like This Again, which is the one that they're singing at the party. And like they spent a long time of her just singing it. It's just literally the song for 2 minutes. But hey, I mean, they wanted that Oscar. It wins cinematography and it wins film editing. It beats Godfather for cinematography, Dan. I know you probably have words about that. Godfather 2, not even nominated for cinematography, believe it or not. And it's nominated. Oh, and it also wins film editing. And it's nominated for Best Picture, Best Supporting Actor for Fred Astaire, because that's the one they picked. Best Original Dramatic Score for John Williams. Best Sound and Best Art Direction. And that is it. That is 1974, folks. But before we go, we have to rank these things. And then we got to give out some acting prizes. So let's start it off. We might be in agreement. We'll see. But my number 5, we're ranking these 5 films, is Towering Inferno. Chad, what is your number 5?
Also, the Towering Inferno, of course.
All right, and Dan.
I had a different one going into this, but I'm actually going to agree with you guys and go with Towering Inferno.
All right,
your 4 will tell us what was there.
So my number 4, and like I said, these top 4, like probably one of the strongest quartets of films.
And I want to preface this by saying, if we did take, because I never got around to this, I would take the Towering Inferno out now after this whole conversation that we've been having, and I'd put Young Frankenstein in, because I believe Young Frankenstein is an absolute masterpiece, and I am shocked that, because sometimes when you're doing these, you forget what came out what years, and you look it up and say, what the heck? How did that get in there? And that did. Young Frankenstein, incredible, absolutely incredible.
Just don't tell me and Dylan's mutual friend Alan that, because he will disagree.
Oh yeah, Alan.
He's in there doing
Alan. I don't know if Alan's awake right now. I don't know what part of the subathon.
I know he watches, so I gave him a shout out.
But
singing
also
the Ritz, Dylan singing the Ritz. He's over there singing the Ritz.
It's also tough because like I'm thinking I would definitely take Towering Inferno out, but I'd probably replace it with Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3. I just love that film, and it feels like the good substitute for this film because it's kind of like that. It's kind of like this disaster, a little less scale, but it's kind of a disaster
Sure.
flick. It's these hijackers on a train. It kind of has a vibe that's like the fire in the building.
I like how we each have like a different one. Blazing Saddles, Young Frank's Son, Taking.
Well,
Pelham 1, 2,
that's
3.
another thing. I got to put Blazing Saddles in there too. I just don't know if I would take out my number 4 or 3. But again, like I think any amount of films could replace the top. Like I think any films could be in this conversation. They're so good. Speaking of, my 4 is The Conversation. Chad, what is
my 4 is, and I was between these two, but Lenny is my number 4.
Lenny is your number 4. All right, Dan, what is your number 4?
Lenny.
All right, and my number 3 is Lenny, which means Chad, your number 3.
The Conversation.
All right, and Dan, what is your number 3?
The Conversation.
All right, so Chad and Dan have the same exact ranking. And
So far.
my number 2 is The Godfather Part II. Chad, what is your number 2?
What?
I'm sorry. Chad, what is your number 2?
I thought I was gonna be the only one. The Godfather Part 2 is also my number 2.
Wow. And Dan, what is your number 2?
We know what it is. It's
Speechless.
not.
I'm speechless.
We
here.
just-
I'm sorry, Dan. Hey, Dan, I like I said, it's stacked.
I'm actually very surprised that Dylan did that, but when he talked about what is his number 1 so highly with the screenplay, so I get it.
Yeah, my number 2 is Chinatown, and I love Chinatown. I absolutely love Chinatown, and I love. There's so much about Chinatown I love, but it can't. It doesn't even hold a candle to The Godfather Part 2. I mean, it doesn't even come close.
So Dan, I'll let you say what is your number 1 then? Reveal.
The Godfather Part 2 is number 1. It should be everybody's number 1. This is one of the greatest films of all time. It's easily one of the
You
top.
said the same thing about Raging Bull. And
Well,
we
I
all
believe
think
it's
great.
one of my favorites of all time
Well,
because it really resonated with me.
Also,
You probably haven't lived with an abusive alcoholic father like I did when I was growing up as a kid. So
yeah, that's fair.
Raging Bull meant a lot more to me,
Yeah.
and it reminded me of my father a lot. But
Yeah.
that's another whole thing. We don't want to get into that again. But I just love the dichotomy of the kind of the soft-hearted Vito Corleone. He can't even get his name. He comes to Ellis Island. Oh, Andolini. Now, where you from? You're Corleone. He has no respect. Nobody respects him. And then when he gets rid of the shady boss, and then everybody, oh, you don't pay for that. Oh, here's your money. Oh, I didn't know who you were. Here's your money back. And I mean, and then you have this guy that's literally the epitome of the devil incarnate. And then you have these two kind of sides, and it's just like two different sides of the same kind of coin in a lot of ways. The father and the son, and how the father got to where he is, and how the son got to where he is, and how, I mean, it took his wife to kill their child just so she could get back at him and make him just absolutely blow up and smack her in the face, and just hear his brother turned on him. I mean, how I don't understand.
Dan, I will say this was the toughest I've had to decide between the top 2. It's just, I think for me personally, I think because the first Godfather I preferred over the second one, and I already made that my winner of last month, I figured I'd give another spotlight. It's kind of like the Lord of the Rings thing with Chad. Like, he wanted to vary it up and give different winners.
I was just about to ask you, Dylan, was this a very, very similar situation to Lord of the Rings and In the Bedroom for you?
Yeah, a little bit, where like there's a film I just fell in love with immediately, but one that I've had so much more history with. And I'll say right now, my number 1 is Chinatown. I think it's because I think when I watched that, I said that's going to be one of my like top 10 films of all time. Like, I really do think it's that good. And any other year, Godfather Part 2 would be up in that conversation. And I would put the first Godfather over Chinatown if asked. Like, I would. Like, I still think the first Godfather's like probably my top 5 films of all time. Top 5. So this is not a slight for The Godfather Part 2 at all, and I don't want you to think it's a slight against you, Dan. Like, I really do love both those films a lot, and Chinatown just, for me, blew me away in ways I didn't expect. But I love that you picked that as your favorite, though, because I think these are definitively the top 2. But Chad, why don't you reveal your number 1 just so we can finish this out?
Yeah, my number 1 is Chinatown. I just think that movie's so great. I think it has a potential to keep getting better and better for me and growing on me. And The Godfather 2 as well, but in another thought, a lot of the times I'm like, The Godfather 1 to me is so perfect of a movie. I wouldn't even be mad if the other 2 movies didn't exist at all, because I don't think it needs them. And I think that's the thing with sequels, though, is because like, well,
no sequels are really needed, but some are just better than others. Yeah, but like I get what you're saying. Yeah. I just personally, I'm not that far on that train. Like I definitely still love this one and think it should exist. But
well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm saying like if it didn't, I wouldn't like complain. Like I don't love it on that level, but I still put it as my number 2 because I was like, and let me say, I really like The Conversation a lot. So that's even saying that The Godfather Part 2 is like still there. Like the status of it, I know, is like incredible, and it's just one that should be lauded. And we just saw Dan do it for a second time because he loves it so much, and so many people do. Yeah. And it is one of the greatest films of all time. I understand that. Just for me, I just think like watching it, I'm like 3.5 hours, but it probably will grow on me. It's only my second time watching it too. So, we'll see.
Yeah. And I want to say we'll still be able to give Godfather 2 more prizes, and I think we will in just a sec. But because of our rankings, because Chad and I both had a number 1 and Dan had a number 2, by 1 point higher, Chinatown is our best picture of 1974. I'm so sorry, Dan, but I do think it is a great film, and we did give Godfather the 1972 prize, and I think it's just fitting that Godfather's there somewhere, and I'm happy we did it, because I know Dan thought I was going to pick Cabaret over Godfather, but I would never do that. Just like, but then again, I picked another film over Godfather too. But Dan, I want to start with you because I want you to get the ground now running for Best Actress. We'll start with you because you have first for Actress. Why don't you tell us who's your Best Actress of 1974?
There wasn't as many choices for Best Actress, so I kind of didn't have to choose from very many. But the one who was actually in 2 of these films, to me, seems like the most obvious one for me to pick. And as a film of film noir, you got to love the femme fatale. And one of the best femme fatales in the history of film is Faye Dunaway. Despite what anybody might think of her during the Moonlight La La Land situation, she was a great actress, and she was in the middle of a great run of films in her career at this point. The networks and just obviously Chinatown and Towering Inferno out this year, but she was on a run like nobody. Mommy Dearest in 1981 or 80 or something like. Before Bonnie and Clyde. She had about a 10-year run where she was in hit after hit after hit. But I loved her as the main character in the femme fatale in Chinatown, and with the fact that she's also in Towering Inferno, that just kind of put her over the top as the choice here for me. And I love her as an actress, so good. I'm glad to have had an opportunity to pick her.
So I'm up next, and this is tough because I think she was probably all of our like top actress of the time, at least mine as well. So I'm gonna go for my backup, and I'm happy to get my backup because I think she's someone I've seen in a lot of other things, but never at this caliber, and that is Valerie Perrine in Lenny. I think she's phenomenal in this. I think she's, like I said, I grew up watching her in Superman, but I never really saw her as a dramatic actress. And in this, she's just so good at being just like that kind of heart that you need when Lenny is so down in the dumps and so like unlikable. She's really the heart that makes you realize why we should be invested. And I think the best films are those that can find a problematic or unlikable character and still make their story engaging. And it's kind of like Godfather 2 as well. You still feel endeared to the story, even though Michael Corleone is a jerk. And I think this is another example of Lenny being a jerk, but she's the reason why you're so captivated too. And I love her moments, especially in the documentary bits, where she's recounting all the incidents and stuff like that. Like I think she's just really, really good as Honey Bruce. And love her in Superman. Love it. All right, Chad, you've got the third pick. So I don't know if we've taken yours or if your backup is still up.
You guys took 2 of my backups and left my favorite one
Oh,
that I was like, I was like, there's no way she's gonna still be there when it got to me. It's Diane Keaton from
for
Godfather Part
Godfather
2.
2. Wow.
Yeah, no,
Back to back.
she was my first choice. And then I had Faye from Chinatown, and then I had Dylan's pick as third. But yeah, Diane, I don't know. Even just like, I mean, I don't even think she's like in it that much or anything, but like, the scenes that she's in, that just those like little parts with, telling him that, she killed his son or daughter, or whatever, a child, through abortion, like that's such a hard thing for like a woman to have to go through, and just to see like, why she did it in this way, because she's like, I'm afraid for my life, I'm afraid for my children's life and my future potential child's life, so why even have the child, because of what you're doing to this family. And then to see her get shut out with the door, and just being like betrayed and defeated that way by Michael, when like she could have just left, and like he kind of pulled her in the previous movie and stuff like that. So I don't know, I saw a lot of like parallels with her and like Skylar White, and that's one of my favorite shows of all time is Breaking Bad. So I identified with her a lot, and I just think she's fantastic in both movies, but I think a lot more kind of actually in the sequel here.
Cool. Yeah. All right. And then Chad, you get the first pick for Best Actor, so we can keep going along. And I think I might know where you're going with this, but I don't know.
I don't know if you do. Maybe I'm gonna do it. I thought about this. I'm gonna add someone else into the Picture This Hall of Fame. Jack Nicholson.
Yes. All right. That was my pick as well. So I'm glad you did.
And
Yeah.
that is the reason why I did this is because he's picked twice, once also by me in Cuckoo's Nest
The very next year.
So there you go. So I was like, you know what? And it's not just because of that. It's because he earned it. When I first started watching Chinatown, I was like, here we go. Jack Nicholson being the crazy Jack Nicholson that he always is. It never changes. Is he even really that good of an actor? Because he's always plays the same thing, and the Shining is the same
for years.
Crazy character. He starts that movie out crazy, so you don't even see that much character development for Jack Torrance. I see why Stephen King's mad about that, but then I just keep seeing him in this role as that character. He's there's something with these noir films where the main character is the only one that can like go and solve the case, but they're also kind of assholes, and they're just like they're just like the worst. And like
he's also us. We're kind of seeing the movie through that main guy.
Yeah, and you're sitting there, because he's like around the water cooler telling these like awful jokes and stuff that you're like, come on, really? Like that's kind of like like a Trump joke, like something that's like, oh, boys will be boys, and it's like, no, that's not okay. That's not an okay joke. But but you still like this character. He's still endearing in a way, even though he is flawed and stuff like that. So and the way he performs with getting his nose cut and stuff, like I was like, is that real? Because that looks so real.
You convinced it, yeah.
There's the makeup, but then there's also his acting, and I don't know. He's just incredible in that movie, and I really like I said, I started the movie out not thinking he was going to be that good in it, and then he sold me, and I was like, okay, yeah, he's great. He's so confident in that role, and I loved him in it.
Yeah. So moving on to me for Best Actor, this is tough because there's so many to choose from, and I thought about a lot of the supporting performers. There was another one from Chinatown that I was considering, but he's just not a big enough part for me to have it over one of these other ones. And then I went to Godfather Part II, which just has so many great performances in it. And I'm gonna go with one, not because like I do think Jack Nicholson's the best actor of this bunch, but I do think this guy, the character is so iconic. And I know this person's been awarded before in Picture This. This character's been awarded before in Picture This. but I still love this character, and I have never awarded him. And do you remember, Chad, when you awarded Jack Nicholson in 1975? You remember who I awarded 1975 for
Yes,
Dog Day
yeah.
Afternoon?
Yep.
I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna give it to Al Pacino for Godfather Part 2. I just think we gave it to him last month. I think it was Dan who gave it to him, but I think he takes what the first one. It's a totally different character. I mean, he's starting from a totally different place. It's a totally different arc, and I think it's even more convincing, even more heartbreaking. I think it's even more criminal that he didn't win. I would have loved to see Jack Nicholson win for this, and I haven't seen Harry and Tonto, so I don't know. Maybe Dan can speak on it, but the fact that they snubbed. They didn't award him twice now for an Oscar is crazy that we had to wait all the way till Scent of a Woman to get him an Oscar when he literally does Godfather, Godfather 2, and Dog Day Afternoon in the span of 4 years, and they don't give him it at all. And Serpico as well. Yeah, it's just nuts. Like, he's so good. I considered his co-star John Cazale, but just because I don't know how many other times I'm gonna have to award him, but
He's so good.
because there's only one more.
He should have been that supporting performance over Fred Astaire, I think.
Yeah, but he's only got one more chance to award him with Deer Hunter because that's the last film he does before he passes away. But we missed out on him for Dog Day, Godfather, and Conversation, and Godfather Part 2 now. But I do think still Pacino is the best performance in that film for me. Dan, who is your best actor though? Nicholson and Pacino are off the board, but you still have a plethora to choose from. I think I might know where you're going, but I'd love to find out.
Well, let me preface this whole thing by saying this. Okay, Art Carney, I saw Harry and Tonto, right? And this is my rant that I've been waiting for a month to do. And these guys knew about this going into it because we talked about this month. And I thought Harry and Tonto was a good movie. It is not a bad movie, and Art Carney's good in it. But Murder on the Orient Express with Albert Finney as Hercule Poirot is atrocious. I mean, atrocious. That had no business being nominated for anything. I mean, I cannot believe that is Chad and Dylan could do a better job of playing Hercule Poirot than Albert Finney did in that movie. That he was awful. That was the word. That was such.
I can't grow the mustache though, so I don't know if I can do it.
I couldn't believe how bad that was. How does Gene Hackman not get in there? How does other people? Gene Hackman how does he not get married for Young Frankenstein? How does he not get nominated for The Conversation? How does Gene Hackman not get nominated for anything? Is ridiculous to me. And then you get Harry and Art Carney wins over Dustin Hoffman, Jack Nicholson. I mean, Al Pacino. Art Carney beats Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, and Jack Nicholson. It's like, what world am I living in here? What were they thinking? What were they on in 1974? I mean, this is ridiculous. And then Gene Hackman's not even in that bunch at all. You know what I mean? Gene Wilder is not in that bunch at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But with all that said, and like I said, I love Gene Hackman. And if you want me on again for 1971, I'll come on again for 1971. I don't care. But I'm going to do what you guys did.
Picking your actor you picked in 1980?
Bingo.
I knew it.
Vito Corleone, Vito Andolini, Vito Corleone, whatever. I mean, if you look at De Niro's career, he's got these larger than life characters, you know, in Raging Bull, in Taxi Driver, you know, but he's so subtle. He's so nuanced. And the hand gestures, I mean, he's just so different as Vito. But he also encapsulates this man who's completely different than Michael. That dichotomy of being completely different, and he had to be completely different. And, you know, I could not pick him, even though I freaking love Gene Hackman in both.
Act year for actors, I agree.
I mean, but I had to go with Robert De Niro, and he's my number one actor of all time. He's my favorite actor. Of course, I was going to go with Robert De Niro. Of
course.
So, he's my second. And Jack is in my top 5.
He got that voice down. I was like, oh, he sounds like how Vito would have sounded like back then. It's perfect.
Yeah. So to recap our great year of 1974. And despite how we feel about which won or what didn't, all the films got represented except for Towering Inferno and The Conversation in our awards. But
And
we have brought
Godfather
up-
Part 2 won the big award. So
Oh, it won the actual Oscar. So that's something. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is just a little web show. Who cares
Yeah,
about us?
yeah,
Even
whatever.
though the subscribers are growing and keep growing them, 1,000 subscriptions, I will be roasted. Not in a literal sense, in a comedic
Ooh.
sense. I'm
Not a
not going to be
Towering
set on
Inferno
fire.
incense.
Yeah, no, this is not Hereditary. All right, so our best actors, Chad's best actor is I'm reading my own. My best actor for 1974, Al Pacino for The Godfather Part II. Chad's best actor, Jack Nicholson for Chinatown. Dan's best actor, Robert De Niro for The Godfather Part II. My best actress, Valerie Perrine for Lenny. Chad's best actress, Diane Keaton for The Godfather Part II. And Dan's best actress, Faye Dunaway for Chinatown. And our best picture for 1974 is Chinatown, with a very strong second place, Godfather Part II. I will say that because it is, I do feel bad, Dan, but I also know that, we did give Godfather the win. So 1 out of 2, and Chinatown's great. We all love it still. So
No, you don't have to defend it. You don't have to defend your choice, Dylan.
The
Well,
thing-
yeah, you're a guest.
You have
It's
to
your
live
birth
with
year.
it. You got to live with it. It's going to be on the live. It's going to be live. Everybody's going to hear it.
You have to go to sleep at night, Dylan.
Well, I'm not
Are you
sleeping
gonna
tonight.
Be able to?
I'm gonna have to stay up for 24 hours now. Oh boy.
True.
right.
That's right.
That's right.
You can't sleep for a while now, but yeah. That's what I love about Picture This.
Well, I do
This
too.
was how we conceptualized it from the beginning. Is what won, what should have won, and a lot of people would probably disagree with us here. And when we gave Shakespeare in Love the big award.
Now,
And I don't know. There's a lot of kind of hot takes where we've been like, no, we kind of like this one. Like we didn't agree with Raging Bull, but that's in a top 100s all over the place. But it's for sometimes we're just we like this other one a little bit more. But
well, it's all about what Chad. It's all about what resonates with you more. And I resonated more, even though I absolutely love Chinatown. I've seen it dozens of times.
we believe
I resonate more with The Godfather and the dichotomy and the juxtaposition between the two main characters on either side of that, and some of the decisions both players made, and the filmmaking style and blah blah blah. We could be here all day. We don't want to be here all day.
Nope.
It's already 2 hours and 37 minutes we've been here today.
Well, we got to wrap it up by 2:45, but we're staying on schedule though. This is perfect. I allotted 2 hours and 45 minutes for this, so this is working out beautifully. This is our first big test because this is our first long form video in the subathon. But also worth noting, we do have some Hall of Famery. Diane Keaton was in the Hall of Fame last month for Godfather, but because she gets another, we're going to name that she has 3 now. Annie Hall, The Godfather, and Godfather Part 2. She's now a 3-peater. Same as Al Pacino. He was inducted last month, but he does get his 3rd here, Dog Day Afternoon, Godfather Part 2. And we have 2 new inductees. Jack Nicholson, who won for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and now Chinatown, and both awarded by Chad. And Robert De Niro joins our Hall of Fame, having won for Raging Bull and for Godfather Part 2, both chosen by Dan. So we're giving love to the actors we love a lot, but there's a reason we love them a lot, and there's a reason the Academy loves them a lot. And we still have a lot more opportunities to give a lot more awards to a lot of different people, including Gene Hackman, Dustin Hoffman, all these people. Dustin Hoffman, we haven't even talked about his 2 Oscar-winning movies yet, Kramer vs. Kramer and Rain Man, which we will get to at some point. But yes, next month, because we still have to tease next month, is a big one because it is the Oscars of 2023, which is very, very, very exciting, where we will be discussing, Chad and I will be discussing the 10 films nominated for Best Picture in depth, and let me just rattle them off right now.
For the year of 2022.
For the year of 2022. Sorry, yes. I can see if you're watching this 3 years from now, you're probably like, what? Yeah. So in alphabetical order, I'm going to try this on the fly. All Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar: The Way of Water, The Banshees of Inisherin, Elvis,
Yes.
Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Fabelmans, Tar, Top Gun Maverick, Triangle of Sadness, Women Talking. I did it. All right, there it is. So those are your 10 that we'll be talking about next month, and we'll be talking about ceremony and all that jazz as well. Not all that jazz, not the Fosse film, but all of that stuff. I can't use that expression anymore. And then later on the subathon, Dan and I are just going to be talking about general Oscar stuff tomorrow morning, actually. So almost 24 hours from now. But we will be talking just general Oscar stuff for a little while, just talking about maybe some where we're at right now and predicting the winners before we get BAFTA and SAG and all that stuff. I believe DGA might be happening tonight. Tonight, the subathon. So we might react to it live. Because that'll tell a lot about the director race for sure. And that's one of the most up in the air races right now. But I'm excited to talk to you about that, Dan. But where can they find you otherwise? I know it's right there below your name now that StreamYard has this cool feature. But please tell us, Dan, where else can they find you if they wanted even more of you than this 2 hours and 45 minutes?
Yeah, 2 hours and 45 minutes is a lot of me. But
you never know. They might want 24 hours of you, Dan. Maybe you should do a subathon.
Yeah.
Kidding. Everyone's gonna hate me by the end of this.
From disappointmentmedia.com as one of the sites that I write for, obviously from thefourthrow.com. Also, I do Gone with the Wind, which these guys have been on there with. It's on the Take 3 YouTube channel where we talk about award shows and whatnot. Also, my name or on Letterboxd or from the Fourth Row on Letterboxd or Dan Skipbound on Twitter, Facebook, Letterboxd, Instagram, those places. I'm all over social media, so you should be able to find me. But hopefully I'll be back here in April with these guys.
Yeah. And Chad, where can they find you?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of know if you watch the show regularly, but if not, if you're watching new for like the subathon and stuff like that, thank you for watching. Please subscribe. Excuse me, what the subathon is for. That would be fantastic. There's a lot of great content at the Dill Pickle Movie Network. But because of having Dan on, I just wanted to say thank you to Dan because Dan is the person. Well, yeah, for being on the show and being such a great guest, but also for helping me in my journey to trying to get more film critic-y kind of a deal, because Dan is a legitimate film critic, and I am trying to hone my craft about reviewing. I used to just do mostly just letterbox stuff, and I still plan to do that, but I started my own blog and over at wordpress.com, and so it's Clear Eyes Full Heart Reviews.wordpress.com. Excuse me. My plan for that is to basically review everything that I see that's new, everything I play. So, I threw up my first thoughts of Hogwarts Legacy. I did Sundance, and I was doing reviews for everything I saw there. So as I continue, and it might get a little less, when I have a baby, but I'm still going to try to get those reviews out and crank them out. And so please check out that blog and maybe follow me over there and see what I got to say. Also check out my YouTube channel, Chadwick Webb, where we rank things. We did most recently a big Disney animation ranking where we did all 61 Disney animated films. It took like 5.5 hours. But it was very fun. It was a big task. It was great. Please check that out. Like and subscribe to that channel. We're gonna do the MCU Phase 4 soon, so look forward to that. A very divisive phase, so we're gonna have some arguments probably, but we'll see. And then check out they're over at the Nerd Entertainment Network on YouTube. Welcome to Prime Time. My buddy Hunter and my wife Carrie and we all talk about horror stuff. Sometimes we rank Buffy episodes. We have a lot of fun over there. We play games, stuff like that. So check that out. And yep, nope, that's it. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm still going to be here when this ends because that's how this thing works, so that's going to be kind of crazy. Right up next is the Paddington 2 watch-along, so if you want to watch along, get in that chat, turn on your... I don't think it's streaming, I'm so sorry, but a lot of you have it owned anyway, so if you have the Blu-ray, pop it in. If not, you'll hear me just fawning over something that you can't watch, but it's okay. I will try to explain best to you what I'm seeing. But later on, we have some Marvel's trivia, we have a draft day, and then later on, we have a Twilight episode of Frame Wreck coming. We got more trivia, and then tomorrow I'll be talking with Dan some more with Oscar stuff. I'll be talking with Zach with some Big Brother stuff, and we're gonna keep growing these subscribers. And if time allows at the end, we'll play some games as well. So thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you. We'll see these guys sooner, later. I think Chad, you'll be back for draft day in a few hours, and you'll see me in like 30 seconds. So enjoy this outro, and thank you guys so much.
The Oscar goes to
Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Tato, for letting me know that I was muted. Thank you. Thank you. I will repeat what I just said. We have hit 15 subscriptions from Picture This On. I'll just move this Dunkin' cup since they are not official sponsors, even though go get your Dunkin'. I know I see I'm muted. I know you're a few seconds behind. We should be back now. We should be back. Technical difficulties. I'm so sorry. I was transitioning from that theme song back to the subathon. We've hit 15 though, so Harry Potter match is happening tonight at midnight. Stacy will be co-hosting with me, so get that question doc ready, Stacy. It will be going down between Zach, Kelsey, Matt, and Chad. But otherwise, our next benchmark, as I said, is 50. So if we get 50 subscribers, we'll get that Troll 2 commentary track. I believe we're almost at 500 total for the channel, which is nuts. I think we're pretty close, if not right there. Yeah, we're at 499. So one more, we'll go to 500, and then we'll keep going until we get to 50. But this has been really fun so far. Hope you enjoyed that episode of Picture This. If you're here for the Paddington 2 watch along, I'm giving you a few minutes. Just set up your things, get everything ready, because I will be pushing play very soon. How this is going to work, because I know it's not streaming. So whatever, if you have it, is there a lag, Daniel? Oh, okay, back to normal. Okay, good. Sorry about that. Thank you, Daniel, for keeping me. Thank you all for keeping me on track. I know it's tough to put on something. I'm already getting tired. That's why I'm chugging my Dr. Brown's Black Cherry. But what happened with the Paddington 2 watch along? It's not streaming. So if you have a Blu-ray, or if you have a friend who has a Blu-ray that has a screen pass that they can share to you, that would be helpful. But again, if you're just here to watch me react, I will try my best to tell you exactly what is going on in the movie as I'm watching it. I first have to find the movie because I know it's saved a few places. I just need to find it for myself. Your movies and TV. I have to go through all my movies and find it. Nope, that is not it. So while I'm still looking, hope you all are enjoying. Remember to sub it up. Share with your friends. Keep sharing around. There we go. So we are at hour 40. This movie is an hour 43. So I'm hoping to start it like right now, so we can finish it by 6:30. I believe is the next thing. Let me just double check. Yeah, 6:30 will be the next MCU trivia match. So we have a little over an hour and a half to get this done. I think we should be hitting it perfectly. So queue up your Paddington 2s. As soon as I say play, we will all play together, and we will watch Paddington 2. I'm going to be watching it on my laptop here, so I will be looking off to the side, but I will keep checking back for your comments. So if everyone has it queued up, we should be ready to go. On the count of 3, I'll count down from 10. How about that? I'll count down from 10. As soon as I hit 0, we will press play on Paddington 2, and we will watch along. And remember, keep those subscriptions going. If you want to tip DP Movie Network, remember, there are certain things you can unlock with those tips. $1, I'll shout you out. $5, you get entered into the Blu-ray giveaway. $10, you become a sponsor for the channel. $50, I will make a podcast of your choosing. And $100, I will make a video of your choosing. We've already gotten some great tips and great subscriptions so far. All right, Paddington 2 is starting up. We're going to give you about 10 seconds until the 10-second countdown. Here we go. All right. I see Carly's still here. Dr. Nova, Jake. A lot of fun people. All right. Are we ready to go? Paddington, let's do it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. And we're rolling. Warner Brothers logo should be coming up right now. So that is that. Love to see it. Ooh, I just realized I have my my headphones plugged into my mic here. I'm gonna plug my headphones into my computer so that way I can hear this lovely film. There we go. There we are. I hear audio now. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it too, Carly. Funny story about Paddington too. Yes, Dr. Nova, I agree. It is probably, if not the best movie, one of the best movies. Its opening scene is gonna make me cry already. I mean, just the mist setting the tranquil vibes. Funny story about this movie. When I saw it, I was obsessed. I saw this at a packed AMC, but I walked in on like a Sunday morning. It was packed because there was a birthday party. So it was literally me and then this giant birthday party and like a few other families. But I would say I was one of maybe 10 adults in the theater, and all the other 9 adults were all parents of those kids. Rivers run with marmalade. So yeah, it's funny because I was sitting there with all those kids, being probably the only one who was not a parent or a child at heart. Just sitting there, and at the end I was just bawling, and all the kids around me weren't, and I just realized I was an emotional wreck. Oh, I love when baby animals are in movies, especially when they're cute and animated like this. Especially when you already have a fondness. That's the great thing about a sequel. You already have the fondness of the character from the original, so now seeing a baby version, it's like what we're gonna get with Guardians 3 with Rocket. I'm not ready. I love the whole River's marmalade line because the river quite literally has like that orangish brownish glow, like when they did that wide shot. Yes, Carly, little baby Paddington. This actually is very nerve-wracking though. So yeah, I saw it at a packed AMC with a bunch of children, left it, was obsessed with it. And oh, he's so cute. Sorry, I'm trying to like commentate as I'm watching, but just so cute. Oh, the big hat too. And that's how he gets his iconic hat. Oh, it's so cute. Like this movie's just so freaking cute. So yes, I'm gonna put a banner on just so people know what's happening right now, and that's Paddington 2. Watch. So people can see it and be like, oh, that's what's going on. He is so cute, Dr. Nova, I agree. And then we get this great title card. Again, title cards, I love when they're creative and they like kind of seamlessly weave into the narrative. Like I love the idea that he just like makes the 2 with his hand. I love that. The iconic shot from the trailer, the toothbrushes in the ears, the ecstasy on his face is so good. So yeah, back to my story. I saw this packed theater, loved it. About a year later, 2019, in January, I was like, I want to watch Paddington 2 on New Year's Day. And then I was like, I'm going to make this a tradition. But instead of a New Year's Day tradition, I said I'm going to make it a monthly tradition. And I watched Paddington 2 every month of 2019 until like August when I forgot. And then I was like, ah, damn. But like literally, like if I was on a plane, I would watch Paddington 2. When I went on vacation, like that's what I would watch to go to bed. Like because I wanted to fit that one Paddington 2 a month in. So I kind of have this film obsessed in my brain and memorized. Aw. Lexi's a Paddington fan. We love to see that. Good idea, Daniel. I actually tried marmalade. Fun fact. Fun fact, when I was in college, I dressed as Paddington for Halloween one year, and I brought a marmalade jar just to give people like little spoons of marmalade. I had little plastic spoons and marmalade, and I was giving people marmalade. And then I tasted it. I was like, I don't like this. So it's kind of, hypocritical. I say I resonate so much with Paddington as a person, but or as a person, him as a bear, but I don't like marmalade. I don't like marmalade. I like this one because also with a sequel, like he's well established for us, the viewer, but he's also well established in their universe. Like everyone kind of knows him, everyone loves him. So then we can just kind of dive into a story that doesn't have to introduce us to anyone, because the whole first one is about him, like kind of like integrating himself with these people and them getting to learn who he is and communicate with him. Whereas here, it's like we've already kind of I love this movie so much. I watched Nick Cage. Yes, the Nick Cage movie I also watched because of the Paddington 2 scene. I didn't love that movie, Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, but I like that scene a lot, and I like how they gave the respect. Tony. That is the most beautiful printing press I've ever seen. I think production design, a lot of people think it's just the buildings and like how things are built and the design of buildings, but production design is also all the props. It's all the food you eat in the film, so like all the marmalade sandwiches, that's part of the production design. And I love the production design in this film, like all the different artwork pieces, the trains, the printing press. It's so beautiful. It feels like it's coming from a storybook. Problem is you haven't had Paddington. That's true, Daniel. Maybe if I were to have marmalade made by Paddington, maybe it would be better. Who knows? Yes, Ben Whishaw is the guy from Women Talking. Women Talking is interesting because like that is such an ensemble piece, but his character is so fascinating in that film. I almost feel bad that he didn't get nominated, but I get why he didn't, because they probably didn't want to award him as the only person that they picked out of the cast since he's the only man. But I still think he was worthy of a nomination because he's so good in that movie. He's got such a beautiful, soft voice. I was gonna say we're losing a few viewers, but that's okay. I mean, not everyone has the film. Not everyone has time to sit down and watch a full movie right now. But at 6:30, we're doing a another Marvel match. So be there for that at 6:30. And then at 7:30, we're doing draft day, where we will be talking about 100 films, basically. More than that, 125 films. Jeez. I love Jim Broadbent in this too, because he never feels like he's reining it in. Like he feels like he's always committing, no matter how big the small the part is. And he's great as a bit actor, great as a lead actor, but also great as a bit actor. Daniel, I'm gonna find you a picture of when I was Paddington for Halloween, since you just mentioned cosplaying as Paddington. A bear turns 100. Another reason this movie resonated so well with me is because at the time came out in the States. It came out in 2018, and my granny, we had celebrated her birthday, her 100th birthday in 2017. She was born in 1917. So that was another thing I resonated with. I was like, it's literally his 100-year-old aunt, but for me, I thought of my grandmother, who she was alive at the time when this came out too. So there was like a resonance there. She's passed on, but I always think of her when I think of this movie as well. Oh man, that pop-up book too. Like the props in this thing are so well designed, so well made. This is my favorite visual sequence. I know it happens very early, but I love how it kind of just transitions into this boat. And then you have the CG but live action type elements with the surroundings of the pop-up book. I wish more comic books took approaches like this, made them feel poppier, kind of like Into the Spider-Verse, but that's animated. Like I want one of the live action comic book movies to kind of do something like this, because I love that aesthetic and that feel. If anyone saw Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris, this is a vibe that I got from that too. Just kind of that whimsical British flair. I agree, Daniel. The animation blend is superb. Superb. Like the visual effects are all there and they're all over the place, but like all over the place, meaning like in every frame, they're all over, but you can't tell. Like, it doesn't feel fake. Even in the pop-up book sequence, it still feels tangible and real and pretty gorgeous. There's such a delicacy to this movie. Like, it's just such a softness and sweetness that makes it so easy to rewatch too. Coin in my ear. Because we all know the classic like magic trick where you pull a coin out of someone's ear and then he literally put it right back in his ear. Yeah, it is very bright and very beautiful, Carly. I agree. Like, just so well lit too. Even this sequence, you have like the sunlight coming through, kind of like creating this kind of glow on Paddington. But like even the hairs, I mean, the visual effects, the fact that this was not nominated for visual effects at the Oscars is criminal, especially when other films like Jungle Book got nominated, where they do the same thing of having realistic animals. Lion King, it does look soft. Hello, Carly's brother. What's up? Subscribe if you haven't. Oh, I love this too, where he tries different jobs. This is a great device too, because if you've seen this movie, you know who this guy ends up being in the overall scheme of the story. And I love, we kind of talked about this with Chinatown in 1974. Picture this literally an hour ago, but like the idea that you'll have characters that seem just like throwaway characters early on that you realize later have a bigger effect on the story. So like this scene here, while funny and a comedic gag, really comes into play later when the inciting incident of the conflict of this film takes place. You just take it for granted that Paddington is real. Yeah. Yeah. Me as well. Again, the visual effects are so good. Each little hair on him is like bouncing perfectly with the vibration. Like it seems so real. Oh my god. This scene gives me anxiety. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Carly's brother subscribed. I believe his name's Zach, right, Carly? Thank you, Zach, for subscribing. We are at 500 subscribers. 500. Thank you, Zach. Look at that. 500. I'm just trying to do the math to see. So we need to hit 529 to unlock the Troll 2 commentary. 529. So we'll see if we hit that. 29 more. He was 500, Carly. You're right. That's another thing too, Daniel. You're right. The idea that he is CGI, but the actors treat him like an actor. That's my one qualm with a lot of Marvel films, but mostly like just very digital films is like they use a lot of green screen. You can very much tell when the actor is acting against nothing. Saw a lot of that in Quantumania, whereas here it feels like you said, like he is on set. Paddington is on set, and maybe they use like some puppet. I need to go behind the scenes and see. I think of like Ted, the movie Ted. They use an actual puppet on set to interact with them, and Seth MacFarlane was directing, so he got to say the lines to him. I assume Ben Whishaw was on set saying the lines here. Oh man. And the comedic timing's so good too. Just the way the camera just cuts to the next scene as almost kind of like a final little mic drop. Oh, the production design is so good. I love the production design of this thing. The fact that this didn't get any Oscar nominations makes sense because it came out early in the year in the States and you know, it wasn't really on many people's radar except for like the critics. It kind of became like an audience darling over time. But the people who saw it loved it, but it wasn't popular right when it came out for American audiences, but then it got popular over time. I think if we were to do the Oscars 5 years after the Oscars, like if we were to award the films that came out 5 years before, I think all Oscars would look different. And I think this film would be nominated for some stuff. In 2018, it wasn't, but I think now if we were to do this 5 years later, I think with time, you'd see this get more nominations. You'd see Spider-Verse get more nominations than just animated. Because like some of the nominees that year, people don't talk about anymore. Like Vice, even Star is Born, which I love. I don't hear a ton of people talking about. The only ones I hear a lot of conversation about, Green Book because of the controversy, and then like Black Klansman, Black Panther, The Favorite. Like even Roma, it was the front runner, but I don't feel like people talk about Roma anymore. Whereas people still talk about Paddington 2. Hugh Grant, this is his best performance, I think. No, Carly, it did not. It did not get an animated picture. I think because it was not technically qualified because it's mostly live action with a few animated characters. It's not like Marcel the Shell, where you have like one character that's live action. This is the opposite. It's like most of it's live action. But it still should have been nominated for production design, costumes, editing, direction, sound, Golden Globe for best comedy. I'd nominate Hugh Grant for sure. This the great miss is I love that because it's like actually I don't know. I was gonna say why I love it. I just love it. The best thing about Paddington, he's sweet, but he's also kind of insulting at times. But the reason why it works is because Paddington is so matter of fact and just so blunt, and not in a negative way, but just so honest, and he'll just speak the truth. So stuff like this, like when he mentions the dog food thing, it's so innocent. He's so earnest about it. Yeah, Daniel just said the word earnest, but but to Hugh Grant's character, that's an insult. But we, the audience, are like, no, he's so sweet. He didn't mean it in a negative way. That's the charm of Paddington. It's humor. Is that he is very blunt, and that's what makes it so endearing. Production design, man. Why it was passed up, I will never know. He's a great villain too because like he's still entertaining and fun to watch. Like you never groan when he's on screen. You almost kind of wish he was on screen the whole time because he's so good. But those are the best villains, the ones who clearly have fun being villains. This is another great scene. I remember they released this clip before the movie came out, the window washing scene. Just such an excellent scene. Again, the music, the vibe, but also just the comedic timing, the visual effects of it all. I mean, doing little hairs on a bear is hard to animate, but then you also have the wetness of the soap, and it's just really well designed, really well crafted, but kind of fits the spirit of like a storybook in its tone and its atmosphere. Like it's like you guys said, it feels light, it feels bright. True. Also, the kids' movies at the time, like Smurfs, like they weren't as effortful. I guess that's the opposite of effortless. Not as effortful, I guess. But it's a shame because this didn't do amazingly well at the box office. So it's kind of crappy that like when a good kids movie did come out, it wasn't as much as a success as like Smurfs, you know. I love the score. Yeah. Yeah, Paddington 3. I think it's coming. I don't think or it was like put on the back burner. It'll come someday. Paul King though, the director, just signed on to do well, he's doing Wonka and what was the other thing he signed on for recently? Oh, the Fred Astaire movie with Tom Holland. So he's clearly going to get some work. So hopefully then he can cycle back around and do Paddington 3 because I just feel like you need that Paul King touch. Like it's like how George Lucas, even if he's not the best writer for Star Wars, his aesthetic for Star Wars is so individual that like I love how uniform a lot of those films feel in its style. I know it's a hot take, but the music, I love it. I love this subtle little romance too. And that's the thing is all the bit characters are so sweet too. They just embody that like good nature, spirit. Yeah, I didn't realize he was Doctor Who, Daniel, when I first saw this because I was still young enough where I wasn't really in tune with Doctor Who. I still haven't seen it, but Doctor Who, but I know who he is now. And his son is an incredible musician. I've always found it interesting that we don't get to hear him communicate with other animals. Like I have to remember in the first one if he is speaking English the whole time or if he can communicate to other animals, I don't know. I love that too, the use of the diegetic use of the musicians in the scene. Yeah, it is very British, Daniel, I agree. Now for the big I guess this is the big presentation of the conflict, I would say, this scene. But again, it's a conflict because of what happens, but it's all because he wants to get her a birthday present. That's what's so sad about this movie is he's just trying to do good, but he ends up in these scenarios. And I like how the movie doesn't try to hide the fact that it's Hugh Grant. Because like in like some movies, they would try to make like this character masked to where they take off the mask at the end and it's like, oh, it was Hugh Grant all along. Here it's very obvious that it is Hugh Grant in these different disguises. And that's more fun for the audience, I think, to see Hugh Grant play these different characters rather than trying to make it like a Scooby-Doo thing where it's just a masked villain, kind of like a Big Hero 6. Which also makes it sadder for the audience when you realize that it's Felix who had a connection with Paddington in the scene prior. I love this too. Great action too in this film. I mean, this film has everything. It has good action. I'm gonna put on the AC because it's getting a little warm in here. It's been very warm in the city lately, which is nice. But yeah, I love the action. It's very well staged, very well choreographed. I think Paul King is someone who can do any genre. You know, like if you give him a comedy, give him a romance, give him a action film or drama, I think he'd be able to handle any of it because he just has a good directorial eye. He just has the chops. Like even that very subtle use of him just like hopping on the train to then hop on the little island. Like I just think it's so creative how he uses his set and his atmosphere. It doesn't feel like anything is wasted. Yes, Daniel, I agree. I have seen that poster. It's a great poster. Oh, whenever I hear a dog cry, though, never like to hear that. The little dog wince just made me wince. Makes me sad. My family's watching in Florida right now. I think I just got a text. Oh. See, that's why I love how the first 20 minutes really highlights the community. So then this scene, it's extra heartbreaking because like you, the audience, loves Paddington, but you also know how much everyone else around him loves him. And there's a sad, sad nature of it all. Yeah, this scene is awesome. Like, as an actor watching this, yes, Molly, that is Molly Weasley. Molly Weasley does play Miss, oh my gosh, Miss Bird? Miss Bird, I think is her name. It might not be Miss Bird. We'll find out in just a sec. This scene is masterful on Hugh Grant's part. The mastery of being able to play all these different characters in and out in the same scene. I'm trying to think of an example of something similar. Kind of like Moon Knight, how Oscar Isaac can transition, but that's only 2 characters for most of it. This one, he's like just hopping into different roles. Hugh Grant is probably one of the most underrated actors. Like, I know everyone kind of like brushes him off as the rom-com guy, and he's a rom-com guy, but I think especially later in his career with this and then the show The Undoing, the one that I mentioned on Picture This actually with Donald Sutherland, he's really shown his chops. Really shown his chops. Remember, if anyone's tuning in, we're about to be 27 minutes into Paddington 2, if you have it. If you don't, there's a dog food commercial on where Hugh Grant is dressed as a big puppy. God, Hugh Grant, I am starting to believe that he shouldn't have just been nominated, but maybe he should have won that Oscar. I love Mahershala Ali in Green Book, but he had just won for Moonlight 2 years before, to where, like, if Hugh Grant had come in and won this one, I would not have complained. So this is what I was talking about earlier with how a throwaway character earlier in the film can come back around, because as we see here, it's the judge. That's where you're like, oh, like it's one of those moments where the audience collectively in my theater went, oh, because of course it's the guy he cut his hair. Paw prints. There's like a comedy to the fact that this is a bear on trial, but what I like about it is that the movie takes it seriously to where you feel like it's not a joke. Yes, agree. I love that there is a reason he wants the book beyond it being an expensive book. Yeah, it's a treasure map, essentially. Felix Buchanan has the best dialogue in this movie. I'm just going to spend 2 hours, I feel, just raving about Hugh Grant in this movie, and I don't care. his cheesy grin, the big Hugh Grant smile. And the costumes. I think I mentioned costumes earlier. The costumes are exceptional. From like the simpleness of Sally Hawkins' red sweater with the blue bandana thing. And then you have like Hugh Grant's whole getup with the ascot, the pink ascot, which is a foreshadowing the later if you know what happens at the end of the film. I love how that lady just has a parrot on her shoulder in the courtroom. What a flex. I agree, Daniel. I do take it seriously. Like it's not funny, but it's like it's amusing is what I meant to say. Like it's so great. Yeah, Hugh Grant is so great. Oh, just seeing him in his little striped outfit makes me so sad. I talked about this last week on my Sight and Sound podcast when I talked about A Man Escaped, which is this prison break film from the 1950s. Prison break films just have such a great hold on me. I just love the formula of like having that really compassionate protagonist, seeing why you should care about them, which this film very clearly does, and then kind of setting the stage for what his conditions are, and then seeing him finally try to break free. I mean, this scene really makes you feel and hurt for this bear. Oh, and he's a bear, so he can climb the pole like that. Just this is a great image too, and just sitting with the moonlight, with the window. Yeah, there is a subplot about rehab. That is correct. Ugh. See, even then, even in jail, he's finding ways to say, it's a great building. It's got great security. I'm like, you have to be the sweetest person on the planet to still find a positive. But that's the point of this movie, is you finding a positive in the negative. Even this, production design, beautiful. The Paddington made of all the other Paddington symbols. Great camera work. Like, I don't think this gets enough credit for being a technical masterpiece. Everyone thinks about the story and the characters, but like the visual nature of the cinematic, the way the camera's communicating stuff, next level. Yeah, all these different knight armor statues. All right, so Hugh Grant has a bunch of different designs and disguises in this film. This is not my favorite of his, but it's still a good one. Because I think a lot of the fun is not just seeing Paddington in jail, but also seeing Hugh Grant try this treasure hunt. It's essentially two films going on at once, and they'll eventually connect at the end, but it's Paddington and his family trying to set him free from jail, then Hugh Grant trying to get his goal of finding the treasure. And then you'll see how they're connected later, but I love this kind of treasure hunt aspect. And I think because you laid all the groundwork earlier on this relationship and why we should not like Hugh Grant, we're also more invested in that mystery than if we were to just see a regular character doing a treasure hunt. I think because of what they've laid out in the first 30 minutes, we care even more about what happens next. Manners fix everything. That is true. In this time of our lives, I wish more people heard that statement. This is great too. I mean, as soon as you see the pink sock, you know where it's going. Even if you saw the trailer, even if you didn't see the trailer, you know where this is going. And as soon as he realizes it, it's like the oldest trick in the book, this scene, like dyeing all the clothes pink because of a red sock. That has been done in so many things. But it still makes this so funny. I think it's just because of how innocent Paddington is. And how, yeah, he brushes off. It's only one red sock. And again, that masterful editing where it's like swirling around, then boom, cut. All the prisoners are in pink. I think that is one of the greatest jump cuts. I think the editing in this film is so good. I'm ready to like send a letter to the Academy and be like, listen, will you consider it now? This year for an Oscar. An honorary Oscar. Or next year, can we just give Paul King an honorary Oscar for both these movies? Assuming Wonka's good. Another classic joke in the book. The whole like, yeah, it's not as bad as it looks. It's worse. Like that, I feel like is a joke that is, again, overdone so much. Like when you're talking to someone, you're like, I didn't like it. I loved it. Like that joke is done so many times. Yet here in this context, because of the timing and the visual gags of it, it works so well. And yes, Daniel, I agree. Top 10 movies about friendship. 100%. I love his voice. I love his accent, how it gets very deep in the Cockney. Pink flamingos. He's really using that jaw and teeth to kind of make that like kind of threatening presence. Because you want to feel like these guys, even in the pink outfits, are threatening at first. So then later when they're a bunch of softies, there's an arc. And sorry if you've never seen this movie before, but they end up being a bunch of softies. And here is Mr. Oscar nominee Brendan Gleeson. In personally my favorite role of his. I love him in Banshees, the new one that he's in, that he's nominated for, Banshees of Inisherin. But this, to me, shows the most range of Brendan Gleeson in terms of anger to then softy to humor to kind of like the sarcasm thing right here. Again, Paddington doing that thing where he's like kind of insulting, but he's doing it so earnestly that it's not an insult. But to everyone else it is. But everyone also kind of confused because they're like, is it an insult? Is it mustard? They're all hiding. The visual comedy. I feel like I am a broken record today. Because I'm just like, everything that happens, I'm always like, that's the best thing I've ever seen. That little cut to all of them ducking. Baguette. Those line deliveries are fantastic. And then you get this angelic music right here. Bear pie. Just the way he eats those words is so good. Speaking of eating. See, I wish I loved marmalade. I wish I could relate to this. I just don't like the taste. Maybe it's because I had an orange marmalade. Maybe I need some other... Yeah, Daniel, marmalade is like drugs in this universe. Bear pie. So good. With a capital N, holds up his things. This movie cracks me up every single time. I'm glad it's been a little while, kind of like what you said, Carly. It's been a little while since you've seen it. I think that makes it work even better. And I love how this is his in with the prison mates. Is literally marmalade. Yes, Carly. Nicole Kidman was the villain in the first movie. We might be talking about villainous Nicole Kidman soon. Maybe in the Pickle Award nominations. Maybe for another movie that came out this year where she played the villain. I like how the sequence is drawn. It just fits with the characters and their aesthetic. All right, I finished my Dr. Brown's. I didn't even realize Dr. Brown's for Paddington Brown. That was totally unintentional. I just happened to drink a drink that is named after Mr. Paddington. When I first saw this, I was like, oh, I wish Sally Hawkins and Hugh Bonneville were in it more. And then the film does exactly what I'm, answering the audience request and literally has this whole subplot with them too. And I love it how it's all interconnected, but they still have their own arcs and journeys. Like Hugh Grant's looking for the treasure. The two of them are looking to set Paddington free. And then Paddington himself is trying to integrate himself and make friends and spread kindness in the prison. I love it. Even here, the costumes are so good. Like, this scene alone should have gotten them a costume nomination. Yeah. Pop-up books, I feel like, are a lost art. Like, I haven't seen or opened or read a pop-up book in so long. But, like, when I was a kid, I had quite a few. I had a Star Wars one, which was really cool. It is such a fun art form because it's, like, art, but also, like, I don't know where I'm going with this. Sorry, I was distracted by the blue face. Avatar: The Way of Water. Smurfs. His face is blue. Maybe they're Blue's Clues. That's on YouTube for everyone to see. Wow. If you're watching, thank you. I see we have 10 watchers. We are officially at 42 minutes into the movie, which is crazy. We only have an hour left. I feel like I've been watching this movie for 5 minutes. But also I've been sitting here for 5.5 hours, so maybe everything else feels smaller in the grand scheme of things. Oh yeah, this scene is so good too. Like, they just keep finding ways to, like, flesh out these characters, but, like, not in, like, traditional ways, but just the most fun way. Like, they're having fun with this movie too, which is all the more impressive because usually it's like if you're having fun with something, it's maybe not the best quality, or you're putting so much passion into the craft that you sometimes forget to have fun. Here, you get the best of both worlds. And again, this scene, this scene is another one of those scenes where, like, later on the film, there's a significance to this scene that comes into play later with Hugh Bonneville's character. So the way the Oscar race was that year, Carly, is that this Paddington 2 was released in either January or February of 2018 in the US. So it was technically actually part of that Oscar season. So on Letterboxd it says 2017, but really it was part of the 2018 season. So what would have happened is it would have been up for the next year. So it would have been up against Spider-Man and the Spider-Verse, Incredibles 2, Ralph Breaks the Internet, what else? Isle of Dogs was that year. I gotta look at what else. Was that the Boss Baby year? Let me see, 2018. So yeah, it was for films of 2018 because technically this is a 2018 film by US standards. It also helps me because 2017 is such a stacked year that I have so many favorite movies of 2017, like Lady Bird, Get Out, to where, like, Paddington 2, I can easily say is my favorite movie of 2018. Let's see what the Oscar nominees were, and then we can kind of say what we would have replaced. I love this scene too where they make marmalade together. It really kind of feels like that bond between friends. So, hold on. When I look up 2018, it gives me the 2017 nominees. I need to look at 2019. Okay, so the 5 nominees that year were Incredibles 2, Isle of Dogs, Mirai, Ralph Breaks the Internet, and then Spider-Verse. I have not seen Mirai, but I would say of the ones I've seen, I would replace Incredibles 2 with Paddington 2 if it was eligible for an animated feature that year. But I see why it was not eligible because, like I said, there were so many live action elements. But that year is a strong year for animation. I think Ralph Breaks the Internet's really underrated. I think Isle of Dogs is really, really well done. Spider-Verse is obviously one of the best animated films ever. Personally, not the biggest fan of Incredibles 2. There are moments that I really love, but that is correct, Daniel. It's one of the best movies of most years. Yeah. It is a stacked year, Carly. I agree. So, if it was up for animated feature, though, I would have picked it over Spider-Verse, though. I still think it's better just because I relate to it more. But again, Spider-Verse is a great winner that year. But I honestly think if it had been released a year earlier and it had been in the race for 2017, I think that's a weak year of animated features. That's the year where The Boss Baby got nominated. That was the year of Loving Vincent, which I know a lot of people like. I like the craft of that movie, but I don't love the movie. Coco was great. But I do think Paddington 2 would have been a cool nominee that year, too. I don't know. I personally wouldn't put it in animated, though, just because of the live action elements. I mean, most of it is live action. There's one element that's not. The Hard Stare is awesome. Because, again, he's a sweetheart, but Paddington knows. He's a smart one. That's fair. I mean, Spider-Verse is so good, Carly. I don't blame you for that. I need to see that again. I need to watch that again because I don't think I've seen it in its entirety since like 2019, 2020. But that movie is exceptional. And I think what it does with its animation is probably more impressive than this, even though I've gone on about how great the animation is here. Hard squeezers. Brendan Gleeson does have great hands. They're just so big. When he holds them up, you're like, oh my gosh. And then he takes the orange. This sequence is probably my favorite like bit of editing in the film. His knife skills, I'll be honest, those are some impressive knife skills. Like that is next level. Hey guys, if we get to 75 subscribers by noon tomorrow, Zach and I, co-host of Recipe for Reality, are going to do a chopped cook-off, meaning his wife is going to put together a mystery box of like 4 or 5 different ingredients, and we're going to have to cook with them. And if we get there, if we get to 75 subscriptions, that'll unlock the chopped cook-off. And if that happens, I will try to put marmalade in whatever dish I make for my dessert. I would love to know what that movie would be like, the R-rated prequel to this. Okay, this is my favorite Hugh Grant cameo. Look at this, 5.5 hours. I'm already tired. This is not good. What I love about this guy too is this is the guy from the first movie who, I mean, this is what a great character. He's so rude to all the women except for the ones that are men in drag. He has like a thing for men in drag because in the first one he is like hitting on the dad when he's disguised, and now here he's gonna like hit on Hugh Grant. I love this character. He is so good. Like I hope if they made like a series of this or 10 other movies, he's always gonna have a little bit to play in it. Usually attracted none. That is a top 10 line. Stop that stunning sister. The vice deputy, yeah, it's such a funny joke. I just think that's so funny. I don't know why either, because it's like, I just don't know. Stop that stunning sister. Do you guys like your bread with the crust on? Let me know in the comments, because I personally think the crust adds a lot. But maybe with the texture of the marmalade, I'm not sure. Maybe that's what ruined the marmalade for me the first time, is because I had it with crustless bread. Maybe I need it with crust on bread. Maybe I'll like it. No, I agree, Carly. I think Paddington could find a way. I think the marmalade, it's not because it's marmalade. I think he puts crack in it. You hate crust or frust? Crust. Crust adds texture. Okay, so we got some differing opinions here on crust. Do you like pizza crust? I like pizza crust. Obviously, I'm an Italian. I think it depends on the bread too. Like a nice slice of white bread, I like peanut butter and jelly. I do like that crust, especially with like nutty peanut butter with like the crunches of bits of nuts. These nuts. I mean, when do you see a wholesome prison movie? You know, like that. You see, Carly's brother likes. Oh, Carly's brother likes crust. I didn't even see you type that. I do not like pizza. Wow, Carly, that is definitely a hot take for food. I usually don't have a lot of like hot takes for food in terms of like it's food. It's so subjective, but like that is very rare to see someone not like pizza. But hey, more for the rest of the world, you know. Oh, this is the best thing too, where they all just start naming all the recipes they know. They're picked in from their paprika. It's almost like confessing. They're like, oh my God. Again, his accent is my favorite in the whole movie. Strawberry panna cotta with pomegranate glaze. I can't even do it very well. The music, the visual effects, so good. Because this is all CG, I assume. Or it's some sort of like, they laid it all out and then use CGI to like remove them and then put it in reverse. Like, I don't think people get enough credit in production design for props and food. Like this food looks so good. It reminds me of the movie Emma that came out right at the beginning of 2020, the Jane Austen adaptation. The cakes in that movie, it's one of the most beautiful cakes you've ever seen. This montage is good. Cheesy bread. That's fine, Carly. I like cheesy bread too. You ever had the cheesy bread from Domino's? That stuff's good. Prison should be like this, Carly. Except then people would probably want to go to prison. And we don't want that. Time would be breezier if you love your neighbor. I love how the band just ended up in prison too. I would love to see like a spin-off movie showing how the band got to prison. Did they show up there because Paddington was there and they wanted to accompany him with music? Or did they do something criminal? The story times. It's funny. Prison break movies and prison movies in general have like tropes they hit on. One of them always feels like that loudspeaker. Like Shawshank, it's like the opera music playing over the loudspeakers in the prison. Here, it's this guy reading them all bedtime stories. I freaking love it. Oh. Yeah, Daniel, I think they might have been hired too. I mean, how do they all get in prison, you know? Unless maybe they all planned a heist that went wrong or something. But I would like to see that movie, like of them all. Yes, this is the shot. You're right, Daniel. I love the Charlie Rumble. She's so sweet too, Sally Hawkins. Is that her name? Yes. Isn't that the name of like the dance? Where like girls ask guys to the prom or whatever? Yeah, Sally Hawkins. What am I thinking of? Sadie Hawkins? Is that it? I don't know. I never had a Sadie Hawkins dance. That is so good. The only thing I don't like about this movie is that the subtitles, which I'm watching with because I want to be able to talk and read, subtitles have Knuckles spelled with a K. And I think the funniest part is that he spells it with an N. Oh. There it is. Yeah, Daniel, what you were saying earlier, like the dramatic moments in this, when it takes itself really seriously, which it always does, it always takes itself seriously, but when the film is trying to like just go for the drama, so strong. And I think that's what you need in a film that's so fanciful and colorful. You kind of need that darker. Thanks, Dad. I didn't know my dad was watching along with us. Dad, are you watching Paddington 2 or you're just watching me watch Paddington 2? Thank you, Dad. Sadie Hawkins is what I was looking for. That's so funny. My dad and I have been texting. I knew he was like tuning in at times. I didn't realize he was watching this watch along. Thanks, Dad. Reminder, everyone, we are about approaching an hour into Paddington 2. We're at 56 minutes and we're actually approaching 57 minutes. So we're a little more than halfway through the movie. And then after this, at 6:30, we are doing a Marvel trivia match. And then at 7:30, we're doing an episode of Draft Day where we're going to draft a movie for every letter of the alphabet. So stay tuned for that. And then Harry Potter trivia at midnight. And Twilight Saga frame wreck at 1 a.m. Then Daniel and I are coming on and talk about some hidden gems. And then it'll be the middle of the night and you'll all be asleep. But I will stay up. Ugh. This is a great scene too. This reminds me of like when, you know, in Spider-Man, when like they're all at Thanksgiving and like Spider-Man and the Green Goblin are both in the room and they kind of both are tiptoeing around talking about the fact that they're Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, but there's like this lingering tension in the air. This is what that reminds me of. The idea that like the villain and the one who's investigating are in the same room and there's like this lingering stuff in the air of like, you know, breaking the mystery. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other films where you have that, where like the villain and the hero are in the same room and they both kind of know, but they kind of don't. Any other examples anyone can think of? Again, great costumes. This Hugh Grant costume is awesome. The little periwinkle vest. Sally Hawkins' face during this is so good. Oh, this is a great moment because this movie doesn't treat its audience like they're a bunch of kids. It lets you in on the information as the characters are finding it out. So like when he says blue eyes and then she's like, wait, he didn't have blue eyes in the drawing. It was a pencil drawing. How do you know he had blue eyes? And you realize he's the villain. We know, the audience knows that he's the villain, but those characters don't. So I love that realization, that light bulb moment. It's just so well done. This film is very creative in giving very conventional scenes. Like that's a scene you could see in like 10 other movies, like the idea of this character accidentally saying something that gives away who he is. But the film finds such a creative way of showing that, which I really like about this movie. Just like how I talked about the prison stuff. Like the prison stuff, you see so many prison movies about prison, but this movie finds such creative ways in doing the prison stuff. Speaking of my dad, who may or may not still be watching, I remember when I was obsessing over this movie when it came out. I told my parents, I was like, this movie is just like so good. And they're like, it's just this kid's movie. It's nothing. And I'm like, no, but like, it's so good. And we watched both of them. We watched the first Paddington. I showed them. And we were all kind of like, that was sweet. But they were like, it was kind of a kiddish movie. But then I played the second one. And it kind of had that same effect on them too. My dad was like, that was great. My dad loved Paddington too because he loved all the Knuckles stuff. How the big like scary prison guy was like making all the cakes and like, you know, all that humor. He liked Knuckles. He liked all the prison stuff because I like I said, I think it's for adults. It's for families, but it's like not just for kids. It's it's almost like I really like this movie. I do. I like this movie. I do. Yes, exactly. Agatha Christie and Sherlock Holmes. Yeah. Two good examples. Oh, Agatha Christie writes better. I would agree. I think Agatha Christie's mysteries, I think there's some tone deaf racial stereotypes in her books that I think are past their time or we've moved past them. But I think the actual mysteries, I agree. The Agatha Christie mysteries are so good. And then there were none. There's a lot of problematic stuff in some of the backstory of that movie, of that book. But the actual mystery of who did it and the reveal of everyone getting picked off one by one is so good. I love And Then There Were None. That's my favorite Agatha Christie book. Oh, I totally talked over that line, Carly. That's right. Actors lie for a living. It's interesting because I've disputed that in the past. I like to say that actors, just as an actor speaking, I like to think that actors are living someone else's truth, not necessarily lying. That's like how I've always looked at it. Like when I'm playing a part, yeah, I'm not truthful in who I am, but I'm bringing some of my truth into their truth, but I'm trying to find the truths of the person I'm playing rather than lying as Dylan. For example, if I was playing Paddington, I'd try to be living the truths of Paddington rather than living the lies of Dylan. But I get where they're coming from in the fact that like you're essentially lying for a living. Oh, I agree, Daniel. I never let anyone take this movie away from me. And that's what was so nice about watching this. Because the first Paddington movie, it's a little bit more geared towards kids. It's a little just sillier and kind of humorous. But there's not a lot of depth in terms of like the dramatic nature of it. Like it kind of feels just very cute and charming. And I love it. But this movie is really where it kind of like kicks it up to the next level. And you have really great moments. Which is why my family was like, yeah, that was really good when I showed them. I love this too. That I feel like whenever an actress plays a character like this, where they're like an agent, they always kind of act the same way. Like it's like Jane Fonda in Babylon. Not necessarily. She doesn't really play an agent, I don't think. It's a similar type of character though. Kind of a little snooty. I have people that I'm very close with in my life who are agents, and they are not like this. But this is exactly what you think about when you think of like the stereotypical movie agent. Like if you were to portray an agent or like someone of the biz, the show biz, in a movie, like that's very much the stereotype. Again, with the production design people, that those walls, just the way they're painted, the way they're designed, the way it's so proportional, just really gorgeous. Felicity. Hugh Jackman's accent. Hugh Grant's accent. Sorry, I keep saying Jackman. Yes, Daniel, I agree. Tell everyone who will listen to watch this movie. Everyone listening, watch this movie. If you're just watching me watch this movie, I really commend you for that. But yeah, Hugh Grant's accent in this is so good too. It's his real voice, I think, but he kind of puts it on a little bit. He kind of like emphasizes certain things and makes it sound a little bit more proper. And I like the little subtleties in his voice. Mr. and Mrs. Botticheek. I love the kids in this too. I love to see them get even better as they grow up. Because kid actors get by just being cute. It's like Harry Potter. It's like, we love them because they're cute. But seeing them actually, like, you know, portray real characters as they grow older and show some real acting skills, it's awesome. Yeah, I agree. I like Nicole Kidman in the first movie. I mean, she is the voice of AMC. How can I not love Nicole Kidman in every movie? But I agree. Hugh Grant is a better villain here than she is. And I think it's because he has much more of a rounded personality. Like Nicole Kidman kind of is playing that one type. She's like playing one specific thing. Whereas here he's playing multiple different things in terms of the characters he's dressing as, but also like he's trying to present himself as a good guy to these people, but he's also a villain behind the scenes, but he's also playful and fun. You know, he's got a lot of layers that I feel like Nicole Kidman doesn't necessarily have. She's playing more of the stereotypical kind of one-note villain, but she's still good. I think she's still very good. There's a great montage too. Again, those costumes are amazing. He goes back for his ascot. I don't think anyone has ever left their home and gotten at least 5 minutes away from their home to only realize that they forgot their ascot and then go back home to get their ascot. I don't think I've ever worn an ascot except for like in a show. Yes, Nicole Kidman wants to skin Paddington. And I think that's another thing too, is Nicole Kidman's direct motive in the first movie is to kill Paddington, to stuff him for her benefit. Whereas here, Hugh Grant. I almost called him Hugh Grant because that's his name. Hugh Grant, he's not out to get Paddington. He's just out to get the pop-up book and get the treasure. Just Paddington and his family are holding him back. So I think that's the difference, is that he has his own objectives and his own goals that Paddington gets in the way of, rather than it being solely the objective is to kill the hero. You know, I think that's a much better objective. Yes, it's harder to come across as charming. He does put on a face cream. I love this too. Kind of the whole like hiding in the house. Yeah, framing Paddington was a matter of conscience. I agree. Like, he was very conscious in what he was doing. Like, he knew what he was doing, but his whole objective is not to kill Paddington or to see Paddington get hurt. He just saw that as a way of, oh, great, I'll put him in jail and I'll get away with it and I'll go find my treasure. Because at this point, he's just trying to find his treasure. He doesn't care about Paddington at this point. He's very self-centered. I love this. He's in his bedrobe. Oh. Another great line. Everything seems tickety-boo. I don't know what tickety-boo means. If anyone knows what it means, please let me know. But I like the sound of it, so. All right. Just got to check social media and see if people are watching, tuning in. Okay, no one has ever said tickety boo. Thank you, Daniel. I didn't think so, but Marvel trivia match in a half hour, people. Half hour. We're getting into the good stuff, the meat of this story. I love it. Oh, that is heartbreaking. Whenever I see him alone there, this scene breaks my heart. I had to look at my phone because if I watched this scene intently, I would have cried. This whole scene just breaks my heart. I know, Carly, I see the sad face too. I can't even watch it. And then this kind of transforms in this beautiful like dream sequence with Aunt Lou. Oh, this movie, fucking amazing. Sorry, I cursed. Please don't demonetize me. Remember, if you want me to make a video of your choosing and you would feel obliged to tip $100, the DP Movie Network is a Venmo. 50 will get you a podcast. 5 will enter you into a Blu-ray giveaway. I love this when the plants start growing from the ground, building this beautiful atmosphere. Again, it looks so, it's fake and it's very clearly fake, like it's visual effects, but it looks so real. They need to put these visual effects people in the Marvel movies. Or they need to give the Marvel VFX people more time to make movies good. Because you need time. You need time on movies to make them look good. This movie was given time. The music here. It's just that rousing score. It keeps building. Oh. So sweet. Look at his sad little bare face. I agree. Oh. Oh, and then it transforms back into the prison cell. Every time I see a scene in this movie, I go, that is the best scene I've ever seen. And then the next scene comes, and I'm like, oh, wait, that's the best scene. Like, they literally just keep going. Every scene is better than the last, and the first scene is so perfect. So, like, how do you make perfect better? Paddington 2. Oh, Daniel just sent me a picture of his little stuffed animal. Daniel, can I share this? Can I show everyone what you sent me? Daniel sent me this. Daniel's got his little Paddington. Thank you, Daniel, for sharing that. That's great. Kelsey, thank you for the donation. I don't know if this was a donation or if you're paying me back for the snacks from Ant-Man on Thursday night, but thank you. I just got your Venmo. If it was you, Kels, if it was a donation, thank you. I will enter you in this giveaway. Hey, Zach. Zach's here. See y'all later. I'll see you later, Zach. Zach is about to have a show. Zach is directing a show right now. And Zach's show is about to happen. Oh, Kelsey is here. Thanks, Kels. It was for the Ant-Man snacks. But because it was still above $5, I will let you be in the Blu-ray giveaway if you'd like to be entered, since it is technically still a Venmo to my account on the Subathon day. But yeah, Zach is directing a play, Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. I'm going to be watching it, I think, in a few weeks or next week. Beautiful looking show. I mean, I've seen all the pictures for it. It looks amazing. So Zach is directing that. Big director, man. Going to be directing that. Oh, that's the very Charlie Chaplin-esque scene. I love that. Yeah, this is the actual Prison Break. I love this scene. But yeah, Zach, good luck tonight. Break a leg. And I will see you after, because when you get home from your show, you got to answer some Harry Potter trivia. Love it. So, Kelsey, have you been watching this whole time? Or are you just tuning in now? Because you have not commented once. I'm just messing with you. Like I said, I know it's not streaming, so I know some people are just watching this rather than the movie. Yeah, sorry, Carly. I was not talking to your brother, Zach, but hello, Carly's brother, Zach. No, I was talking about this Zachary Love, our co-host for the channel. How's Paddington 2 going, nerd? It's going great. We are at the prison break itself right now, so they are in the hot air balloon taking off. What a gorgeous scene, too. I mean, the way this is lit, too, with the fire. And then you see, like, the light kind of coming into the prison cells, and yeah, like that. And you see all the prisoners seeing it. And instead of being envious, because normally at the beginning of the movie, these prisoners would have been envious. Instead, they're marveling because they're like, wow, Paddington got out. Oh, she has been watching. Thank you, Kels. But she's looking for movies that start with Q. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yes, I love the pink motif as well. And yeah, nerd, I agree that, or Andrew, that is the best sequence of the movie for sure. I've said that about every sequence, so I agree. A good Prison Break, though, always good. I mean, Toy Story 3, Shawshank, A Man Escaped, The Great Escape. What are your favorite Prison Break movies, people? Sound off in the comments. Let me know. Ooh. I love the way he runs, too. I don't know why. That's a good one. Kelsey, if you're listening, Carly suggests Queen and Slim for Q. There aren't a lot of Q movies, but Queen is a very popular one. There's a few movies that start with Queen. I think there's a movie that literally is just Q. I watched it for 31 Days of Halloween this year, but I'm not going to spoil any more picks because I'm in that draft at 7:30. So I'm not going to spoil any of my other Q picks. Q tips. Ha! I won't give you any tips as to what I will pick for Q. Q tips. I love how he says marmalade too. We are going to make marmalade. It's like there's no R in marmalade, it's marmalade. No mothers were harmed in the making of this movie for marmalade. Oh. I think that's the first time we ever, and the only time we ever hear Paddington growl. Yeah, nerd, that's probably going to be my pick for Q if I get the first pick. So I'm not going to put your comment on the screen because I don't want Kelsey to take it. But I would agree that's my favorite. My dad was actually in that movie. Dad, if you're listening, nerd just suggested a really great movie that starts with Q, starring my dad. Not starring my dad. He is visible. He doesn't have any lines, but he's visible. He actually told a story about how he got to oh, Kelsey saw it. Okay. No, you're good, nerd. I it's more so me trying to be cheeky with Kelsey, but I realize she's also in the chat, so she can see. It's okay. But yeah, my dad was in Quiz Show. He actually got to play on his off day. They filmed it at his college, in Wagner College, and on his off day, or on an off break or whatever, he tossed around a football with some of his friends, and Robert Redford, the director, joined in and literally was playing catch with my dad. So my dad has played football catch with Robert Redford. If that story's not true, Dad, chime in and let me know. I think that's true. Just the fact that Paddington thinks his family's abandoned him is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Because this whole movie has been about his family, about Aunt Lucy trying to get her that book. Oh, and then the line disconnects. My heart is ripping out of my I was going to say shirt and chest, and I almost said Shrest, and then I almost said Shrek. It's about to beat out of my chest, break out of my chest. Yeah, Carly, you're right. That is cute. I suppose I'm on the run. That is also funny to think about. Like, it's so serious, but Paddington just being on the run is funny. Because he's Paddington. He's sweet little Paddington. Oh, and then the phone rings, and my heart swells. Oh, I'm going to take this off for a second. I just need to itch my head. Oh my God, my hair. Look at my hat hair. My God. I look like Jack Nicholson. Winner of 1974. Picture this for Best Actor. I'm not getting loopy yet, Carly, because soon I will be able to watch and like have other people talk. But I think because I've had to talk just nonstop 2 hours, it's waning a little on my voice, but I'm not delirious yet. I'm not loopy yet. This is my favorite as well. What is it then? Yeah, so nerd, what we're doing for draft day today is we're drafting a movie for every letter of the alphabet, but rather than everyone having a different letter, we're going to each be drafting a movie for each letter. So we're essentially going to have 25 movies a piece from A to Z. X, Y, Z are going to be one, and then numbers are going to be their own category. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, and then X, Y, Z, and then number. So there will be 25 rounds total. And we'll be drafting 5 movies per letter, basically. And it's going to go a little faster. We're not going to really discuss the films at depth just because of time. It's already 4 hours, but I don't want it to go over. So, Mr. Curry's a dick. I'll say it right now. Carly, they are a little tired. Yes, a little tired. I've been trying my best to kind of like switch it around, stretch them a bit, do some stretches. That's why if I lean down, I'm stretching. This is the one scene that if I had to criticize, I think this is a little on the nose where they're like, Paddington sees the best in all of us. It's a little on the nose, but I think the film's earned it. I think the film has earned the sap and the sentimentality, you know? And then it goes into this, which is awesome. It's a great like hype man pep talk speech. And of course the engine stalls. Again, great comedy. The comedy comes at the perfect times. I think that's the difference between that and a lot of like newer blockbusters is that they sometimes feel like they need to put comedy everywhere. Whereas here you have some longer sequences which are serious, and then they'll find the perfect moment to then boom, hit you with a comedic beat to where the comedic beats are more far and few between, but they hit even more powerfully because they're perfectly timed out. Oh, and then this is them trying to find Paddington, bring Paddington home. And now we're about to see the most epic train sequence ever. Train sequence ever. That's great. Remember, you're a bin. This reminds me of Toy Story 2 with the little traffic cones waddling across the street. Oh, this was in the trailer too. I love this part. That's so funny. When the officer walks by and turns around, he's like, what? And then he just keeps going. He doesn't even question. He's like, all right. Keeps going about his day. I agree, nerd. It's an epic pop-up book. It is an epic pop-up book. I would go to the ends of the earth for it. This is another great Felix Buchanan disguise. The bald cap. Looks convincing until he turns around. His cheeks are so effed up. Y'all, the bald cap of the year, though, was my Halloween costume. If I may say so myself. Y'all remember my Halloween costume? Wait, let me find it. Where is it? Kelsey remembers my Halloween costume. Where is it? Do I have pictures of me on Halloween? Wait, oh yeah. This was the bald cap of the year. Was for my Kingpin costume for Halloween. And again, a throwaway character from the beginning of the movie who also turned out to be the judge, who also turned out to be on the train. I love that, how they can use a supporting character as like a recurring. That is another epic line. My name's not J-Dog. It's Jonathan Brown. And I like steam trains. Epic. That whole conversation's so good. I've just been spilled on by chilled liquid. I want you to shush. And then I love how the convicts are just in this tiny little plane. Like, how'd they get it? Where'd they get it? It's just crazy to me that the police are closing in on this poor little bear. But to be honest, if there was a bear running on the loose that had just escaped prison, I feel like society would act like that normally. If they didn't know who Paddington really was. If he was real. Imagine if Paddington exists somewhere. One of my dreams is to go to Paddington Station in London. So if anyone wants to go to London, subscribe to the channel, Venmo, and maybe I'll be able to monetize this channel to finally get to go to Paddington Station in London. I gotta plug in my phone. It's dying. Not that I've been using it a lot either, because I love this bit of production design too. The oh, true. I guess that is Cocaine Bear. There's something extra in that marmalade. That's funny. No, yeah. I guess Yeah. Yeah, this production design's so good. The organ, freaking awesome. I did my whole like I didn't have a thesis because I was a musical theater major, but in college I did this like artisan class of learning about like old artisans and labor and shit like that, and we had to do like a presentation on like a really cool like instrument of our choice or whatever, and I covered a calliope, which is basically like the stuff that creates music on like on steamships. It's like a steam instrument using steam and pipes and stuff, and it looked a little like that organ there. I love this too, using the candy apple as like suction cups. When Tom Cruise makes Mission Impossible 12 or whatever, I want him to use sticky apples instead of the other hand things. He uses the gloves in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. This scene is probably one of the most thrilling action sequences I've seen. And I think that's really a testament, because this movie, when you think about it, you don't think about the action first and foremost, but the action is still top notch. And it's kind of going back to what I've been saying this whole time, that it's just such a great blend of genres. It's really amazing and magnificent. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Production design is amazing. I agree. This scene's great. I just love every inch of it. Oh, the sound designs in this are pretty good too. Like, I like the little squishiness of the apples and the kind of turning of the sound. The green screen there is a little wonky. That's like the one thing. Carly, yeah, usually I sit through all the credits. The only thing is that we have a Marvel match in 10 minutes, and we're looking now at like 15 minutes till the end of the movie, so I may hop right into the Marvel match. But I'm gonna at least stay for the song, because the song is such a great part of the credits. But I think as soon as that song's over, I'm gonna transition to the Marvel match. I'm sorry. This is where we see like the real villainy come from Hugh Grant, like where he's really kind of like getting a little pissy, a little angry. No, Carly, it does not have an end credit scene, but it has like a something at the beginning of the credits, like a little scene. I love this guy. This guy is a little stick in the mud, but I love how he's a recurring bit in the film. And then, yep, there he goes into the cake. That man. I love this too. This use of using the little ladder to kind of make himself bigger. Sorry, I haven't been commenting a lot because I'm just like entranced. That's the word I'm looking for. The clever little bear. This is where it gets a little distressing because, like, now we're going full-fledged, like, action drama where, like, it's not really funny anymore. Now it's like this is life or death now. Like, Paddington, this shit's getting serious, man. He's so good. Bye-bye, bear. Oh. Here we go. Like I said, the callback to earlier. They always find a way to call back to earlier in the film. Bullseye shot. Sweet shot on the forehead. Wouldn't that have been awful if he had fallen backwards and just like onto the tracks? It probably would have solved him a lot of problems, but now this scene I have trouble watching. I don't like seeing animals in distress, let alone drowning. I don't like to see people drowning. I saw Titanic in IMAX the other day and like glorious, but like also terrifying to watch. And this really reminds me of Shape of Water too. Even the color of the water is Shape of Water-esque. And then you have Sally Hawkins who's about to like swim in it. I'm like, this is Shape of Water. Sally Hawkins showing an act of true love in this green water to an animal. Shape of Water. Here we go. Another callback to earlier in the film. Yeah, Sally Hawkins. This scene is devastating. Imagine if, I'm not even going to say imagine if, but like the reaction sitting in the theater with all those kids watching Paddington about to die. Never something I ever expected to see when I walked in to see it that morning. I just remember sitting there and being like, is he going to die? I knew they wouldn't, right? But then he can't get out and they can't open the lock. So I was like, is he going to die? But then, of course, when you see how he escapes, it makes a lot of sense. Again, tying back to earlier in the film. Everything has a payoff in this film. It's like Chekhov's gun. I love it. Oh, this look they give each other. Where he just he like subtly shakes his head no, like letting her know he's not going to make it. And he like reaches out his paw. Oh, and then the little bubbles of air coming out of his nose. Oh, see? It's already getting me. Oh, and then you see the trio. Oh, man. That's the great thing is they don't linger too long. It's like we're gonna like emotionally fuck you up, and then like 3 seconds later, in come the heroes. Just so you're not like totally a pile of tears. Like that's such an epic shot of all of them leaving the water. But Paddington's still very in rough shape. Oh. I would like to believe if Brendan Gleeson does win the Oscar, that it's for this as well. Even though Ke Huy Quan's going to win for Everything Everywhere All at Once, which he should. I can't believe we're already here. We're at the end. I agree, Chris. Movie is a masterpiece. I agree. Daniel, Paddington 2 better than Shawshank. Don't tell Chad. Yeah, I agree, Carly. No way Gleason wins, but still. Right? Aren't we all crying? I'll tell you right now, though, that moment makes me sad. This moment, though, is the one that's coming, is the one that kills me. This is the one that like makes me burst into tears. Oh. Oh, he realizes that he missed her birthday. But little do you know. Oh, the Come With Us is so good. Come with us. Oh, here we go. I can't take it either, Carly. I can't. Oh, the doorbell rings. Oh my god. Oh my god. And that, everyone, is Paddington 2. Do you see this? Oh. Why does this movie do that to me? Why does this movie freaking devastate my emotions? Oh, yes, there is a scene in the credits. You're right. Yeah, I am crying, Daniel. Zach, Carly's brother, is also crying. Yeah, emotional moment. So there are the credits. We're about to get into the Marvel match. I'm going to send a link over to my competitors, but we're going to stay on here for the amazing post-credit scene while I go invite them. Give me one sec. All right. Here's that great scene. Kelsey, if you're watching this, you can pop on whatever for the next thing. Whew. Oh, Kelsey is here. Diaz is here. It is a masterpiece. Yes, we have at least 15 subs, so we are going to get to Harry Potter. Amazing closing number right here. Amazing closing number. All right, guys, I've got my Marvel competitors here, so I will let you all at home continue watching the very last scene of Paddington 2, the post-credit scene, and we're going to transition into this this Marvel match. So let me just get rid of some of the banners. Again, if you're just tuning in now for the Marvel match, it's about to begin. Thank you so much. Our next roadmap is 50 subs. We've already hit the 15 mark. I'm going to bring them in just a sec. Let me just bring them in now. Kelsey, Chris, and Kevin are all here for Marvel. Yay. Thanks, guys, for doing this.
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Like I said earlier at the very beginning of the subathon,
Can you hear me?
their match has already been filmed and it got
Yes.
erased to the archives of history. Actually, no archives because StreamYard doesn't save their archives or anything. So very sad. I just switched the thing there. But they were so gracious as to come back and film it again. so that way we
Wow.
could have a match for the subathon. It's going to be live instead of pre-recorded. Kelsey, is your audio working? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No, it is not.
Hold on. How about now?
Wait. Oh, I know what the problem is. My headphones were plugged into my other computer for Paddington.
Wait,
Now I can hear you guys. I can hear you.
you guys can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was gonna say.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been sitting here for so long. I have to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
No
I'm gonna
worries.
pop Kelsey out, and we'll be right back.
Yeah,
But
I would say in a comment, I got to see Paddington 2 in Cedar when it came out in
Oh,
January.
nice, very nice.
Um,
Paddington is a great series. That is a good series.
I can't wait for the third one. I hope it's as good as the first.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, that one is one is very reliable. I feel like so.
If the third one is good, then the argument to be made that Elite Paddington trilogy would be in the top 3 or 5.
Oh yeah, that would be a definitely a highly ranked trilogy for sure.
all right, sorry, just need to get things together. Yes, it was fun. Thank you guys so much for watching. For everyone who's on the Paddington watch along, we are now here at our Marvelous Movie Mondays. We're back with Marvelous Movie Mondays. We did our Ant-Man review this morning, 6:30. We're a few minutes behind, but that's okay because we can go a few minutes over. We still have some time before the draft day.
Have not seen it. Have not seen Ant-Man yet. See that tomorrow.
Have not seen it. We won't spoil it. Don't worry.
Hey.
Imagine if all the questions today were just about.
We're all Ant-Man.
No, that would be cruel and unusual punishment. Give me one sec. All right, Kelsey's here. So I think it's time to begin this match. You guys know the rules because you literally played a match already. As I said earlier, that it has been lost to the test of time. But the good news is that you guys are both free to do it now to get on here and do another match. So your record will still stand, Chris. You'll still have that win because Chris did beat Kevin in trivia a few days ago. When we pre-recorded this for the stream, but I think there's something cool about doing it live too. So one thing I will ask is because it is live, if we can have the comments not say the answers until they have revealed their answers, and then you can say how well you've been doing on the match. We just don't want to tip picks. But without further ado, I will do the little intro with the trivia just so we can transition right into this. Here we go. Some Marvel trivia. And remember, guys, draft day at 7:30. If you're tuning in for that, 7:30. Hello, everyone. Remember, this is part of the subathon, so keep those donations coming, keep those subscriptions coming. This is going to be a live match. We were going to pre-record this, but things happen, and StreamYard sometimes deletes matches, so we got to do this live. They're getting a rematch, Chris and Kevin. Usually I wait to bring them on, and I forgot to do that, so let's just introduce them now. Introducing with a record of... I got to pull up your records, guys. See, this is why I should have planned ahead of time. There we go.
Wow.
With a record of 0 wins and 1 defeat, but the first time that anyone else will see him compete because his match is, as I said, lost the test of time. We got Kevin, the Philosopher Pause. Kevin, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. Glad to be here, and I'm excited. That I'm getting to get a little bit of an in-game snap. Get a little, maybe a little bit of a rematch.
Redemption arc here.
Yeah, maybe some redemption on Chris. I don't know how much I have actually regained or gained knowledge-wise in the past couple of days since we played. But it was an excellent match the first time. I think it'll be an excellent match this time. Looking forward to it as always, Chris.
And of course, with a record of, you guys didn't see that second win, but he does have 2 wins and 2 defeats and 1 TKO because of that match. It is Sorcerer Chris Diaz. We got the Sorcerer versus the Philosopher. It's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone versus Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Whatever you want.
How topical.
Yeah, right? How you doing, Chris?
Doing good. I was kind of surprised by that, but I have to fake Kevin again. Like, give it a match to remember here.
All right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I wanted them to see you all compete. So you basically got a free match against each other. That was a warm up, and now this is the real thing. But let's transition right into it. Why don't we? Let's get right into this trivia. And remember, guys, if you're in the chat, don't say the answers until after they've been revealed and ruled correctly or incorrectly. You can help out with challenges though if we ever come to them. Players will be asked 10 questions in the realm of the MCU. Players will have about 15 seconds to write down their answer. Players will reveal their written answers and speak them aloud. Each question is worth a point. Competitors, if they get all 10 right, they'll be asked an 11th bonus question. Players must keep their hands on screen at all times. You guys also have 3 time heists and 1 challenge to use should you need more time or just to hear the question again, whatever you need. You guys know the rules. All right, Kevin, are you ready?
I am ready.
And Chris, are you ready?
Yep.
And Kelsey?
Oh, let the marvelous movie match begin.
That's right. And the scores are going to be displayed like this because the original plan was to pre-record and then put the nice fun graphics, but instead I'm going to put the nice StreamYard graphics because StreamYard decided we weren't going to have a real drill match today. And as Daniel says, the answer always is Batman. Just
Batman.
So moving on. Question 1 in the realm of phase 1. Kelsey, why don't you take this one?
Okay, here's the first question. What is the name of Thor's mother who we meet in Thor?
Nice little question here to start us off. Oh, I literally have the score of the other match on this whiteboard behind me. I did not mean for anyone to see that if they did. The other match was pre-recorded because that's happening at 7 a.m. and Brian went out of town, so it's what it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chris, what do you got?
Freya?
That is incorrect. Freya is incorrect. Poss, what do you got?
Frigga.
Frigga or Frigga is correct.
Yeah.
I don't know how you pronounce it, but that is the correct spelling. So Chris will not get a point there. Poss is going to take an early 1-point lead as we go on to question 2. Question 2 in the realm of phase 2. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, where do Steve and Natasha discover that Dr. Arnim Zola's consciousness has been uploaded into a computer? We're looking for the location.
That'd be Dr. Arnim Zola. You
Arnim.
tripped up on that a little too.
I was going to say,
okay.
I've been staring at a computer screen for a while.
How specific you want this to be?
The name of the,
location.
The base. Like, we're not looking for a state or a type of location. We're looking for, the name of the place they call it. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pens down. Poss, what do you got?
I'm probably in the same boat as Chris. I said Apple Store.
That is incorrect. And Chris?
That's that army bunker.
That is incorrect. We were looking for Camp Lehigh. That's what they call it. Camp Lehigh.
Lehigh, New Jersey.
I was thinking of a specific location where we're not. Yeah.
Alrighty, here's your third question in the category of phase 3. At the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, what does Rocket steal from the Sovereign after saving their planet from the Obelisk? I didn't know that this creature had a name.
The Obelisk?
Yeah.
No, JD would have not accepted New Jersey. We needed the specific Camp Lehigh.
How specific here?
This one does not have to be specific. 5,
thank God.
4, 3, 2, 1. Chris, what do you got?
The battery, pretty much.
That is correct, and he's on the board. Poss, what do you got?
I went with batteries.
He went specific though. He went Anulax, but that is
knew
correct.
the name of the batteries.
2-1. Very exciting. We love when we ask for the general and we get the specific. It shows that these guys are here to play. Moving on to question 4. This is me, right? Yes. In phase 4. Phase 4 is the category. In Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, what shape is associated with America Chavez's powers? What shape? If you had to pick a shape, Kelsey, to associate with you and your powers, what would it be?
I think maybe like an infinity sign.
I I like.
I
That.
like the vibe of that because I
Is
like.
my Wi-Fi cutting out, Kelsey? Or am I good?
You're doing good on my end, Dyl.
All right, just making sure because I got a little symbol, so I wasn't sure. 5, 4,
Oh.
Repeat.
3, repeat. So that is Chris's first repeat in Phase 4. In Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, what shape is associated with America Chavez's powers? Sorry, Kelsey, I was dealing with the Wi-Fi shape. What did you say would be your shape?
I said an infinity symbol. You know,
Mine
like
would be the Wi-Fi symbol because that gives me the most anxiety. in my day. 5, 4,
That's pretty good.
2, 1. Kevin, what do you got?
I'm gonna stick with it. Star.
That is correct. Diaz.
Oh, I had circle. Nope.
All right, so Kevin taking a 2-point lead now over Chris. A star was what we were looking for. America Chavez is a star.
Yeah.
Kelsey, question 5.
All right, question number 5. In the realm of the Avengers, who directed Avengers: Age of Ultron?
Director
Short and
question.
simple.
That's fun. I'm not going to ask my follow-up question. That would probably give it away, so I will not. I was going to ask you your thoughts on this director, but I don't want to give that away.
You know, Dyl, that's another discussion for another time.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chris, what do you got?
I used to like it, but now I hate him and Joss Whedon.
That is correct. And Kevin?
That's actually Joss Whedon. Joss.
Oh, what did Chris say?
Josh.
I said Josh.
Oh, Chris said Josh. Unfortunately, that is incorrect. So actually, that is going to be a point for Kevin. We're looking for Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon. Thank you for catching that, Kevin. That was my bad. So Kevin now takes a 3-point lead.
Name.
Moving on to question 6. Quotes is your category. Quotes. In Spider-Man No Way Home, who tells Peter, with great power comes great responsibility? This is one of those questions that seems easy, but if we were in general Marvel, not just MCU, there's a lot more options.
Right.
But who knows? And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're back to Kevin. What do you got?
I said Peter Parker.
That is incorrect. And Chris, what do you got?
Probably most saddest scene in the movie, Aunt May.
That is correct. Aunt May tells Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. So Chris gaining on Kevin. Kevin still has a 2-point lead. Moving on to question 7. Kelsey, take it away.
Sure.
Question 7. Your category is villains. Played by Ben Kingsley. What is the name of the fake terrorists Aldrich Killian creates to incite fear in Iron Man 3?
We're looking for the title, not his character name, not his actual name. If that makes sense. Great question. You know how I love this character, Kelsey.
We love this villain here at Marvelous Movie Mondays. Big fan of his work.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chris, what do you got?
The Mandarin. I think
That is correct. And Kevin?
The Mandarin.
That is correct.
Nice.
5-3 is the score. Moving on to question 8 in the realm of Spider-Man. In Spider-Man No Way Home, on what famous landmark in New York City does the final battle take place between the 3 Peters and the 5 villains? If I ever had a pub name, Kels, I'd name it the 3 Peters.
The 3 Peters. Well, that was our what was our name when we did the pub trivia?
When we did bar trivia, we were Peter 1, Peter 2, and Peter 3. We were just simple.
That was iconic. That was such a good
4,
name.
3, 2, 1. Kevin, what do you got?
Statue of Liberty.
That is correct. And Chris?
the Statue of Liberty.
That is also correct. So
Nice.
we're taking the scores up 6-4. Moving on to question 9, Kels.
Question number 9. Your category is Disney Plus. In which Disney Plus show can you find the character of, the Watcher, voiced by Jeffrey Wright?
Jeffrey Wright, excellent in The Batman. Did you see The Batman, Kels?
I did see the Batman. I was a little hungover when I was watching the Batman, so I was like half in a hungover fog, half really watching.
2. That's fair. 1. Pens down. Chris, what do you got?
What if?
That is correct. And Kevin?
What if?
That is correct. And with all the
Nice.
correct punctuation, see that as well. 7-5 as we go on to the final question here in actors and actresses. Actors and actresses. In what Phase 3 film does Sylvester Stallone make an appearance as Stakar Ogord in?
Writing
pronounce that
before
right?
you even finished asking the question, Dill. And I
Yeah.
thought that this one was going to be a thinker for
Oh, yeah.
our two competitors.
Hey, these guys are good. These guys are real good. And 5, 4. They know their shit. 3, 2, 1. Pens down, Kevin.
Captain Marvel.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
Chris, what
fuck.
do you got?
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
That is correct.
That is
Guardians of the
correct.
Galaxy Volume 2 is
Nice.
correct. So Chris gaining another point on Kevin, but Kevin is having the lead going into the wheel round. A very impressive 7 on the board. And Chris getting an also very impressive 6. So we move on to the next round, which is the wheel round. In the wheel round, each player will spin the wheel to determine a category. You're allowed to respin, but you must take whatever the wheel lands on if you do spin again. I am Iron Man as spinner's choice. I am Inevitable as opponent's choice. There will be 5 questions asked, and each one you'll have 15 seconds to answer. They are worth 2 points, but if you want to check down a multiple choice, they are worth 1 point. Other competitor can steal. If the other one gets it wrong, you must keep your hands on the screen at all times. And remember, Chris, you still have 2 repeats left. Kevin, you have 3, and you both still have your Mjolnirs. So here we are, the giant, beautiful wheel. Kevin, you're in the lead this time. Would you like to spin first or let Chris go first?
I'm going to spin first.
All right, Kevin,
Cool.
going first this time. Let's see what he gets. And is it gonna hit it? Is it gonna hit it? Is it gonna make it? Yes, it does.
I am Iron Man.
Which means Kevin
Wow.
is going to choose 4 of the wheel categories. We have phases 1 through 4. We have Disney Plus. We have villains. We have aliens, androids, and wizards. We have scores and soundtracks. We have quotes, and we have actors and actresses. Which one would you like?
Let's go with phase 1.
Phase 1, going all the way back
Try.
to the OGs. Kelsey, would you like to ask these questions, or would you like me to?
Let me look at these questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ask the questions in phase
All right,
1.
cool,
Why
cool,
not?
cool. All right, Kelsey's going to ask the questions in phase 1 to Kevin. All right, Kevin, you ready?
Okay.
Yep.
Here's your first question.
Yep.
What type of pet does Whiplash have in Iron Man 2?
A bird.
That is correct. We love
Yes.
the accent on it, too. Taking this total to 9, 6 to 9.
Question number 2. Who directed Thor?
Kenneth Branagh.
Another
That is
impressive
also correct.
goal. There are 2 points for Kevin.
Oh, okay. This is question number 3 for you, Kevin.
Okay.
When posing as Natalie Rushman, Natasha Romanoff states that she works as a model in which Asian country?
Multiple choice.
Is it A, China, B, India, C, Japan, or D, Thailand?
D, Thailand.
That is incorrect.
Incorrect.
I'm
So
going to
we're gonna do the
repeat
whole
the question and the options for Chris. When posing as Natalie Rushman, Natasha Romanoff states that she works as a model in which Asian country? A, China, B, India, C, Japan, or D, Thailand?
Japan.
For a 1
That
point
is
steal,
correct.
that is correct. Japan is the one we were looking for. 2 questions left in the realm of phase 1.
Question number 4. In what country does Red Skull find the Tesseract in Captain America, the First Avenger?
Multiple choice.
Is it A, Ireland, B, Germany, C, Sweden, or D, Norway?
Norway.
That is
Impressive.
correct.
1 point. Navigating that multiple choice question very well as we go into our final question.
And question number 5. In how many Phase 1 films does Robert Downey Jr. appear as Tony Stark?
4.
That is
That
correct.
is correct.
Impressive round for Kevin, doing very well with phase 1. The ones we were looking for: Iron Man, Iron Man 2, The Incredible Hulk, and The Avengers. So now we are moving on to Chris's wheel spin. Sorry, Chris, you're blocked by the score there, but we know you're down there, I promise. Very impressive. And wow, the battle of the spinner's choice. Chris, you're also going to get your pick at the wheel. I don't think this is
Wow.
Cool.
This is
Chris,
a MMM first.
A quote.
Quotes. All right. So quotes is going to be Chris's category here as I ask him the questions. Ooh la la. Can't wait for this. All right. Quotes. If I can find it. There we go. All right. This is just making sure, Kelsey. These aren't the ones they've already answered, right? Or were these the ones that the other two
Is
had?
this from the
Okay, Chris, I'm going to ask you the first question, and you let me know if you've heard this question before, just
Okay.
because we have done a little shuffling with the documents. It's okay if you had. After assuming he has all the Infinity Stones, what does Thanos say?
We've done this.
Yeah, we heard
Okay,
it.
Chris, out of fairness, I'm going to need you to pick a different category. I'm
Right.
so sorry. We just don't have the questions right now for quotes.
Well,
We were supposed to do a revamp of the doc, and that was an oversight on my part. So, Chris, I'm going to need you to pick another one, if that's okay with you.
Can I look at the wheel?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. We, with scheduling and shuffling things around, we had enough for 2 matches, and that was one of the ones you guys spun earlier. I'm so sorry.
Between two. Villain.
Villains. All right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for bearing with us. And it's still a close match, so I don't think that'll have too much to do with it. All right, villains. Sorry about that, Chris. All right, here's your question in villains. What is the name of Odin's firstborn who comes to conquer Asgard in Thor Ragnarok?
Lofty.
That is incorrect. Moving on to Kevin for the steal. What is the name of Odin's firstborn who comes to conquer Asgard in Thor Ragnarok?
Hela.
Oh.
That is correct. Odin's firstborn is Hela.
Yeah.
So Kevin is taking 2 more points there, taking the total of 16. It's okay. Chris, moving on to question 2. During what holiday does Tony Stark meet Aldrich Killian, the mastermind behind the Mandarin in Iron Man 3?
New Year's Eve.
That is correct. Bouncing back and getting 2 points to narrow the gap again. Moving on to question 3. In Spider-Man No Way Home, who is the first villain Tom Holland's Peter Parker meets who isn't from his own universe?
Dr. Octavius or Doc Ock.
That is correct for 2 more points, taking
Nice.
your total to 11 as you narrow that gap even more. 2 more questions left. 4th question. In Avengers Age of Ultron, which Infinity Stone does Ultron reveal is inside Loki's scepter from the Avengers?
The Mind Stone.
That is correct for 2 points.
Nice.
That was a confusing question for me. So good job, Chris. And we're moving on to question 5. Because you wrote it badly, Kelsey, just because I couldn't think of which stone was in it.
Oh.
No, I was trying to tell you I was not criticizing the question writing. I was criticizing the difficulty in my own.
You
side.
cut out right as you said that though, so all I heard was like you wrote it badly, Kelsey, and I was like, oh my god,
No,
Dyl,
that's not
on
what I meant.
live,
No,
on the
no.
live subathon, we're gonna do this.
Moving on to question 5, Chris, to narrow it down to 1 point with Kevin. What is the name of the Hydra scientist who assists Johann Schmidt, aka Red Skull, in Captain America: The First Avenger?
Multiple choice.
All right. Is it A, Dr. Klein, B, Dr. Zola, C, Dr. Broussard, or D, Dr. Selvig?
Dr. Zola.
That is correct for 1 point. Very nice.
Arno Zola.
Yeah, the first name as well.
Question did. I thought I counted 4 in my head of the question we just asked. Wait, we're going.
No, that's 5.
Hella, New Year's Eve, Doc Ock, Mind Stone,
Yeah.
Dr.
Oh
Zola.
yeah.
So now we are moving on to the third round. Again, guys, you guys are killing it. Very close match. We love to see it. Moving on to round 3. How round 3 will work. Players will choose 3 numbers at random out of 15, which will correlate to 3 predetermined categories. First question will be worth 2 points, which is mild difficulty. The second question will be worth medium difficulty. And the third question will be worth 5 difficulty. 5 points, which is hard difficulty. Sorry, I was multitasking while I was doing that reading. Player with the most points at the end wins. Chris, you still have 2 repeats left. And Poss, you have 3 repeats left as we move on to the final round. All right, so Poss, you're in the lead. So you get to pick your 3 numbers first from 1 to 15. What would you like?
I'm going to go with number 6, 9, and 11.
6, 9, 11. 11, my lucky number. Great. And Chris, what are your 3 numbers?
5, 2, and 1.
5, 2, and 1. All right, sounds good. So we're going to start with you, Chris, and let's see if you can tie it up here. Your question 5 is in also your wheel category, which is villains. Villains. All right. I'm going to give you a little bit more time to think for this one. Across all 4 phases of the MCU, including TV shows, which Marvel villain had the longest gap between their first appearance to their latest appearance? Requires a little math. So
This is quite a 2-pointer.
You did Red Skull.
That is incorrect. We were looking for Abomination, who was in the second MCU film, Incredible Hulk, and was in the most recent series, She-Hulk. So now we're moving on to your 3-pointer, Chris, in the realm of aliens, androids, and wizards.
Thanks.
Who takes the title of Sorcerer Supreme following the blip, as revealed in Spider-Man No Way Home?
Wong.
That is correct, and he will bounce it back to Kevin to answer some questions there. So we are at 17-16. Kevin will have to answer his 2-pointer, Kelsey, in the realm of his wheel round, which is phase 1. So Kelsey, whenever you're ready, phase 1.
All right. Here's the 2-pointer in phase 1. Who is Steve Rogers' best friend?
Bucky Barnes.
We'll take that. That counts.
Is correct.
So that goes back now to Chris, who will have to hit his 5-pointer to keep it alive and to send it back over to Kevin. Chris, your 5-pointer is going to be in the most recent phase of phase 4. Phase 4. All right, question 1. Or category 1, phase 1. Phase 4. 5 points. What is the name of the hidden village Shang's mother is from in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings?
Repeat.
All right, that's your second repeat. You have 1 more left. What is the name of the hidden village Shang's mother is from in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings?
Repeat.
All right, that is your final repeat. So this will be the last time I ask this question. What is the name of the hidden village Shang's mother is from in Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings?
Congratulations, Kevin Kumar Khan.
And your winner, Kevin, the philosopher Poss, with a score of 18-17. The correct answer we were looking for was Ta-Lo. Ta-Lo. So, guys, that was a really impressive match. I mean, the final score 18-17. Obviously, Chris, I do apologize about the wheel round quotes not being available because you had already answered those questions, but you did navigate your villains questions super well. Kevin, really strong round 1. Definitely an improvement over the match that we didn't even get to see. But in the first match, Chris went perfect in round 1 and technical knockout Kevin, and now Kevin led in round 1 and took the narrow victory over Chris. So you both got victories over one another. So
there you go.
I think that's as poetic as you can get. But Kevin, how are you feeling having won this match?
It feels great. I mean, like anytime I can get a win, it feels good. But yeah, great match, Chris. You know, that was a really tough 5. I couldn't have pulled it for sure. I haven't seen Shang-Chi enough. But great film. I need to watch it more often. But yeah, the wheel fell into my wheelhouse, no pun intended today. And, getting those phase 1 questions, I'm on a rewatch and phase 1 is fresh in my head. So I needed that. And coming off of a really good round 1, I actually thought I had that Sylvester Stallone question. I don't know why I thought it was Captain Marvel, but whatever. Yeah. But anyway, 7 points is good for me in round 1. So anytime I can bank on that, I can just keep the ball rolling and not have to answer as many questions as possible in round 3. So.
And Chris, I know today wasn't your day, but I wish they had seen that other match because you crushed that first round. You went perfect in round 1, so you do have a perfect match to your name, and you did beat Kevin via TKO. That will never be taken away from your record. That is so strong, and that keeps you in the conversation for one of the best in the records when we look at our leaderboard. How do you feel about today? I know it didn't go your way. I know we had that little mishap with quotes, but you did have no problem with that villains category. That 2-pointer was a little bit trickier than some of our other 2s, but it's kind of one of those
I
things
always
where it's so
forget
obvious.
the long period between Abomination.
Yeah, for sure. But how do you feel though? All those things aside, how do you feel you did today? Because I was very impressed by your showing, both matches. But
Yeah, I think the chain team was tricky because we remember reading the thing. We had the map laid out, and he talked about it. Just couldn't remember which one it was. And because I love Chauncey, Holly, it's still either my first or second favorite from phase 4. And it was good. The Red Skull Abomination thing is tricky because I always do think in my head, from Captain America all the way to Infinity War that time gap.
Yeah, for sure.
And I keep forgetting about the Disney Plus show sometimes because
for sure. But Chris, you are still one of the most fair competitors in the league, and you are one of the kindest as well. I just want to ask you, because I know you shouted out someone on your last match, but they will not get to see your shout out. So I would love to hear now who you would like to challenge in the future, and if you can reiterate who you would like to challenge, or maybe it's changed, maybe you've given it more thought.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris. All right. Sorry about that. We have a party around my house.
Tell them to subscribe.
I think Brian, I want rematch. That one of my matches that I was close between me and him, and because one later on tonight on Chad, I really either Chad or Brian. I'd like to.
Well, I'll tell you this, Chris, because Brian's match didn't get to air, his match, your victory didn't get to air, and because of the quotes mishap here, and just given all the circumstances of this weird subathon, all the matches going missing, I will make you and Brian's match happen next month. I want you guys to get a match right away. So we are going to have the little trifecta with JD, Stacy, and Malcolm, but I will also give you and Brian a match because I feel like you guys have earned that right to get another match and a rematch because you guys had such a great first match. That's still my favorite match you've ever had.
That's because now 2 and 3, I'm getting close. So
That's right. And Kevin, anyone you want to take on in this league? I know Chad's a very popular name. Would you like to also shout
He
him out?
is. Of course I would love to take on Chad. Chad is a good friend of mine, so I definitely would love to take him on, especially in MCU verse. So just to try to see where we line up as far as knowledge, but there's also Jay Burns. I think he could probably stomp me, but I would still like to see where I line up against him especially once I get my full rewatch done. So just throwing that up.
I love Jay. I do. I didn't mention him because that is something I'd rather pay off getting a bunch more wins before I face.
Coming up.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Tato. No one wants Tato. Just wait till you see Tato's match.
Tato, I love you, but
Tato is on a roll. If you want any of that, go ahead.
Tato's in a roll in a lot of other leagues. Let's see how he does in our league. His first match with Brian, as I said, got to lead it to the test of time. So he's going to be playing Chad tomorrow morning. So we'll see how that goes. And Chad will get that match, and then we'll see who Chad will challenge. We'll see. We'll find out. But it is always a pleasure to have you guys. I'm so glad they actually got to see a match between you two. I'm glad we didn't have to. The original plan was for me to just come on here and say what the questions were and who got what right, and that would have been boring for everyone. So that was really great, and thank you guys. As JD says, also good match, guys. Yeah, this was such a great match. and some tough questions that you guys hit, and we're very impressed. So thank you guys so much. You're welcome to stick around and keep watching. I'm just gonna keep the subathon going, but it was always a pleasure having you guys. If you want to plug anything, please do so in the comments to everyone watching, because we really want to see what you guys are up to. All right, thank you guys. So
Thanks,
Kelsey,
guys.
we're moving on to more things soon. We're moving on to a draft day.
What are we doing?
Fairly soon, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, well, draft day is the 7th.
I'm here for a good time.
Until then, let me get back to the subathon thing. Yeah, this is kind of like our break period. We really didn't have.
We're taking a break.
I mean, this was going to be games and stuff, so we'll see. I'm gonna have to ask the other hosts who's around yet. I think Chad is running a little late, but
I'm
this is a good opportunity.
panicking over
What?
this ABC draft day. I'm panicking.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
I think
would
that
not
I'm.
panic.
Well, I am.
Okay. Anyway, guys, let's kind of do a check-in of where we're at right now. In terms of tips, we are getting some great tips, and I love it. Thank you guys so much. Kelsey, I thought yours was a tip at first, and I realized you're just paying me back for the snacks from the movie.
I'll tip you right now.
No, you don't have to.
Let me check my bank account. Hold on.
No, literally, you do not have to. Again.
No. You need some money, honey? Let me get my purse.
So as we wait for the next 20 minutes for draft day, the thing is, I think Chad's going to be a little late, so we're either going to try to get him as he's in the car on the way home, or we might be able to have him auto draft, or we'll just start a little late. Wow, so Nerd just made an A through Z list too, so that's cool. So he'll be able to share his picks as we go along. All right, let's check in with how we're doing on subscriptions, why don't we? We're at 501, which is very exciting. It's so nice to see. 501. We actually, I believe we need, let's see. We need 529 to unlock the next thing. So 529 will be 50 subscribers. So we're 28 subscriptions away from unlocking that Troll 2 commentary. And then we're another 15 after that away from the Chopped video. The roast is looking out of reach. But hey, if we get a blow up, if we get some 1,000 people to watch this and they want to subscribe just to see me be roasted, like, please do it. And if you're watching this and you want to see the roast of Dyl, if you want to make me wear something embarrassing on the channel for a whole month, when we hit 500 subscribers, that will happen. You can make me wear a Red Sox hat. You can make me wear whatever. So please do that. We're 7 hours into this thing. I'm not that tired. I'm feeling good.
How are you feeling, Dyl?
I was going to say, that's like famous last words, because I'm probably going to crash after this. I'm going to be like sitting in draft day, just like. But you know.
You seem to be going strong.
Yeah. Did you get to watch everything so far, or you've just been prepping some
okay, well, I'll be honest. You've kind of been on in the background while I've been, curating my ABC list, doing some Harry Potter trivia, studying up,
Nice.
doing that. I've literally have all the movies just playing you can't see. Well, I don't know why I'm gesturing this way, just because my living room is that way.
Yeah,
but my living room is literally like, I think the Order of the Phoenix is still playing in my living room, because I was just having them on in the background, just trying to absorb as much as I can, because I'll be honest, I'm nervous because Harry Potter's not my forte. If I had to pick a forte, I would definitely say the MCU.
I do have water, Daniel. Thank you for checking in. I should probably go drink some. I do have water.
But Harry Potter's not. And Harry Potter seems to be some of the other hosts on this channel's forte. And I don't want to be bad at something. I definitely don't want to come in last. I don't have to come in first, but I don't want to come in last. And I'm nervous that that's how it's going to go. So
cool. Well, why don't we do this?
Cool.
Why don't we play some? You want to play some games until we have all the hosts here? I know
sure,
JD is itching to get in here and play some games, and maybe I don't know who else is around to play some games, but let me just put something in the I have a little chat with some people.
What game do you want to play?
I don't know, Kels. I was thinking I do have Jackbox ready to go if we wanted to, but I don't know if that's too much for production.
I love Jackbox.
I don't know how many people. Also, I'm wondering, I just don't want to overheat this laptop just because it's getting a little laggy, and I don't know if that's you or me. It's probably me.
I was doing a lot on my computer.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm trying to update it. I don't have enough room to update it. Whatever. This isn't about me. I'm looking for that emoji that's like the game. The purple you know what I'm talking about?
No. No, I do not.
The purple little like game QB guy. Oh,
The
where
Twitch
is he?
logo?
Oh my god, is that what it is?
Yeah, look up Twitch. That
It's the Twitch.
I don't know.
No.
No, okay. This is fun because this is like the behind the scenes that people don't get to see unless just like talking and shoot the shit. What did I say to you when we saw Ant-Man? I said something so funny. That was so.
I found him. Oh well, I'm tipping you $5.
Thank you.
Wait, where is it? The purple guy.
I thought that was a Twitch guy. I don't know.
Do you see the purple guy?
Yeah, I see him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna watch back and just make sure it's not me lagging. Because if it is me lagging, I want to just be able to cool down for a sec.
Do you want me to leave? Am I making you lag?
No, I'm gonna watch this. Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be you, and it's not a bad thing. It's just I want to make sure it's not me. Because if it's me, then we're kind of in trouble. Actually, I don't think anyone's lagging. I think it's just my viewing. It's fine. We're good. But I did send a link out to some people who might want to play games. Chris, if you're still watching, if you want to come back and play some games, you can.
Chris was having a party at his house. Let him enjoy his party.
Sorry. I thought he was around. I'm gonna tell JD pop in now. If anyone else watching wants to come on and play some games or something, we have time to kill. We have at least 15 minutes. We may have more depending on what time they get in. Oh, here's JD. Hey JD.
Hey JD. May I call you Joshua?
Oh, and we have Carly.
Gosh.
I was gonna say Carly's been watching this whole thing. Carly's here to play some games. Hey, Carly.
Hey.
Thanks for joining. Hi, Lexi. I know Lexi's an avid watcher of the show. I'm not lagging. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel does ask how much this will be its own video. I don't know. I don't know how much of it. This will not be. I was just chatting because it'll be available on YouTube. But any game suggestions? That's the thing. I didn't plan out what games to play, but I just figured we could.
Dyl, you asked me to play games and you don't even have any suggestions?
I don't know. I have a lot of other things on my plate right now. But if JD or Carly have any ideas,
so Jackbox would be a good idea. Unfortunately, if your computer was not messed up.
Well, I have another computer. Hold on. I have double computerage. Yeah, we can play some Jackbox games. Is that good with y'all? Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
because there are games that that are like good for 4 people, and then I would.
Daniel says hi, Carly.
Hi, Daniel.
That was so much fun. Paddington watch along. We love to see it. All right,
I'm so excited for draft day.
I am too, assuming everyone shows up. I'm already nervous, but we'll see. I actually don't know if I have Jackbox installed on here anymore. I might have to wait till Zach's around to do Jackbox.
I have Jackbox.
Can you stream it, Kels?
I don't know.
Oh, great. My other laptop just... Oh, yes. Oh, so here's where you can find Kevin People. TMG Trivia and TMG Geek. Check out his stuff. His stuff is awesome. I love to watch his trivia stuff. I'm going to try one last place. Why is this not... Jackbox is fun, nerd. You're welcome to join too, Andrew, if you want. I don't know where it went. I used to have it on this computer, but I guess I don't anymore.
We could also play some Among Us, but if you're into the thing.
Well, if you stream Among Us, though, won't everyone see who the person is who's killing? I don't know.
Yeah, I get it.
How do I open it?
Kelsey, your guess is as good as mine. I know this is the content people pay to see, just us.
Hold on. Let's put it. Okay, I put it right there.
And where's Maddie Fresh? I'm gonna ask Maddie Fresh where he's at.
Open. Oh my God, what's going on with this thing? I have to move my computer.
All right, how's this going for all of you? Is it good quality programming?
I had so much to say about the Quantumania review. It was good though. It was a good, well balanced review. you can always say so much in the comments.
Yeah. JD, I appreciate your optimism on Quantumania since the world
Tell
doesn't
us all
seem to
your
be-
thoughts, JD.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can.
Please take the floor while we try to figure this out.
Okay, I really liked Quantumania a lot. I won't say it's as good as the first Ant-Man, but I think it's solid middle. So I think it's better than Ant-Man and the Wasp, and I think it's below
I'll
the
share the
original
link with you.
Ant-Man.
Nerd. Give me a sec.
Here's what I really liked about it. I think the thing that I always liked about the Ant-Man movies are the characters. I think the characters are always solid. And I get your guys' point about Hope. Your issues with Hope being not a character. But I guess I'm not an issue. And they probably should have just called it Ant-Man Quantumania. But I don't have an issue with it because Janet is also the Wasp, even though, again, I agree. They're technically referring to Hope. I agree with that point.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking. I was like, well, Janet is also the Wasp, but like.
So I think that's where they're going. And I think there's a couple. Number one, I think.
Hold on. Nerd, I'll get you in here in a second.
I think number one, I would be very intrigued because I don't think it was always going to be Quantumania. I would be very intrigued. I think there was a smaller version akin to like all the other Ant-Man movies that was like an Earthbound, like its own side adventure. And then they decided, well, we need to introduce Kang somewhere. Let's do it here. That being said, I really did like it. I think that Paul Rudd.
Oh, Zach's here too. Wait, Zach, don't you have a show?
Put me in. Oh, did you put me in?
Yeah, you're here. So
hi.
Hey, Zach.
I got Jackbox to load.
Cool.
Yay.
When you're ready, let me know, and you can screen share. Kelsey.
I think
Zach, are you backstage right now?
My computer's about to blow up. If I disappear, it's because my computer shut off because I think I'm asking it to do too many things.
I'm sort of backstage, but it's more like I'm like just like a different room in the theater. The cool thing is, I guess I don't really have to. I guess I don't really.
Showtime in like 40 minutes.
Well, but like I don't have to do anything. I'm directing the show. Also, hi everyone on the screen. This is exciting.
Hey, Zach.
So people have watched Zach. Zach, you've done stuff with JD, I think, and Carly is an avid watcher. We're Discord
Hi, Carly.
friends. Stacy's about to come on. Matt is here. Matt's somewhere.
I want to try and turn my camera. How do I do that? Let's find out. Let's find out.
Hi, Chris. Chris, if you want to pop back in here for games, you can. If you just go on, I send you the StreamYard link. It's the same one. It's just going to be the same one for till midnight, and then I have another stream at midnight because YouTube's rules is you can't have more than 12 hours. So I need to pop over to that.
Oh, shit.
Kelsey, why are you calling me?
Because I'm nervous. Hold on, I got it.
This is so weird.
Wait. Okay, so
Hold on. I will be right back.
Oh, wait. Okay, Diaz is here. Sorry.
Hey.
And Nerd's here, too. Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, that match
here.
for a
It's
lot
fun to
of
have
fun.
people to talk to in person rather than just in the chat.
Dyl, here's what I think what you dislike about Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, I tend to agree with you. Like everything that you said.
Don't spoil anything just because Chris has.
Careful spoilers.
I'm not going to spoil
at 1
anything.
o'clock.
I'm just gonna say everything that you said was a weakness. I agree with you. With the only caveat that I really like MODOK, which Megan more.
It's not working, Zach.
This is so annoying.
I've been hearing so many mixed reviews about MODOK, so I'm interested to see how I feel tomorrow. I may when we get to draft day, because one of the picks, I may try to turn. We'll talk about it during draft day, but one of my picks may try to morph into why I like more MODOK a little bit.
Wait, you're going to talk about it on draft day? Is that your pick for A? Actually, we won't talk about it yet.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait,
let's not
wait.
talk about it yet. It's one of there's a Ant-Man movie in contention.
Cool.
That's all. I'll say.
And Nerd, you said you put together your own list of A through Z.
Yeah, it just went through a bunch of my favorite movies, and it went really fast, actually. So
You did that, Speedy Gonzalez. My
it-
list
tell-
took me days.
letterboxes makes things easy.
Yes. Thank you.
Dill
for
keeps telling me to
saying that.
make a letterbox.
You should.
Maybe
You
I should listen eventually. Hold on.
This is fun though, just having everyone here to hang out while we wait for Kelsey to download. Is it downloaded yet, Kelsey?
Okay, so here's the thing. I got it to open, but it's my entire screen. Like I can't minimize it
If you
and
go
then
down,
do
if
other
you go
things.
down here to present and share screen, you can probably pick only that tab.
Hold on.
Shit.
First, I think I have to download Steam.
I think
One
by the
second.
time I think we need to abandon this because by the time we get this up and running, it will be time for draft.
What time is draft day?
7:30.
7:30.
Chad's running late, so we're gonna kind of wait as long as we can before Chad gets here. It's the conversation's gonna be quicker if Chad
Don't
gets
lose
late.
hope, JD.
I mean,
We can play a round of that movie game we were playing earlier with me, Matt, and Chad, where we basically go around the circle. Someone names a movie, and the next person
the
names
chain game.
a
I'm down for
Yeah.
the chain game.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll do whatever you
Yeah,
want.
so there's an actor, and then the next person has to name a film they were in, and then the next person has to name
Baby
an actor
chair
who was in
here?
that film, and then
What?
the next
No.
person has to name a film and an actor film. We can try that.
Wait,
can
wait.
Sorry about
I
that.
missed all of that.
I didn't
Can
hear
you
it.
say it again?
No, it's not in there.
Sorry about tonight.
It's okay.
There we go.
You good? So basically, the first person would start with a movie or an actor. Then the next person would name. So let's say I started with an actor. The next person, Kelsey, would name a movie that actor's in. Then JD would have to
Okay.
name another actor from that movie.
It's like
Then Carly would have to name a movie. Then
Oh my
Chris would have to name an actor. Nerd and a movie. Zach an actor.
You
Just
mean
keep
like the
going.
7 degree Kevin Bacon thing?
Kind of.
Yeah,
but we just
it's 6
keep going,
degrees. Yeah.
seeing how long we can go before we end it.
Yeah.
We can keep it super easy too. Like let's not go too deep. I'll start it off, Kels. All right, ready? Chris Evans.
Okay, so now I name a movie.
That
Correct.
Chris Evans is in. Yes.
Okay. Knives Out.
You're the
All right,
worst.
now JD will pick an actor from Knives Out.
What did I do
there's
something
so
wrong?
many choices. So
Go
many-
easy on me. I'm
You're-
not going to
Kelsey,
get a
Kelsey
name.
read Trail and instead she went down.
Ana de Armas.
Ooh.
Wand.
mm,
Ooh, Chris.
Blade Runner 2049.
Ryan Gosling.
Wait, which way?
Wait.
Did
I
we do
think
that
we're
right?
Confused.
I don't know if we're going in like a circle or let's pick an order
Oh,
first. I
sorry.
should have done that.
So
No,
I
it's
think
fine.
I think you go row by row.
It went
you go
based on the
Dill,
screen.
Kelsey,
Gotcha.
Dill,
Yeah, I was
Kelsey.
going in a circle, but then I realized that wouldn't work because there's someone in the middle of the circle
There's
right now.
literally
So
some.
let's start again from me, and we'll go. Once we go to JD, we'll go down to Nerd. All right. So
Yeah,
I'll start. With
I
a-
agree. That's the best route.
All right, I'll start with. All right, Stacey, we'll have you on next time. Stacey, you can still join on whenever you want. I will
Wait,
go
wait.
with.
Okay.
I will go
Go ahead.
Daniel Radcliffe. Kelsey, pick a movie that he's in.
Okay. So many choices. Okay. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire.
There were 8.
Ooh.
There were 8.
JD.
Tom Felton.
Ooh.
Nerd.
Rise of the Planet of the Apes.
Nice.
Andy
Chris.
Serkis.
Andy Serkis. Okay.
Black Panther.
Black Panther. All right. Zach, an actor from Black Panther.
Angela Bassett.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. My
That's a
turn.
good one.
I could screw Kelsey right now, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
That was very nice.
Michael B. Jordan.
Oh yeah, he in the cameo.
He is in there.
I could go. Could I go? Oh, so many choices. Fine, I'll go nice. Creed 2.
Creed 2. All right. Nerd.
Not really. No.
Mm, Tessa Thompson.
Nice.
So Ragnarok. Have you?
Or Ragnarok. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Come on, you gotta say it, Carly. You gotta say it.
I'm looking on Loki's Tom Hiddleston.
Nice. Zach, Tom Hiddleston.
Thor: The Dark World.
Ooh. Natalie Portman.
Oh, good.
See if we stay MCU or if someone bails us out.
No Strings Attached.
Oh.
Ooh.
What a
Good choice.
What a good
All right,
little
movie.
You've diverged. JD.
Justin Timberlake.
No, that friend with benefits.
That's the other one.
Mix them up.
Common misconception.
So now, what does JD lose? Do we all boo at JD?
Boo,
No.
He out technically.
I don't think we
Oh,
boo
okay.
JD. I don't think that's how it works.
I knew it was one of the two. I took the 50-50 shot.
This is
Yeah, I mean, there's two
this
women
is
and
the
two
man.
guys, and you went with the wrong girl. It's fine.
This is the
They
man.
won a
that
good movie and you
perfect
went with
Marvel
the
trivia round on me, and he said Justin Timberlake.
Well, it's
Should
not Marvel
should we
movie.
just start again?
Kelsey, you can start again since you were the last one.
Okay.
So no strings attached is
I'm
off the board.
kidding. Love
Okay,
you.
do I say an
Tato-
actor or
Tato
movie?
says, "Yep, JD's out and he has to buy the round." Ashton Kutcher was the other one in that movie.
No, I knew it was between those two. I just forgot which one was in which.
All good. All right, let's try to get another round or two of this.
And Michael
Kelsey?
Keaton in that realm.
Do I start with an actor or movie, or I choose?
It's up to you.
Okay, I'm just gonna start with the first movie that comes to mind.
No movies come to mind.
Eternals.
Eternals?
Oh my.
Eternals.
JD.
That's the movie.
Oh, Eternals is your movie.
That's a good one.
Eternals. Ooh.
Not a good movie.
I disagree.
I love
How-
that movie. Don't,
how
let's not
fucking
even
dare you,
let's
Chris?
not even go there. I unabashedly love that movie.
Controversial.
Kit Harington.
Nice.
Ooh, that's tough.
For
For
name a
movies?
movie in? Damn. Okay.
I had so many in my head.
Good for you, Chris, because I have nothing.
Yeah.
There's one movie that I know of that I can bounce back with.
I don't know any other movies that he's in.
The big
JD,
one I
This
was
is a short round.
the big one I was thinking of was Pompeii.
Never heard of it.
Oh.
JD,
How to-
start again with the new. With
How
the
to
new
Train Your
thread.
Dragon.
Oh, I forgot
Yeah.
he's in those. Okay.
Oh,
All
Two
right.
and three.
right, JD, start a new thread
All right.
or chain, whatever.
Okay, I'm gonna start a new chain. God.
I love how the hardest one is like the first one, just naming anything.
Jurassic World.
Name
Jurassic World. All right, nerd.
All right. Let's do. Yeah, let's just do Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt. Nice. Chris.
Delivery Man.
Ooh, that's evil. That is evil.
Delivery
Man.
That's
Never
evil.
heard
I
of
know
that.
what that is.
Vaughn
That is
movie?
evil, Chris. That is
Yeah.
evil, Chris.
I give up.
Yeah,
It-
I don't
it's
even
Vince
know. What
Vaughn.
that is that the
Vince
one where
Vaughn.
Vince
I don't know
Vaughn
what that
is a
is.
Yeah,
sperm
that's the
donor?
one. It's
Yes.
25,000 kids.
It's the
Yeah.
remake
Oh,
of the
shit.
foreign language film Starbuck, where he gives birth, where he's a sperm donor and he accidentally gives birth to his sperm
All right.
gives birth to 2,500 kids.
Oh my
All right, nice job, Chris. I will let you start again. We'll go back to nerd. Nerd started.
That's amazing.
Okay.
That was
Uh,
great. Chris Pratt was the best friend. Was Vince Vaughn's
Yeah.
best friend?
And a lawyer.
Well, let's stay sort of related and let's do Guardians of the Galaxy.
Cool.
We'll go from
Chris.
there.
Ooh. Lee Pace.
Okay.
That's fine.
I can't name anything Lee Pace is in.
I know one movie. One movie.
There's
I can
another
just-
Marvel movie he's in.
There's also Carly. The final film of the Framewreck series we're doing tonight has Lee Pace in it.
Really? Breaking Dawn Part 2.
Yeah.
Yay.
God.
All right, Zach, you got Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 2.
Mhm. She also was in the Hobbit movie.
Oh no! Someone can tell me. I've never watched the Twilight series past the second one.
You were right
Okay.
though. With
No,
who
no,
was in
no.
it.
I will go with him, but I wanted to do a different one to be different, and it's Jamie Campbell Bower.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Jamie
nice.
Campbell Barrow, aka Vecna from Stranger Things. All right, I'll continue that thread. Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet
Good.
Street.
Mm,
Good.
he is in that.
Johnny Depp.
Good job, Kels.
Way to go,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Johnny Depp.
You got
Black
options, JD.
Oh no.
Most obscure thing he's ever.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the movie?
Black Mass.
Good choice.
Directed by Scott Cooper.
Who else is in Black Mass? Let's
A lot of
see.
people.
Let me see if I can guess. I know, but I only know that Johnny Depp's in it. We'll see if I can.
I think I can think of one, but I don't know if they're even in this. I just know there's an actor that did an atrocious Boston accent in one of those films. I don't know if it's this one.
I can name you 4 at least.
I can give you several, but
Good for you, JD.
good for you.
Tom Hardy is in a different gangster movie, so that's
Yeah,
not right.
different movie.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess. All right. Do you want to go for another guess, or you want to have JD?
No, it's
start?
okay. Somebody can start a new one. Whoever's
All right,
next.
JD, start
By the
a new
way,
thread.
Cumberbatch,
Okay.
Jesse Plemons, like a bunch of people.
I will go. Jurassic Park.
Oh, and I have to go again. Okay. Jeff Goldblum,
Thanks.
since we didn't hit that one earlier.
Jurassic World Dominion.
That's the most recent one, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
The
Wanna do-
beautiful Laura Dern, then.
yeah.
Nice. Laura
Nice.
Dern.
Laura Dern. Laura Dern.
Think purple hair, Zach.
Knowing purple hair. Are you?
I'm giving you a hint.
Saint Mother of 5 Children.
Zach shouldn't need a hint for Laura Dern. You're a big boy.
I mean, if you go outside the Jurassic franchise, I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'm
Oh
trying.
boy.
I'm drawing. Oh no, this is the wrong place for me. Not having it. Because the best person I've ever known in my whole life is here now.
It's Matt.
Matt is here.
Oh,
Hello.
and just like the light
Saint
turned-
Divorce. Saint
Um,
the best
I
divorce
think
lawyer.
that may be Chad in Darkness and Utter
Oh.
Darkness.
it just
Oh.
the lights turned
No,
off.
that's Zach.
Zach,
Um,
what happened? Hold on.
riding
wait,
the
wait,
struggle
hold on.
bus.
What happened, Zach? What happened to you?
The lights turned off. Oh, look. they're-
Oh,
Sorry, I needed
was-
to zoom in
I
because I,
thought he
didn't
was
know
in
what was going
danger.
on.
He needed
I
to
was-
find the motion sensor. Like,
Zach, I was thinking
figure
of,
out what
of the girl from Last Jedi. Laura Dern plays the crazy purple hair later from Last Jedi.
Oh,
I would have picked Marriage Story.
I wouldn't have
Marriage
known.
Story.
yeah,
Marriage
same.
What was that?
Story,
Zach, you can
Little
start-
Women.
Zach, you can start a new chain.
Yeah.
Start a new chain.
I
Chad's
was
running a
gonna
little
say,
late,
if-
so we can play this a little longer.
Okay. It is. Oh no, I know who I wanted. Pedro Pascal.
Okay.
Pedro.
Oh,
Matt.
me? It's my-
Yeah, sorry, we're going row by row. Sorry, we just threw you in
Okay.
here.
Wonder Woman 1984.
ooh.
Huh. I'll go
Wow.
Chris Pine.
Things are good. but they be
Can
better.
we say an animated movie?
Yeah.
They're no-
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Yep,
Nice job.
that counts.
He is. I forgot he was in that. ADT.
Chris Pine. Chris Pine played the
That's-
Spider-Man who played the Spider-Man who
That's-
died.
That's how we got here.
That's
That's
That
how we
is
got
we
the
got
actor
here. That
who
was
was
my-
just
Man
said.
down.
You're correct.
We went from Wonder Woman to Chris Pine to Spider-Verse back to Chris Pine. Let's keep it rolling. Let's do another
Okay,
Chris Pine movie.
fuck it. Chris Pine. Let's do it again.
He's the man of the hour. He's the best Chris, so it's fine.
He is the best Chris.
Second best.
He is the best,
Um,
Chris.
Harley, who's your Chris? Who's your Chris?
Chris Evans.
Oh, I knew that. Yes.
Oh, because Steve
Chris
Rogers.
Hemsworth.
I love Steve Rogers.
That's my preferred Chris.
But
I'll
we
go
can-
on record and say that.
But we
as well.
can all agree that it's not Chris Pratt.
It's not Chris Pratt.
We can all.
Heather, not me.
Not Chris
Right,
Pratt.
nerd. What do you got for Chris Pine?
Let's do Star Trek Beyond.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Chris,
nice.
say Chris Pine again for us,
Oh,
please.
I just screw you guys over here.
Yeah,
So,
JD, one more time. Who was your actor? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Chris Pine.
Just yeah.
no, I could. Sophia Patella. From Star Trek.
Who?
Come on, man.
Sophia Patella.
Sophia Butella.
I'll say who our least favorite Chris is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, Chris.
There's
is
an
my favorite
There's an
Chris out of
A24 movie with her.
I can't think of
Why
it.
not City Remake? Well,
Carly, if you want to start a new chain, you can.
Who?
Sure. Ingrid goes west.
Ingrid goes west. All right. Zach.
You don't start a new chain. Just skip me
Wait.
because I know it. And
One of your favorite actresses is in this. You are her on Marvelous Movie Mondays.
Oh, Elizabeth Olsen.
Yes. Good job.
Okay, sweet.
yeah.
Excellent.
I never, if you had, I'm sorry.
Matt.
Avengers Endgame.
Thank you. Gold
Oh,
mine.
I got to think of an
Oh.
actor in that now? Oh, no.
All the actors in the
I'm
world.
going to go with the actor who doesn't speak in it, Brie Larson. Oh, no, she does. Never mind.
What are you talking?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Peter Parker, you got
I'm
something
thinking
for
of-
me?
I'm thinking of who walks out. Samuel L. Jackson doesn't talk in that movie because he walks out at the end with Brie Larson as she's standing on the porch.
That's
And
right.
He's like, That's what I
Okay,
was
so
thinking
you-
when I said that.
are you going
But Brie
Samuel
Larson
L.
is my pick.
Jackson?
Brie Larson's my pick.
Brie
No,
Larson.
Brie Larson's my pick.
Okay.
Kelsey, go ahead. Brie Larson.
I'm gonna go Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Nice.
Wow.
Good choice.
I listen to that song at least twice every time it comes up on my
No, not
playlist.
JD.
Hell, I'll go Michael Sarah. Why not?
Michael Cera. Cool.
Let's do Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist.
Nice.
That Kat
Corey's
Jennings.
entered the chat. Hey, Jonathan.
Yes.
Hey, Corey.
It sure is
Yeah.
Kat Dennings.
You
Yeah,
did
Kat
it.
Jennings. I like that movie. That's the only person I remember. Kat Jennings.
She's in Thor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, Zach, we're back in your
Wait.
wheelhouse.
My favorite Chris Hemsworth.
That's your favorite, Zach?
Third
I
favorite.
I love
for
me
me.
Chris Hemsworth.
It's not a bad pick.
He's a good guy.
Here we go, Dyl.
Stacey Morris is very happy
Matty
right
Fresh, what
now
you
that
got?
you said that, Zach. Stacey
Matty
Morris.
Fresh is going to screw me over.
He's
Watch.
a good guy.
Cabin in the Woods.
Good choice.
Good
Cabin in the
fucking God.
Woods. You got some choices, Dyl.
Matt,
got
you
some
set me
No,
up
I
for
got-
failure
hey,
here.
Hey, I got it.
Go ahead.
Bradley Whitford.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd choose him. I love him.
Who?
Oh, Kels.
He's Josh Lemon on The West
Bradley-
Wing.
Okay, wait.
Josh Lyman. I said
Wait.
Lemon.
You
Lyman.
know his face, Kels. You know his face.
Which
While-
one is he in
while we're
Cabin
at-
in the Woods?
while
The
we're at-
nerdy
One of
one?
the two surveillance
No.
ones.
He's one
He the
of
one that was
office
the
guys.
nerd people.
Get out.
Yeah.
Wait,
Very well done.
while we're at a little list, Tim.
Yes, Zach.
I gotta head out because I gotta go get a cat ready to do a show.
Oh yeah, have a good
Ooh.
show, man. You go. Your
Yeah.
show time's in 20 minutes. Thank you
I
for
will see.
being
Hey.
here.
I will
Break
see
a leg.
everyone at midnight for my favorite.
Break a leg, Zach. I love
Meet me
you.
at midnight.
Bye, Zach.
Yeah, goodbye.
Love you, Zach. Bye.
Bye, Zach.
All right.
Okay.
So we're at JD. We're at Get Out. We're gonna stop this at 7:45. That'll give us time for Chad to get here. He's still waiting to finish his game night. Then he's gonna be in the car and he'll join us from there. But I'm still
What the
getting
hell,
word
Chad?
from him. JD.
Allison Williams.
All right.
Ooh, good choice.
Allison Williams. Megan.
God, thank
Any other
so
names for
happy.
Megan?
Carly, I
The ball
wanted,
Megan is not acceptable, by the way.
Carly, I wanted to let you know I did that for you. I did that for you.
What is the name of that asshole boss? The actor that played the asshole boss. I know him from a few other things. Alright. Yeah, we had to start a new round because I can't remember the actor who played the actual boss. Why?
I don't think anyone can. Unless anyone can, then good job.
Mm.
But nerd, you can start a new team.
Isn't the little girl's name Violet McGraw? Anyway,
Oh.
that's irrelevant.
Kelsey, just with the
Okay,
out of
I
left
only
field-
know that because she's baby Yelena. She's little Yelena in Black Widow,
Oh,
and that's the
she
There's
only
also
reason
the
why I know
neighbor
that.
who plays that one person from Handmaid's Tale.
That is correct.
Yeah.
All right, nerd, you can start a new team.
Let's do Inside Out.
Ooh. Maybe one of my favorite Pixar
Sassy.
The
movies.
best Pixar movie. Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tennis for you. Richard Kind.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dale. Did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay, I thought you were saying something. I'm sorry.
Richard
Not at all.
Kind. Can
Richard-
you?
I know the
Bing
I mean,
bong.
he's in so much stuff, but like nothing I can like think of right off the top of my head.
Oh, I got something.
I know who plays
Oh.
Bing Bong.
Bunch.
Carly, I'll give you a hint. There's a movie you love with your favorite star where he sings in it, and Richard Kind is the one who keeps saying it's a terrible musical, and then Bradley Whitford says, "No, it's not bad."
I can't think of it. It's probably
Tick
in
tick boom,
there.
tick tick boom.
Tick boom.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
So
okay.
we watch it
Or-
today.
Richard.
Or actually, Chris, you
That's right.
started-
Richard Kind is in that.
Oh, he
Okay.
is Bing bong, isn't
Mhm.
So, you know what? Because I don't watch it today and I'm doing a show right now in college, the prom.
The prom.
he? The prom.
Oh, the
Is that really bad musical one that came? I
Yeah.
don't know if it's bad. I just heard it was
yes,
bad.
with
A
very,
bad musical,
I
the
really
Bobby.
like it.
problematic
I like it.
person
Yeah.
to a lot of people.
Oh, on
Yeah.
Netflix.
Carly,
Yeah.
can you put
James
any stars from
Yeah.
the prom?
I will say
James
that.
Corden. She
I
said
will
James
say that-
Corden.
Oh, she said James Corden.
I will say that the Bobby show is a lot better than the movie.
Carly, I
Unfortunately-
repeat, can you name any stars from the prom? Not useless pieces of garbage like James Corden.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, here's the thing. I used to
yeah.
love James Corden. Even when his show first started, I was like, he's so delightful. Now I can't stand the dude. I don't know what it
It's
is.
all right.
Can I say
But
in defense of
here's-
the movie, he
here's-
is awful, but everybody else in the movie does do a good job. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
So James Corden, unfortunately, played the baker in Into the Woods.
In
Yeah,
the
he
Woods.
did.
That's what I'm gonna do.
He absolutely
Unfortunate.
did.
That whole movie was unfortunate, but he was the most unfortunate.
I wish we had
Emily Blunt is amazing in it.
Yeah.
Opposite of him.
She
Emily
is, but she
Blunt-
does not reach the heights of her. I
Matt,
don't know
are you
who played
picking
it.
Into
Oh, I
the
don't
Woods?
And speaking
Huh?
of,
Are you picking Into the Woods, Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's my turn. We're gonna do one last round and then we'll be out. So I am gonna go Meryl Streep. I don't know why.
Also
I
for the
just-
prom.
What?
She also was
Also in
in
the
the other
prom.
movie.
Yes, good point.
Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep.
I just said that.
Meryl Streep.
Wait, what? What, Matt?
What?
What did you just?
Oh,
say?
I started chanting Meryl Streep. It's nothing. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
I started.
Chant
I also
louder,
started
Matt.
chanting.
Also,
Kelsey,
Meryl
anything
in
from
the
Meryl
defense, Into the Woods and the Palm, the source material is fantastic. That's the movie that both of them is not
Yeah.
that good.
All right, we got about 60 seconds. Let's try to speed around this. Kelsey, anything from Meryl Streep?
There's so many, it's hard to choose. I'm gonna go Kramer versus Kramer.
Dustin
Oh,
Hoffman.
Dustin Hoffman, nerd.
Hook.
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 Chris
Hook.
Diaz, anything?
Oh, Bob Hopkins.
Hoskins.
Yeah,
Hopkins was
Hoskins.
Hook's little
Yeah.
little
Was
assistant.
Smee.
He's Smee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
I'll be right
one
back.
of the greatest roles that anybody's ever done. It's the greatest version of a character ever.
Let's say, Carly, you got anything for Bob Hoskins?
Who Framed
I'll give
Roger
another
Rabbit?
hint. Oh yeah, there we go. Matt took my hint. That was fun. That was fun, guys. We're gonna have to do draft day because I know we're running 15 behind and we're still waiting for Chad, but I want to kind of get it started. But thank you guys so much for tuning in, Carly and Chris and Nerd. We'll see you guys soon. We might do more games later if we do. Stay in touch and be in the chat because you guys are awesome and delights. And it's so fun having you all like be on here because like you guys are some of my best and most frequent commenters and all that stuff. I mean, it's in your name,
Yeah.
Nerd. So thank you guys for everything. All right, we're gonna transition to draft day soon, so I'm gonna say bye to Chris and bye Carly and bye Nerd. Oops, I almost got rid. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Sorry. All right, sorry, Matt. All right, so the goal for this is to finish it by midnight. We were gonna finish it by 11:30 and then have another half-hour games, but because Chad is running a half hour late, we're gonna now just kind of start it closer to 8 and then just finish it before midnight. So the goal
All right.
is, as long as we finish before midnight, we're good. I am going to set up the next stream while we're waiting for Chad still, just because I have that ready to go, and I just want to make sure when that time comes, we will be ready to transition over. If for some reason we're running low, there will be some rounds where we just can kind of like breeze through. Like if it's a popular movie that has been discussed to death, we don't need to spend too much time on it. All right, so hold on one sec. Let me. What is this one called? 24. Oh. What's up, Kels?
Who's doing this with us?
Chad.
It's just Chad we're waiting on?
Yeah, and then it's the 4 of us. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, fine.
Okay.
I
Just
approve.
making sure it's okay with you. And I'm gonna take a 5-minute pee break at midnight. Actually, I should probably do that now, right?
Yeah, I would say now.
Honestly,
No,
I
no,
have to go to the
please.
bathroom again.
Yeah, so why don't we take like a 5-minute pee break as I set up the next stream, and Matt and JD, you guys can riff because I know you guys can do that. So while I get the second stream set up for when it's midnight and we can just pop right over. By the way, guys, we're doing really well in subs. Harry Potter match is happening for sure. We've hitting 15, and we're close to getting that 50 for the other thing. So for Matt and I's commentary. So that's very exciting. Keep them coming. Keep watching. Keep subscribing. Keep telling your friends. This is a lot of fun.
Woo!
Yeah.
So we're taking
Matt, how was your kid's birthday party?
I didn't. I dropped him off and then.
Oh, it was
just
he was going to a birthday party? I thought it was
he
his
was
birthday.
going to one of the cool kids invited him to a birthday party, and so
That's fun.
and it turned out that it was because originally I was like it's from 2 to 4, and I was like, oh, we found out it's from 4 to 6. It ended up being from 2 to 4, so I didn't actually have to be late, but since Chad was already going to be late, then that's what happened.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Chad, when he gives me the okay, I will send him a link, and we'll kind of have him in like the
I'm so
in his
glad I
car
wasn't
doing it.
I'm so glad I wasn't the only one that was concerned they were going to be late. That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, it's that's the beauty of the live thing is that it's gonna happen and it's gonna be fine.
Corey Ross is asking, aren't we doing 26 movies for the alphabet? It's A through W, X, Y, and Z is its own round, and then a number round, so 25 rounds.
Mhm.
Oh, we're doing a number? I didn't know we were doing a number.
Sorry. I know I've told a bunch of people. How everybody's day so far, Jonathan's asking. That's a great question to kill some 5 minutes of time. Matt, you said your day has been going well. JD and Matt, both your days?
It's been busy. My day has been crazy busy, but now I get to sit on a stream for 6+ hours, and
I love that.
listen to me complain about having to stay out for 6 hours while Dyl has to do full 24.
So let me just check and make sure it's displaying the second stream for when we're ready to transition over. Yes, it is. No, wait. Shoot. Yeah. Okay. Yep. It's good. Live in 4 hours. That's what I wanted. Okay, cool. So we have about 4 hours to get this draft done. I'm going to pee. I'm going to go pee. My first pee break of the day. I'm surprised it's taking this long. So you guys riff. I will be right back. And when Kelsey gets back, you guys can riff together. You can talk about whatever you want, guys.
All right. I'm gonna answer Dr. Nova in the chat there. Would you put Doctor Who Waters of Mars under D or W? And I'm gonna go to my video store, my near decade experience in a video store to say that if we had simply that TV movie on the shelf, it would be Doctor Who : The Waters of Mars, and therefore I would put it in the D's.
I'm going to say I'm very jealous of you, Matt, that you've worked in a video store, and I am old enough that I remember what video stores are, but I was not old enough to work in one before they became extinct, so I'm jealous.
Yeah, I worked there. I got that job when I was a junior in high school, and at the time it was like 1 day a week. And I had a girlfriend, so even that was like too much. Except I needed the money, so it was like, oh god. And the only reason I had quit the job I had before, which was I was a projectionist at a movie theater. I quit that one because I knew they were going to make me work.
I'm going to
Christmas.
change my pants too. I'll be.
It went that poorly, did it, Dyl?
No, that's not what happened. I am wearing jeans and sitting in jeans for like 24 hours is a lot. So I'm going to change in these shorts, which are much more comfortable. I can show you.
That is so much TMI. Do what you need to do. I didn't.
Not because I wet my.
That is so much more than I need to know.
Oh, that was moment of the stream. If we Corey is right. We clip that. We put it on the internet. Everyone's gonna flock to the stream.
Yes, a million yes.
I am now wearing shorts and I'm comfortable. Oh no! I almost just disconnected my mic. That, guys, is the beauty of live.
That's the trifecta, Joe. That is the trifecta. Yeah, that definitely has to be clipped out and put on the channel.
Pasty white little legs. So I didn't type up any rules for draft day or anything, so I'm just gonna kind of like, they know how it works if they watched it. This is also different.
Now. I gotta think of numbers in that. Movies that start with a number now.
Letterbox, baby. Your letterbox. So we might as well start. No, I'll wait till Kelsey gets back. I'm gonna text Chad and ask him. Oh, okay. So apparently, people are trying to make donations, and it needs the last 4 digits on Venmo. 9924 are the last 4 digits. If you are trying to donate, I've had some people let me know that. I didn't realize. Nina, what are you talking about? This is my sister. What do I need to do to send my recs? Oh, for the draft day, just put them in the comments. Give your recommendations if you'd like.
Oh, that would be insane.
That's what she's asking.
I'm not going to do that. That would be absolutely insane if I did that. That does technically start with a number. Ooh.
We're picking. Oh, so Nina asked me, do I just list movies? So Nina, what we're doing for draft day, I might as well explain it now. Oh, thank you, Andrew, so much for your donation. Andrew, you will be entered in that Blu-ray giveaway, and I'm going to also put you as a sponsor for the channel. That's what the tier you unlocked gets you. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Yeah.
For that donation.
Who was that?
Commentating nerd, Andrew himself.
Nerd.
Yeah, nerd.
Thanks, nerd.
Nina, so what we're gonna do is yes, the draft. We're gonna do basically A through Z draft day. We're gonna go every single letter, and for every letter, we're each gonna pick a movie for that letter. So when we get to A, we're gonna pick our favorite movie for A. B, our favorite movie for B. So feel free to let us know your favorite movies for each letter, as well as numbers, movies that start with numbers. Okay, Kelsey looks like she's back, which means
I wanted to make a snack.
I'm going to go over it one more time just for people who are tuning in for the first time for the subathon. We have hit 15 subs, so we will be having that Harry Potter exhibition match. We are on our way to 50, which will unlock the Troll 2 commentary with Matt. And then, of course, also if we hit 75, there's a chopped cook-off with me and Zach. Sorry. 100 subs gets some MCU free-for-all this summer. 250 subs gets a Pickle Awards free show musical concert. 500 subs, I'll wear an embarrassing clothing item for an entire month on the channel. And 1,000 subs will be the roast of Dyl. So that is still going until noon tomorrow. We know Nina's pick for tea. Thank you, Nina. Titanic all the way. Just skipping right to it.
That's a good pick.
Yes. Good job, Nina. And if you feel so inclined as to Venmo, the Venmo DP Movie Network is up there. $1 gets you a shout out on the stream. Shout out, nerd. You just donated. You're awesome. Shout out gets you $1 gets you a shout out on the stream. $5 gets you entered into a Blu-ray giveaway. $10 makes you a sponsor for the channel, meaning your name will be displayed on every video until the end of the year that I do at the very end on like a title card. $50, I will make a podcast of your choice, personalized, whatever you want me to podcast about. We already have JD donated, and I'm going to be doing a Jurassic World for franchise ranking, and then or Jurassic Park franchise ranking. And then if you donate 100, I will make a video of your choice. Carly was so kind. And I will be making a video ranking every single James Gunn film and TV show for her. That was her prize that she wanted. Again, tips are completely optional. We're so grateful, though, to get them. And it really helps the channel. But let's get into draft day. I'm gonna send this to Chad now, just so Chad has a link, but I'm gonna send it to him again, just so he's ready for it. And what'll happen is we'll give Chad he's at a game night right now. We'll give him the last pick of the first round. So when he pops in, he can just pick the last one. We already talked about that as that being fair. And then for future rounds, how it'll work, usually on draft day, we snake it. But this time, because every letter is different, we're just going to randomly select the order every single round. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do random.com because that's a lot easier than spinning a wheel 5 times. I'm just going to do random.com. Randomize it, and the order they give is the order we'll go for that letter. So let me get that list randomizer ready. Dylan, Kelsey, I'm just going the order we're here. Matt, JD, and then Chad. Chad, though, will be the last person in this first round. Let me switch over to the draft day layout. My bad.
Hell yeah.
Boom. Love that. Love that. I just love how I can just snap my fingers and that happens.
Okay, Thanos, relax.
All right, so this is what it's going to look like before I put it in. Those are all our names. And we were going to be going in order from A to Z. You want to start with the number round, though?
Wait. Pause.
I thought
I
you
have a
were gonna start with
question.
A.
I thought. Okay, wait. If you
We can start with A. So we'll end with numbers. Sorry, Kelsey. Go ahead.
It's okay. Say I get the first draft pick, right? I can't just pick any letter I want. I have to start with A.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go in order, and every round is gonna be random. So like you could end up having the first pick of every letter.
Okay, I get it.
So we're gonna go A random, B random. So it'll be a different round every time. But instead of spinning a wheel, because that'll take too long, I'll just show you the order here, and that'll be the order, and I'll rearrange it on the screen. Let's do the intro though, since we haven't really officiated it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Draft Day. If you've been watching the 24-hour subathon, thank you. Remember, if we get to 50 donations or 50 subscriptions, we will unlock a commentary with me and Matt. We've already unlocked a Harry Potter match, which will be happening at midnight. We have about 4 hours to do this thing. That's a long time, but this is a long draft because we are drafting every single letter of the alphabet. We're drafting 5 movies, basically, for every letter. So we'll start with A, and then go through Z, and then finish with a number. And what we will do is we will randomly select an order through random.com, random.org for the order in that draft every time.
Shout out random.
Kelsey, we've seen you before here. JD, you and Matt, you were just on for games, but your days have all been going good so far, I hope. Chad is on his way, and Chad will be the last pick in round 1. So hopefully by the time Chad gets on, it'll be his turn to pick. If not, we will just keep progressing, and then once Chad gets on, he can give us his picks for those letters he's missed. That's the only fair way to do it. It was supposed to be at 7, and it got pushed to 7:30, and then it got pushed to 8. I can't go any further, but Chad will be giving that. And oh yeah, good point that Nerd brings up in the chat. Anything that starts with a the or an a, and, or if you're in France, l, like l'argent, will be not counted toward that letter. So like the King's Speech is a K movie, not a T movie. A Bug's Life is a B movie, not an A movie. L'Argent is an A movie, not an L movie. And that's about all I can think of. Do we have any questions on how the draft is going to work between the 4 of us?
No.
Cool. So we want to start with A, right? We don't want to start with numbers?
A.
I think we should start with A.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Only because that's where my mind is. I guess I do have a question. More of a, we only have 4 hours to do this, so perhaps we don't need to make a big deal about the order every round. So do you just want to tell us the order as it's our turn?
I'm basically going to randomize it, and then I'll put us in the order, and we'll just go.
Oh, okay. So you're going to change it every time? Okay.
Yeah, and I'll show all of you, but it's
whatever
so we don't
works.
have to wheel around every. Yeah, I'm just going to tell Chad, we just started, so as soon as you pop in, we'll get to your A pick. It autocorrected to Apex. He'll know what I mean. All right, so starting with round A. Round A. This is the randomized order, and Chad, of course, is first, but Chad is running late. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to start with Matt, then we're going to go to JD, then we're going to go to me, then we're going to end with Kelsey, and then Chad will be the 5th pick in A.
Of course,
so
I'm last.
You're not. Chad's last.
Okay,
we're
yeah,
at
you're
A.
right.
And I'll randomize it again for every round. It'll be okay. So you'll be the first pick of one of them. And remember, we have 4 hours, so like we'll try to keep this going. Ideally, it should not be more than 8.5 minutes per round. So like a little less than 2 minutes per person talking about these movies. All right, Matty Fresh, kick us off. What is going to be your pick for the letter A?
I was surprised at how, as I was doing all of these, just like how many there were that I really wanted, and was sad I couldn't have. But luckily with A, one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time it starts with letter A, and that is The Apartment, which I just drafted. Was it last month? 2 months ago? 2 months ago.
You know the Christmas draft.
Christmas draft, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put the letter in so we'll know what letter we're at.
Oh, right, cool. Okay, right on. So The Apartment. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it. If you want to know my deepest thoughts, go back to our holiday draft. But it's just a wonderful movie. It's so funny. Billy Wilder, just at his best. He's just an incredible writer, filmmaker in general. And it's one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time, The Apartment. Everyone go watch it if you haven't seen it.
Cool. JD, what is your
Nice.
pick for the letter A?
Oh, God, this is so tough. Like there are some letters that are really hard. Like there are like multiple choices. I'm gonna go with Ant-Man.
Ant-Man, the first one?
Yes, the
Nice.
first one. I was tempted to go Quantumania, but that being said, Ant-Man is is the top in my top 3 of the MCU franchises. I just love the characters, and I love particularly with the first one more than the other ones, that it's just its own little thing. That it's just this little heist that has nothing to do with anything else. Paul Rudd is great as Scott Lang, and also just lastly before we go, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
And lastly, before I kind of move on, I think that Darren Cross is a character I think is underappreciated. I think a lot of people don't care about him, but I think he's an interesting bridge in the MCU between when they were focusing just on heroes and before they gave good villain arcs. And I think Corey Stoll does a lot more with that character than the script gives him. And so when he came, this is in the trailer, when he comes back in Ant-Man Quantumania, and he has a compelling arc, I'm kind of surprised. I was happy, and also that's another. The fact that they made him a joke didn't bother me because he already was losing his mind in Ant-Man, so that just made sense to me that he's just completely nuts, and as a result, he does make sense as a punchline, and that's why, I kind of like MODOK in it. But
cool.
Moving on.
All right. My pick for A, I was gonna go kind of like artsy fartsy with this draft, and then the more I was thinking about it, I was like, my favorite comedy ever starts with A, so I gotta take Airplane with an exclamation point. I love Airplane more than I love myself, and I don't really love myself that much, but I do love Airplane a lot. And Airplane is just like, for me, the perfect like humor for me. It's like the dad humor of kind of like everything's taken so literally, and the visual gags are so good. I just love Airplane, and it's also Nerds A, so we're on the same wavelength. Nice job, nerd. I love Airplane. I think it's the funniest movie ever made, and I'm happy to get it on my list here. Kelsey, what's your A movie?
So I went into making this list basically just it's an accumulation of my desert island movies. So like the movies I would take with me to a deserted island. It was self-explanatory. I don't know why I explained it. But basically, my A movie is probably my favorite of all time, my favorite Disney movie, which is Alice in Wonderland.
Ooh, the 2010 version with Johnny Depp, I'm assuming?
No,
I'm kidding.
the original cartoon, my guy.
I'm kidding.
I love that movie. I think it just like shaped who I am as a person. I just like love things that are like so whimsical and fun and like borderline like mysterious and like weird. Like even growing up, one of my favorite shows growing up was Courage the Cowardly Dog, and I feel like they kind of have the same vibes where it's like spooky but like in a fun way. So Alice in Wonderland is for sure my pick for A.
Cool.
And
Chad is about to jump in, so yeah, keep bantering. He's almost.
Edwin sadly snubbed during the Disney voice actor draft.
He was. So this is making up for that lost time. Really quickly, just while we wait for Chad, Daniel had something to say about The Apartment. I saw The Apartment in cinemas, made me feel sad because it related to that level of being a pushover so much. Corey says Ants. I don't know if that's about Ant-Man or the movie Ants.
No, there's a movie called Ants.
All right, we got Chad. Chad, can you hear us?
Yeah. I guess I'm in like the dark. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can kind of see you. I'm assuming once you get home, you'll go on computer, right? Oh, can you hear us, Chad?
Chadrick?
Chadwick.
So Chad, I don't think your mic is working. Give me a second. I'm gonna move you.
He's gone. I think he's gone Blair Witch, Dyl.
Gone Blair Witch. Well, that round's next.
Don't you
Let's see.
scare-
Oh, there's Chad. Can you hear us now, Chad?
Chadwick.
I can hear you. Can you?
Can you all hear him?
He's cutting in and out on my
I mean,
end.
I
It's
can
okay.
hear the.
He'll be home soon, right? You'll be able
Chad,
to.
Chad, blink. Give us a blink your eyes if you need help. If you need us to call 911.
I can hear Chad. It's very in and out, very choppy, but I'm assuming you'll be home soonish, right, Chad? So you'll be able to hop on the internet.
In about a half an hour.
Make sure your audio settings.
Okay, that's fine.
I
So
should-
Chad, let me tell you what round A was. So Matt took The Apartment, JD took Ant-Man, I took Airplane, Kelsey took Alice in Wonderland, the Disney animated version, and you are up now with your pick for letter A. What would you like to pick?
This is terrifying.
I'm getting like Skinamarink vibes right now.
Wow.
Chad, if it's easier, Chad, to just type it and then you can talk about them when you get back in like a half hour. Would that work?
There's nothing like live theater, folks.
Right. Chad, you hear us?
Yeah,
Okay.
he
All
put
right.
it in the chat. Alien was his choice.
Oh, Alien is
Ooh,
perfect.
good
All right.
pick.
Excellent. That is number
Good
2
pick.
on my list. I was so sad because originally I had put Alien as my pick, and then for some reason I had put my top 5 movies out of my head, and so I was like, "Oh crap! I need to do The Apartment, not Alien." But Alien was my
Alien's
number
a great
2.
pick.
That
So
was my
Chad's
number.
got
That was,
Alien.
that was like my number 3 was Alien.
Mhm. All right. So
The chat is making me laugh.
I know. What is the chat saying? This bootleg.
Corey said this bootleg was a vase of
That's
strength.
great. That's great. Oh, and Corey says, "Oh, Famous is his favorite A." All right, so we're moving right along. Chad will go deep into his thoughts on these first few movies once he's on, but just the fact that he's there and he's able to select a movie is all we care about. And actually, oddly enough, when I randomized for round B, he is at the top of that list. So, Chad,
I'm
if
last
you are,
again.
I'm so
It's
sorry.
fine.
Again, that's totally coincidental.
I'm nervous now.
All right, so we're moving on to round B. And Chad, if you're listening, if you're here, we would love for you to give your pick for B. If not, I will pick for B. I don't think I'm gonna have the same one as you.
I
but
love the terrifying visage of Chad that is this floating head in the darkness that suddenly pops in,
so the
and
order for this
then
is
you say, "Chad, if you can hear us, if you're with us right now, will you give us a sign?"
I think he's here now. He's here now.
You guys, it is Blair Witch.
Guys, let's have Chad talk because he is first on the clock for B. Chad, what movie would you like for B?
Cool. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. For B, and I'm first for B. All right.
Mm-hmm.
For B, Blade Runner 2049. Do you love it, JD?
I like it.
So, Chad, that's a great pick, Chad. I love how you're going Ridley Scott Alien movie, and then you're going the sequel to the Ridley Scott Blade Runner movie. I think that's a fun pick. All right, and you can elaborate on them more once you get here. But I'm going with my favorite trilogy of all time, my favorite movie in my favorite trilogy, and that is Before Sunrise. I love Before Sunrise and the sequels, but the first one is always the one that I love to go back to. It's just the perfect hangout movie. Linklater does it so well. I love it. Yeah, that's my pick for B. Maddie Fresh, what's your pick for B?
That was number 1. That was my number 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
So I'm going to go with my favorite animated movie of all time, which is Disney's animated, just so we can be clear here, Beauty and the Beast. Tales of Time.
Nice. Good
That
pick.
was my favorite animated movie growing up, and it got made fun of a lot because you know it's not Aladdin or Lion King or whatever, you know, like that's the ones that all my peers loved. But Beauty and the Beast, there was just something about it. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I resonate with a beastly man getting a fair maiden like that. You know, goals. But No, I just love that movie, and it makes me happy. So there it is.
I love that.
It's me doing a heart to you, Matt.
JD, what would you like for your pick for B?
I'm ready to get nuts. It's definitely not Batman, by the way. I want to make that absolutely clear. But I'm going to take a page out of the Frame Wreck book.
Nice.
Have you guys ever seen Baby's Day Out?
Yes.
No.
Oh,
is that your pick?
my God.
I saw that in the theater, my dude.
This got heavy play in my household when I was a kid. And I watched it on streaming about 6 months ago. And this movie is just absolutely nuts. For people who are not in the know, it's basically a Home Alone knockoff back when Home Alone just took off as a franchise. So just imagine instead of Kevin McAllister, it's a baby who had a stunt double by Von Troyer, I found out. And then instead of robbers, you have baby kidnappers, and Flynn Boyle plays the mom of the kidnapped mom. And the baby should be, scared out of his mind, but instead he takes this as an excuse to do everything that he wants to do, everything that he does from his favorite book that his mom reads to him. So there's this several nuts sequence where they're chasing him through a construction site, and the robbers through a construction site, and they're just getting knocked out of the head. There's another sequence where they go to a zoo, and the baby befriends a gorilla, and then the gorilla just beats the bank robbers up because they get pissed off. You guys, you need to cover this for Frame. I'm telling you.
I haven't seen it since I was a child, but I'll definitely need to revisit that. My memory is that it's like Home Alone mixed with Mr. Magoo, but it's a baby.
Yes,
is basically it. Like
100%.
Everything bad that happens is like the baby, the baby just happens upon because the baby doesn't know what's happening because it's a baby. Yeah, it's very interesting. We'll have to revisit that.
It's absolutely, and it's an insane movie. And the other insane thing is that it calls it shot. It sets up a sequel right in the last shot because he gets a new book after he gets reunited with his mom, and they're thinking that this is going to be a franchise, and it did not go. So
well, it went for you, JD.
Wow.
And I was going to say, you took a while to explaining it, but for a movie like that, I feel like it's warranted, especially over some of these other movies.
That's the only reason why. But yeah, it's
fine. We're making good time. Kelsey, what is your pick for B?
I mean, I don't know how I'm going to follow that one up. I just went with a classic. I went with The Breakfast Club.
Nice.
I could watch that movie again and again. I love it. I feel like that it was really beat into me as a child to love that movie because it's my dad's favorite movie. But I'm going The Breakfast Club.
Cool.
I love it.
Just to recap around B, we've got sorry, I was laughing at JD's again. I love you, JD. That's why I love having you on here. We have Blade Runner 2049, Before Sunrise, Beauty and the Beast, Baby's Day Off, and The Breakfast Club. That would make quite a film festival if you ask me. All right, moving on to round C. We're making great time, and this will allow us to have a little bit more further discussion later. This is randomized, and this is the order now. It is Matt, Dylan, JD, Chad, and Kelsey. So I'm going to rearrange us. Matt, Dylan, JD, Chad, and Kelsey. Kelsey, I'm sorry. Random.org hates you.
Sure. Random.org.
I can literally show you right here. It says right here, there are 5 items in order. You can randomize this 3 times. It's all there. Right here. You have randomized this list 3 times. I swear. All right, Matt, what is your pick for C?
This one was kind of hard. Actually, the next 2, C and D, were both really hard. There's so many. It's so deep. I'm going to go, maybe not my favorite of these, but a classic that I really, really love. And I'm going to go with Casablanca. Just a good classic movie that I really like. I assume I assume most people have seen it. I don't need to tell you about it, but yeah, it's just I remember seeing this when I was a teenager and absolutely loving it. I remember, and then I've watched it many times since then. But since then, it's gotten even better just because my taste in film has changed, has evolved, and it kind of my appreciation of it evolves as my taste in film changes. So, yeah, it's a great movie.
Love that. I'm next up, and I don't know if I want to do this. I'm not going to do it. I was going to go with the greatest film of all time, but it's not my favorite film that starts with C. I'm going to go with my first international film. I'm going to go Cinema Paradiso. This movie I absolutely adore as a movie about movie lovers and movie makers. You know, this gets me in all my feels. It really is a great ode to the theatrical experience. I definitely love it, and I'm happy to have it on my list, especially to give an Italian film some love because I also love Italian film, and this film makes me bawl like a little baby. All right, JD.
I love that movie. So good.
Yeah, it's a great one.
So you guys see my shirt, right?
Yes.
Oh
so
God.
The question is, which one I'm going to go with, but it's Captain America. I'm going to go with Captain America: The First Avenger.
Oh, that's my favorite in that trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's I think it's underrated. I think it's heavily underrated. I think as a war movie, I think all the foundations of Captain America are built in that movie, and you cannot have Winter Soldier without Captain America: The First Avenger. Like, it just doesn't work. It doesn't make sense that like how Captain America acts unless you have Captain America: The First Avenger. And how the 1940s were, and that's why I love that movie so much. And I think Red Skull is underrated too.
All right,
absolutely, that's a great one.
Good pick.
Chad is next on the list. Next up for C. Chad, if you can still hear us, let us know what your pick is for C.
Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go, and I know I've been going a lot of action, and I'm gonna keep going that. I'm gonna go Casino Royale.
Ooh, James Bond. I love it.
I think it's the best James Bond movie. I haven't seen a lot of them, but it's definitely, in my opinion, the best of the Craig era. So I adore it.
I love that, Chad. Cool. Anyone else have favorite James Bond movie? Actually, we shouldn't say that now because that could be drafted later. Kelsey, is your C movie still on the list?
Yes, my C movie's still here. I got a little nervous when JD was talking about Captain America because I didn't have this one originally. Someone else in the chat said the first movie that came to mind when I thought of C, which was Coraline.
Oh yeah, Daniel said Coraline. Yeah.
But I think to just get some MCU on my list, because I don't think I have it anywhere else, I think I'm going to have to go Captain America, The Winter Soldier, which is the best out of the Captain Man. Captain America movies.
Yeah, that's a good pick. It's really interesting to have two Captain America movies. We'll see how that plays later when people vote. So just to recap our round C before, and I'm going to pop the chats in too because I think it's important to get them involved. Matt picked Casablanca. We have myself picking Cinema Paradiso, JD picking Captain America: The First Avenger, Chad going Casino Royale, and Kelsey going Captain America: The Winter Soldier. We also had some suggestions. My sister said Child's Play for me. Jake Tato, Chasing Amy.
Chasing Amy was on my list.
Cheaper by the Dozen. Nerd says Clue. Clue is a great one as well. Yeah, best Kevin Smith movie. I would not argue against that. Captain Man is my pick. I think that's a joke to what Kelsey was saying. Chef is
okay. Ha ha ha, everyone. Captain
Man. Chasing Amy and Clerks were both on my list, and I was sad that I couldn't do them.
All right, I'm randomizing it again. Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Tell me I'm last.
It's gonna be Dylan.
I think you need to start. I think you need to stop putting her change the order the next time. Change where she's placed when you do to randomize them. See if that makes.
Well, I hit randomize again every time, so I don't have to type out all the names every time because that would take so long. But we're moving on to D, and I'm starting with D. How fun! It's my initial, so that's
D
fun.
for Dill Pickle Movie
D
Network.
for Dill Pickle Movie Network. Also D for Kelsey's favorite Christmas movie, Die Hard, which is my pick for D. I love Die Hard. It is also, I feel like it's a draft day staple to have Die Hard represented amongst 5 movies that start with the letter D, because Die Hard is such a draft day staple because of our infamous, that's the word I was looking for, fight that broke out at the Christmas draft day. The fact that draft went 3 hours long solely because an hour of it was Die Hard. I'm very proud to have it represented again, and we can't argue whether or not it's a Christmas movie this time, because now we're just drafting good movies, and I think we can all agree it's a good movie. I think.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
All right, good. Thank you, Kelsey, for agreeing.
It's a good Christmas movie.
Matt, don't you even start. Don't you even start. I will turn this draft day around.
If you ever get a draft position that's above 5th, that is. All right, Chad, what is Chad, what is going to be your pick for?
Shit!
You made me spill my coffee.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Die Hard is not a good movie. Die Hard is a fucking phenomenal movie, phenomenal Christmas movie, phenomenal action movie. That was gonna be my number 1 pick, but I'm glad Dylan got it. I know he also loves it, but I'm gonna go with the fantastic Richard Linklater masterpiece, Dazed and Confused.
Ooh,
so good.
Another Linklater
Such a good
pick.
movie.
Nice.
One of my favorites.
Movie.
That's on my list. This letter is
you
brutal.
can chime in a little bit. I mean,
this letter is. I would just say this letter is brutal because that was on my list as well, and there's a reason I had to put it lower on my list. Obviously, I think everybody knows, but it's a wonderful film. I love coming of age movies. It's one of my favorite genres. It's one of the best coming of age movies in my opinion. It also, as someone who lives in Oklahoma and is from like a small football town, like. I recognize a lot of what happens in that movie as true, and so it's just a great movie, and I love it.
Love it. All right. That was Chad. JD, what's going to be your pick for D? Your second initial.
So we all hear Disney, right? We all love Disney. So I have a confession to make, and I believe this technically counts. I'm a huge fan of Disney's A Christmas Carol, directed by Robert Zemeckis. I am.
Jim Carrey?
Starts
Yes,
with C, my friend.
Jim Carrey.
All right, Chad just got home, so he'll be joining us from his computer soon.
Oh, it's called Disney's A Christmas Carol, isn't it?
Yes, it's Disney's A Christmas Carol. So
wait, is that the pick? I thought this was still the prologue to the movie.
No, this is the pick.
Okay.
Do we?
I
I would say that if the official title, if you look it up on IMDb and it's called Disney's A Christmas Carol,
yes, it is. Because
I'm looking.
that was the only way to
I don't
get.
not believe you. It's just I'm wondering. From what
it'd be like if
2009?
it'd be like Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio would be start with a G.
Right.
Yes,
I'm just not sure if it says that anywhere. I'm looking now.
And so would the Avengers be Marvel?
On Rotten Tomatoes, and on Disney Plus, it does say Disney's A Christmas Carol. So I will allow it, JD. Even though that to me is more of like the title as the and A are. If you would like to pick something else, you can, but I will allow it.
That's fine. I'll go for something else. I don't want to make it controversial. So
I would personally argue that it starts with a D, just same the way that Zack Snyder's Justice League would start with a Z.
You're right. Okay, JD, your still stands. I won't veto. You're good.
If that doesn't count, then there's another one I was definitely going to choose for E that I think definitely falls in that category too. We'll get there when we get there.
But you got it.
We'll talk about that when we get there. But
Disney's A Christmas Carol, though, you love it.
I think the reason I love it so much is because I think Jim Carrey actually gives a really good performance.
Yeah.
Like, animation aside, I actually really it was like there was a time, it was during that time where Jim Carrey was just doing all these comedies that weren't necessarily like just these weird comedies that never really hit. And then he did this. And I just felt like this was my, really first time I ever watched A Christmas Carol, any kind of Christmas Carol adaptation. Because I'm not.
I was going to say, Nerd has some thoughts. Oh my God, That is the worst Zemeckis movie. Well, it was until Pinocchio happened. I despise that movie. So you're not getting Nerd's vote, but that's okay because you're drafting with your heart.
I always
Matt,
draft with my heart. I never go for the votes.
of course.
Yeah,
Matt, what is going
same.
to be your pick for D?
Most of you by now know my favorite movie of all time is Dead Poet Society.
Yes.
And it starts with D. And so that has to be the one that I have to. I can't in good conscience not go with it. And I want to. I want to go with D. It's just this category is this letter is so stacked. But when I was 13 years old, my uncle I was at my uncle's house and he said, and I was looking through his VHS collection, that's videotapes, video cassette tapes. Friends, you watch them in a VCR. And I saw that videotape in his movie library, and I had seen the cover of it, and I knew it had Robin Williams in it before. But one day I was looking at his stuff, and I was like, "I've never seen this. Is it good?" And he said, "We have to watch it right now." And so I did, and that moment changed my life forever. It's the first movie that ever told me I could think for myself. It's the first movie that ever told me that I could that what I thought mattered as a 13-year-old boy. Dr. Nova had me on his podcast a while back to talk about this movie, and I could go on for what I'm pretty sure was like an hour and a half talking about how much I love this movie. But I will leave it here. I love this movie. It's my favorite movie of all time. It changed my life.
I love that, Matt. I love that so much. Kelsey, letter D.
Okay. I'm going back and forth between two. Oh God. Okay.
Oh, I thought you froze.
No, I mean I did. I froze, just not the computer did.
Yeah.
I never freeze.
Okay.
Matt.
I think I'm going to go with The Devil Wears Prada.
Ooh, that was on my vibe.
Because
That's
I think
such a
I need
good
to
movie.
get a street performance in here
I love
somewhere.
that movie.
So I think it's going to be The Devil Wears Prada. It's just such an iconic character, such an iconic performance. Yeah, it's got to be The Devil Wears Prada.
The Devil's Wear Prada.
What-
Great round. I mean, that is a great lineup of D movies. I got Die Hard. Chad got Dazed and Confused. JD got Disney's A Christmas Carol. Matt got Dead Poet Society, and Kelsey got The Devil Wears Prada. I just love all our
These
draft
movies.
strategies. It's so fun. D's movies. Going back a little bit, Stacey C was Coda. Which reminded
good.
Daniel that he needs to see Coda.
I love Coda.
But Stacey also listed Dr. Sleep, Double Indemnity, and Donnie Darko would be After Dogma Days. That is a tongue twister. I also got Doctor Who, Waters of Mars, which Corey says is an excellent pick. And he also says Do the Right Thing is his selection. That is awesome.
That is a great pick, Corey.
And Dr. Nova, this is a good point. This is why I love this draft day, is we get to hear people talk about the movies they love. I know draft day, normally we have a lot more discussion on each movie, because we have so many movies to draft. We're not doing that necessarily, but it's great to hear us talk about our own movies. And my sister is in that household for a reason. Daddy Daycare. It was a childhood favorite movie of me and Nina's, and Jake's. So I can see why that is there. All right. So I got to edit this now to say E.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, Chad.
Okay.
Chad.
Yes.
That was me calling on you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so Kelsey did Devil Wears Prada and Breakfast Club. What was the rest of your picks?
I can rattle off, now that you're here, Chad, I can rattle off everyone's roster so far if you'd like.
Okay.
I mean, I could just say.
Kelsey's is Alice in Wonderland, the animated version, The Breakfast Club, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and The Devil Wears Prada.
She has a
Chad,
fucking banger of a list. That's
it is.
a great slate.
Speaking of Chad, yours is next on my list, and it's Alien, Blade Runner 2049, Casino Royale, Dazed and Confused. Matt's is
Great
The
list.
Apartment, Beauty and the Beast, the original animated Beauty and the Beast, Casablanca, and Dead Poet Society.
Oh my God.
Mine is Airplane. Before Sunrise, Cinema Paradiso, and Die Hard. And
Beautiful.
JD's.
Oh, JD's
Ant-Man.
JD's getting my vote, just so everyone knows.
JD is the sleeper of passion here. Ant-Man, Baby's Day Out, Captain America: The First Avenger, and Disney's A Christmas Carol.
That's quite a list,
I'm
JD.
so inspired, JD. So we're moving on to E, and I'm gonna randomly order it. I'm gonna show Kelsey right here. You're gonna see me click again. Boom.
I don't know if he's trolling
And
us.
Kelsey, you were not last, but you were still not
Hey!
first. So Chad is here.
Okay.
Then JD, then Kelsey,
We're on E.
then Matt, then me. We're on E.
We're
Chad
on
is
E.
going to kick us off with E. And now
I
that
gotta
he's
pull up
here
my
and settled,
list.
I was going to say, it's going to be nice to hear you, Chad. I was going to say, this floating head was such a fun addition, though, to the stream, to the 24-hour subathon, and we all got a kick out of it. But I'm glad you can participate now in full.
Sorry.
How was
Glad I'm
how
ahead
was
of
your big
Dylan
night,
on this.
buddy? How was it? Was it fun?
It was
Did
good.
you win?
Sometimes, not all the times. We played a lot of different
Oh.
games. I wish we it could have been longer, but I'm really glad to be here to do this because this is going to be really fun.
We're sorry we disrupted you.
No, it's fine. It's the thing. Sometimes you schedule things and you go, oh shit, it's that day. Anyways,
Yeah.
glad to be here. Ease, there's so many to pick from, but I have to pick one that I just freaking love from my childhood, and I recently saw it in the theater for a second time. Sorry, Dylan. Not a second time, the first time ever, and I just fell in love all over again. Tears, awe, everything. It's E.T. is what I'm going with. I
Ooh.
freaking adore this movie. I know Dylan's a Spielberg stan, so I know he really wanted this one probably. But
seeing that on the big screen, Chat, I'll say it made it definitively my number one Spielberg movie after I saw it. I was like, yep, that's it. That's my favorite movie. One of my favorite movies of all time. And I used to be afraid of it as a kid. Kelsey knows this. I used to be traumatized of E.T. when I was a kid.
And I can't wait. I can't wait to get to it on Picture This.
Hell
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you liked that
JD.
movie, have you ever seen Mac and Me?
I have because of Movie Club.
All right, JD, give us. Are you choosing epic movie?
No.
You know what, tell us what you're picking. JD.
No. As I said, I think that this is similar to like Disney's A Christmas Carol. It's kind of in a similar vein where it's Eddie Murphy's Delirious.
Oh, a comedy special?
Comedy special.
It was theatrically released in theaters.
I'm down. That's
I'll say yes, JD. Yeah. Sure.
And I here's why I chose it. As a kid growing up, you kind of understand. As a kid growing up, you kind of in a '90s kid, you understand Eddie Murphy, the movie comedic superstar. What you don't really understand until you watch about Eddie Murphy until you watch it is how much of a stand-up superstar he was. To me, this is not my two favorite Brits of his are from Eddie Murphy's Delirious, which is the haunted house sketch where he's talking about how if Black people were depicted realistically in haunted house movies, it would end immediately because they would just immediately leave the house. And the other one is the Ice Cream Man sketch, where he's talking about the sketch where he's pretending to be a kid, where he's taunting the other kids because he can afford ice cream and they can't. Ice cream, and you can have it, and I want my ice cream.
The great thing about his comedy specials is just like everything's iconic with it, including his outfits. This isn't the one with the red outfit. Is that Raw or Delirious?
That is Delirious.
Ooh,
iconic.
Yeah, you're getting good graphic points with that one for sure, JD.
Yeah.
All right, Kelsey, what is your pick for the letter E?
Oh, I think this is an actress who I want to get in my list somewhere. I'm gonna have to go with just like an iconic movie from growing up. Another movie that I think contributed a lot to who I am as a person and an actor, and that is Easy A.
Oh, okay, good. I mean, it's a great pick. I thought you were going to take my pick. I thought you were talking about a different actress. We'll get there when I get there.
Okay, I can't wait. Yeah, it's Easy A. It's an iconic film with some great, feminist underlining themes in there. And Yeah, live, laugh, love Emma Stone. Can't go wrong with one of her movies.
Yeah, love it too. Scarlet Letter. Matt.
Thank you, Andrew. I like my strategy too. Sorry, I was just commenting too.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll pop up. I was gonna pop the comments up at the end, but yeah, like strategy, underrated pick. People love it, but also Chad, you're getting some love too. E.T. is just the best. That's what my sister said.
Oh, yeah.
And then Stacey said E.T. easily my favorite from my childhood. Saw it 3 times, even though it made me cry when I was like 3. And then Mac and Me, the only movie to have Mac in a wheelchair where that isn't a plot point. That's true.
Mac and Me is very fun. So.
And JD, Andrew, not a fan of yours. Stretching the rules just a touch.
I promise this is the last one that falls under that kind of category.
It's totally cool. JD, that's why we love having you on, buddy.
It's they used to release comedy specials like that. I remember when Martin Lawrence's Run Tell Dad. Yeah, and I'm like, they used to do
Bo
that.
Burnham Inside is the same thing. Yeah,
that counts.
All right, Matt, what's your E pick?
Okay, let me just say I saw Easy A in the theater very early on in my relationship with my wife, and we both loved it. So I had fond memories of that movie. It's very good.
Thank you, Matt.
Dylan, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to take yours, and I don't want to, but I do want to, and I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm taking Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
All right, I figured it wouldn't get around to me, so I didn't even bother putting it on my file.
Oh, wow, okay.
Wow, that's a good pick, though.
My second favorite movie of all time. So as soon as I was picked last, I was like, I'm not going to get it. But
okay,
I love
I'm sorry. I felt bad, but not too bad. So I saw this movie in the theater, and I absolutely loved it. It was one of my favorite theatrical experience up to that point. And then I went out to Walden Books and I bought the shooting script and I read it cover to cover. And it taught me something about how movies are written, and especially movies that appeal to me, what it is in movies that appeal to me. And then I went and watched a bunch of other Charlie Kaufman movies and fell in love with him forever. But Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind just has a special place in my heart because not only because it's a great movie that's extremely relatable and has really great performances, but it taught me something about movies, which when you've been into movies as long as I have, is always fun to happen to you when you can learn new things about movies at any time.
Yeah, I watched this for the first time the day after a breakup. It was raining outside. I was in my room, lights off, under the covers, watching this movie, weeping like a baby. It changed my life. I love this movie. And Jim Carrey's my favorite actor. So, Matt, I'm so glad you picked it. I figured I just got Cinema Paradiso and Before Sunrise, so I didn't want to go super, like, dreary or sad. I figured with my E-pick, I wanted to go a little bit more uplifting, fun. And as soon as Kelsey was talking about actress, I'm like, oh, no, she's going to pick the Amy Adams movie I want. She's going to pick the childhood favorite I want. I'm picking Enchanted as my
That's
E-pick.
a good one. That's a good one.
That movie. I love it even more having seen the sequel and being disappointed with the sequel. I love the first one even more because it's only emphasized how magical that little movie is. You know, the way that it goes from animation to live action. I love the whole, as a New Yorker, I love the idea of her being like this fish out of water in New York. They use the city so well in that movie. They use Central Park so beautifully. And Nina, we're on the same wavelength again. It's almost like we have the same blood. She's Enchanted as well. But yeah, I love Enchanted so much. And Amy Adams gives like, that is my favorite Amy Adams performance. I love her in that movie so much. It's iconic.
Corey, Ed Wood was on my list as well.
Yes. So rattling off some extra picks from the chat. Corey had Ed Wood. Stacey said, I rewatched Easy A recently for some reason. I can't remember why. Maybe I just wanted to. Sometimes that just happens. Dr. Nova also saw Easy A after he was on an Emma Stone kick. Eddie Sizz is a good pick. Edward Scissorhands. That is
Edward Scissorhands was in the talks for me.
Yes, definitely. And then my Pop-Op, he's watching. Hey, Pop-Op. Hey, Nana. Hey, Dad. I know you're all in Florida watching. Hey, Uncle Buck, if you're still there, too. Hello. 8 Men Out is Pop-Op's pick. That's a classic.
That's a fantastic movie.
That's a fantastic movie. Stacy has Everything Everywhere All at Once. A very new pick. Great pick. The Exorcist and Ex Machina. 3 amazing films. And Ex Machina was next on my list.
If only EP didn't exist.
Empire Corpses as well. Great picks from the chat here. All righty. Moving on now. We're making good time.
Also,
guys.
I want to give a shout out to Evil Dead 2 because it
was on my list.
And we all love it so much.
All right.
Also, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, the best of the original Planet of the Apes movies.
Nice.
Of the original
All right,
Planet of the Apes movies.
The order here is this: Dylan, JD, Kelsey, Matt, and
third
Chad. Oh wait,
again.
I need to rattle off our
At
picks.
least you're out of the bottom. You're just stuck
I
in
need
the
to rattle
middle.
off our picks from the last round. Sorry. Matt picked Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. JD, Ed Murphy's Delirious. Dylan, Enchanted, Kelsey, Easy A, and Chad, E.T. Moving on to F, and I'm first. Oh boy, I didn't think this through. For the letter F, I should really have written these down because I just have like letterboxed up, and I'm picking movies that jump out at me that I want to represent. This is tough because I almost kind of like going further in because it kind of like takes stuff off the board. All right, you went Breakfast Club, right, Kels? I'm gonna go something kind of on the similar vein, something that brings me a lot of fun, childhood, kind of teenage feels, and it's Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's kind of like my teen comedy. When I go to those John Hughes movies, that's the one I pick. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, an incredible film. I was looking at my F movies, and that was the one that popped out at me. So I love that. I relate to that movie a lot. I wasn't as much of a bad boy as Ferris was, but I always wanted to be. And I feel like it's one of those movies where you're either Ferris or you're Cameron, and I was always Cameron.
Yeah, Dyl, you're a Cameron for sure.
Thanks for reminding me. It's okay.
That's not a bad thing. I love Cameron.
He's awesome.
Listen, the older I get, the more I understand why Cameron is right. Like Cameron.
Yes.
Yep. All right, JD, what's your pick for the letter F?
Sorry, I love when Cameron went to Egypt land. Let my Cameron go. Okay. So my last Disney pick, if you haven't noticed by now, I like Disney, but I really love weird Disney. And to me, nothing is weirder than like, let's just go revisit like a 60-year-old movie that like that was like it had mixed results. I'm talking about Fantasia 2000.
Ooh, love that pick. That's an underrated movie.
Yes, I love Fantasia 2000. I think there's something to be. They were going to do it like every 5 years, which again to me is the more mind-blowing thing. Was like, no, we're going to bring it back, and we're going to bring it back like semi-regularly. Like that to me is just nuts. But the thing I love about Fantasia is like, I think the underrated aspect of Fantasia is they do so much with just like dance and music. Like Rhythm and Blues is such it's so I cry every time to Rhythm and Blues. Just all these people who are like they're dealing with their everyday lives, but they wish they could be anywhere but where they are, and it just the song choice and it just the catchiness of it just makes me emotional. A lot of those kind of the choice to do like Noah's Ark with Donald with Pomp and Circumstance is also like I think just like how that combination and why there's just so much about Fantasia. It's great. That I love.
It's great, JD. A great pick.
Yeah.
Kelsey,
good.
What's your F pick?
Dyl, I just realized that you did not pick the F movie that I thought you were gonna pick. I'm not gonna say it.
I realized as soon as I didn't pick it, I went, oh wait, it makes a lot of sense why I should have picked the other F movie. I'm not gonna pick it though because I'll be honest, Ferris Bueller, I think now I'd like to rewatch more than the one that I watch every day for 24 hours a day at work.
Okay.
That's all.
We gotta know if no one picks it.
Yeah, if no one picks it, I'll say it because it's in the chat. My sister picked it in the chat, but I don't want to. Go ahead.
Because anyway, so this is my pick for F. I saw this movie in theaters, and I don't know why, but I've just been like obsessed with it ever since. I saw it in theaters, and I was like, oh my god, that was incredible. It was funny. It was creative. I thought it was so smart. As soon as it went on streaming services, I like watched it over and over again. And I think it's one of my favorite Ryan Reynolds performances besides Deadpool, and it's Free Guy.
Oh, nice.
It's fun. Yeah.
I like that movie a lot. I don't know why. I just like it.
It's very funny. It's very hip, current. It feels like a film of today. You know what I mean? In terms of like encompassing the modern era.
Yeah. And the only thing that's bad about that movie, I'm sorry to say, is Taika Waititi. But other than that, the rest of the movie is really good.
Yep. And Stacey and Nerd both love that. She says, say Free Guy. That's Free Guy. I really like the movie. Yes. I love it, Kelsey. Jodie
Good.
Comer and Miss Merkel. So they're all on your wavelength.
It's a great movie.
Good. I'm glad.
Maddie Fresh. Where are you gonna go with F?
Fresh.
I'm gonna F for fresh.
You
F
could.
Fresh. I'm gonna
Oh, I
go
forgot
with
there's a movie.
a movie I saw probably too young. Definitely too young. I remember my family was watching it at my grandma's house, which was a bad idea because she doesn't like cursing. And there was one point where she's like, "Don't they know any other words?" But then later she we realized that she was like sitting in the doorway watching the movie with us.
Was it a word that also
after a
starts
while?
with F?
And the movie is Fargo, which is
nice.
which is was the first. It was the first Coen Brothers movie I ever saw, and I was probably too young to watch it. But it really opened up my love for the Coen Brothers, and I've been a fan ever since. There's only a couple Coen Brothers movies I don't like, and it's really It's not that I don't like them that much; they're just not my favorites. So I really love them, and that was the start of it, and it's just an incredible movie and endlessly quotable.
I'll say this, Matt. My dad agrees. My dad says Fargo, and Stacy agrees also. Fargo is a good pick. So, everyone's on board with that one. Chad, round us out. There's still a lot of great F movies on the board. What would you like to pick?
First, I'm going to say Fargo is the best Coen Brothers film, and it was my number one pick. So I'm glad Matt got it, but God, man, I was hoping he was going to say something else. I'm going to go... You know what? I'm going to go with another thriller, but an underrated, underseen, underheard one. And I'm going to go, it's the Bill Paxton classic, directed, Frailty.
So good. Oh,
yeah. I've never heard of that one.
Oh, watch it.
Watch
it. Don't read anything about it. Go watch it.
I know Stacy loves that one, so there you go.
That's cool. Great round for F. Matt picking Fargo, JD Fantasia 2000, Dylan Ferris Bueller's Day Off, Kelsey Free Guy, Chad Frailty. I'd love Chad to talk more about Frailty, but Matt says I should keep it a surprise. So Chad and I will discuss Frailty when he sees it. But Nina said the obvious. Forrest Gump is her favorite. F. It's the one I watch literally at work every day. So I've kind of not gotten Forrest Gumped out, but it's like it was a given. So I'm going something else. JD with the sleeper bomb though. They love Fantasia 2000 there. Stacy's offbeat pick for F is Fallen, the Denzel Washington movie.
That is
also
such a good movie.
F movie.
Denzel and John Goodman. Watch that movie too. It's so good.
F for Fake, fantastic documentary about Orson Welles' career. That's a great one. My pop-up saying A Farewell to Arms, a nice classic. Love the recommendations for the classics. And Corey picks Fast and Furious.
That was on my list.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Andrea's pick as
full disclosure, I was this close to choosing Fiddler on the Roof.
Fiddler on the Roof was on my list.
That's a good one.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
But in that case, I still like the musical better than the movie. That's why I didn't pick it. But that's
Forgetting Sarah Marshall's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
G's got some heavy hitters. And
oh my
speaking
God.
of Kelsey, you are.
Am I first?
One. Yeah, you're one. Who's second?
Oh,
Dylan,
no.
Matt, JD, Chad. Sorry, Chad. Random.org has picked its battles, but there's a lot of good movies that start with G. But Kelsey, you're going to be the first one to get the G pick.
Okay,
you've got the prime spot for the G spot. Whoa,
it's the American.
Oh my God!
Oh my!
Dylan,
we have to stop the streak.
I was going to use that. That was my pre-picked joke, and it didn't land as I would have liked it to.
I would appreciate if we didn't talk about my G spot on live. Okay, let's just.
Kelsey said. Stacy says, Kelsey, you must have only seen awesome movies. That's correct. Thank you, Corey. I know it's late. I've been doing this for 8 hours and 48 minutes. Cut me some slack, please. Kelsey, you're up first.
You embarrassed Chad off the stream.
Yeah, Chad went back to his ghost. Okay, sorry, Chad. Kelsey, what is your G pick?
Okay, so earlier with C, I was like, I don't think I have any Marvel on my list. And I fucking did. And it's my favorite movie. And I might just go for it, but I might not.
It's your movie of all time.
It's not, though. And I found a different movie that I might like. Okay, I'm just gonna go for my backup here because I think I want a movie musical represented on my list. So I'm gonna go with Grease.
Yes.
I thought you were gonna pick the Hugh Jackman one. Thank God. All right, yeah, Grease is awesome. Grease is awesome.
Grease is the best. It's the word too.
Grease is the word.
Grease is the word. I watched it the other day because they put it on Netflix recently. I was jamming out. Listen, we know it's dated. We know that they're all playing high schoolers and they're all 40. I don't care. I love it.
That's Grease is what they should have done with Dear Evan Hansen. They should have cast 40 across the board so that he didn't look weird.
Yes.
You either make them all 40
Yeah.
or you make none of them 40.
Yeah, that's fair.
so funny. All right. I'm not gonna go movie musical. I'm gonna go for classic. It's time for the classics.
Okay.
I mean, it's pseudo classic. It's still relatively. It's like a modern classic. It's The Graduate. I love The Graduate so much. It's a film that I liked it's a film I liked the first time, and then the more I watched it, the deeper I got into the angles and the use of framing and cinematography to convey story and power dynamics. It's a beautiful film. There's another classic that I think everyone expected me to pick, but again, I'm going for just kind of whatever pops in my mind is the one I want to represent. Also, I kind of talked about one of those two movies that people expect me to pick earlier with Chad and Dan, so I'm gonna spread the wealth.
The Graduate is also a picture of this winner.
Graduate also a picture of this movie. Also won our prize. And Nina says The Graduate is so good. We watched it in film class senior year. Love that. You don't need to pick 3. Go nuts. I don't know what he meant by that.
He's talking to Stacy.
Stacy in the chat is picking 3. Sorry. All right, Matt. What is your pick for G?
This one was also pretty hard because I really want to go with the one you guys talked about earlier, and it's the movie that came before that you talked about last month. But I think I'm actually going to not going to pick those, and I hate that I'm not going to pick those because I want to pick a classic of a different kind. One of the greatest movies ever made, the greatest Star Trek movie ever made, Galaxy Quest.
No!
Galaxy Quest. Ooh, Chad is having a Kirk Khan moment. Khan!
Yeah.
He is
This movie has it all. It has Alan Rickman. It has Sam Rockwell.
Weaver.
It has Sigourney Weaver. It has Tim Allen, but we're not holding that against it. It has, which actually he plays the exact right type of character, a guy who's out of touch, which is what he is. And it's a funny movie. It's so funny. It's action packed. It really hits on a true portion of a certain fan base without making them feel small. And I love that. So yes, Galaxy Quest is my pick.
That was my number 1, and let's not forget the hero of the movie, Justin Long.
Yes, that's true.
Love it. Love that pick. Never seen it, but I love it. JD, what's your pick for G?
So this is a sentimental pick, and as a lot of my picks are, obviously, but this one is especially a sentimental pick. I'm choosing Good Night and Good Luck. George Clooney's directorial movie about Edward R. Murrow's crusade against Joseph McCarthy and the communists, his communist campaign. It was kind of back in the days I was really starting to get into Oscars, and it was also where I started to kind of like go distances to kind of see movies that were being talked about. And it was a film where I also saw it with my grandparents. So me and my grandparents, it was just a great experience. And I think it's an underrated movie. I always think about the Notorious when George Clooney won for Syriana. He's like, well, I guess I'm not winning for Good Night and Good Luck. I just think it's a great movie. It's a great historical piece. I didn't know a lot about that, especially at that age.
Right.
So yeah.
Cool. All right, Chad, what are you gonna?
If I can speak about this movie real quick because I have seen it and I love that movie. David Strathairn as Edward R. Murrow is so good in that movie. Also, it touches on. I really love anything that covers the McCarthyism because it's such a, to me, like, and there's people who still will defend Joseph McCarthy and what he did during that time, but like anything that covers McCarthyism is interesting to me because to me that's like the ultimate evil that was happening that happened in Hollywood at that time. Like, and it's just movies like Guilty by Suspicion and stuff like that, just like anything that covers that, I love. But I really loved that movie. It's underrated, although it was nominated for Best Picture, and it was at least underseen. And I think that people should just see it, even if you don't love it and don't want to watch it multiple times. It's just an interesting piece of history that actually happened, and the actors in it encapsulate it so well. So I think it's worth watching if you haven't seen it.
Love it. Chad, what do you got?
I'm going to go with another, and it's newer, but it's already a modern classic. One of the greatest films ever made. It's a horror movie that was nominated for Best Picture. It probably should have won. Get Out.
Yeah.
You get out, Chad. You get out, Chad.
After
Yeah,
Graduate, and then
I couldn't have Galaxy Quest, so I was like, well, this is the next obvious one to me. There's so many great G movies, but like, that hit the G spot, I guess. But Get Out is just, it really like Jordan Peele is now a prestige filmmaker because he made Get Out.
Mm-hmm.
And people were seeing the trailer, they were like, what is this movie? And then it just was just a landmark film. So adore it. You can rewatch this multiple times, get more out of it, and never tire of it because it's hilarious, it's scary, it's one of the greatest films ever made.
I love it. I can't disagree at all.
Listen,
I can't
Dylan,
agree more. I was trying to think of the phrase. It's late. It's not
I
even
can't
late.
disagree
No,
more.
No, I meant to say I can't agree.
You're not
more.
even halfway, dude. Listen, Dylan, we got to have Pop on this show sometimes. He's throwing out some bangers.
He's throwing out some bangers. He threw out Ghost. Ghost is a great one. My dad threw out Gladiator. Doc Nova, the Great Dictator, 1940. Charlie Chaplin film. That's great.
Yes.
Good Will Hunting, Stacy.
Good Will Hunting was third for me.
Guns Akimbo, another great pick there. Galaxy Quest, greatest fan film ever. Nerds going Guardians of the Galaxy. That's the one Kelsey wanted to take.
Love it.
Corey chooses Goonies. And
almost.
Chad's wife Carrie is picking The Godfather. That was my
The fact that none of you picked The Godfather.
It's because we just talked about it on Picture This. I wanted to spread the wealth.
And we will be speaking. We will be talking about Ghost in April. Very excited.
Another one that was on my list, Goodfellas, didn't make it, but it's okay. H is going to be next, and Stacey, how could you forget about
Ghostbusters didn't make it.
H and randomized it. Yes, I'm up. I'm up first. This is, I think, the first time I've gotten a first.
I'm fifth again. Rigged.
I'm so sorry, chat.
Kelsey, you're on your way back down.
I know how you feel.
You can see 8 times. That means there's 8 letters. I'm showing you guys so you can see it's not rigged.
I'm fifth again. I'm jumping out.
Kelsey, you're on your way back down. You'll be on the bottom.
I'm gonna continue your horror.
I'm third again.
I'm going to continue your horror with like Chad and go for John Carpenter's Halloween. Halloween is my favorite horror film. Next to a movie that starts with J, which we might talk about later, but it's my second favorite horror film. I love it to pieces. Another film like The Graduate, I can just dissect every time I watch it. It's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. Don't need to talk more about Halloween. Everyone's seen it. Matt, what's your H?
My H pick is Halloween, Dyl.
What's your the new one?
No, it was Halloween. You took it. I'm angry.
Yeah. Well, it's another favorite that Nina watched in film class. See, I'm just taking her syllabus and listing it off just so I get her vote, basically. I'm gonna throw out a. I think this one's for votes. Maybe, I don't know. And we're gonna talk plenty about this franchise here later on today, but I'm gonna go with. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, which is the best.
I just felt that in my bones, Matt. I knew you were going to say Prisoner of Azkaban.
Well, because it's the best movie in the franchise, and it's really the turning point. Like, it's the point where these movies become something other than just kids movies. Like and it doesn't hurt that one of the greatest current directors, Alfonso Cuarón, happened to have helmed that movie and brought this darkness to it. And I would say that some of the worst instincts of the later films took cues from this, but I think that it does create an aesthetic that is fitting to what this franchise becomes in the books anyway. So and I love that movie, and I don't know. I really, this is the one that got me into it. After I saw this, I went and got the books and read all the books, and then read the books and read the books and read the books and read the books, and I've read them a bunch of times, and we'll talk about that later.
Nice.
Kelsey, what is your?
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. My H pick has to be. I think it has to be. I was trying not to do so many like kids movies or animated movies or Disney movies, but I think I have to go with my second favorite Disney movie of all time, which is Hercules.
Oh, nice.
Bravo. Bravo.
What a soundtrack in this movie, guys. Oh my God. I love it. I think Meg is iconic. And yeah, it's so good.
Cool. JD?
I'm tempted to do a good musical because I'm gonna have a bad musical on here at some point. We'll get to that later.
Okay.
But I have to. I have to. They're doing a Hulu series, a Hulu sequel in March, and as a kid who didn't get the joke at the time, History of the World Part One. To me, that was that is oddly my first Mel Brooks movie, and to this day I still love that movie. I quote that movie all the time. What's your occupation? A stand-up philosopher? Oh, you mean bullshit artist? You can't make a movie like this today. You can't make a movie where they do a whole musical number about the Spanish Inquisition. That just you wouldn't get away with it. You would not get away with it.
Let me do it today, but 15 commandments. No, I was at a thrift shop the other day because I like thrift shopping, and I saw a History of the World Part One soundtrack on vinyl, and I almost bought it to send to you, JD, but it was like $50 that I was like, no, that's used. I'm not spending that money on that, so I'm sorry, but I did almost do it.
Yeah. All right, Chad, what is going to be your H pick rounding out the round? I'm wondering if you're going to go on maybe Matt's wavelength or not.
I was thinking about it. I'm still kind of thinking about it. Look, I argued one time that Halloween is the greatest horror film ever made. I stand by it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I was maybe going to go Harry Potter just like Matt did. And I agree and disagree with Matt. I think that Prisoner of Azkaban is one of the 4 best Harry Potter movies because they're so good. Deathly Hallows Part 2, Prisoner of Azkaban, Sorcerer's Stone, and Half-Blood Prince. I am not going to
Half-Blood Prince is the double H too.
Freaking love that movie. It's so underrated. But I'm going to go with one that I feel like, because I don't have an animated yet. I'm going to go animated. Instead of going Harry Potter, even though I freaking adore that franchise so much, I'm gonna go How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, another great
franchise.
That was almost on my list.
Yeah. How to Train Your Dragon is I got into it a little bit late, and since doing a huge rewatch of all 3, I've come down to just thinking that this trilogy is just one of the greatest trilogies ever made. I stand by that. I adore it so much. I think they just like take that friendship and just like take it to like new places every time and just like really develop it. And it's just one of the best things in the world. And that first movie, I think, can teach so many people different things, like, how to like kind of rethink tradition and be like, maybe I'm not doing the right thing. And actually, maybe what I'm doing is problematic and I can change for the better. And I think that change can actually teach a lot of people different things, not just children, but adults as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very, very important movie. They're doing a live action version. I don't know how I feel about it. We'll see. Maybe that's good, but it's perfect animation. Listen to that. You can watch Hiccup Fly on Toothless as you listen to Jonesy's beautiful music, and yeah, it's the best.
Love it.
If they don't have Jay Baruchel play Hiccup, I don't know what we're doing. Like, that's
It'll be weird.
It's his role. Like, you gotta.
And he still looks the part.
He still looks. Yeah, he looks the part.
So to recap that round, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban is Matt's pick. JD picks History of the World Part 1. Dylan picks Halloween. Kelsey picks Hercules, and Chad picks How to Train Your Dragon. Great suggestions in the chat for this one. Pop-Pop's going Holiday Inn, another classic, love it. Nerd is going Hook, love that. Helmed, I've never heard of that. Home Alone. Nana's picking Home Alone. That's a great pick, Nana. That's good, Nana.
They need to be on.
My sister does say Nana and Pop need to be on sometime. Their suggestions are
Yeah.
amazing. I agree. And Chad, speaking of family, your family picking Hot Fuzz and Edgar Wright.
I thought that's what you were going to pick.
I was
It's on my list too.
Corey picked Howl's Moving Castle, and my sister agrees. Howl's Moving Castle slays. That's that. Link
Also,
over.
Hereditary was also snubbed.
That was also on my list. I almost picked it.
It's a good one. All right,
That's
moving
a good
on to the
movie.
letter I. We're making good time, guys. Oh, sorry, I bumped in the mic there. Randomizing
so
it again.
hard.
This time I'm last in place of Mr. Chad. Chad, you're first this time.
Hell
Kelsey,
yeah.
and then Matt, JD, and
Moving
then
on up.
me. So, Chad, you have the first pick, and I. What are you gonna pick, Mr. I?
I think I'm gonna do it, and I might pick something that Matt might really want, but
This is the joke explained, by the way. I didn't understand that.
Oh.
It was in the moment. I missed it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I'm gonna pick something I think Matt might have it on his list. I'm not sure if it would be number one or not. But I revisited this movie recently, and I adore it. I think it handles. I'm just gonna say it. In Bruges.
Ooh,
It is on my list, but it's not. It wasn't number one.
Okay. The reason I picked In Bruges, I have like 4 on my list, and they're all really great. But one is the greatest of all time. But In Bruges, I think just handles what it's trying to do so well. And I think Martin McDonagh has transferred this over to Banshees, and I'm interested to see how that works. And with Oscar wins and stuff come my birthday when they air the Oscars. But In Bruges, I think, was one of his first that really captured this blend of comedy and drama and just kind of pain and sadness, just all in one thing. You're laughing and kind of crying at the same time. And it's just his brilliant writing and just how he's able to, and not just that, but the performances from Farrell and Gleason and Ray Fine and all that stuff. It's kind of a perfect movie, and it's really a fun ride. So check it out if you haven't.
I love that movie. It's my favorite of Martin McDonagh's movies.
I love it.
And I haven't seen any of his. I haven't read any of his plays, so don't come at me, Dyl.
I'm fine. Kelsey, what are you gonna pick for I?
I have a question.
Yes.
So JD picked a comedy special. Is that allowed?
If it's cinematic enough, sure. Are you picking the one that?
I mean, in my opinion, I think that it's a cinematic masterpiece.
You can pick the Bo Burnham special. Go for it, Kelsey.
Do it.
Okay, well then
Do
I
it.
would like to
Do
pick
it.
Inside by Bo Burnham, because I thought about all these other things for I, but if I had to take something that began with I to a deserted island, it's gotta be Inside. It's gotta be. If you haven't seen it, you have to watch it. I think it hit home
Hold on one
more if
second.
you watched it right when it came out, because it was all about creating content and doing things literally in the middle of the pandemic. But I still think that it's something that fun. It's fun for the whole family. It's fun for
Inside
everyone to
Studios, I
enjoy.
love
And yeah, JD, I have the same hat. Hold on.
Oh wait, Kelsey's gonna go get hers. I'll show
I'll-
JD's. I'll close up.
I will
There we go,
say-
Inside Studios.
I listen to All Eyes on Me on the regular. So
That's so funny.
I do too.
It's so
It's
good. He is
album,
a
too.
genius. You know how people
As
say,
someone who, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just
No.
gonna say, you know how? Oh no, Matt, please.
No, Kelsey, please.
No,
This is-
you go
Please,
first.
Kelsey. It's
Oh my god.
the nice off.
I was just gonna say, you know how
I
some
was-
people say
I'm sorry. It's a 4-hour show. Go on, please.
I was just gonna say, I think that he is just a genius. He's a comedic and musical genius, and everyone needs to watch it.
One of my favorite.
And the
movies.
outtakes.
I think she's
I have
doing
a
it to
shirt
me
to
now.
go with it also,
As-
by the way, just FYI.
Matt.
Jay Dizzle.
Matt, go ahead, Matt.
I'm going to reach through this computer screen. As someone who is not a fan of Bo Burnham's comedy in general, I like him as an actor and as a director, especially. I'm not a fan of his stuff because
His
I wasn't there at
specials?
the time, and it doesn't
Sure.
hold up today. So watching it. I didn't listen to them until after I saw Inside, and I was like, this isn't for me. Or until right before I saw Inside, I was like, this isn't for me in the year of our Lord 2020. Maybe it would have been in 2013 or whatever. Like it just doesn't hold up to me. However, Inside hit a place that is so relatable to me and was so relatable to so many people. Chad said that he listens to All Eyes on Me on the reg. There's the part in there where he's describing his crippling anxiety.
Yeah.
Because I have crippling anxiety. It takes me out for months, and like seriously, like I can't do anything. And that is so relatable. It's what I talk about in Iron Man 2 when say what you want about that movie, but when he has the panic attack and he's asking Jarvis, what's wrong with me? Why am I dying? And he's like, you're not dying.
Yeah.
I feel every second of that. And I feel every second of that part in All Eyes on Me because it's so relatable and I'm about to cry.
I love it.
Yeah, that's a great
Matt, we love you. We're here for
Matt,
you.
I was just saying, speaking of Matt, please grace us with your pick for
I don't want to. I'm going to ask that I'm able to do my honorable mentions for this one after, but I'm going to choose, and I'm just going to point at random and pick the best Pixar movie, which is Inside Out.
Nice.
It's
my sister agrees with that one, and so does commentator Nerd.
I don't know if I
so
do.
does Danny.
Correct.
It's up there.
It's it's at least my favorite Pixar movie. There's because I think there's a lot of really great Pixar movies, a lot of great emotional Pixar movies, but this one handles emotion because it's about emotion, it's about feelings. But it handles a progression in Riley's life. Yes, we're having a really fun time with all the different personifications of how we feel and what happens in our brain. But if you watch just the movie that is Riley going through her time, number one, it's relatable. If you've ever had to move, I moved so much. I went to 8 different schools the first 6 years of my life. Like that's how it first 6 grades of my life. So that, I understand having to move a lot. So if you've ever had to move, it's relatable. If you've ever been through that teenage angst, it's relatable. The moment Riley finally cries has never not made me cry. I cry. I've seen that movie so many times, and it's never not made me cry. The night my mom passed away, I turned that movie on for my kids just so I could make them understand. Like they understand processing feelings, but I wanted them to understand that whatever they're feeling is normal. God damn it, I'm gonna cry again. All right. Let's
okay.
move on.
It's okay. JD, go ahead. I'll say, Matt, I love Inside Out, and I think there's a better Pixar movie that starts with I out there, but I think it's a great pick. If it speaks to you, I love that.
That's a beautiful speech,
yeah,
man.
Beautiful speech, yeah. JD, what do you got?
Okay. I think it's funny that Chad ended up wearing a Hamilton hoodie. I'm choosing In the Heights.
Nice.
Yeah, I need a good musical, so I have an excuse to choose a bad one. And I think from the opening sequence, I think there's just I think it's the dance sequences are just immaculately shot, immaculately marginalized, and that's why we need to have musicals on the big screen. And so we can have bombastic musical sequence like that, the pool one, this pool sequence, the lottery song, all of that. We need. I'm so upset that musicals are not doing well in theaters right now. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad when you have amazing musicals like Into the Heights that put so much thought and care into everything every sequence that it puts in there.
The weird thing about the most recent movie musicals, the issues with them have all been casting. We had West Side Story, which had a casting problem. We found out after. Ansel
in
over.
retrospect.
In retrospect. In the Heights, as soon as that came out, it was all about who they didn't cast in certain roles. And then Dear Evan Hansen, oh God, we have it's all about the casting.
Right.
So that kind of sucks. We need to get that under control,
But
or
at least
get people to shut up about it.
At least they compensated by making him. I think he's going to be a villain in MCU, right? Anthony Ramos. I think. I don't know.
Supposedly,
Oh,
he's going to
So,
be the
so at
hood.
least there will be some catharsis there for people. Like they can at least boo him if they want to.
Wait,
All
what
right.
happened?
I was not
Anthony
talking about
Ramos.
Anthony Ramos.
Oh, I thought you were talking about him cheating on his wife.
Oh well, I mean that sucks, but that's not a. I'm talking about how there were very few Afro.
There weren't dark skinned. Yeah.
Yeah, there were very few Afro Latino people in the so that was
the
the
movie
casting.
was great. Yeah, I do agree. Yes, Anthony Ramos is an
Fantastic.
AMD alum. Yes.
Great choice, JD.
But I'm last, and I purposely. This is so tough. I have a lot of great ones here. I purposely didn't pick Goodfellas for G because I wanted to pick my favorite Martin Scorsese movie for I, and that is The Irishman. I think this is a movie that people just like to brush off saying it's so long, but I'm like, if you have the time, patience, you can sit through it, and I really do think there's a rich experience having sat through it. I did see it in the theater, so maybe that has a difference than playing on Netflix, but I really resonated with this film. I just love what it had to say about the mobster genre, but told through the eyes of someone who has been covering it their whole careers, but looking back with a more mature perspective. Instead of glamorizing and romanticizing mobster stuff, it's looking at the harsh realities of it. It kind of reminds me of what Spielberg is doing with his career now, of instead of look at how beautiful and magical cinema is, look how it can also destroy us from inside. And I feel like that's kind of what Martin Scorsese is saying with The Irishman. Chad and I are going to talk about it when we get to 2019 for Picture This, but it is a film that I could spend hours talking about. Maybe not as long as the movie is, but I could spend almost that length talking about it. But to recap, Matt picked Inside Out, JD picked In the Heights, I picked The Irishman, Kelsey picked Inside, and Chad picked In Bruges. That is a great.
Am I allowed to comment on your pick real quick?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm just getting.
I just real quick. I have a better experience remembering The Irishman than I did watching it. Like I recognize the good things in it, but like there was not I didn't have as great of a time. And I would say part of it is that I am not the kind of person who cares about de-aging. I think we should de-age everyone. But no, that's not true. But I think I don't have a problem with de-aging in movies. I will say that when a 80-year-old man is trying to look 20 and he walks over to the person, and he should be using a walker, it takes me out of it. Also, the fact that Robert De Niro really started his career by playing a younger version of another character. It's ironic that they couldn't do that for this, and they de-aged him. Like that's an issue.
That's fair. Fair criticisms.
It's not a bad pick. I was just wanted. I was trying to talk movies.
Like
it's fine. Let's move on.
Italian Job 1969 is Daniel's pick there. We have two Invisible Mans represented. My pop-up picked the original from the 30s. Carrie picked the one from 2020. My dad, even though we are anti-Eagles, he does love Invincible, as do I, starring Mark Wahlberg. That is a great film. A lot of Inside Out love here in the chat. And Independence Day is Corey's choice. And Nerd's gonna be nice and hold back his thoughts on The Irishman. I appreciate that.
Sorry, Dyl. I shouldn't have talked bad about your movie.
No, talk bad about your movie. I think there's a better Pixar movie that starts with I, and it's about a family of superheroes. But it's
well, I mean that's incorrect. I would like to mention Indiana Last Crusade, Inglourious Basterds, and Inception.
Yes, very good movies. And It's a Wonderful Life
was on my list of potential choices.
Yep. All right, so moving on to Jay, we randomized the list again. I am getting the first
I know
pick.
what I'm
Chad
not
is
getting.
the second. Chad is the second. Sorry, Chad. Kelsey's actually no. Kelsey's last. Sorry, what am I doing?
I'm last.
JD and Matt. All right.
Okay.
Jay. I didn't get E.T., which is my favorite Spielberg, so I'm gonna get my second favorite Spielberg, and that's gonna be Jaws. I love Jaws so much. Jaws is an exceptional piece of cinema, a classic. It is my favorite horror movie. Second favorite horror movie is Halloween. So the fact that I have the top two there, I'm very happy. Jaws, I feel like I won everyone over that I lost on The Irishman. But I do think having Scorsese, Spielberg back to back, having Jaws, which is I think just such an amazing film. I actually didn't get to see the re-release. I got sick the day I was going to go see it on IMAX. But I feel like they'll bring it back someday. They have to. It's amazing. Amazing on the big screen. Just a blockbuster. Nothing else to say about it. I love it. Chad, you got the next pick for Jay. What do you got? Sorry if I picked yours.
That's great.
Well, I mean, I had that number one too, but I have a few others. I think I'm gonna go with one that I just think is just I don't know. This one just like really hits as far as more action movies goes. I'm gonna go John Wick.
Nice. The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Good pick.
This movie is just incredible. If you have to pick an action star, there's like kind of in my opinion, the top three is Jackie Chan, Tom Cruise, and Keanu Reeves, just because of what they put into it. Keanu Reeves goes and like does like all these crazy training stuff just so he can make it look real. Like he's not, he has stunt doubles like doing the really, really hard stuff, but like all the stuff with him shooting and stuff like that is just mostly all him, I believe. And it's just an incredible movie. I skip over the dog part every time now because I don't need to see that. It's just so hard to watch. But other than that, it's important for his emotional, arc and stuff like that. But, if you have to pick a movie, an action movie that's just directed perfectly, I don't think you can really get better action sequences of this ilk than John Wick. So there you go. Thank you.
I like the part at the end where he steals that person's dog too.
Yeah.
Moving on. Before we move on, really quick, Daniel just asked, for me, is it a horror movie? Jaws. Is there a difference between horror and thriller or subgenre? I think, for me personally, it scares the shit out of me. It's a horror movie to me, but also the film I'm more about these two. The film I'm more about this woman getting dementia and her husband carrying after her is the scariest movie I've ever watched, and it's not a horror movie to most people, but that to me is the scariest movie I've ever seen. So like other things scare me. It's weird. Actually, a movie that just came out, maybe the scariest movie I've ever seen now, but we'll get there when we get there. Jaws, John Wick, JD also starts with J. What are we going with, JD?
JD about to pick my second choice.
I didn't actually think this was going to get to me. I didn't think this was going to get to me, but I feel obligated to take this one.
Gotcha.
I think that it's funny that Dyl chose the wrong Spielberg movie is the best Spielberg movie. It's Jurassic Park.
Yeah, that's
okay.
It's a really great series, Dyl, and I can't wait. You're going to watch all of these for your podcast, and if you need a co-host, I guess co-host, maybe. Let me know.
Yeah, I was gonna say JD was he did Venmo donation me. That's he donated to the channel. I can't think of words right now. It's so late. He made a donation. Thank you, Matt. And part of his donation, he unlocked the tier where if you pay $50 tip, which you don't have to, but if you do, I will make a podcast of your choice, and I'm going to podcast ranking all the Jurassic World and Jurassic Park movies for JD. So thank you, JD. That's awesome. Cool. Matt.
I'm upset because the two best Spielberg movies have been picked, and they were my top two movies here. But I'm going to pick a movie that I watch anytime I used to be back when cable was a thing that I had. If I came across it on TV, I would have to finish it. It's a movie that I can't really explain it. It's Cameron Crowe. It's Tom Cruise. It is Jerry Maguire.
That's my Nana's pick, by the way. My Nana just commented.
Is it? See, all right, Nana and Pop. I want to be on a show with them where we can talk about badass movies because they know what's going on. Nana and Pop, I'm your biggest fan. But Jerry Maguire. It's like an action movie where nothing happens, or no action happens in it. Like there's no fight scenes, but everything's a fight scene. Like it's intense, it's dramatic, it's funny, it's romantic.
It is so cute.
It's iconic. This kid, Jonathan Lipnicki, he's very cute. And I don't know. There's just so many layers to that movie, and I can't watch that movie and not just like be happy the whole time I'm watching it. So. Yeah, it's a great movie. I'm here to talk to my wife.
There you go.
Kelsey, what do you got for Jay? Round us out. A lot of good picks.
I'm so happy no one took my movie. Because I had backups, but I really wanted this to be my pick because I love this movie so much. And it's Juno.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That was on my list also.
Sweet.
That was on my list.
Elliot Page is a national treasure. Michael Cera is hilarious in everything he does.
Jake Tato.
Yes, thank you, Jake Tato. I agree. Yes, absolutely. It's just got to be Juno. That movie is filled with so much heart and laughs, and it's just no one has a bad time watching Juno. Yeah.
And J.K. Simmons is so funny in that movie too.
And Jason Bateman's great too. All the J's for Around J.
Allison Janney.
Allison Janney is my girlfriend. I love her so much.
Oh, she's your girlfriend. Congratulations.
Well, she doesn't know. Don't tell her.
We actually covered this on Picture This. I ranked it very highly. I had it on my list. I love Juno to death. that one scene at the end. I won't spoil the movie, but the one scene at the end when it says he was always hers, I cry so hard. I love that movie so much.
It's
Such a
great.
good movie.
All right. So other stuff. We love Jackie Brown. Corey
Yes,
says Jackie Brown.
yes.
Carrie says Jackie Brown. We also got a love for Jojo Rabbit. Nina picked
Oh.
Jojo Rabbit.
Jojo
Jojo Rabbit
Nova
was on
commented
my
on
list.
Jojo Rabbit.
Same.
Yeah, no Jojo would be nuts. Get it, Kelsey? I don't know what that means, but maybe.
No, I think he was telling me like pick it, like get it, like get JoJo. But I went with
Oh,
Juno.
gotcha.
JoJo was on my list as
Gotcha.
well.
And
Jay.
as for
No
Corey's
worries.
scariest movie, Midsommar, which is an M movie, but it's we're talking about scariest movies we've ever seen. All right, moving on to Kelsey's letter namesake, K. But I have to randomize it. And Kelsey, you're not gonna get the first pick, but you're gonna get the second pick. Chad's gonna get the first pick.
Okay.
Here. It's
God.
Chad, Kelsey, JD, Matt, and then myself. So
Chad,
Kelsey-
what the
or sorry, Chad.
is your pick?
My
Chad, what is your
God.
pick?
Will
Sorry,
you
Kelsey's on
stop?
the edge of her seat.
I'm nervous. My heart is palpitating. K was harder than I thought it was gonna be.
I normally get 5, spot 5, so I'm milking this. Like I also only had 2 listed
Okay.
for K.
Oh,
Okay, same.
I probably
Sorry.
have one of yours because it's fantastic. It should have been nominated for Best Picture. It was not, and it maybe should have won, but it was a stacked year that year. I'm going Knives Out.
good movie.
Yeah.
Is that your pick, Kelsey?
That is?
Yeah. No, I knew it was
Right.
probably going to be because it's amazing. I'm
I love
sorry.
Draft Day
I don't-
Rivals. Hey,
I
no,
shouldn't
this
be
is
sorry.
when I created Draft Day. This is what I pictured. I pictured Kelsey making us
Look,
go an hour
second.
over on Christmas for
You
Die
didn't
Hard.
have to?
I pictured Kelsey throwing a little hissy fit. Now I love it.
I don't know. Like I don't eat. Talk
Right.
about Knives Out, Chad.
So I
Oh, she
adore.
fights another K movie.
I think it's kind of a perfect movie. There's a reason why Glass Onion came out. There's a real reason why he's doing the show. There's a reason why he's keeping this franchise going because it's just a fantastic movie. It's a whodunit, but it's like the best whodunit. I mean, there's ones before it like Clue and just a lot of great movies out there. But I think Knives Out is kind of the perfect thing. It's got like so many people you love in it. Ana de Armas, and she's popular right now. She's got an Oscar, probably not coming to her, but she's nominated. Everyone's in this fantastic. I think Daniel Craig plays a really hilarious Southern guy, and it's just incredible. And I don't know. I could say so much. This is like my one of my Irishmen. So I love this.
Kelsey, hey, no, yours is much more popular than Irishman is. I
It
promise
is,
you.
yeah.
It's not as hot a take. But Kelsey, do you have that second K movie?
I mean, I
ready
can
to go?
talk about it forever.
I'm just gonna take this one now out of spite.
What would have happened if
I've
you
only
got
seen.
top 5, Kelsey?
I think I might have thrown myself out a window. I'm not sure.
Wow.
Yeah, it would have been real tough.
What
I would have
story
just.
are you on?
I'm
What
sorry.
level? What level are you on?
Oh, only the second. So like
Oh, thank
2
God.
broken legs
Thank God.
max. So
Kelsey, what's your pick?
I've seen this one once, but I know it's iconic and I know a lot of people talk about it. So I'm taking Kill Bill. So fuck you
Nice.
guys.
Which one?
Volume 1.
Wait.
You
Oh,
can choose
Kelsey.
both. I mean, it's kind of like one movie.
You can't choose both because
Let's-
some of
let's
us have
pick
the other
one
one
for
on
the
our
sake-
list.
For the sake of
okay.
me and Matt. Damn it, Kelsey.
Yeah, well,
Oh.
if Chad ruined it for y'all, so that's it. Game over.
I'm sorry for any of my family watching that heard me scream in the F word. That was gonna be my. I'm so happy to get that.
I
And
can't believe you do that when my best friends Nana and Pop Pop are watching.
Anyway, Kelsey, it's a great pick. Do you like that movie, or did you just pick it?
No, I liked it. I enjoyed it. I've only seen it once, but I know it's iconic. And
So
yay women that kill men. So
Okay.
that's all I have to say.
In the warranted circumstances, yes.
Chad?
she
Watch
also
out
kills
now.
women, by the way.
Oh,
She
Chad,
does
you're a
kill some
man,
women.
right?
Okay, so she kills everyone
Yeah.
equally.
Yeah,
Yes. True.
women is.
And she's badass
Yes.
doing it.
So
Well, this has been a
angry.
spicy round so far. JD, I'm assuming you've got something totally out of left field to relieve Matt and I, right?
Yes, I do.
Good.
I'm gonna bail you two out.
Thank you.
So P.T. Barnum said it so long ago. There's one born every minute that you know. Killer clowns from outer space.
Oh,
Killer clowns from outer space.
I love that movie.
I saw this like I found this on Netflix like a couple of years ago, and when the theme song from the Dickies came on, a rock song to circus music, I just knew that this was going to be totally my jam. And sure enough, it was. This movie is bonkers. You got like character names like Mike Tobacco, Debbie Stone, the Terezi brothers. It sounds like an acrobatic duo. This is great. You got bonkers aliens, cotton candy guns, cotton candy aliens, a big clownzilla like final boss kaiju kind of fight rampage. This movie is fucking great. And if anyone, pardon my friend, anyone who is not seen this movie, you're in for a good time. Please watch it.
I gotta check it out.
Please watch it.
Funny.
It's a movie that because I think it knows what it's doing, it won't ever be on FrameRec. But I would just love to cover it on FrameRec because it's a great movie. But I think it's too self-aware to make it onto our show.
It absolutely is.
Okay. So,
go ahead, Matt.
Bless you.
Sorry. Those killer clowns.
I guess Kelsey can have both if she wants, because I'm one of those people who like Volume 2 better than Volume 1, but I'm a guy who likes a talkie piece over an action piece, so that's really what it is. But that's not what I'm going to choose. I think I'm going to go with. Oh, this is hard. Do I go with?
That's what she said.
It is what she said.
Dylan, it's too early to be making jokes like that. Nana and
your
Pop
Nana and Pop are here. I'm going to go with Kung Fu Hustle, which is a movie that I saw in when I worked at the video store. I didn't see it in theater, unfortunately. I saw it when it came out, and I was like, "This looks interesting," because the tag, like a blurb on it from a review was Looney Tunes meets. I don't know, something kung fu-y. And I was like, okay, this seems interesting. So I watched it, and I was not prepared for the amazing time I had with it. It's so fun. It's so funny. It walked so RR could run, except it's even more ridiculous than RR. It maybe not as big, maybe not as epic as RR, but it's just fun and funny and a great kung fu movie, and really, really covers all the tropes that you want it to in a kung fu movie. So
I mean, I've never seen that one, but I'm like, I want to pick the second to Kelsey's, but I just feel like it'll compete on the graphic. I thought about, Chad's was on my list. The two I have next on my list both have K. But they're both K movies I drafted in the Christmas draft.
Okay.
I feel like I'm just going to be stale and boring if I pick Klaus or Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. So I'm going to just go with the one that I think I've seen the most. And it's actually the one my dad picked in the chat too. It's the Karate Kid. Karate Kid.
Nice.
Karate Kid. I'm also getting the double K.
The one with Jaden Smith, right?
Yeah.
Actually, I have a funny story. No, Karate Kid. I'm picking the original. I don't know the year. 1980 something. Anyone, Matt?
Take a guess, and I'll Google it.
1985.
Right.
I think I don't. Somebody can fact check that, but I'm pretty sure it's 1985.
I'm the research department. I'll check
84.
84. Okay, 84.
84. That's the year I was born.
I'm picking 84's Karate Kid. Actually, funny story. I don't have anything else to add on Karate Kid. It's great. They made a series about it. Cobra Kai. It's big and popular. I think it's going to play well in the draft. Ralph Macchio is great. Pat Morita's great. Actually, funny. The first or the other one we were talking about, Jaden Smith, is the first ever movie I went on a date to. I was in 6th grade. I had a 6th grade girlfriend. The two of us went to go see The Karate Kid with Jaden Smith in theaters in 2010. And we sat, and our friend sat in the middle of us to make sure we didn't hold hands. So That friend was merely looking out for us, saying, "You're too young to be on a date." And,
That's adorable, Dylan.
we had to get our parents to drive us there. It was really fun with our flip phones. So I do have a little fondness for the first for the first one. I keep saying that for the other Karate Kid movie, but it's not very good. We're moving on to L. But first, wait.
I gotta say, Pop with the killer
Yeah.
here with King Kong from 1933.
Again, that was one I considered as well. King Kong.
I like the
Kiki's-
remake.
I was
Kiki's
this
delivery
close.
service.
I was this close from shooting not King Kong, but King Kong versus Godzilla.
That's a good one, too.
1963's
Yeah.
King Kong versus Godzilla.
Kung Fu Panda was on the list. Yes, Nina, that's great. Kill
A
Bill Volume
Knight's
1 is also
Tale.
Nerd's pick. Like I said, my dad picked Karate Kid. Knight's Tale is Corey Ross's. Kill
Good
Bill
one.
meets Looney Tunes. Interestingly enough, is that a thing?
Is
Kick-Ass-
what's the tagline for, or was the blurb on Kung Fu Hustle?
Oh,
is
I
what
didn't
they're-
realize that. Kick-Ass would be another pick. Yeah, Kick-Ass is great. There are great K picks. It's just like the top heavy. It's so top
Do you guys know what the very first movie sequel ever was?
No.
Kill
Son
Bill
of
Volume
Kong, the
2.
sequel to King Kong.
Oh, Son of Kong. Cool. Kill Bill Volume 2. Yes, it came out. Yes. Never mind. I was trying to come up with a snarky comment, but Kelsey, I love you. It's fine. L.
Okay,
is
thank
what
you.
we're moving on to next. Speaking of love, L. Moving it. And Kelsey, you are first. Look at that. Kelsey and Chad, and then Matt, and JD,
great.
and they're keeping me here at the bottom because I'm L. I'm the loser of this draft. It's okay. It's okay. Kelsey, what is going to be your pick for the letter L? I have a lot of great picks, so I'm happy to be fifth because I want you guys to take them off the board. Kelsey, what's your L pick?
Okay, my pick for L. I really don't know how to introduce this movie, so I'm just gonna say it. It's Legally Blonde.
Ooh, fun pick,
Nice.
fun
That's a
pick,
great
fun
movie.
pick.
It's a good pick.
Just so great. Also I feel like a movie with some feminist undertones in it. Reese Witherspoon is just such a delight. And Jennifer Coolidge, come on now. It's an iconic film for many reasons.
Oh, absolutely. Not the one I thought you were going to go with, but it makes a lot of sense. I love that as well. Chad, what's your pick for the letter L?
Love the Legally Blonde pick. There's so many iconic ones that I could pick, but I think I'm gonna go with a movie that really hit me in the right spot, and I can't wait to discuss this one on Picture This because I adore it and I think it should have won.
I know what it is.
Best Picture, Little Miss Sunshine.
I know.
Ooh, that's a fun pick. That was on my list.
I adore Little Miss Sunshine so much. You guys shouldn't. Well, maybe you don't know if you don't know me that well. I adore Paul Dano. He's one of my favorite actors of all time. And he's just this was pretty much where he got his start. And he's one of the best things in it. Steve Carell, fantastic. Everyone's great in this movie. Alan Arkin, who didn't he win?
He did
He
win.
won the
Yes,
Oscar.
yes.
An upset,
Fantastic.
over Eddie Murphy.
Little Abigail Breslin is cute and amazing. It's just really funny, really sad. It's just so many emotions in this one. And it's just a little trip to get this little girl to a little beauty pageant contest, and everyone's
Greg Kinnear.
Greg Kinnear. Everybody's and Toni Collette, right?
Toni Collette.
And everybody's learning stuff about themselves through the whole journey, and I don't know. It's just a really great journey movie where everyone's
it's my favorite
learning
road trip movie, Chad.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the theater and just being blown away by it. It's Abigail Breslin. You knew that she was going to have a good career at least while she was a child, and she did. She had a really good career while she was a child. Paul Dano came out of that. We were most people were just that's the guy. We got to watch him. And it's funny because he doesn't talk for most of that movie. And you still came out going with, but the reason is because one of the most one of the scenes that has the most convincing emotion I've ever seen on screen, I guess is the way to say it, is the scene when he finds out he's colorblind.
Yeah.
So hard to watch. Such a great visceral performance.
Zach, if you're watching, I'm sorry.
And the first thing he says is fuck or something, I think, really screaming.
How has Paul Dano never won or been nominated for an Oscar?
It's a shame. Should have happened this year. Should have happened this year. Should have happened in many years.
It's insanity to me that he's.
You know what? Maybe he'll get redemption on Picture This. We'll see.
Maybe. All right, Maddie Fresh, what are you gonna pick for your L?
So many good things,
This is
but I'm
tough.
just gonna.
This is tough.
I'm gonna have to. There's so many in the L's that I love. I'm gonna have to go with a franchise that's near and dear to my heart. And if you want to hear me talk at length for so long about this franchise, you can watch a picture of this from a few months ago. But I'm gonna take Lord of the Rings: The Return of. Yeah, what did I say?
Yeah.
Did I say frame
You
rate?
said picture this, but we also talked about it on picture this. So.
Yeah, you did. But draft day from a couple months ago, where we talked about the Lord of the Rings franchise. Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King. It is my favorite, although I love them all and I consider them one big movie. So making me pick is
you only get one.
Bad thing. But I only get
You
one.
all three,
So I'm
we're gonna
picking
cross the
Return of the King because I think that it has a great payoff. I wish they had done a quarter of a second shorter on the transitions between the scenes at the end, and then everybody wouldn't be complaining about how there's too many innings. It's not too many innings. It's just the end of the movie. They just wanted to space them out. People are dumb. But there's not too many innings. It's perfect endings, and it's great, and I love it. And I've got to pee, so I'm going to walk away.
Okay. I'll pull you out, Matt, until you get back. Don't worry. JD, what do you got?
So Kelsey said before she somewhat feels guilty for choosing a lot of kids movies. I have no guilt in choosing kids movies I loved as a kid.
I love that for you, JD.
I actually pitched a sequel to this movie on another channel, a defunct channel a long time ago. Looney Tunes Back in Action. I love Looney Tunes Back in Action, unabashedly. I think this is the one that people should have a nostalgia for, not Space Jam. I stand. I just think it's so great. It's a great. It was meta before meta kind of comedies really took off. I kind of love the spin on the spy genre. Timothy Dalton is so great. Is Drake. It's Brendan Fraser, who is getting a lot of love this year, and rightfully so. This movie is near and dear to my heart. I love the Looney Tunes. I got really geeky on that episode where I pitched that sequel. I put together multiple different genres. I just love this movie. It's a great movie. And if you haven't watched Looney Tunes Back in Action, or you were turned off because people would say, oh, they have this musical sequence with, Heather Locklear, and what's that doing there? I don't care. Take that sequence out of it. Joan Cusack has a great cameo. Has a great character cameo as Mother. It is quirky, like head of the secret CIA organization. I just love this movie. I could talk about it forever. I'm gonna stop.
This is tough because Lord of the Rings, I'm glad Matt picked it, so I don't have to worry about that.
I know what you're gonna
Little
say.
Miss Sunshine, you took off my board, Chad, but I'm still left with two. One of them is from my favorite director working like right now, who's like an up and coming director. She's amazing. She has two movies that start with L, actually. But then another one is my favorite animated movie of all time. So it's like, I don't know what to do.
Yes, you do.
It's literally my favorite movie of the 2010s versus my favorite animated movie. I'm gonna go. I feel like I have a lot of other opportunities to talk about the other.
Go with your heart, Dyl. Go with your heart.
My heart loves them both. For the
Flip a
sake
coin.
of, I haven't picked an animated film yet. I'll do it. Lion King. I'm gonna.
Not to say you have to.
You have to.
Well, okay, and since I'm last, I'll tell you what I was between.
Little
Lady
Women?
Bird,
Lady
and Little
Bird.
Women are two
Yeah.
of my favorite films ever, and they're both directed by Greta Gerwig. And I wanted to get a woman director on my list. I still might later. I'm gonna try, but I mean, damn, those movies are so good, especially Lady Bird. I mean, being so close with my mother and my sister, like I really appreciate the bond between a mother and daughter. I've really seen it firsthand, and I know how beautiful it can be and how complex it can be and how awesome. Lady Bird is just such an amazing movie. I really want people to see it. It's my favorite coming of age movie, favorite movie from the 2010s. But Lion King is like my favorite childhood movie. It is my movie that like I associate with my growing up and who I am as a person. 94, Lion King, not the new one, I promise.
Of course.
I picking two movies back to back. Karate Kid and Lion King could go very different if I went with a different time. But I really do. I do love Lion King so much, and I think it has the best direct-to-video sequels of any of them.
I didn't even have to change my pants. Still,
Where are you going back there?
Dylan, my wife would agree with you on that. About
Yes.
the
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, we got so many L suggestions, so I'm just gonna go through them from the top. Little Women 2019, give me my perfect cast, please. I agree, it's a perfect cast. My Nana says La La Land. Love La La Land. Such a great movie.
It was on my list.
Lion King. Thank you, Nina. We're the same household. It makes sense. Carrie, Life is Beautiful. Great.
that
movie.
was on my list, Carrie. I really wanted to do it.
Commentator Nerd, La La Land, and Paul Dano and Fablemans, I agree, is amazing. Love Lord of the Rings. You're wrong and I'm out. That's what Matt
Fellowship's
did. I love
my
that.
favorite, by the way.
Brendan Fraser is about to be on top of the world again. I was also really wanting to pick Lady Bird went La La Land. 2 great picks. Logan Lucky, awesome. Little Women also on the list. And all 3 Lord of the Rings girl. Yeah, Stacey, I was thinking of you as soon as Matt said Lord of the Rings. I was like, yep,
Lars
that would be Stacey's pick for sure. And Lars and the real girl. All right, we're in letter M.
I also want to mention Love, Simon, which is a coming of age movie I really love. And it's
Great
a
coming of age movie. The letter M. Kelsey, Chad, Dylan are staying the same. We're gonna move JD and Matt around here.
I could have just waited and I would have been last.
Yeah, right. So Kelsey, what's your M pick gonna be?
All right, I'm gonna stick to my theme of early 2000s chick flicks, if you will, and go also a movie with one of my favorite actresses in it ever. Chad, I don't think I'm going to say what you think I'm about to say right now. But
say it.
Okay, I'll say it. It's Miss Congeniality.
Oh,
that
wasn't what I thought you were going to say.
You thought I was going to say another early 2000s chick flick. I know.
Yeah.
Oh, about girls who wear pink on Wednesdays? Is that what you were?
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I'm going Miss Congeniality. I love this movie. Oh my God. I could rewatch this movie for days on end. Yeah, I just love it.
I've never seen it, Kel, so I'll have to go watch that.
Same.
What?
Yeah.
You guys have to watch Miss Congeniality.
The sequel's
it's
not
so...
good, but the first one is good.
No. Ignore the sequel. We all ignore the sequel, but the first one is so good. It's about a secret agent who she works in the FBI. Agent Gracie Hart from New Jersey. Excuse me, is in the FBI and she goes undercover in a beauty pageant and hilarity ensues. And it's so good. You have to watch it.
If you like The Heat, I think this is better than The Heat. Don't tell my wife.
All right.
It's
Moving on.
Obviously better than The Heat, Matt.
Chad, what are you picking for your letter M?
We all love Sandy B. Great shout out. I need to check out that movie. I'm gonna go. M is a deep category. There's so many great ones you can choose from. There's great franchises in this that you could choose from. I'm gonna choose one that some people may disagree, but I'm gonna say the one that should have won Best Picture, Mad Max Fury Road.
That's a good pick. And I agree.
I knew Matt was going to disagree, but I think what one is great, but I think this one is kind of a landmark film. It's like just so well done. I think it's better than all the other Mad Maxes, which is
Not
also
saying
saying something because those movies are good too. This movie is just freaking incredible. It's just like what you can do with practical effects and all that stuff. Like the action and all that stuff is really great. But you also get, and this, it took me more than one times to watch this and actually see that there's an actual like deep story in this. You know, you got stuff with Nicholas Hoult, with Furiosa, and just Charlize Theron. Anything she does, she is so incredible. She's one of like the greatest like action stars of all time. And I don't say that lightly. She is so incredible in everything she does, and just like her performance in this is just like so like she should have won Best Actress that year, Best Supporting or whatever. Best Actress, because she was really the lead of that movie. Am I right?
Because you look at that movie and it looks like this like like action movie, but then you realize it's a real feminist piece. It's all about that.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's like seriously one of the greatest movies ever made. I think one of our kind of like mutual critics that we love put it in his top 10 of all time at one point. So it's really incredible movie. I
agree. It's the best Mad Max movie. I again, I think Spotlight is a near perfect movie, so I think that it deserved Best Picture, but I would not have been mad at Mad Max Fury Road winning because it is a great feminist piece. Also, I want to say I See You Pop Pop. That's a good pick. Sorry.
What was it?
Yeah, no, Pop Pop's got a good pick.
What was it?
Maltese Falcon. Sorry,
okay.
Maltese Falcon is his pick. That's
Okay.
not what I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I thought about a lot of films for this one. I thought classics. I thought modern. I thought franchises. I really don't know where to land. So if I had to watch one of these movies that start with M again, I'm gonna watch Monsters Inc. That's what I'm gonna go with. I really don't know where to settle, but I'm going back to back animated. Gonna go back to back animated only because I want to get a Pixar. I want to get a Pixar on there too. And my favorite Pixar movie starts with a different letter, but I also know there's a ton of other movies that start with that letter. I really don't know what to go with. But Monsters Inc. is the one that, like, if I had to rewatch one now, I would go with that. And it's the one that I'm looking at. Letterboxd is a 5-star, and the other one I was thinking of was a 9 out of 10 according to Letterboxd. So I'm just gonna go with what Letterboxd tells me. JD, what is your pick for M?
Again, I'm kind of shocked. I'm going to get this one. Carrie, your wife Carrie mentioned it. Chad.
Yeah.
This is my favorite comedy of all time. Monty
I
Python and the Holy
thought
Grail.
about it. It's fantastic.
To me, it's surprising to me that The Life of Brian is the controversial one, when Monty Python and the Holy Grail is all about how the monarchy are a bunch of incompetent morons and they fail every step of the way, and any kind of any success that they have, it's just stupid, dumb luck that you can never replicate. And it's endlessly quotable. It's Sir Robin I used to sing all the time. Great both Sir Robin goes off from Camelot. I'm not going to do it all, but I'm not a big Gary. I'm not talented singers like some of my colleagues.
He was
here.
not at all afraid to be killed in nasty ways.
But
I never.
Yeah. I just love this movie, and it spawned a even surprisingly good musical. Also,
I really need to see that.
That's good.
Love it. I'll leave it open to the rest of my group, but
Matt, what are you gonna round out? There's still so many heavy hitters on the board.
There's so many good heavy hitters, but Monty Python and the Holy Grail is, to me, the funniest movie ever made. I love that movie. It was my number one pick. I'm very upset. I'm glad JD got it because he has that same, he likes that same kind of comedy I like, so that makes sense. But it's Monty Python. It was a religion to me when I was a teenager, and I love that movie. It's so funny. So I'm sad I don't have it, but I'm glad it's represented here. There's actually a lot. Since I'm the last one, I'm going to talk about how Daniel, Dr. Nova, Daniel is correct that Monty Python, or that Muppet Christmas Carol in 1992 is the best movie. My favorite Christmas story. It is mine as well.
That's crazy.
My second favorite Disney movie. I already have my favorite Disney movie. My second favorite Disney movie of all time is Moana. It is on there. Mulan is probably in my top 5. It's on there as well. It's not what I'm picking. My Neighbor Totoro is my favorite animated movie. But I'm going to go with. And I talked about him earlier today, the Andy Kaufman biopic, Man on the Moon.
That was
Jim
what
Carrey.
I was between. That was my number 2. That was like the 9 out of 10. 11.
And if you had picked that, then everyone would have just been sniping my picks all over the place. But Milos Forman directs this masterpiece, in my opinion, of a biopic about a masterpiece of a man who was complicated, and he did a lot of weird things, and he did everything in his life for the sake of his comedy and for the bit. And as I mentioned earlier in the stream, and when we were first coming on, that he's probably dead, but it's totally tracks that he would not be, and is just committed to the bit right now. And that's how I like to think of him as, yes, I'm sad he's no longer with us, but he's probably still with us. And I love that. But I love this movie. Paul Giamatti is incredible in it. Jim Carrey is great and basically embodied Andy Kaufman. If you haven't seen the great documentary Jim and Andy, Great Beyond, it's really great because it kind of shows the parallels on that. And yeah, I love that movie.
I was about to say, I think the movie's good. I think that documentary is incredible, though. I love it.
Yeah, I said it even on Picture This when we were talking about Lenny today. Like, that is my one of my favorite Jim Carrey movies, if not my favorite. So I'm a big fan. We also have Moulin Rouge in the chat. Stacy says
That was on my list as
pick.
well.
Commentating nerd Mulan, great pick. As Pop said earlier, the Maltese Falcon.
He's correct.
Nina picked Mean Girls and Miss Doubtfire, 2 great movies. Corey picked Moneyball.
That was a
great
picture.
movie.
Good letter.
Miss Congeniality is awesome. Muppets Christmas Carol, like we said. Nina missed L earlier. Her pick was Life of Pi. Carrie, Monty Python. Stacy missed a few rounds. In Bruges, Jaws, or Jurassic Park, and Knight's Tale. You'll be happy with some of the ones we picked then, Stacy, because a lot of us picked those. The Martian was her M pick, though. And then The Mummy exists, too. The Mummy as well. And, guys, shout out to the Matrix and Mission Impossible movies. Also,
I had The Matrix and Fallout on my list.
Jim is such a good letter for movies and for names. If you have a name that starts with an M, I imagine
you're probably badass. Yeah,
really cool.
Nerd did ask me to describe my favorite date, though, and I would just like to say April 25th because it's not too hot and not too cold. Thank you.
Nice. That's also thank you for the Mean Girls reference. I love it. And
That was a miscongeniality reference. How dare you?
October
Sorry,
4th
it
is the Mean Girls reference.
Right. It reminded me of something Karen would say when she's like, it's 100% chance that it's already raining.
Raining right now.
October 4th is the date for Mean Girls. I know that because it's my birthday.
October 3rd.
October 3rd is what I meant.
Kelsey,
My
April
birthday.
25th. You know who April 25th is, Kelsey? That's Jake's birthday, my brother.
No way. So it really is the perfect date.
Hey, Kelsey, you're lagging a little bit. Do you want to pop out and back in real quick?
Okay.
Yeah, just because I want to make sure I want to make sure you're fresh, Kels. So just click the link again, and we'll be fine, Kels. You'll be right back. So I did randomize it, and it was that was the last round. Kelsey, Chad, Dylan, JD, Matt. Okay, randomize again. Dylan, JD, Kelsey, Chad, Matt. So hopefully Kelsey's back by the time it's her turn. Dylan, JD, Kelsey, Chad, Matt. Matt also looks like he disappeared, but I think he'll be.
I only have like.
I'm staying out in solidarity of Kelsey.
Oh, thank you, Matt. That is very respectful. Alrighty, moving on to 9 or N. Sorry, N. Shoot. I like going first, but then I'm not ready when it is my turn.
Yeah.
Did you just let slip JD's pick?
What?
No.
Oh, the bad musical? No, I did not.
Yeah.
I like that joke though. All right, I'm gonna pick one. I promise.
The best way to respond to a joke is, "Hey, I like that joke." By the way,
I sense some sarcasm in that diss. All right, I'm gonna go with. Oh God, this is really really tough. Okay, I'm not gonna stall anymore. Okay, I'm gonna go with a movie that is newer. Let's go newer. And it's a Best Picture winner. I really resonated with it. It's amazing. I'm picking Nomadland. Nomadland is going to be my pick, just because I don't really have a lot of like really new stuff from like this decade. And I think of the movies of this decade, it's not my favorite, but it was my favorite of the movies I watched over the pandemic. I got to see it at film festivals, so there's like a lot of connection I have with that there. Hold on, Kelsey's calling me. I'm going to mute myself. JD, you're going to go on with your next pick.
Did you click on the picture again?
So it's time. It's time. I teased it earlier. So this is the time where I'm going to choose my bad musical. It's 9.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
9. Here's the thing. I'm not going to argue. As I said, I'm not arguing it's a good movie. That's not my argument when it comes to this. There is something fascinating to me to watch Daniel Day-Lewis follow up to his Academy Award-winning all-time greatest performance is Daniel Plainview for There Will Be Blood. It's, I don't know, let me go try to do a musical. And to me, like, you can see in that performance that, like, he's trying his damnedest to sing, but he just doesn't have the pipes to do it. And it's just to me, there's something fascinating to watch. And then Judi Dench with her vanishing and reappearing French accent. There's just so much. There's like 5 different movies happening in this one movie. It's just, to me, fascinating, this movie, and I love watching it, even though, again, I'm never going to argue it's a good movie. It's just a fun one to watch.
Yeah. I've never actually seen the show either. 9. Kelsey,
What is-
Nomadland and 9 are off the board, so you have the next pick in N.
Oh, thank God. See, I
Uh,
knew you kicked me out of the stream, and I knew I was going to miss something, and I have FOMO now.
Your picture looks a lot
okay,
better, though. It looks a lot clearer.
Yeah.
Really?
I think your picture
Thank
was
you.
fine before,
yeah.
Kelsey.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Matt. That's why you're my favorite. So it's my turn now to pick an N movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going with couldn't find a lot of options for N, and I wasn't really loving it. But one spoke to me, and I thought that's the movie I'm gonna have for N, and it is Napoleon Dynamite.
I love that. Nice. Oh, Chad.
I mean, what is
Chad. I didn't see your face.
what is there? Okay, Chad. Now we're even.
She got
You
me
picked
back.
my
She
K,
got me
and
back.
I picked your N. So we're even now. We can be friends again. I mean, what is there to say? There's just so much, like, visually and physically that happens in this movie that is hilarious. And it's just a treasure. It's just an absolute treat. So Napoleon Dynamite is my pick for N.
Nice.
It's a childhood favorite.
I know she snagged that from you. Do you have anything to
Yeah.
counter?
Yeah, I do. The Jared has classic, fantastic Napoleon Dynamite. When I was going through the list of ends, that was the one that I was like, that's the one, in my opinion. Like, for me, seeing it with my sister in the theater, at just like one of the greatest comedies of all time, in my opinion, and kind of underrated because I think a lot of people nowadays don't really think that. But I just think it's so incredible. It's got like that kind of dry humor, and it's just infinitely quotable. Great pick, Kelsey.
Yeah.
Love it. I'm gonna go with another classic. I'm gonna go with Night of the Living Dead, the original.
Oh, that's
Nice.
Just like Pop Pop.
Another
Just like Pop
pick.
Pop.
Yeah, Pop Pop.
Good choice, Pop Pop. I'm right there with you. I didn't like absolutely adore this film as the first time I saw it, but it has definitely grown on me, and it's one of those where it's like the George Romero classic that, I don't know, it's just really no topping this. I mean, there's a couple other zombie movies that I absolutely love as well, but like this one is the original. It's the one that like kind of like shaped what we think of the modern zombie to be. And it might be slow for some people today watching it, if you're not really into classics and stuff like that, but watch it with all the lights off, get into a certain mindset, and it's one of the scariest movies of all time. There are a lot of really great woke stuff in it. I don't know, people still use that word, but it's just like, I don't know. I kind of wish we could talk about this one and picture this, but sadly we will never. But it's because I do think it is deserving of that, to be honest, like that high art award. If Get Out is, this one is too, I think.
Yeah, it's a trendsetter. It's the reason we have certain films.
Adore
it's
it.
the reason we have a genre.
Yeah, and I love a lot of those George Romero zombie movies because visionary.
For sure. All right, Maddie Fresh, round us out with N.
You won't be able to talk about it on Picture This, but on Framerec tonight, we are going to be talking about Twilight, where they do extensively talk about Night of the Living Dead in one scene.
They're going to pick the Twilight sequel for your N.
No, I'm not. I would never. So come watch Framerec later this evening, tonight. What time are we doing it?
1 a.m. Eastern time.
1 a.m. Eastern time. We're doing all
Bright
5
and early.
Twilights. They talked about Night of the Living Dead. That's how I'm connecting it. And cheap plug. All right. So I am going to go with Near Perfect Movie, one of the greatest movies ever made.
Is that what it's called? Near Perfect Movie?
It is called Near Perfect
It starts
Movie.
with N.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, Dylan, I like that joke.
It's so. I've been on here for 10 hours. Keep going.
No, it's a nearly perfect movie. It's an incredible movie. It is so. It is, for coming out in 1974. It is so relevant to today still, and that is Network.
Yeah, nice.
It's
Good
not only
job.
is it not only does it have that iconic scene, I'm mad as hell and I'm not
That's how
taking
I
it
feel right
anymore.
now.
I'm not going to take it anymore. Yeah, that scene is so iconic. But just the whole movie is so true to today, from Me Too stuff to how the networks have taken over, like the news, and have whatever whatever is popular, whatever is getting people to watch, that's what they focus on rather than what it's important. It's actually very close to my number 2 movie on my list, since I'm the last one I'm going to mention it, which is Nightcrawler. If it bleeds, it leads.
Love it. Yes.
It's such a good. Jake Gyllenhaal should have been nominated and probably won an Oscar for that movie. But Network, if you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's an incredible movie, and you will be like, wow, this was made 40 years ago and not today. That's how you're going to feel. So,
And they reference it in Better Call Saul.
they reference it in a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Famously, Bryan Cranston played it on Broadway too. Played the Peter Finch role, I believe.
Oh, nice.
Incredible Broadway performance. Roommates on it. I didn't, but I saw the video bootleg. Don't tell anyone. All right. Stacey picked Newsies. Newsies is great. The musical and the movie. I like the musical better. My dad picked
I
The
like the movie a
Natural.
lot.
There's that sports fan. Dr. Nova kind of picked 1984. It is spelled out on Letterboxd, even though it could also count for the numbers round once we get there. Night at the Museum. Great pick, Nina. That's a good childhood classic. Get the Randazzo House. As I said, Pop-Up picked Night of the Living Dead. Nerd picked National Treasure. That's fun.
Good, yeah.
Nightmare Before Christmas. Nina found out another one. National Treasure was the last movie I watched with my dad. Stacey, that is beautiful to hear. That's a great movie. Corey, North by Northwest, another classic, which is amazing. And Stacey, Nightcrawler, again, a great movie, like we said. So moving on now, guys, we're making great time. We're moving on to O. O is a little smaller of a category, but I'm excited to see what we picked for O.
There's
or
some
what we're gonna
dope
pick,
ones out
right?
there.
Oh,
are
I
some
filled up my
ones.
my O list
All right,
here.
JD, boom.
All right, I don't
Chad,
know why I'm in the
boom,
Kelsey
Dylan.
spot
I
right
think
now, but
random.org is just picking times to like keep us in the ditches. I'm showing you right here. It's been randomized 15 times.
hey,
so you can see
Dylan,
that
you are above reproach. None of us here think you are cheating.
I know.
Just
It's
so
just,
you know.
I know. So JD, what are we picking for O?
This is a weird one for me to be the number one choice for, because I'm pretty confident that none of my choices, any of the choices that I would have chosen, that any of you are going to choose. So I'm still, I gotta choose one. Okay.
That's
I'll
been
go
nearly
One Night in
exclusively the
Miami.
case.
I'll go One Night in Miami.
Nice one. Very recent.
Okay.
I think that. Kelsey, was that something you were going to pick?
Oh, no. I respect the choice.
Yeah. There is something. Number one, I think Regina King. To me, it's bonkers to me she didn't get nominated for Best Director for that. How much tension she gets from and how much how captivating it is watch a movie that the majority take place in one room, to me is a feat. I love bottom movies. I think when you can pull it off, it's magic. It is art in its simplest form, and I just love this movie. I think Leslie Odom Jr., who got Oscar nominated for this as what's the guy's name? I forget the guy's name. But I
Wait,
think
sorry, who are we talking about? Sorry, I was looking at
Leslie
the
Odom Jr.
Oh my god.
It's Sam.
Sam
Cooke Jr.
Cook.
Yeah, Sam Cooke Jr.
I don't know if there's
I
a
just
junior.
find
There's a junior after
the
Leslie
debate
Odom.
between him and the debate between him and Malcolm X and the tension between them, so fascinating. Their relationship so fascinating because they're two different kinds of power. One is very more kind of outspoken, on the front lines kind of power, and the other one is more behind the scenes, affecting the system from the inside, and both could be equally valid, ways to skirt change. But it causes so much tension between them. I just find that kind of debate so fascinating. There's so much fascinating about that movie.
The guy who played Malcolm X and the guy who played Cassius Clay in that were so good. Honestly, I love Leslie Odom Jr., but I would have given up his nomination for both of them to be nominated. They were so good.
He's going to be the guy who played Malcolm X is the antagonist in Secret Wars.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kingsley Benadier, and he's also going to be in Barbie. Everyone. All right.
Like that's cool. Yeah, that's
there
amazing.
Chad, what's your pick for O?
I'm between two, and this is like so hard. God, I mean, look, if no one picks the other one that I don't pick, I'm gonna shout it out at the end if that's okay. I'm gonna go with one that I saw when I was younger, and I think this movie, no one talks about it, and it really should get talked about, and that's why I'm gonna bring it up. And it should have been nominated for Best Picture, in my opinion, because I think it's that great.
I know what it is.
It's phenomenal. You do?
Yeah.
Is it Baby Jake Gyllenhaal in it?
It does. I'm picking October Sky.
Okay.
Not what I thought.
Really?
Wow.
Okay.
My
Was that yours, Kels?
Go.
no, I thought he was gonna say mine, and I was gonna
Oh.
McFrickin' lose it, but he didn't.
Oh,
So
shit.
I'm calm. I'm chilling it. I'm chilling over
No,
here.
okay, fine, interesting. I thought people knew what I was talking about there for a second. Yeah, no, October Sky, if you haven't seen it, is a pretty incredible film. It's really just about, a kid whose dream is to do science, basically. Like his science teacher, who's Laura Dern, wants to teach him how to, proceed with his dreams and, pursue anything he wants to do with his life. And all he wants to do is build rockets with his friends. And he keeps, there's sequences of him building these rockets and getting better and better at doing this. But really, because he lives in a coal mining town. So his only goal, or his only hopes for his family, is to go work in the mine. So to escape that and go into science is just, his family doesn't support it. And I think it's really an incredible.
Cooper's so great.
I think. What'd you say? Chris
Cooper is so great.
Is phenomenal in the movie. I agree 100%, JD. It's Laura Dern, Chris Cooper, and Jake Gyllenhaal are just so great in the movie. And it's just a movie about following your dreams. And I just think it's just such a phenomenal film that just does not get talked about enough.
You and me are a certain
right
age.
there with you, nerd.
Yeah.
Please highlight Corey's comment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I was gonna save it to the end, but
Okay,
I don't want to tip picks. I don't want to tip my pick, Matt.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I
was just gonna say, you and me, Chad, are of a certain age, and that's like a movie. Like when we're starting to see movies, like this came right across that time where we're really starting to go dig into movies. This is the age where we're starting to really dig deep into movies, and this is for me also, this is kind of a sentimental, a subliminal, the one where you're oh, this is what movies are. These are what movies can be.
We're talking about 1999 in October Sky, and I really think that should have been in that slate, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Stacked year for movies. All right, Kels, what's your O pick?
Okay, my pick for O is The Outsiders. And I have
Francis Ford Coppola.
I have 4 words to say about this movie. Rob Lowe, shower scene. And that's it.
I thought it was going to be Stay Gold, Pony Boy.
So did I.
You went much more Kelsey with it. Great pick. I mean, the fact that this is our Coppola representation over the Godfathers, it makes our draft pretty freaking cool.
I live in Tulsa, which is where that book takes place and where that movie was filmed.
All right. So Kelsey, if you had to pick Ralph Macchio in The Outsiders or Ralph Macchio in Karate Kid?
The Outsiders.
Okay.
Right, Johnny Boy.
My cousin Vinny, psych.
No, I shot the clerk. That was on my M list too, but I didn't. Going on with I haven't had my favorite director represented. I have two favorite directors, Spielberg and Tarantino. I haven't had Tarantino represented yet, so I'm going to pick Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes!
It is probably my favorite Brad Pitt performance. It's probably got one of the most awesome like revisionist history endings ever. Kind of like standing
Maybe
up for
the
the
best.
murder of what's her name, Sharon Tate. I know people have had their issues with it, and that's fine. But here in the Randazzo household, as I'm sure you can see, because my dad picked it and my sister picked it, but that's just because she loves Leo.
It's a
Her other pick is
Randazzo
The Odd Life
classic.
of Timothy Green. But yeah, it's a Randazzo classic, and it's already been there for a few. It's only been out for a few years, but it's amazing. Yes, Dylan, because of Leo. Yes, I see you, Nina. I get it.
Apparently, my
Leo.
wife is watching. I didn't know that.
Yes, your wife is watching, and her friend Lori says Office Space. I love that. Even though we still have one more pick to go, I won't get any more picks. But yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's great. It's got some great sequences. I love the idea that Brad Pitt's character is so conceited that he really believes that he beat Bruce Lee in a fight. But the movie never tells you that was fake. It's just you kind of know just because he's reciting a time that he beat Bruce Lee up. I just think that's so funny. And Kevin Poss says, Chad.
What's up, Chad?
What were you
Yeah,
gonna say,
let me throw something out there. I just want to do a shameless plug. We are going to be ranking Quentin Tarantino movies tomorrow night, and I'm very excited for this. And Dylan's going to be on it, and we're going to see where Once Upon a Time in Hollywood ranks for us, because I also think it's a fantastic movie. It is, I think, one of the greatest endings of all time in a movie. One of the greatest like, theater experiences because of that. And yeah, I adore it too.
All right,
I
Matt,
think
what
that
are you gonna close us out with?
The best revisionist history ending was in my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie, also, which is *Inglourious Basterds*.
That's fair too. That's
but yeah, that one's great.
I'm gonna go with okay, Chad. Just since we're at the end, I thought you were gonna choose Once.
That was the other one that I was gonna pick.
Okay.
Oh, see, I thought Chad was gonna pick his best picture of 1975, *Cuckoo's Nest*. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
I thought about it, but no, I was between Once and *October Sky*.
Okay.
Are you picking Once?
So that makes sense. I was because everything you said about it was also true about Once. Should have been nominated for Best Picture. You would have seen it when you were Anyway, my pick is going to be my favorite Coen Brothers movie. We talked about Coen Brothers already, and I've already have a Coen Brothers movie on my list. But my favorite Coen Brothers movie, because it is so endlessly quotable, and I could just watch it anytime, and it always makes me feel good. And that is "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou," which is a retelling of the Homer classic, The Odyssey. If you didn't know that, watch it again and recontextualize it.
Is that what the O and O Brothers stands for? I'm kidding.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Actually, yes.
Movie.
I've never seen it, so I was just like,
you've never seen it?
You could say that was a bingo. Thanks, Kevin.
Watch "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" because it's great. Number one, number two. If you know that it's based on the Odyssey, it makes it even more interesting.
Love it.
But yeah, I love that movie. George Clooney, Tim Blake Nelson, who's from Tulsa, also so much Tulsa in this round, and John Turturro are incredible in it. It's, as I said, endlessly quotable. I could quote it all day long. It's incredible.
Cool.
In my opinion.
We had some other suggestions from. Oh yeah, check. Go ahead.
Yeah, shout out. "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" was great. Some of the best music. One of the best soundtracks.
Yes.
Speaking of soundtracks, Once I really was thinking about doing that. I love Once so much I saw it twice. And so please, Ted Lasso. Please,
that's a good joke.
If you haven't seen it, because it's incredible. Falling Slowly, amazing.
Beautiful song. Om Shanti Om, Daniel suggested. I've never heard of that one. I got to check that one out. Nana says Old Yeller, a classic. Nina says The Odd Life of Timothy Green. Stacy, Ocean's 11. A lot of love for Ocean's 11 there, and October Sky. Only Lovers Left Alive. Stacy also recommends. Carrie says The Omen. On the Waterfront is Papa's pick.
Pop with the
Papa's got great picks. Octopussy was another one I considered. Just kidding, I didn't, but I love that Corey brought it up. Corey's real pick though is Ocean's 11. As Corey said, Lori says Office Space, and
I thought about Office Space. Great movie.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right.
It's on my list too. Your pop at the next family reunion is gonna be like, why did that big guy keep talking about me?
No, I'm sure they love that we keep bringing them up because they're picking great movies. And speaking of pop, next letter is P, which I'm gonna randomize right here.
Yeah. This round is in honor of Pop. It's
and fitting that I am number one here.
Damn,
Chad is
last
number
again.
2, JD here, Matt, and Kelsey's back in the bottom. There's 26
because my
letters,
Papa's
guys. There's 26 outcomes. Matt, that got really dark really quick.
It's what I do.
I mean, guys, come on. Like, it's Paddington 2 for me. I have to. I know we did a full watch along. I know I just used
That's hilarious.
I used my what?
I just love how you love these movies so much.
Yeah, well,
it's
I mean,
one of your more endearing qualities.
From a watch along, were you watching Paddington 2 or you were just watching me watch Paddington?
No, I was watching you watch it.
Okay. Kelsey, you've actually got to watch this movie because it's exceptional.
Okay, I will.
It's an exceptional film. There are other P movies that I could have easily picked. One also being from my favorite director that I just mentioned, but like this movie, I had to pick it. If it's available, I got to pick it. I love this movie so much. Paddington 2. I know I said Godfather. I wasn't going to pick it because we just talked about it, but I don't care. Paddington 2 is that good that I just talked about it and I don't care. And I'm about to talk about another P movie in a few hours, but I'm going to wait. In case someone else brings it up. Chad, what is your P movie?
Wait, well, I'm so sorry. I have to run to the bathroom real quick, but I can still hear everything that you're saying.
Okay, just please don't bring your camera with you. I will.
No,
Okay, good. We're good.
Oh, you didn't want to come with me, Dyl?
No, no, thank you. Chad.
Dylan, look, you're so lucky that you were number one because Paddington 2 was my number one. So I'm glad that you got it because I know we both love that movie so much. And you talk about it all the damn time. So yeah, it's fitting. No, it's great that you do. I have a lot of other ones here, and this is really hard. I'm gonna go with one that I think is, I don't know, it's still up there for me as one of the best. I know I picked one of this director already, but I'm gonna pick another one of this director. I'm gonna go Prisoners. I think it's one of the best Denis Villeneuve movie. I think it's better than Dune. I'm sorry, I do. It's like I think my second favorite Denis film. It's Blade Runner 2049, then Prisoners. Arrival's up there as well. Dune's up there. But yeah, this one, I don't know. This one just struck a chord with me, just like JD was talking about, like with movies that just kind of like hit you at a certain time for different reasons. Manchester by the Sea is another one that I can talk about because it's we already did M. And Prisoners is another one. I saw this in the theater and it just really hit me. It's so incredible. I think this is one of the greatest thrillers of all time. I think it's one of the best of all time. I know a lot of people love Seven. Sorry, that might come up later, but I think this is the better version of that. I know a lot of people are Fincher stans, but I think this is the one that came out and is just incredible. Another one that might come up later is also pretty incredible of the Fincher ilk that is kind of like Prisoners, but this one
Chad,
is
I just want to say real quick, you inspired Daniel to watch it, and he's so happy because it is so good. He loves it. So
yeah,
nice job,
see, I bring up Prisoners quite a bit because I think it's so incredible. And it's kind of a fan favorite, but I do think it's a little bit underrated because Denis has come out and gave us some of the best sci-fi of all time that we can see. He also can do a phenomenal thriller.
It's a great movie because he does it, but it does feel a little bit different than his other stuff. Like it doesn't feel like Denis Villeneuve. I mean, it does feel like Denis Villeneuve, but it's similar to Sicario where it doesn't, like if you put all of his movies in a line, you wouldn't pick those two out as his amongst the others. But also we have another Paul Dano sighting in this.
That's another reason why I picked it because I absolutely adore Paul Dano and I love what Hugh Jackman does. He's a very problematic character in it. And yeah, I mean, everyone's just really Jake Gyllenhaal. Everyone is so good in this freaking movie. I love Jake Gyllenhaal and Paul Dano. I mean, how can I not pick Predator? So there you go.
Love it. All right, JD,
I was actually sorry if I can just real quick. I was actually afraid to watch this because I'm a humanist and I don't like it when killing is justified. So like I was so afraid that this movie was going to be like about justifying killing a person who does a bad thing, and it ended up being very nuanced and actually the opposite of what I thought it was going to be, which I really love about it, and it ended up being one that I really, really love. But I was nervous to watch it at first because that kind of movie, if it could have been something else, and it would have bothered me. So
yeah. All right, JD, what do you got?
There's so many different routes I can go with this. Like I was having a really tough time with this, but Chad with his last pick inspired me to kind of go into a similar vein, which is films that like growing up where I was, when I was starting to, explore other genres besides, my stick, arcades, animated movies, or the occasional comedy here or there. And that is Pleasantville.
Ooh.
So Pleasantville, Tobey Maguire, there are some things about him as a person as opposed to him as an actor. Take those things out of it. I was that nerdy kid who got, got picked on. So and just movies were my escape.
Yeah.
So I kind of just related to that character, kind of the ultimate wish fantasy that he gets sucked into his sucked into his favorite TV show. That to me is the premise of that just alone is okay, I'm on board as a child, as a young kid who doesn't really know much about movies yet. When you grow up, when it becomes this kind of parable for segregation and kind of the civil rights movement, and black and white and color is kind of the parable that they're using to black and white TV versus color TV is suddenly the TV show parts of the town of Pleasantville are starting to come in color. I just again, when you go back and watch it, it has a lot more to say. Also, really early sighting of Reese Witherspoon before I knew who she was really. She was just a face to me. She wasn't a person.
Right.
And going back to me, oh my God, that is, and going back, oh my God, that's Reese Witherspoon. It's just, and then William H. Mason is the TV dad, the bigoted TV dad as the color TV. It's just an amazing movie. If you guys have not watched it, please do. It's an amazing,
Yeah. All right, Matt, what
It's
is
a
your
good
pick
pick.
for P? Pick for P?
I like that movie, by the way. It's a good movie. For me, it's very easy, and my wife is in the comments and said it already. And my wife and I connect to this movie on it's actually one of the things that connected us when we started dating originally. We both had this movie in our top 5, and we connected on it. And then and she owned the book, and I'd never read the book, so then I read the book early on in our her copy of the book, and it became one of my favorite books as well. But that is The Princess Bride. It's a wonderful movie. It's funny. It's a sweet love story. It's just a classic. The casting is off the charts, and plus it's become something of a behind the scenes thing. People talk about it now, and there's nothing bad. They never say anything bad. If you've ever heard Mandy Patinkin talk about his dad, how he lost his dad to cancer, so when he's fighting Count Rugen, it's like he's fighting the cancer that killed his dad.
Wow.
And I dare you to watch that and not be crying with Mandy Patinkin as he does it. Really, anytime Mandy Patinkin talks about this movie, he cries, and it's amazing. But I love this movie. It's one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time. My wife loves it, and I love my wife. And so
I was gonna say that's a good segue too, because you gotta put your beds to kids, put your kids to bed.
I do have to put my kids to bed, honey. I'm putting them to bed.
So yeah, I was gonna say, Matt, if you want to, just for how long do you think it's gonna take? Just because
I have a 3-year-old, so who knows?
I was gonna say, for the next few letters, if you want to put in our private chat your top 5 for those letters, and then you can talk about them when you get back. But just so we can keep the draft going and auto draft, essentially, we could do that if you'd like, or you could just whatever you feel like is best for that.
I'm gonna, I'll send Dyl. I'm gonna send you the next 2 letters.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we won't go past our. Okay, cool. But whenever you have to dip, just let us know. But Kelsey, what's going to be your P pick?
The Princess Bride is the correct choice for this category. I was definitely considering it between the other movie that I'm going to have to go with now that Matt took it.
There's some heavy hitters in P though. P is a good category.
Yeah, P is a really stacked letter. I was coming up with a lot of good choices for P, but I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna have to go with Lindsay Lohan's The Parent Trap.
Oh yeah. Good pick.
Yeah, that one's just gonna have to be it. It's like for some reason like having a resurgence on TikTok where we're all just like growing up and realizing that like this like the
Wait, Matt,
like
before
the,
you go, hold on really quick. Your
Yeah.
wife is adorable. Love you too. Tell the boys good night for me. I love that. Beautiful.
Aw.
Yeah, and Daniel says Matt being a good dad. Matt, you're the best dad. Yep.
Okay,
keep going,
we
Kelsey.
can talk about Matt when it's not my time.
All right. Jesus, I'm scared of her.
Kelsey can't even commit to the bit. I was gonna say I was waiting to see her burst into laughter.
JD just goes, I'm scared of her, and I love
That's what I
it.
So
said.
that's Chad.
No, no, I'm not scared of you. I just find it-
Oh, okay. I was gonna be very surprised.
No,
I don't
that
think
was
much
very funny.
can rattle JD.
No, yes, Kelsey.
No, I like this dynamic. It's
Kelsey
great.
bringing the sass. It's okay. No, we know you're.
But what I was saying was, we're all growing up and realizing that the girlfriend, what's her name? Whatever, the woman that like the dad is going to marry is like not the villain at all. Like she just wanted to have a normal relationship, like whatever. So it's just having this like resurgence right now on TikTok, and it's just what a fucking classic. Like this movie was my childhood. It's why I tried Oreos and peanut butter. It's like why I wanted to have like a complicated, complex handshake with all my friends. Like it's why I believed Lindsay Lohan was a twin. I thought that there were two of her. No, it was movie magic the whole time. And so
Yeah,
my
amazing.
choice for P's got to be the Parent Trap.
So good.
Yeah, great picks. So another classic from Pop-Up, Pride of the Yankees. Got to check that one out. That's good. Nina says Psycho. We got a lot of Psycho
Psycho is
in the
classic.
chat.
Psycho's fantastic.
Psycho was my runner-up, and so was Parasite. I'm surprised no one picked Parasite.
Parasite, I almost picked.
Pan's
That
Labyrinth.
Punch Drunk Love.
Yeah, Paddington 2, Princess Bride, Pan's Labyrinth, Primal Fear, another great pick. Stacy said Psycho. Portrait of a Lady on Fire, another amazing movie. Corey said Princess Bride, of course. What else we got? Is that it?
Stacy said Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction. Yeah, that one was a
and
good
I'm
one.
also surprised that didn't come up.
If Paddington 2 had already been picked, and I hadn't already picked Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I would have gone Pulp Fiction. But back to back
And
Tarantinos.
yeah, Punch Drunk Love is my other
Punch
honorable
Drunk
mention.
Love's a good one. All right, moving on to Q. This one's a little tougher, I think, only
Yeah.
because the field is low, but the ones that are there are really, really good. So Matt has sent me his picks. If he, whenever he's in the order, we'll pick for him. So it is going to start with Kelsey. Kelsey, you'll get the first pick for Q. Then it will be Matt. Then it will be me. Then it will be Chad. Then it'll be JD. So
this is going to be interesting.
This is going to be a little tough.
This is going to be interesting.
And just a reminder, we have an hour and a half till I have to switch to streams. So we'll try to finish this draft up in an hour and a half. I think we'll be able to get it done. So just remember to keep the thoughts brief, but they've been pretty good so far as we hit into this second half. All right, Kels, what is your pick for Q?
Literally, thank God, because I could not think of or find another movie that I had seen that started with Q. So I'm taking A Quiet Place. It's just got to go.
Yep.
Cool. Yep. And that is a Q, not an A. And Nina agrees.
That's the correct
one or
choice.
two.
One. I'm picking the
Okay.
first one.
Phenomenal
Yeah, sequels
movie.
are-
Good job.
are eligible. Yeah, that's a good pick.
Live, Laugh, Love, John Krasinski, and Emily Blunt.
Yeah. So Matt is next, and he did pick a different film as his number one. Quiet Place was actually his third pick. His first pick, though, is a Best Actress winning film for Helen Mirren. It is The Queen.
Oh.
The Queen. A film that got Helen Mirren her Oscar. I assume that's The Queen he meant, not Bohemian Rhapsody. Ha ha ha. Yeah. So yeah. It was a joke. It was a bad joke. It's getting late. The Queen, though, a Helen Mirren film, very good. I'm sure Matt will talk about it a little bit when he gets on. It is my turn, and I'm going with a film that is very near and dear to my heart and my family because my dad was an extra in it, and that is Quiz Show. Quiz Show is such
That was on my list also.
Quiz Show is such a
Mr.
great film.
Randazzo the Star. Hell yeah.
Mr. Randazzo the Star. See you soon, Daniel. I'll see you in a few hours.
You froze the frame and picture this, didn't you?
Yes.
show us. Yeah.
If you go back and watch our very first episode of Pictures from '94, I show a scene where my dad's in the background. But great premise. I know it's a little underseen, but it's basically about quiz show scandals and how some contestants are fed the answers of the quiz shows, for something like Jeopardy, and it shows how the scandal gets out of hand because this one guy is basically given all the answers. it's a great film, and I really like having it on my list, especially since it's one of the few I've actually seen. Malcolm, we get it. We know you would have loved to be on. You had other things going on, but please tell us in the chat what you would pick for each of these letters. We'd love to know. But yeah, quiz show is my pick. Chad, what's going to be your pick for Q?
I mean, I could go a sequel to one that's already picked. Because Stacy had a I'm sorry, I have Stacy on the brain. Kelsey, it rhymes sort of. Had a great pick. You had a phenomenal pick. What did Matt choose?
The Queen.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. I'm sure it's great. I could go the sequel.
My dad's happy.
Quiz show I had on my list. I really wanted that one. But I think I'm gonna go with one that I just saw when I was going down the list. Queen and Slim.
Nice.
I haven't seen that one all the way through. I've seen.
Oh, nice. Okay. No one really talks about this one, but it was like a really not sweet. It was a really nice indie film that came out a few years ago with Daniel Kaluuya in it, and it's kind of like a Bonnie and Clyde type of movie, really, and it's like really phenomenal about people on the run and stuff like that. A really great relationship. I don't remember too much about it, but I remember really loving it when I saw it. I really want to check it out again because it's such a good movie. So great acting.
Yeah. All right, JD, what do you got for Q? Any left on your board?
Yeah, thank God I don't have to choose Quantum of Solace. So she chose A Quiet Place Part 1. I'm going A Quiet Place Part 2. Because to me, I think Quiet Place Part 1 is the correct choice. But since I can't have that one, and since A Quiet Place is how I started really getting into horror. I just that was kind of the one that horror started clicking for me, and I started getting into horror more and more after it. The world building in A Quiet Place, I really appreciate both of the movies, Quiet Place Part 1 and Quiet Place Part 2, and I like how the deaf actress Melissa Simmons, how she takes even more of a lead in her guilt because she feels responsible for her father's for John Krasinski's death. The places, and then Cillian Murphy, who is an actor who is always excellent. And is always just comes in under the radar in movies and always gives an excellent performance. And I hope Oppenheimer is finally the one where he finally gets an Oscar nomination because he seems long overdue because the body of work is just there. He's really great as the sniveling, the slithering coward who slowly learns to have a spine. And the way they bring back John Krasinski, I actually thought was kind of impressive. The opening in Quiet Place Part 1 where they just go back to the day where it all starts and that's how they bring him in. It's great. It's an amazing movie. I
was gonna say Matt's other one, his number 2 wasn't even picked, and that's Sam Raimi's Quick and the Dead. Was the other one that I've seen on some people's lists as well. But Paul picks The Quiet Man. Quiet Place is the correct pick. Quiet Place sound design. Quiet Place. Everyone loves Quiet Place. Yes, quiz show. Queen and Slim. Corey saw it in a packed theater in South Detroit. People are openly smoking in the theater. 10 out of 10. I love that. Realizing, Stacy, there's not a lot that started with Q. The only other one I'm thinking is the movie Q about the winged serpent. I love that one. 3 or 4 I mentioned, and 4th is on no one's list. I'd probably pick something I haven't seen over it. There you go.
The other one that I was thinking about picking was the one that I think you and I, Dylan, talked about at some point, the DCOM Quince.
Quince, yes, Quince.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, moving on to R, my last namesake.
R.
R. You ready, kids? And we're starting actually with Matt. Matt is gonna have his first pick, and then it's gonna be Chad, then it's gonna be Kelsey, then it's gonna be JD, and then it's gonna be me rounding it out. But Matt's pick, while he is still tucking his kids into bed, being the best dad in the world, I do have his pick, and his number one pick is RoboCop. RoboCop is going to be
great
Matt's
pick.
pick. I love RoboCop.
Okay.
It's just a perfect satire, perfect social commentary. It's amazing, and it's a great action movie. I mean, it's got some great performances. It's one of the defining films of the 80s. Right, 80s, right? Not 70s, right? 80s. I'm right with that, right? 80s. Someone help me out.
What? Yeah, it's 80s.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't alive for it. I don't remember. But yeah, like a critic we love, Dan Merle, has made a few videos on his,
87.
like 87.
Yeah.
He made like a series of movies, like Why I Love Movies, and he's made 3 videos. Jaws is one of them. The Happening is another, and then RoboCop is one of his favorite movies of all time, and rightfully so. It's so good. Chad, what is your pick for the letter R?
R stack. There's so many great ones. I'm gonna go back to action.
Oh, and Nana and Pop Up are going to bed. So is my dad. So good night, everyone. Thank you for watching.
Good night,
Good night.
Nana. Pop up.
Yeah, good night. Yeah, good night. Yeah, Dyl Spirit.
I'm gonna go back to action here, and I'm gonna go. I think another one of the greatest action films of all time, kind of in the same vein as John Wick, but this is an international. So I'll get an international miss. I'm gonna go with the Raid Redemption.
The Raid Redemption, dude. That is a slick pick. I love
this film is just incredible. It just like JD was talking about earlier, it's kind of a bottle movie. Like it all takes place in one building. And it's really kind of like a commentary on, buildings. Nah, it's just like, landlords and stuff like that. But like, it's just like kind of like a operation. I can't remember exactly the plot if I'm being completely honest, but the action in it is freaking incredible. So much so that a lot of these people that made the Raid were in Star Wars: The Force Awakens, because it's just they're incredible. Hopefully they'll make a Raid 3 because Raid 2 was also awesome. I'm not sure if anybody will pick that, but Raid Redemption, some of the best action you can ever see. Very, very brutal movies. It's just incredible. Love it.
Yeah, international cinema does action like no other. I mean, just because they can go there with a lot of this stuff that would otherwise be censored. I love the scene where the sword is like they're sticking the sword in the wall to see if the people are behind it, and the guys are literally behind the wall boards, and the sword is like dodging them on either side, but they don't know that. Oh, it's so good. Kelsey, what is your pick for R?
I think I'm gonna have to go with a Pixar movie. I don't have one on my list yet, and it just feels right.
Well, it feels
so
right, doesn't it?
It's Ratatouille.
That's not how you say it. It's Ratatouille, actually.
Ratatouille. Yeah, this movie's just like perfect. I watch it. Whenever I watch it, I need to watch it with a snack because it makes me hungry. And it's so good that TikTok needed to make an entire musical about it. And if you're not on that side of TikTok, I feel sorry for you. But there is a Ratatouille the musical.
And it's good.
In the dark web.
The movie, but it's good.
It's not the movie, but it's those songs. They get stuck in my head.
Adam Lambert singing "Rat's Way of Life" as Emil, the brother, is freaking incredible.
Yeah.
Great pick.
So it's Ratatouille.
Love it. And the Ratatouille ride is solid, apparently, according to Corey. The Ratatouille ride, I love that. All right, JD, what do you got?
So when Chad said he was going to go international, I thought he was going to go for a different international movie that I saw very recently. I'm not going there.
Oh, do it.
But I do think I finally saw it. It is very solid. I'm between
Mine's
two.
not international, so you can say it. Well, what was it?
RRR.
Oh, yeah. Great pick.
But that's not where I'm going. But it's between two. But I think I will have an opportunity to do this with a different letter to talk about the same kind of thing. So I'm gonna go weird Disney again with the Reluctant Dragon.
Okay.
The Reluctant
I saw
Dragon.
this. So for people who don't know, this was
that's an old one, right?
When TCM did their partnership with Disney that led to like the led to the like re-renovation of like the Great Movie Ride. One of the movies they like every quarter they would do like a bunch of hidden Disney movies, and I saw this movie in this first slate. It's basically here it is. Robert Benchley, humorist Robert Benchley, playing himself. His wife wants him to pitch Walt Disney to the rights to a book that was hitting the charts at the time called The Reluctant Dragon. But most of the movie is just them having the tour, him going around Disney and talking about the animation process, showing how the animation process worked in the 1940s. It is an interesting movie. It is an interesting time capsule. And then the last 30 minutes is just a short The Reluctant Dragon that they splintered shorts throughout it. It's also like a part anthology. And the last 30 minutes is just The Reluctant Dragon, and that's why it's.
I love that. Great classic throwback too. I just love when you bring up films from the 40s like that still hold up. It's awesome. All right, a lot of you guys didn't take much off the board for me, and I was hoping you would.
Oh,
I have a franchise that I hold near dear to my heart, and my favorite film of that franchise starts with an R. So I'm gonna pick Return of the Jedi as my pick for R. I absolutely.
Choice.
I love that movie. I know a lot of people love Empire, which also didn't get chosen. And then, of course, the original and all the other spin-offs are Star Wars : this. This is one of the only two that's not starting with an S. And S is already so stacked that I want to just kind of like take my Star Wars now. Return of the Jedi is my favorite, though. It's a perfect ending to what I believe is a perfect story. Just the stuff with Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine and Luke, it's so good. So enchanting every time I watch it, so invigorating, and the action's great. I like the Ewoks. They add a cute breath of fresh air. I never think they get in the way of the action. More so they just kind of make the story richer and more varied in tone and stuff, and they're just so cute. So yeah, Return of the Jedi is my pick, and it's my favorite Star Wars movie, and that's my Star Wars rep for the board. But now we're moving on to S, but before we do, let me just rattle off some of these honorable mentions, and hopefully Matt will be here shortly, since I don't have his S movies yet. So we can also riff a bit. But Dr. Nova, Rocky Horror was definitely one I considered. I also considered Rocky. Room, Corey says Room. Nina also says Room, very popular. Rookie of the Year here.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year.
Rebecca, Rush, and Run Lola Run. Rebecca's so good. Best Picture winner, which Chad and I will talk about. Carrie picked Rent, another amazing one.
Special movie.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Very good. And I know this starts with an R. It's not a movie, but Corey does say Recipe is the great movie ride. I agree. That is such a good ride. So sad they got rid of it.
Can
all
I
right.
throw out some honorable mentions?
Yeah, sure. While we're waiting for Matt, sure.
Yeah, I had Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, I forgot.
Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I know that's your favorite, Dylan.
That is my favorite.
And a guilty pleasure that I remember from my childhood, Rat Race.
Ooh,
Very
Rat Race.
So the other two I had was again RRR, and then the Rugrats movie was the other one.
Too. Which I believe you drafted right in the trilogies draft.
Yeah, the trilogies. I did the Rugrats trilogy.
So Matt still isn't back, but I just randomized it, and Matt was 5th. So I feel like we can just keep going. And then when Matt gets here, we'll give his pick. And I know there's a lot of S movies, so if we have to pad for time, we will.
Wait, where were the rest of us?
Sorry. It's me, Chad, Kelsey, JD. I don't think JD's been last ever, right?
No, I was last in Q.
Oh, okay. Well,
oh right.
Welcome, JD. Congratulations for coasting at the top for so long. S is tough for me. There's so many good S movies.
Lots of S.
Lots and lots and lots and lots of S. If only my favorite movie of all time didn't start with one. I'm going Singing in the Rain. It's my favorite movie of all time. I had to pick it. That's also another reason I picked my Star Wars
that tracks
earlier, because I know I had to pick Singing in the Rain here. My favorite comic book movie of all time also starts with an S, so this was very tough. But I had to pick my favorite movie of all time. I also don't have any musicals on my list except for Enchanted, but that's a newer musical, so I wanted an older musical. I love this movie so much. There's really not much else to say. I think it's excellent. I think it's flashy, colorful, full of heart, full of comedy, full of joy. If you haven't seen it, get on it. Chad, your pick for S, the letter S.
Two thoughts real quick. Singing in the Rain. It's a criminal that it wasn't nominated for Best Picture. It's an incredible film. I love that you love it. Two, I know exactly what superhero film you're talking about, and I love its sequel, I believe. If I know what you're talking, okay. And
I
that's
thought you might pick it. That's why I didn't name drop it.
My favorite films of all time, and I'm not going to pick it.
Oh.
And I'm not going to pick another one of my favorite movies of all time that we spoke about once on A Picture This. I'm not going to pick that either.
Why? No, not why as in like a judgmental why. Just like I'm wondering why. Like, I'm
And
curious.
you'll find out why.
I'm gonna throw up.
Because I'm picking Shaun of the Dead.
Ooh, ooh.
There's no
Shocker!
no
Shocker!
no reason why.
Shocker.
Look, JD understands. There's no reason. There's no way I'm not picking Shaun of the Dead here. I think this is kind of like.
Where's my shock face?
He pulled a Home Alone on me. That's perfect. Shaun of the Dead. It's just like it's like a sea change in like zombie films. It brought the zombie film back. They totally understand it. Slow zombies always better than fast zombies. It's just scarier. I'm sorry if you think fast zombies are scary. They are, but they're not that scary. They're not as scary. Yeah, this movie's incredible. Edgar Wright. It's not his first film technically, but when people say it's his first film, he agrees with them. He's like, sure, whatever. It's my first film because the other one was like a student film. But this is his first film. It skyrocketed him into huge fame. He's made such great films after that. This one is just so incredible in the short runtime that it has. It just packs so much in, so much comedy, drama, just like everything you'd want in a movie. This movie has, and it's so funny. It has this really characters that you love. You love to go to the Winchester, even though Liz does not. It's just such an incredible movie. Great British movie, so international again. And there's so many S movies. This one I had completed right away, and I had so many that I still left off. It's just such a phenomenal letter to name your movie, I guess. But it had to be Shaun of the Dead. I adore it, and you've got red on you.
Yeah, no, I thought you were going Shawshank or Spider-Man.
Don't say names.
Sorry. I thought you were going with your favorite
spoiler.
film. No, I just know because I thought it was Chad's
Look,
favorite film of all time, so I was just wondering. But no,
It's-
I'm not against that pick. Shaun, that's amazing.
It is. I actually have 3 that are tied for my favorite film of all time. I'm surprised that I didn't go with the other 2, and I'll name them. If no one picks them.
Right, but I mean, it's
Matt actually
it's a
might
great
pick
pick though. Shaun of the Dead's great, and getting one of your favorite directors on there is great. Kelsey, you're up. What do you want for
Chad,
us?
I am so happy that you went with that Edgar Wright film because I'm taking a different one,
Yeah.
and it's got to be Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Love
I
it.
love that.
I'm so glad you picked that 'cause I adore that movie.
Love this movie. I love this movie. This movie might actually be my favorite movie of all time. It's a stacked cast. It's hilarious. It's so like inventive and creative. There's truly nothing like it. Like everything that I feel like tries to come close to being Scott Pilgrim is just a colossal failure. And it's just because like no one can do it the way Edgar Wright can, and it's just so good. This is my favorite movie, and I am so happy that it is on my list.
I'm so glad you got it because I saw the re-release of it. I saw that when it first came out in theaters. I also adore that movie. So incredible. It's so stupid that it was a box office bomb because it's such a phenomenal film.
No, it's so good. Oh my god, it's so good.
My favorite moment.
You guys,
just because Matt's still not here, I'm gonna comment on it. I love when he swan dives out the window after when she's at the front door and the camera kind of backs and then boom.
Did you see how they did that?
No, how do they do it?
So it's basically like he's standing there and then like he goes out of the frame and then someone else runs and jumps out of the window.
Oh,
yeah, it's really cool to see how they did that.
I want to go behind the scenes of that movie because that movie's such like a.
But they really did that though. It's not CGI.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's the thing about this movie is that you can watch it so many times and you can find something new to laugh at or like to catch in the background. Like it's just chocked full with so many bits and visual gags and physical comedy that it's like, and it all happens so quick. So like you have to catch up, and it's it's the perfect amount of camp. It's perfect. I love Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
No, it's amazing. It's amazing. Two Edgar Wrights back to back. I love that.
Yeah.
All right, JD, what are you picking for S?
If I haven't showed my age yet, I'm really gonna start to show my age now. But the thing you gotta understand is, when I was a kid, you were either
Matty Fresh is back. Matt, you're last in S, so that worked out perfectly.
All right, excellent.
I'll just recap really quick. I picked Singing in the Rain. Chad picked Shaun of the Dead. Kelsey picked Scott Pilgrim, and now JD's picking his S. I'll send you a private chat recapping the last 2 letters too.
Okay.
So
Go on, JD.
you were either a Nicktoons kid or a Disney Toons TV kid, and I was definitely a Nicktoons kid. And the show that I loved is SpongeBob. So I'm going to choose the SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
That was in
That
my
is
5.
my
That was in my 5.
Bravo, sir. Bravo.
I'm gonna give you a clap too.
You've done it.
To me, as a kid, I loved it. I love SpongeBob. I love Patrick. I loved all of them. Going back and kind of rewatch, and I watched that show way longer than I should have. But like, when you go back and watch that movie, how much like adult stuff is actually in that movie is bonkers. How like milkshakes are code for getting like blackout drunk is just how does get past censors for like kids is absolutely insane. I don't get it. I love it though, and
It's perfect.
It's my choice.
Cool.
Good pick.
Matt, what are you going with for your S pick?
Could you remind me what besides what the 3 of you had?
Oh yeah, sorry. Singing in the Rain, Shaun of the Dead, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
Shaun of the Dead is a great choice. It's when I said that Monty Python and the Holy Grail is the funniest movie ever made. In my opinion, the second funniest movie ever made is Shaun of the Dead. So that's where we are there. I am gonna go with I'm gonna go with Silence of the Lambs.
Nice. Good pick.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's one of the earlier like thrillers that I'd seen, like when I was a kid. Like my mom really dug it, and so like it was the 80s and 90s, so I was allowed to watch whatever my mom watched basically, and she was a single mom, so if she wanted to watch him, I got to watch him with her. So I watched that probably too young an age, but it was one that I absolutely loved, and I still love. And it's I think it holds up. I think there are some things that don't age quite as well, but I think that they're actually explained within the movie too. That kind of dismiss it, but it also, there's still some things you still gotta. But yeah, sorry, I'm all frazzled just from putting the kids.
No,
to bed.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, and I'm trying to throw the spotlight on you. Is everything okay? Your kids are good.
Kids are good. Kids are good. Just sometimes you didn't sing the right song to the 3-year-old, and he wants a different song. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
If you want to hear a JD sing the Monty Python song again, I can bring you can bring the stream up if you want.
No, we're good. So yeah, Silence of the Lambs.
We covered Silence of the Lambs and Picture This. It was our best picture winner of that year.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. And we had a lot of this stuff where it's like the problematic stuff. We covered it. And so go check that episode out. Guys, I had so many movies on this list I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, we were just on the Silence of the Lambs note, though. Yeah,
Sure.
we brought up a lot of the problematic stuff, but I think for everything that may have aged poorly, it's so all the other stuff is so progressive that it like kind of cancels it out. Like the progressive stuff with the feminism in that movie is so freaking excellent. I just want to bring that up.
I'm actually surprised that Matt went Silence of the Lambs because I thought he was going to go Scream, which is the other greatest film, like a horror film ever made. It's like Halloween, Scream. It's up there. And Silence of the Lambs.
Scream, Shawshank Redemption, Sleeps in Seattle, Sin City,
Social Network,
Seven Samurai, Social Network. S is a deep category.
School of Rock.
School of Rock is good.
Such a deep category.
Yeah, so good. I mean, The Shine, Silence of the Lambs, Seven,
Shining,
Millionaire, A Silent Voice, Sicario, his favorite Denis Villeneuve film. This was in reference to JD's Scream face, Mona JD instead of Mona Lisa. I love that. Swiss Army Man as well. Someday I'm gonna watch Sicario. Malcolm would have picked Sion's Wedding. I don't know what that is, but that sounds really
New Zealand movie. Okay.
Yeah, New Zealand movie. I love how Malcolm brings that expertise to the channel.
He talks about black sheep all the time as well.
Right.
New Zealand movie.
Once we're done with S, though, when we're done with it, can I just quickly touch on the ones that
talk about RoboCop and the Queen real quick? Yeah.
I love that I got RoboCop. RoboCop's a perfect movie. If perfect movies exist, it is. And it's just one of a movie with an incredible villain. My favorite movie of all time, and this movie have the same actor playing the villain, which is Kurtwood Smith. Because in Dead Poet Society he plays.
True.
Yeah.
But it's a satire that the problem is that when you try, the problem with like the remake and stuff like that is that when you try to remake a movie like this, or when you try to recapture anything, even if it's not a remake, but you try to recapture something with it, if you're not saying the same things, or if you don't recognize the same things, if you're just trying to pull the action from it, you're pulling the wrong thing from this movie. And that's what makes this movie incredible, is that it's a social commentary. It's got some really great running gags. It's funny, but it's also got like a real human message in it about a robot, which is really incredible. The Queen, mostly because I just remember how much I enjoyed watching that movie in the theater, and it made the world fall in love with Helen Mirren, and me too. And I love her. So there we are. That's really it for the Queen.
Cool. All right, moving on to T, and I got it randomized. I forget. All right, and all right, T. It's gonna be the exact same except Matt and JD are swapping. T. This is tough.
Oh, brother.
God, you got the second pick. You're gonna get something good.
I know.
Am I gonna go recency bias and pick Chad's favorite movie of 2023? No, actually, no, it's not anymore. Puss in Boots is, but I was thinking about that.
They're tied. They're tied.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna pick that. That was the one I was toying around with. I'm gonna pick another big spectacle film though, and it's a film that I saw in theaters actually last week. And it is my sister's favorite film, and it's one of my favorite films, if not top 5 all time. It's Titanic. I'm sorry, Chad.
Nice.
I know we were both in Titanic fever because we both just saw it in theaters, but that, even going into that theater, was like one of my favorite movies of all time. I've always said it's my favorite Best Picture winner. Leaving that theater, I was like, that's it. When we talked about The Godfather and Cabaret last month with Chad and Dan, I was like, if Cabaret come out in any year except for, and then I listed 97, 1960, 2003, because those are the only years where I'm like, that's the Best Picture winner. There's nothing to compete. And I know we'll talk about 97 eventually, but Titanic for me epitomizes what a Best Picture winner is. Beautiful story, beautiful visuals. I mean, the craft is outstanding. Still up. The restoration, I think every scene looked really, really good in the restoration with the laser. I thought it was awesome. I loved it so much. Great performances. Beautiful. Gloria Stout, underrated performance in that movie. So terrific as like that older woman reflecting back. And then obviously Kate and Leo. That movie fucking rocks. That's it. Love Titanic. Chad, I'll hand it over to you because I know that was probably your pick.
Dude, yeah, that was up there as probably my number one. That's if I was number one, I would have picked it. So yeah, great choice.
A lot of good stuff on the board though.
I cannot wait to talk about that when we do 1997 because 1997 has 2 of my favorite movies of all time in that slate. So it's going to be interesting to rank those. I think Kate Winslet should have won the award, even though I know Matt disagrees with me. I think Kate Winslet's just phenomenal, and that was such a great year for female acting. Leo is incredible as well. Okay, I can just go on a whole review, but I can't wait to get there. Anyways, I'm going to go with obviously one of my favorite childhood movies of all time. I saw this movie on ice when I was a child.
No, don't do it. Oh God,
I'm not gonna pick the one that you love the most, JD. I know you love the 4th one in this franchise.
No, but you're going to choose the one I was going to choose.
All right.
Wait, what are you guys talking
say
about?
It, please?
I apologize, but I am picking Toy Story.
Oh. Which one are you picking?
Oh,
I said what I'm picking. Toy Story.
Oh, okay.
He said what he said.
I thought I heard someone say 4th in the franchise. I thought Chad said 4th in the franchise.
I said because I know JD loves the 4th movie.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
I got you now. I got you. We're on the same page.
for good reason. And I'm sorry, JD, for picking
That's
it,
a good
but
pick.
I have such personal attachment to this. It was just my next one. Like it was like this and Titanic were like tied. because I have another lot of personal attachment to Titanic. But
I love Toy Story so much. I gotta pee though. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah, Toy Story is one that is such a perfect franchise. Even the fourth one in there, it's like a perfect trilogy, perfect epilogue after the trilogy, and it's like every single one of these movies you could argue is the best of the trilogy. It's kind of like How to Train Your Dragon in that way. But Toy Story is a classic. It's the first one. It's the You Got a Friend in Me. The kind of existential crisis that they face that is a little bit deeper in the third one, but like in this one, it's real too, where Buzz has to figure out what? I'm not real and stuff like that. It's just like such deep stuff to throw in a kids movie. And it's like the first digital animated movie of all time, the first one ever made or whatever. And then Joss Whedon had a writing credit on it. I know that's problematic now, but I love Buffy, so I'm hopeless with that. So there's just everything's going for it with this movie, and I think it's so incredible. One of the greatest friendships that comes from the two kind of fighting and being no, I'm Andy's favorite. No, I am, kind of a deal. And then it's a phenomenal film. I love it.
So I'm mad. I was gonna choose. I was gonna choose that one. I'll talk about it more later because.
Just so everyone knows, I did not get hit
talk about it later.
on the way to the bathroom. Thanks, Corey, for the well wishes.
You didn't have to change your pants.
I did not change my pants this time. Kelsey, what do you got?
So I was shocked to find that there weren't too many movies that started with T in my wheelhouse.
That's not
so I think I'm about to lose a majority of the audience with this one, and I'm prepared for those consequences.
Kelsey, you can't lose anyone like JD lost on Baby's Day Out or whatever it was.
JD won pretty hard on that, I think.
But JD is still going to win this draft. It does not matter, Kelsey. JD
you're right. We already lost.
You know why JD's going to win this draft? Because he's drafting with his heart. We all are, but JD is special.
Yeah, you're right.
Kelsey,
you're right,
You're
Dyl.
going to pick a great pick. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
All right. Well, I'm picking Twilight.
Oh,
and it's really for the bit. I really just watched that movie. The first one, the original, the OG. And honestly, it's 90% for the bit, 10% just for that soundtrack, baby. Oh my God.
And 12% as a plug for Frame Wreck later tonight.
Yeah, exactly. We'll talk more about it later on. But yeah, I'm just going with Twilight. I think that honestly, the first one might be the best one out of all the movies.
Oh, yeah.
Might be.
It's just, it is what it is. You take that movie or you leave it, and I
can
take
get where
it.
Chad's coming from. I don't know if this is the reason, but if you look at the screen time of all three of the lead actors, one actor who's in all five has significantly less screen time in the first one, and it's probably someone a majority of us don't like.
That's not true, Dylan. Stop saying that.
He does have the shortest screen time.
Yeah, I know, but you say that the majority of us don't like him when you know I like him.
I said majority. I didn't say unanimous.
I really want you to watch Frame Wreck, but if that's the attitude you're coming with, you may not want to.
Kelsey or me?
No, Kelsey.
I'm coming on Frame Wreck just for this reason. Just so we fight this out.
And it's gonna be a train wreck. I just want to throw out there, I'm so glad you picked Twilight because I do think it's a highly underrated film. I really find it so enjoyable, and it has one of the greatest needle drops in cinema history, in my opinion.
Guys, everyone agrees with you too. Yeah.
I'm so glad. I was nervous. I thought people were going to come for me in the comments. I'm so glad you liked the pick, guys.
At the height of Radiohead releasing their landmark album In Rainbows, right after that, 15 step at the when the credits roll at the end, I lost my goddamn mind when I first saw that movie, and I was like, how have I waited this long to actually watch that movie? And it has one of my favorite bands of all time, ending the movie. It's incredible. I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, Matt, get us back on track here. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right,
No, I'm kidding.
I'm also going to choose a
Kelsey,
Twilight
that's great.
movie. No, I'm kidding.
Twilight, new movie.
No, I'm not
Breaking
going to choose
Dawn
a
Part
Twilight
1,
movie.
isn't it?
I did consider. No, certainly not. I did consider choosing Twilight just as a shameless plug, but I've already plugged enough, and thankfully, Kelsey helped me out there. So I'm going to go with.
Kelsey helped you plug enough.
Yeah, help. Yes, my wife's watching, and Pop. So let's not.
I'm not.
Matt, I
I'm
hate
not
to say
plugging
this. Pop
anything.
and Nano went to bed when you went to bed. I don't think it was
No.
because of you, but around the same time you
I like
left,
to
they
think
had
it
to go to
was.
bed with my dad. And my sister also tuned out. But I did text her that I picked Twilight. She's very happy. So
Well, that
they'll
makes me
watch
sad
this.
about
They'll watch this
Pop.
back. So
Yeah, Pop. No. The okay. So, I was also going to choose a Toy Story movie, but the third one. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to choose my favorite movie when I was a child. When I was about 10 years old, my absolute favorite movie in the world was
you were
Terminator
10 when
2:
Twilight
Judgment
New
Day.
Moon came out.
No. No.
Sorry, say it again. I cut you off.
No, that's fine. My favorite movie of all time back then when I was a child was Terminator 2: Judgment Day. My mom used to take us to the video.
Cameron?
James
Me and
Cameron,
you.
there we go.
Me and you.
My mom used to take us to the video store every Friday. When it was just the three of us, my sister and my mom and I, and she'd take us to the video store. She'd let us pick out one tape each. There weren't DVDs back then yet, and we each got to pick one tape, and she would pick out some tapes, and then we get a Bigfoot pizza from Pizza Hut, and then we would go home and we'd watch our movies and eat our Bigfoot pizza, and then I would watch a movie, whatever movie I picked, I would watch that night. And then I'd probably watch one of the movies she picked. The next morning, I would get up before everyone because that's always been my life. I stay up late and I get up early. I'd get up before everyone and watch that movie a second time. And Terminator 2, I used to rent about at least twice a month. Every other Friday, basically, I would pick Terminator 2 would be the movie I picked from the video store. Now you're wondering, why didn't you just purchase it? Well, back then VHS tapes were really expensive. Number one. Number two, mind your own business. But yes, I would get that one every couple weeks. I would take it home. I'd watch the hell out of it. We'd take it back. A couple weeks later, I'd go and get it. Anyway, it's a movie I love. It still holds up. I watched it recently. I watched both Terminator movies recently. They both still hold up, but Terminator 2 it still has that same place in my heart, and when I watch it I feel like I'm 10 again. So I love it.
Yeah, that's a great pick. And again, two Camerons, not back to back, but in the same round.
One of the greatest action films ever made. Great.
Yeah, RoboCop and Terminator 2. I mean, you're hitting hard with the action stuff today, Matt. JD, speaking of action, round us out. T.
So I have to choose. Chad took my first choice, even though he is right. There is another one that I like more, in theory. But to me, people need to understand. I am going to take a Toy Story movie. I am going to take Toy Story 4. I know that it's two stories in the same round, but people need to understand.
It's almost 3.
Toy Story is such an important part. The Toy Story franchise is such an important part of my movie-going journey. There's no character that I related to immediately for reasons I didn't even understand at the time more than Woody. Like it wasn't until later when I really you mature and you realize Woody is like everybody's insecurities on screen, out in the open, confronting it head on. The scene where in Toy Story 1 where he's trying to cheer up Buzz by talking about how he hates that he's a cowboy always makes me, even just talking now, I'm struggling not to tear up. It makes me cry every time. So to see him go from that to see him at a different crossroad in Toy Story 4, where he's basically done what he's needed to do, but he's still just hanging on out of obligation to his friends. Like, and how the struggle of that and how mature, like, how hard that is, which is part of growing up. Like, Toy Story 4 just spoke in a way to me at a very particular moment in time with a very important character in my life. And that is why Toy Story 4 is it will always be so near and dear to my heart.
100% agree, JD. And I know Dylan would have chosen Toy Story 3 if he hadn't chosen Titanic.
But that is an amazing movie.
Me too.
and
I almost
agree. I don't
chose
think you're
Toy Story 3.
Yeah. So recap, just because I know the bathroom breaks were going a little slower, but Tusk, Tick Tick Boom,
Yes.
Tombstone,
Yes.
T2, Train
Tombstone's on my
Spotting,
list.
the better T2, Train Spotting, that's funny. Titanic in 3D, pretty good. Nina would have picked Titanic as well. Watching Maroon Toy Story, the fifth one, I hope not. Twilight, great pick. The Thing was Corey's pick. Another great pick.
Oh, The Thing is so
and then
good.
Malcolm says we could have gone 3 for 3 with T and picking True Lies for Cameron. But moving on now to you.
Me?
My phone's in my pocket.
Me.
No, you.
Oh.
All right. No.
It is me.
You. No, you, Matt, you.
Oh,
And
wow.
Kelsey, you're for the sass. You're going to be last. Random
Great.
.org decided. Just kidding. No, we're all sassy at this hour. It's great. No, sass is what people come back time and time again for. Matt, what's your pick for you?
Earlier today we were talking about movies that just progressively get more canceled, and my pick in you is one of those movies. We were talking about Baby Driver, how it just keeps getting losing cast members. Usual Suspects is directed by Bryan Singer and stars Kevin Spacey and Stephen Baldwin. It's full of people that we don't want to talk about. But it is a great movie. I could tell you that I was playing a movie trivia game before I saw this, and the movie trivia did not care about spoilers and told me exactly who Kaiser Soze was, and it didn't ruin the movie for me when I actually watched it. It's actually cool. The reveal is cool, but it's actually an interesting watch when you know what's happening too. So it's a really great movie, and even if it is it hasn't aged appropriately based on who made it. It is a really good movie, and it is my pick for you.
Yeah, it's a banger despite all that.
Yeah. Chad, what's going to be your banger for you?
Oh, I got a banger. Well, I don't know. It is to me. And I'm going to choose the one that I chose to win. I forget the year, Dylan. It might have been
2009. Yeah.
2009. Oh, it was 2009. The one that I chose to win for 2009. And it is a Jason Reitman film, Up in the Air. I think that film is incredible. I said this is the best picture of that year, but there were a lot of them actually that year. And Up in the Air is incredible. I think it just has a lot to say about how we treat workers, and just kind of you can't, of all the things where technology is improving and you can basically automate anything nowadays, treating somebody at a job like a number is not something that you can automate. You can't just say, you're fired. I'm sorry. Have a nice day. You can't have these automated prompts come up and, to have the perfect way to tell somebody your life is basically over. Because it's hard to find a job. It's hard to find, especially if you've been working at a place for such a long time.
Right.
Workers' rights is real, and it's something that we really need to pay attention to. And to find the human element in actually connecting with someone and saying, look, this something really hard, but hopefully this can actually inspire you to do something you've always wanted to do and stuff like that. Anna Kendrick's phenomenal in it. Help me out, the guy.
George Clooney.
George Clooney.
Phenomenal in it.
Vera Farmiga.
Yeah, it's just a really, 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 really great film. Check out our Picture This 2009 episode because Dylan might bring up something that's also in that episode.
Why not? I'll bring up the other Best Picture nominee from 2009, also with Up in the title. It is Pixar's Up.
There you go.
I love it. It's a great film. That first 10 minutes makes me cry, but I think it's consistent throughout in how it brings through that emotional through line. I don't think it's just in its first 10 minutes. There is a lot of silly, childish comedy, but I think it always comes back to the through line of the beautiful relationship. You is full of bangers. I just realized I have a lot of 5-star films in You, and I would have been happy with any of the others I got, but I'm going to have to pick the one that I would personally go back to the most, even though there are some in the chat that I also agree I could pick. JD, what are you going to go with for You?
Commentating Nerd actually said my choice. It's
That
Unbreakable.
was my other one.
I think, I'm in total agreement. I think it's a film that was way ahead of its time. They were, I think, mismarketed. They were, because of The Sixth Sense, and they're like, ooh, they're like, M. Night Shyamalan's the twist guy, so we have to promote the twist. Yeah, we have to promote the twist if there's a big twist. And it's not really a twist movie. I mean, I guess there's a reveal, but I don't think there's really a twist. It's a reveal, not a twist. But that being said, I think the idea of breaking a movie about a superhero movie that breaks down the superhero movie genre was way ahead of its time. I think Bruce Willis as Kevin Dunn is not your normal hero, and I kind of really like that. Like he's separated from basically, like, he's still married, but he's not really close with his wife anymore. And there's rumors he may actually be like cheating on her with somebody. Like there's like a dinner thing. And then Mr. Glass is such a fascinating character, and like proved to me that Samuel L. Jackson, he eventually became playing the same guy over and over again, but he was like a legitimate actor and had range. And to me, it always breaks my heart at the end of the movie where like, this is the moment we shake hands, and then they called me Mr. Glass. And then, that they called me Mr. Brass is so heartbreaking because you've seen this relationship through its ups and downs. And then to the reveal he's responsible for everything is just,
so good. That's my favorite Shyamalan. I know a lot of people love The Sixth Sense, and I do too, but this one is like my favorite Shyamalan. I've loved it, and I love Glass too. I'm not a fan of Split, but I like Glass.
This was my favorite Shyamalan for a while, but then Signs has kind of grown into my favorite since then. But I love all his first 4 are all movies I love.
Yeah,
so.
He started strong. All right, Kelsey, round us out with You. There's still some heavy hitters on the board. I'll just say that.
I'm just so happy that I get to lock down the other Jordan Peele movie, which is Us.
That's a good
one.
That one was so good. I'm still thinking about the ending, being like, wonder what happened there. I guess we'll never truly know. It was just so good. And Lupita Nyong'o is just a gift. Oh, she deserves every award ever for that performance.
She was great.
Kelsey, you got 5 on it?
Winston Duke is also really great in that movie.
So
Kelsey, go get the joke. It went over your head. Go get it. I'm sorry. It's flying out the door.
You want to get crazy? We can get crazy.
No, you're fine, Kelsey.
I'm in wholehearted agreement with Dan Murrow. Why didn't Lupita Nyong'o get nominated for Us?
It's insane. It's like Toni Collette and Hereditary.
Yeah, they have a horror bias. I don't know. Yeah. Other good ones that were left off the board, though, that people brought up. Untouchables is great. Up in the Air is great, as we're saying. Commentating Nerd also loves Up in the Air. Also, his favorite M. Night is Unbreakable. Us is another good one. Yes. Underworld is a good one. Surprise, no Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems was on my list.
You know,
Uncut Gems was on my list,
It was
and
my number 2. Yeah.
I
You wanna-
considered doing it just so I could make the voice, and then I remembered that I feel bad about making fun of Julia Fox when she's so good in that movie.
She is so good in that movie.
And it's yes, she said something weird, and yes, she was doing a weird flex while she was doing it. Like the fact that she was amused, like, was really weird. But she's so good in that movie that it made me feel bad.
Just had to bring it up. I know we're not doing honorable mentions for every letter, but I mean, like,
I've got an honorable mention, Uncle
Yeah,
Buck.
me too.
Uncle Buck. I was gonna say Unforgiven, Best Picture winner. I mean,
Unforgiven
you
is
was
also
stacked. You was stacked. You was stacked.
I almost went. I was tempted to do Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I was this close.
That's a good one too.
to pulling
And my
the trigger.
second favorite musical behind Sing the Rain, Umbrellas of Cherbourg. I mean, so many good movies that start with V.
Yeah,
All
good
right,
movie.
we got to move along though to V. A little bit of a harder one, I would say. A little bit more limited. Let me randomize this. I gotta keep remembering to be on it. Okay, there we go. It is Chad. Then we got Kelsey, Matt, JD, and they stuck me at the end. All right. Chad, go ahead. What's your pick for?
I
for
mean,
V?
come on. I think with V, I think there's kind of a 1-1 as far as, like, you know, I mean, not necessarily a personal pick for me, but, like, you know, one I need to rewatch and grow with, because it's one that's considered one of the greatest movies of all time, maybe the greatest. Dylan knows exactly.
I
what
knew
I'm
it wasn't going to get to me, but I'm really upset I got 5th because I think I probably could have gotten it if I got 2nd. But Chad, pick it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have gotten it at 3rd. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going Vertigo. It is the Alfred Hitchcock classic, great James Stewart film. You know, there's not too much to say. I know it like invented like certain shots and stuff, like the zoom in, back away, or however he does. I can't remember, but you know,
zooms or moves the camera forward while zooming out.
yeah, and it's a phenomenal technique to really create that effect. Yeah, it's
the effect, Kelsey. It's the effect that makes it look like the background is zooming away.
I was trying to get you while you were doing your hands thing. I wanted to get a close up on you doing the hands thing. It was great.
I'll do it again. I'm trying to math it out. I'm like, okay, he moves the camera forward while zooming
we
out.
don't have time for this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's great.
Zooming in, or wait.
During the Harry Potter match on downtime, you can play with it more.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you trust me. You've seen this type of shot before. It's brilliant. It's about a problematic character, but, like, you know, it's just a really fantastic movie. I really need to rewatch it. There's not too much to say about it that I can say about it right this second, but it is phenomenal. I love it, but I need to revisit it, and I'm very excited to, because it's one I think you can grow with.
I if I can speak on this, I feel very much the same way. It would have been my number 1 also. However, it's one that isn't one of my favorites, and mostly because I feel like James Stewart's character is very problematic, and I don't feel like the movie cares about that as much, but it's also Alfred Hitchcock, who probably didn't care about that as much, and so that's probably what it is, and that's the thing that drives me down. Like, there's some, there's a lot of really great art in that movie, like you said. The filmmaking techniques, a lot of the stuff is really good. It's just that it's just the middle of that movie is so icky to me, and I feel like the movie doesn't understand how icky it is, and that's the thing that kind of holds it back for me. But I do like it, and it would have been my 1-1 as well, just because it's a great, like, it's classic.
Yeah. Kelsey, what do you got?
Okay, so I didn't have a lot for V. I had exactly 2 choices for V, so I'm so glad I came into the second.
They both Marvel movies?
Are they both what?
Marvel movies?
No.
Okay.
One of them is not a Marvel movie. The other one is, and I think for the actor and the actor's performance, I think I'm going to have to go with the Marvel movie, which is Venom.
Oh, the first one?
Nice.
The first one.
Yeah, the better one. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
I was gonna say, I'm a JD there. I'm very happy you took the first one. That's all I'll say. It's a great performance.
It's a great performance, and I feel like, you know, I'm like a purist. I always like to go with the original something. So
Great pick.
Unless it's Blade Runner
Especially the
2049.
limited field. Matt, what do you got for V?
V is very interesting because, like Vertigo, it's mostly full of movies that I really like, but I have issues with. And I think I'm going to pick one of those right now, which is V for Vendetta. It's a movie that the Wachowski sisters like made it. Or whether they produced it, I think they didn't.
Yeah,
I don't
produced
remember
it,
what
wrote it. I think
wrote it. Yeah. They adapted the
produced and wrote
graphic novel by Alan Moore, and it tells the story of someone who is not a revolutionary, as though they're revolutionary, and that's my problem. Is that really V is the bad guy, and he does he's abusive, and he does everything for revenge and not for revolution. But the movie kind of paints it as though it's revolution, and I think that's why people fundamentally misunderstand Alan Moore a lot, and that's something I feel like was misunderstood with this movie. However, it is a really fun movie and really well made, and I enjoy the movie a lot, and I've actually soured on it when I first saw it. I really loved it, and then I've kind of, as I've grown, realized that the messaging doesn't match what it should. But I do really still like this movie, and it's got Stephen Fry, who's my favorite person in the planet. So
well done.
That's really all I need.
All right, JD, what do you got for V?
It's interesting that Kelsey said that Venom was the better of the two picks. She had me scared for a moment. I'm choosing Venom. Let there be carnage. Here's the thing. I liked Venom. But I feel like you could chop off that first act and like just start right when like he's already disgraced, and you don't need to learn anything about his backstory because they already just like repeat it when Michelle Williams comes back later in the movie. But what I love about Let Them Be Carnage is it took everything I loved about Venom and then just like went like 100 times into it. It's a story about a man, a man and his alien symbiote, and they just want to eat together. Let Venom be lethal protector. Just let him do it. Eddie Brock, don't be a fucking moron. Just do it. You know that's the right thing to do. He doesn't ask for much. He's saving your life. I mean, he loves you unconditionally. Just do it. I'm sorry. I just love it. They just like go full hardy into that. It's like, let's go 100 times into that relationship and make that the sole focus. I just love that.
Yeah, I if you didn't pick it, I would have. It's essentially everything that worked in Venom minus the stuff that didn't. It's like we took everything that worked in Venom and we just did that. It leans into the idea that this is essentially a buddy movie, a rom-com movie. They lean into that. Great representation, metaphor for queerness too. I love it. And just a really well done horror effects. I love the horror effects. Andy Serkis clearly knows what he's doing with visual effects. All right, my V though, I didn't get him for Unbreakable. That's my favorite movie of his. But he has two movies that also start with V, and I'm going with the one I like better, which is The Visit.
Yes.
And The Visit is one of my favorite M. Night Shyamalan movies. I was telling Kelsey about this on my 31 Days of Halloween, our video.
Yes.
I like this one because it's like, it feels realistic. It's a great use of the found footage camera as a character in the film. Like, it actually serves a purpose. It's about this girl who wants to be a filmmaker, and I like that. It doesn't feel like it's just, oh, we just happen to be filming with this camera. It was like, no, it has a use and function in the story, and it has probably the greatest jump scare, aka worst jump scare ever, where the old woman just pops into the frame. It's the worst thing ever. And thank you, Carrie. She agrees with me. Love The Visit. Also, he made The Village.
I love it. I love it too. My no was about The Village not getting it, so that's all.
Yeah,
I also love The Village. So good.
I've never seen The Village. But yeah, we got some comments here. Virgin Suicides and Vox Lux are very good. Oh, the most recent one, Vengeance, that was also very good.
I had Vox Lux on my list as well.
Yeah. Vengeance, most recent. I like Vengeance a lot. V for Vendetta, Vertigo. A lot of good comments. Let's move right along, though. Let's move on to W.
I had
W.
Vanilla Sky, Vice, and Varsity Blues on mine as
Vanilla
well.
Sky is dope too. Yeah.
Ooh,
Vanilla
Varsity
Sky,
Blues.
Vice, Varsity
Vanilla
Blues.
Sky has another Radiohead needle
All right.
drop.
So for W, we're gonna start with JD. Go to me. Go to Chad. Go to Kelsey, and we're gonna end with Matt. Sorry, Matt. Maybe random.org was punching you for saying you liked Vice. Sorry, just kidding. I'm joking. I just don't like Vice. It's a me thing. It's get over it, Dylan. JD, what is going to be your pick? That was not slander against you, Matt. I was just trying to make a joke.
Dylan's having an argument with himself right now.
It did not land, and I feel
At my
bad. It made it sound like I was insulting Matt. It did not mean it that way. It's been almost 12 hours.
Honestly,
Almost
I'm
half
insulted on behalf of Matt right now. That was cruel and
sorry.
unusual what you
I'm
just
sorry.
said.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Thank you.
My God.
Of course, I always have your
Alright.
back, Matt.
JD, go ahead with W.
Can we kick Dylan out of the stream site?
JD, go with W.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I just needed a full moment to think about my life before I make this choice.
right.
Walk hard.
Ooh.
Do we
Oh,
Walk hard. Nice.
that's a fun movie.
I'm sorry. I love this movie. I saw this in true story. I saw this in Hawaii, where movie theaters are notoriously like in long distances away, and I don't care. It was worth it. I fucking just the wrong kid died. The wrong kid died. Oh, it turns out that machetes are actually like it's really easy to kill somebody with a machete. I'm sorry, this movie. The songs are amazing. Walk Hard is amazing. Beautiful Ride is amazing. The Porking song is amazing too.
Dewey, you don't want any of this shit. Trust me.
Yes. I was about to mention that.
Any of this shit.
I don't know. I don't want to stay up and have sex, and it makes it better. You don't want any of this shit. I don't.
No, the last one is my favorite, where he comes up like the old man one, where it's like, yeah, you actually probably should. You do actually want that one, and it is probably good for you. And he doesn't want anything. I
don't want to get addicted. It's not habit forming. That's a good scene. All
right, moving on. I'm gonna go with another one of my favorite directors. Just had a big movie in theaters that didn't do too well, but we got to remember his debut, Whiplash, baby. Whiplash is one of my favorite.
Wow.
Damien Chazelle, one of my favorite filmmakers. I didn't pick La La Land because that was so stacked when we got to L, so I couldn't pick La La Land. So I figured I'd make up for it here with Whiplash. I love Damien Chazelle's filmography. I love what he has to say about human beings and art and how they relate to one another, and this is a great example of that. J.K. Simmons, probably the best supporting performance, maybe next to only Heath Ledger and maybe only Christoph Waltz to win an Oscar.
Those are good
he's
points.
like top three. That's like my top three. Robin Williams is up there too. Great performances. Chad, what do you got for W?
Oh yeah. Okay. So I mean, I'm gonna go with one that I know Dylan also loves, and I thought he was gonna pick. He didn't, because I also love Whiplash. That was a phenomenal pick. That was in my list. And I'm gonna go with one I know JD hates. So everybody should know pretty much what I'm doing now. The Wizard of Oz.
JD hates the Wizard of Oz.
JD hates the Wizard of Oz.
JD, you got to give me a chance to clarify this, because
I honestly, I know you probably don't hate it, but also we don't have the time to defend it. But I get it.
Damn.
Okay. Well, let me just throw it out there, and JD can maybe say a couple words if he wants. The Wizard of Oz, one of the greatest films of all time. We named it Our Picture This winner of that year, which, Gone with the Wind, it is what it is. It has great filmmaking, but it's very problematic. It's a weird movie.
I guess Chris doesn't like it either. Or if he's booing JD, I don't know.
I don't know. Don't boo JD. He's allowed his own opinion. The Wizard of Oz is a fantastic movie.
I hate you, Chad.
He had them. He had him in the palm of his hand, and you made him turn on him.
Wizard of Oz.
I really feel like I should be able to have at least a couple sentences.
Sure, Judy Garland's. I don't know. It's just iconic. Every freaking thing is iconic. I saw Dylan dressed as the Cowardly Lion one time. and he was
was
really
so
cute
cute.
in that outfit. It was adorable.
Thank you.
But yeah, The Wizard of Oz, incredible. Judy Garland, come on now. Somewhere Over the Rainbow, one of the greatest songs of all time. It's just if there's a classic movie, this is the one. It holds up so well. Everything in it is iconic. Love it. It's The Wizard of Oz. What more can I say?
I
Go ahead,
wanted
JD.
to boop Dill's nose when I saw him as the card
Thank you.
lane.
JD, quick words. We got
Quick
20 minutes.
words, 2
and
sentences.
essentially 10 minutes, but yeah.
It's a very traumatic movie for me. It's a very traumatic movie for me. I saw this when I was 3 years old. I did not want to watch it initially, but then I came in right as the Wicked Witch of the West first came in, and it's traumatized me severely. And then every time I came back to the Wizard of Oz, when I came back to the room, it was another Wicked Witch of the West scene. So as a result, I didn't really watch it all the way through, all the way till my 20s, which I respect the movie. It's just never going to be one as a result of that. It's going to be like, oh yeah, that's an amazing movie. I respect it. I get it. But yeah.
Yeah, no, my dad's the same way. He had a phobia of the witch when he was little. It took him some time too. So like, it makes sense. That happens with a lot of movies. E.T. was my movie like that. All right, Kels, what do you got?
My W is going to have to be Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
No.
Gee, I mean, okay, to quote Harry Styles, what I love about this movie is that it feels like a movie. Like, it's just like you could just like, do you know what I mean though?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like it transports you into this like magical world, and we follow through like the point of view of like Charlie Bucket, this like down on his luck kid who gets this once in a lifetime opportunity, and Grandpa Joe is up from bed for the first time in years and he's dancing around.
Coincidence?
Yeah, I think not. And then and it's just like, I just feel like we all like will never forget when we first watched this movie for the first time ever, and he just opens that door to Candyland.
Yes.
And literally it's a child's dream. Is everything is the chocolate river and the whipped cream. They're eating off the mushrooms, and you can pick the teacup. He drinks from the teacup. He takes a bite of the teacup. Come on, Violet, you're turning violet. It's just magical.
You can even eat the dishes.
You can even eat the dishes.
I love how you just described opening up to the Chocolate Factory when the same thing happens in Wizard of Oz too. It's that movie magic of opening to a new world that's so transfixing. All right, Matt, what do you got for W?
I don't like this game. I have Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Let me just I know we don't have time. I just want to briefly touch on you guys. Whiplash is an incredible movie. It's Chazelle's best movie. It's one of the greatest performances. Both leads are so good in that movie. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is one of my all-time favorites. I watch it all the time. I used to watch it every day at the video store. When I worked at the video store, I'd watch it every day. I love all the songs. It's so magical. He's so whimsical and scary. It's very, very good. I just love that movie. I'm going to go with another classic, and I'm acting like I'm so upset. This is not a consolation. It's Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's one of the great. It's one of the great fantasy kids movies like of all time. Bob Hoskins is amazing. Smee will always be my favorite role of his, but this is like a close second. He's so good in this movie. This movie did not have to be as good as it was because the imagery that we were seeing was really all we needed, but it ended up being a great noir movie as well as a great like animated like kids movie. It's just a lot of fun and I really love it.
I love that pick. Some other suggestions in the comments. We have Whiplash, Wolf Children, What We Do in the Shadows. Carrie said it, and Chris also said it. Chris also says the correct pick is Willy Wonka. That movie was never remade. People have thoughts on that.
I mean, that's true. They adapted the book. They didn't remake the movie. So
that's also a good point. Yeah, I think his sentiment was that he doesn't want to remember the remake at all. But but that is actually true, Matt. That's a good point. Red Rabbit is also there. Way back is also there. All right, moving on now to we're combining X, Y, and Z because there's very little room. There's very few films for some of those letters, and this is going to be the order: JD, Kelsey,
All right.
Chad, Matt, Dylan. Fuck. All right, JD, you get to start us off again. X, Y, Z. You can pick one of those three. You don't pick one of each.
Okay.
Pick one for the.
I feel like
rankings.
it would be very easy for me to go with an X-Men movie, and I'm tempted, but I'm going to go with my heart, which is Zafira.
Oh,
A
good
Space
pick.
Adventure.
That was my Z pick.
Yes. I saw it. I was a teenager when I saw it. But I didn't. At the time, I was like, "Oh, it's just a kids' movie." There's so much there about like sibling, camaraderie and like regret and just being there for each other that I kind of never really understood until later. But yeah, I rewatched it recently. This thing holds up. Dax Shepard shows up, and the reveal of his character is absolutely insane. Again, if you don't like, if you have never seen this movie,
it's really good. And a plug for Kristen Stewart, Twilight.
Yeah,
yes, I was about to mention that Twilight tonight. Frame rate.
Great pick, though.
I actually really
grew up loving
want to see it because I'm sorry. I actually really want to see it because I love it, or I want to see it because I love it's got PETA, it's got Bella and Andy Dufresne in it, so I want to check it out.
Yep, and it's
John
the same
Favreau.
author as Polar Express, so Kelsey must love it, right? Kelsey, speaking
And
of, what's your
Jumanji.
pick for XYZ?
For the record, the Polar Express was in the options for my P.
It's
Okay, for XYZ, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna go with an X-Men movie, and that X-Men movie is going
Dark
to be close. It's actually Days of Future Past.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Because I feel like that one's just like the most entertaining. It's got a great mix of the older cast and the younger cast. So you get, Patrick Stewart and James McAvoy, and it's like, what more could you want in life? So yeah, that's my pick.
All right,
That's
Chad,
my
what do you got
second
for
favorite
XYZ?
X-Men movie, so that's good.
We'll see if
What's
you
your
got
first, Matt?
We might
I
find
guess we'll find out.
unless it starts with an L, in which
All
case
right.
I do agree.
I'm going with the Z movie. This is another one that's really, really special to me. And I think I have a thing behind me. And I talked about this. Look, we're in award season right now. The Academy Awards coming up. Like I said, on my birthday. Please give me that Top Gun Maverick win. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. But you know who also should have won at the Male Model of the Year award? It's Zoolander. Derek Zoolander should have won that award.
Oh, okay.
Would Hansel win that? Probably because he's very hot at the time. So hot, that Hansel. Yeah. No, I have somewhere back there. I have a Zoolander steelbook. This movie is just a special movie for me when it came out in 2001. I saw it in the theaters. I'm a very silly person. I love silly movies, and this is a very, very silly movie. Ben Stiller directed it, starred in it. He's just like so incredible. Will Ferrell is at the top of his game in this as Mugatu. I don't know. Just like this movie is infinitely quotable, and that's just my type of jam. Merman. Just like everything that you can say, God, with his tiny little phone. Yeah, there's just so much you can quote in this. It's just incredible. I don't know. I adore this film.
What is this, a school for ants?
What's a school for ants? Yeah, I'm so glad no one picked this because when I was like XYZ, that's gonna be hard. There's some other bangers on there. I don't know what Matt and Dyl are gonna pick, but Zoolander, I was so glad that I had like as soon as they picked really good movies. But I was like, yes, I get Zoolander, and I'm so excited because I adore it. It's hilarious.
Matty Fresh, what do you got?
Zoolander was a good pick, and it makes me glad. I'm glad you picked it because Young Frankenstein was still available,
Nice.
which is one of my favorite parody movies. It's one of my favorite comedies. One of my favorite Mel Brooks movies. I absolutely love that movie. It's very funny. I watch it basically yearly. I just love it. I love that movie.
So good, so funny.
Great picks all around. They were on my runners up. I have one for X, one for Y, and one for Z. I feel like Y always gets overshadowed, so I'm going to give another Y film. And this is kind of different from everything else I've done on my list, but it's going to be a movie that not a lot of people know about, but I wanted to get a woman on this list. I wanted to get a woman director. So I'm going with Lynn Ramsey's You Were Never Really Here.
That was interesting. That was number 2 on my list.
Good, because I love this movie so much, and like I said, I wanted to get women representation in terms of directors on this list. Lynn Ramsey directs the shit out of this. It's a beautiful story about violence that doesn't glorify violence. All the violence is off screen. You see the aftermath and the before of all the violence because it's not about the violence. It's about the relationships. And Joaquin Phoenix, I think it's his best performance. I don't understand why he won for Joker when the best performance was a year before in this film. That's all I got to say about that. Moving on now. Oh, sorry. We got some chat stuff going on.
I just want to say about You Were Never Really Here, if I can. I love that movie. It was number 2 on my list. One of the great things about it is how, like you said, the violence is all off screen, which makes a thing that happens later in the movie so shocking. And I really love that movie.
By the way, I'm glad X-Men Days of Future Past was taken because that was one of the 2 X-Men movies I was going to do. First Class and Days of Future Past were the 2 I was thinking.
Rattling off
X2 is my favorite.
That's a good one, Matt. Young Frankenstein Carrie said Zodiac is also good. Your Name is a great one for Y. Zathura is great. X for X. Yeah, X is great. You've Got Mail for Y.
You Got Mail is amazing.
Awesome Z pick there. Also, Zootopia has been popular in the chat.
How did I not remember
Zootopia is very, very good. But now we're on numbers. We get to round out this draft by picking movies that begin with numbers. And we still have 11 minutes, but I want to give time to kind of like transition streams. So we'll try to go quick, but I do still want to get a thorough discussion, or not thorough discussion, but thorough enough. This is the last round, and this is going to be the order. Kelsey, JD, Dylan, Chad, Matt, you're going to round us out. I'm so sorry, Matt. But Kelsey, you are going to give us your pick for numbers first. Go for it. What do you got?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I was wanting to get this movie the entire time. Another one of my favorite actors I wanted to get on my list, Heath Ledger. So it's 10 Things I Hate About You.
Love it.
Good movie.
Really great movie. Love Julia Stiles in this. She's like my icon. And this one's just simply iconic. Oh, also, heckin', what's his face is in this movie?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yes, Gordon-Levitt, another one of my favorites. So,
all right,
yay,
awesome.
I got it.
I've never seen it, but I've seen clips from it. I need to watch it in its entirety. I know.
Jill, it's on Disney Plus.
Taming of the
It's on Disney
Shrew.
Plus. It's accessible.
Well, that's the thing. I've read Taming of the Shrew, so I know how it ends. JD,
right?
Just kidding. I want to watch the movie.
So
JD, what's your
dismissive.
numbers pick?
Go to sleep. Go to bed.
My numbers pick is a good thing that I was number 2 because this was the least researched of my picks. So, 10 Cloverfield Lane.
Nice.
That was on my list too. Good job.
A lot of 10s. 10 and 10.
So, just really quickly to rattle off the few things I kind of like. Again, going back to like the bottle, how I love bottle movies. The 2/3 of this movie is strictly a bottle movie, and John Goodman is another underrated actor who I am shocked has never gotten nominated for an Oscar, either like for Flight or like Argo or like so many other movies. Like he's just an amazing like he can do so many things and he has so many tools and he's so menacing in this movie. And I like the dynamic between the cat and mouse between Mary Winstead and him, and again, Mary Winstead, another actress who's extremely underrated.
John Gallagher Jr. is fantastic.
All 3 of those people in that movie are really, really good.
Amazing. JD, I think that's an amazing pick, and it's my favorite of that franchise for sure. Numbers. there are two films, classic films, that I feel like need to be on this list.
Yes.
But my heart cannot stray from 13 Going on 30. I have to go 13
I
Going on 30.
knew
It's
it.
my favorite. It's my favorite rom-com. It's my favorite rom-com. It's actually probably my favorite. I said Airplane was my favorite comedy.
Why
That was
didn't
my
I know
eighth.
he was going to do that?
13 Going on 30 though is my favorite like comedy that's not like a classic comedy, like my favorite modern comedy, I guess. I love that movie so much. It's got so much heart. It's the movie that makes me believe that love still exists in the world. And it's I share a birthday. It's about a birthday, and Jennifer Garner plays lead, and I share a birthday with Jennifer Garner. So we have like this special thing, this movie, and and also Andy Serkis. I think it's one of my favorite roles of his. I had to pick it. I'm helping that Matt and Chad pick the two classics, or at least one of those two classics. But I really do love that movie so much. I had to represent it because at the end of the day, I don't need to recommend those other movies to you because you know about them. But 13 Going 30 is something underrated that I think needs to be recommended more. Chad, it's your turn.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I was like, there are two classics. I think I know exactly the two that you're talking about.
Oh yeah, there's definitely those. Yeah.
Here's what I want to do.
He tries to lay it on us.
I know which one Matt probably really, really wants, and so I'm going to give that to him. And I'm
not taking either of them.
Oh, uh-oh.
So pick the one you want.
Yeah, pick your favorite, Chad, of any numbers. It doesn't have to be those two classics. I'm just saying I reserve.
No, it's one of those two is what I'm trying to pick.
Oh.
All right. Well,
This is like Sophie's
I'll
Choice.
do it as an honorable mention, the other one, but I'll do this one because I think it's one of the most thought-provoking films ever made, and it's probably the best of this director. Is one of the greatest directors of all time. I'm gonna go 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Thank God. That was what I was originally going to pick. So thank God.
Okay.
All right.
There was one other one that's fantastic that I know Matt loves, but he's going to go with something else, which I'm excited to hear what it is. But 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick, one of the greatest directors of all time. This is one of his best movies, and I probably think it's probably his best movie, to be honest. It's just so thought-provoking. It just says a lot about, like, technology and humanity and everything about that. It's very weird and deep, slow, but it's like our relationship with computers and just the whole him going to basically murder HAL 9000 because of he's basically a sentient computer gone wrong. I actually have to speed through this. It's very, very creepy in a way too. He knows how to do horror. One of the greatest films ever made. Love it.
Love it. And Matt, close us out.
Yeah, I was going to choose